After being heartlessly dumped, Feng awakens the 100x payback system. Buy a 2 bottle of water, get 200 back. Splurge on a 50 pack of premium cigarettes, instant 5,000 refund. Now, every purchase fuels his meteoric rise from loser to legend. Who needs love when money multiplies faster than regrets? Lit RPG meets rag storage where every swipe of the card is a power move. Chapter 1. The Hundredfold Cashback System. In the vibrant city of Magic Capital, where skyscrapers soar and the streets bustle with life, people are tirelessly pursuing their dreams and livelihoods. Feng, a senior at Magic Capital University, stands out as a campus heartthrob. With a height of 185 centimeters, broad shoulders, and a sculpted physique, complemented by a handsome, sun-kissed visage, he draws the attention of many admirers. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of Feng's relationship with his girlfriend, Meng Yu. Having just received his first month's salary from his internship 5,000 Huazi coin, she had taken a 2-hour leave from work to prepare a surprise gift for her. Riding his electric scooter, Feng arrived at the company where Meng Yu was interning, eagerly awaiting her departure. As he observed the crowd, he was determined not to miss her. From a distance, a girl in a white t-shirt and a black knee-length skirt appeared in his line of sight. Her flowing hair danced in the breeze as she scanned the area for him. Feng's heart raced at the sight. However, just as he was about to approach her, a black Audi A6 pulled up beside Meng Yu. A man in his 30s emerged from the vehicle, and to Feng's astonishment, Meng Yu shyly rushed forward and embraced him. In that moment, Feng stood frozen, a storm of emotions raging within him. Struggling to suppress the urge to confront them, he dashed forward, demanding clarity. "Who is he?" Meng Yu, startled. Meng Yu released the man and clung to his arm, fear evident in her eyes as she looked at Feng, whose face was flushed with rage. The man, now aware of the tension, patted Meng Yu's back, reassuring her. "So, you must be Ye's boyfriend?" "No, rather, her ex-boyfriend. I'm her current boyfriend now. Please refrain from bothering her, or the consequences will be severe." He sneered. "Yeah, didn't we promise to work hard together and marry after graduation? Have you forgotten the vows we made?" Feng implored. "Feng, encountering you today is perfect timing to clarify things. We're breaking up. You can't provide the life I desire. Love cannot serve as sustenance, it requires material support, and you are nothing more than a pauper. Please do not disturb me, my boyfriend will be angry." "Kid, just scram. You don't deserve Ye," the man said, pinching Meng Yu's rear as he spoke. "Be a good girl and wait in the car. I've booked a hotel, and tonight you will beg for mercy." Witnessing their flirtation before his eyes shattered Feng's heart into pieces. As the car drove away, leaving behind whispers from onlookers, he closed his eyes, allowing tears to spill forth. He remained rooted to the spot, bidding farewell to his youth and mourning the loss of his love. Memories of their years together flashed through his mind, moments of joy intertwined with sorrow. Perhaps he had never truly understood her. 3 years of affection proved futile against the allure of materialism. A sudden sharp pain surged through his thoughts. "Congratulations, host. The Hundredfold Cashback System has been awakened. Any amount spent by the host will yield a hundredfold return. All cashback will be obtained through legitimate channels. Please use it with confidence, without fear of being compromised. To ensure the host is not limited by spending caps, a premium black card from Global Bank has been awarded, with all cashbacks deposited into the black card account, now available." In the host's backpack, Feng was startled by the voice resonating in his mind and quickly opened his backpack to find a card radiating a mysterious black glow nestled within. This was no illusion, he had truly been chosen by the system. As an avid fan of online literature, Feng was familiar with such systems and had fantasized about being chosen to ascend to greatness. Little did he know that after his breakup, the system would indeed arrive. Filled with excitement, Feng propped up his fallen scooter and headed to a nearby convenience store. "Boss, give me a bottle of mineral water." After scanning to pay, the delightful voice chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have spent 2 Huazi coins. 200 has been credited to your black card, ending in 8888. Boss. Also, give me a pack of Huazi. Hey kid, can you please pay for everything at once? This back and forth is exhausting for an old man like me." "Hee hee, don't worry, old man," Feng chuckled. "Congratulations, host. You have spent 50 Huazi coins. 5,000 has been credited to your black card, ending in 8888, that the sudden ringing interrupted Feng's thoughts. Checking his phone, he saw it was Yang Chun, the leader of his dormitory at Magic Capital University. There were 4 of them: Yang Chun, the eldest Chungwen, the second Wang Chao, the third, and Feng, the youngest. They had shared a dormitory since their freshman year, forming a strong bond. "Hey boss, what do you need?" "Old 4, the second and third, are at Old Sichuan Hot Pot near the school. Hurry over, we're just waiting for you." "Okay, they'll be there shortly." Old Sichuan Hot Pot, favored by students for its proximity and affordability, was often bustling with patrons. Inside the restaurant, Yang Chun was advising Chungwen and Wang Chao. "When Old 4 arrives, let's avoid mentioning the breakup. Just let him drink and vent. Don't be fooled by his carefree demeanor. He takes things to heart." "Right, boss." Mengyu is something else. Old 4 liked her so much, yet she posted a kissing photo on social media today with a backdrop of a budget hotel. How shameless. Indeed, after all these years together, they only held hands and hugged. Who would have thought she would rush to a hotel with someone else right after the breakup? What a disgrace. And poor Old 4. Meanwhile, Feng had arrived at the restaurant, another wave of cashback hitting his account. As he entered Old Sichuan Hot Pot, he spotted Yang Chun and the others huddled in a corner and walked over. "Boss, second, third, what brings you all together today? How's your internships going?" "My salary just came and no one dares compete with me for the bill today." With that, Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, expertly opening a beer and pouring himself a full glass. The 3 exchanged glances, astonished that Old 4 seemed oblivious to the news on social media. After raising their glasses for a toast, Yang Chun remarked, "Old 4, you didn't order too much food. Let me know if you want more." Feng called the waiter over and ordered more ingredients, including tripe, duck intestines, and a few servings of lamb. "As graduation approaches, what are your plans?" Feng raised his glass for another toast, then continued. Yang Chun matched his drink, saying, "My family has arranged for me to intern at a company they own after graduation." Chapter 2, Laid Off. Wang Chao, sensing the atmosphere had turned somber after Chungwen spoke, chimed in, "Don't worry, your brother Chao isn't going anywhere. I plan to buy a place in Tangchun Epin in the future." The others laughed and scolded him playfully. "Get lost. You think you can afford a place there? You'd have to sell yourself to pay for a restroom." As time passed, the empty bottles piled up and their faces began to flush. At that moment, Wang Chao turned to Feng and asked, "Old 4, did you break up?" "Yeah, just today. How come you seem unfazed?" "Well, what can I do? I'm just glad to see her true colors. Breaking up is for the best. It's a timely loss prevention. Let's drink. We live for today. Tomorrow's worries can wait." Noticing the alcohol taking effect, Feng excused himself to the restroom, then returned to the front desk to request a case of beer and settle the bill. Congratulations to the host for spending 650 yuan, with the cashback already credited to the black card ending in 8888. Upon returning to the table, I poured a bottle of wine for each person, and the 4 of us began reminiscing about the past. After 4 years of close companionship, we were soon to part ways, and we all lamented the passage of time. As we clinked our glasses, the night deepened, and we supported one another, singing, "Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days will never return." A single word lasts a lifetime, and a lifetime's affection is encapsulated in a cup of wine. By the time we returned to the rental apartment, it was already past 11. I washed my face hastily and sank into bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, the alarm clock jolted me from my dreams. Rubbing my heavy head, I gulped down a large glass of water and struggled to rise and freshen up. Dressed and ready, I hopped onto my electric scooter and sped towards the company. Upon arriving, I greeted the receptionist before heading to my workstation. My fellow intern, Zhang Tao, approached and said, "Feng, have you heard? Our batch of interns, having performed admirably on the previous project, is granted an opportunity for early confirmation." I overheard the team leader mentioning that this spot is likely reserved for you. "Me?" I inquired, surprised. "Yes, among our group, you possess the greatest capability. If not you, then whom? All right, if I get confirmed, they'll treat you to dinner." Though I was indifferent about the confirmation due to my system, I felt elated at the recognition of my abilities. At that moment, our supervisor, Wang Gang, emerged from his office and addressed the team. "Everyone, please pause your work. I have 2 announcements to make." He noted the attention directed towards him and nodded in satisfaction. The first announcement is that the company has decided to grant 1 intern early confirmation. That individual is Wang Ziqiang. A murmur swept through the crowd. Wang Ziqiang, lacking in both skill and social acumen, was widely considered the first likely to be dismissed. How could he possibly be granted early confirmation? Was it true that Supervisor Wang was indeed his uncle? Wang Gang cleared his throat. Silence, please. Now for the second announcement. Due to Yefeng offending one of our clients, resulting in significant dissatisfaction, the company has decided to terminate Yefeng's internship. Early. Yefeng, you may now pack your belongings and leave. I stood up. Wang Gang, it's been said that this useless Wang Ziqiang is connected to you, and it appears to be true. A talentless individual like him has secured the first confirmation spot. Do you think we are blind? You claim I offended a client? I haven't even encountered a client in this past month. I won't take the blame for your incompetence. Pack your things and get out immediately. This insolence is intolerable. Wang Gang, visibly enraged at being publicly challenged, retorted. I swiftly gathered my belongings and looked at Wang Gang. Wang Gang, I've long wanted to leave. Just watch, you'll find yourself in misfortune soon enough. Amid the sympathetic gazes of my colleagues, I strode out confidently. It's truly a shame Yefeng was diligent and capable, yet he was let go. I suspect Wang Gang is clearing space for Wang Ziqiang. Rumor has a new team is being formed, probably to be led by his nephew. Did you see Wang Ziqiang's smug expression? It's absolutely revolting. Enough talk, don't let them overhear. We might find ourselves in trouble. After leaving the company, I found a trash bin and discarded my belongings. With the system at my disposal, why would I ever work for someone else? Working was no longer an option, it was time to enjoy life. I mounted my electric scooter and decided to treat myself to a new phone, as my current one was painfully slow. I had previously refrained from upgrading, saving money for gifts from Mengyu, but it was time to indulge myself. Spotting a Huawei flagship store nearby, I walked in. Upon entering, a staff member greeted me warmly. Good day, sir. Are you looking to purchase a phone or a tablet? Yes, I'm interested in buying a phone. Do you have any recommendations? Sir, if you haven't decided on a model yet, you can explore our experience area to help with your choice. In the experience area, I tried several models and pointed to the Huawei Mate 60 Pro, saying to the staff, they'll take this one. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted. Oh, look, isn't this Yefeng, the talented scholar and heartthrob from Magic City University? I heard you got dumped by Yaya. Huh, just look at yourself so shabby. How could you ever be worthy of her? You should have been cast aside long ago. I turned towards the voice to see Zhang Meng, Meng Yu's friend, who had often spoken ill of me. A quintessential gold digger. You lack any decency. After being dumped, you come here to leech off the Wi-Fi? By the looks of it, you can't even afford a Huawei phone. Ha. How do you know I can't afford it? I'm here to buy a phone. Sure, keep dreaming. You, with your miserly appearance, actually think you can buy a Huawei? By the way, Meng Yu's boyfriend was introduced by me. How does that make you feel? Zhang Meng continued her jabs. I should thank you otherwise. How could I have seen her true colors? With that, I turned to the staff. Let's proceed to payment. At the counter, along with accessories and other items, I spent a total of 11,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for spending 11,000 yuan, with a cashback of 1.1 million yuan credited to the black card ending in 8888. Chapter 3. A Spree of Expenditure. After swapping my SIM card and holding the shopping bag, I was about to leave when Zhang Meng approached, astonished. How could Yefeng possibly afford such an expensive phone? She darted in front of me, accusing, aha. So you've been pretending to be poor to deceive Yaya. You're nothing but a scoundrel, it's no wonder she dumped you. Have you finished? If you're done, step aside and don't block my way, I retorted coldly. Feeling an icy chill emanating from me, Zhang Meng instinctively moved aside. I walked straight past her, but as she regained her composure, she felt humiliated. How could you let Yefeng pass? Enraged, she stormed out, hurling insults in my direction, riding my scooter leisurely down the street. I checked my balance. The cashback on my black card had accumulated to 1.2 million. The feeling of earning millions daily was exhilarating. Arriving at Wanda Plaza, I activated my shopping spree mode. Entering the Armani store, I found several staff members idly chatting, not even bothering to greet me as I entered. Frowning, I disregarded their indifference and perused the items. After a quick scan, I found 2 sets of casual wear that caught my eye. I turned to a staff member and said, please bring me these 2 outfits. I'd like to try them on. The staff member, reluctant, approached me with a forced smile. Sir, the total for these 2 outfits is 350,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to try them on? Are you afraid I can't afford it? I replied coldly. No, sir. I'm just concerned about potential damage and the ensuing hassle. If you insist, I will fetch them for you. The staff member looked at me as if I couldn't pay to go and get them. I commanded coldly. Before long, the staff member returned with the outfits, and I changed in the fitting room. Indeed, one's appearance can elevate their aura significantly. I nodded in satisfaction and presented my black card to the staff. Let's complete the transaction. The staff member was taken aback, not expecting me to actually pay. She had braced herself for a futile effort. Very well, sir. The shop assistant was taken aback as she gazed at the black card in her hand. Although she was unaware of the significance of the supreme black card from Universal Bank, the card's material and the bank's reputation indicated that its possessor was certainly no ordinary individual. After completing the transaction, the assistant respectfully handed the card back to Feng with both hands. Congratulations, host. You have spent $350,000 and a cashback of $35 million has been credited to your supreme black card ending in 8888. Seeing his wealth surge, Feng felt a wave of joy wash over him, and he dismissed any previous unpleasantness as he took the card and departed. Today, he intended to indulge in extravagant spending. His next destination, Patek Philippe. Upon entering the store, the staff greeted him warmly, a stark contrast to the earlier encounter, likely due to his lavish attire. The assistant enthusiastically made recommendations, and after careful consideration, Feng selected a Patek Philippe Phantom priced at $7 million. He subsequently purchased a Hermes belt and a men's leather bag. As he exited the Wanda Plaza, the cashback amount had astonishingly reached $1 billion. Standing at the entrance, basking in the warmth of the sun, Feng exclaimed, "Awesome!" attracting curious glances from the surrounding crowd, that he hopped onto his electric scooter, heading towards his next destination, the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Upon arrival, the security guard was momentarily stunned by the sight of a dashing young man clad in high-end attire riding a modest scooter. Was this the new trend among the affluent? Inside the showroom, Feng made a beeline for the G-Class. He had long admired this vehicle and once dreamed of traveling with his beloved in it. As he approached the display, excitement lit up his face. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Yeah, isn't that your broke ex-boyfriend? Look at his sleazy grin. One might think he's lusting after the car. Haha. Wanga, stop bringing him up. Yeah, only has eyes for you now. This poor soul is probably just here to mooch off the free food. Unlike you, who can afford Mercedes," another chimed in. Observing the shameless duo, Feng lamented that he had neglected to check the calendar before venturing out today, encountering such despicable characters. "Excuse me, sales lady, is there a G-Class available?" Feng ignored their taunts and addressed the nearby saleswoman. "Sir, we currently have a fully equipped G-Class in stock. If you decide to purchase it, you can take it home this afternoon," saleswoman Lin Yi replied. She had overheard the earlier derision aimed at Feng and thought to herself, "These two must be fools." This gentleman was adorned in luxury brands, and she had caught a glimpse of the Patek Philippe on his wrist, worth at least several million clearly. "Mr. Yi was a billionaire?" "Haha, Feng, are you seriously inquiring about availability? You must be joking. Having just lost your internship, you probably have less than 5,000 left, yet you audaciously claim you can buy G-Class? Do you truly possess such capability?" Wang Yong mocked. Feng fixed him with a cold stare and said, "So you're the one behind this, Wang. What connection do you have to that scoundrel Wang Yang? Do you think this will intimidate me? You underestimate me." If it weren't for the system, Feng might have lacked this confidence, but now he feared no one. "Underestimate you? Huh, I have never regarded you highly. How about a wager? If I can purchase this G-Class, you will kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Just you? You can't even afford a tire for the G-Class. Haha, I accept your challenge. If you buy it, not just 3 barks, but 100 will suffice. But do you have the means? Indeed, with your pitiful appearance, how can you compare to Wang Gu, a mere pauper?" Meng Yu added, joining in the mockery. Hearing Wang Yang's agreement, Feng produced his black card and stated to saleswoman Lin Yi, "Prepare the contract, I will pay by card." Lin Yi respectfully accepted the card, saying, "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I will handle this immediately." "Mr. Yi, the contract is ready. You may take the car as soon as you sign." After signing, the system notification arrived. "Congratulations, host. You have spent $2.1 million, and a cashback of $210 million has been credited to your black card, ending in 8888. Wang Yong and Meng Yu stared incredulous. How is that possible? How could you afford it? You and this saleswoman must be in cahoots. You are both trying to con me. Chapter 1. The Hundredfold Cashback System. In the vibrant metropolis of Magic City, where towering skyscrapers pierce the sky and the streets teem with bustling lives, people tirelessly pursue their dreams and livelihoods. Feng, a senior at Magic City University, stands tall at 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a sculpted physique, complemented by a radiant and handsome visage that captivates the attention of many. Today marks the third anniversary of Feng's relationship with his girlfriend, Meng. Having received his first month's salary of 5,000 Huazi coins from his internship, he requested a 2-hour leave from his supervisor to prepare a surprise gift for her. Riding his small electric scooter, he arrived at the company building where Meng interned, eagerly awaiting her departure. As he scanned the crowd, he was determined not to miss her. From a distance, he spotted a girl clad in a white t-shirt and a black, knee-length skirt. Her flowing hair danced in the breeze as she scanned the surroundings. Feng's heart raced with anticipation. Just as he was about to approach her, a sleek black Audi A6 pulled up beside Meng. A man in his 30s emerged from the vehicle, and Meng, blushing, rushed to embrace him. In an instant, Feng stood frozen, struggling to suppress the urge to confront them. Meng, who is he? Startled, Meng released the man and instinctively clung to his arm, her eyes darting nervously to Feng. The man in the Audi smirked, patting Meng's back reassuringly. You must be Yi's boyfriend, or rather, her ex-her boyfriend now. Please do not disturb her. The consequences could be severe. Yeah, didn't we promise to work hard together and marry after graduation? Have you forgotten the vows we made? Feng, I think it's best we end things here. You cannot provide the life I desire. Love alone cannot sustain us. You are just a penniless fool. Please don't bother me again, or my boyfriend will be angry. Kid, just get lost. You are not worthy of Yi. The man scoffed, pinching Meng's rear. Be a good girl and wait in the car. I've booked a hotel, and tonight you will beg for mercy. Watching the two flirt openly before him shattered Feng's heart into pieces. As he gazed at the departing car and the pointing fingers of onlookers, he closed his eyes, allowing tears to stream down his cheeks. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, bidding farewell to his youth and mourning the death of his love. Memories of their time together flooded his mind. Laughter and sorrow intertwined. Perhaps he never truly understood her. 3 years of affection could not withstand the allure of materialism. A sudden pain pierced his thoughts. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the Hundredfold Cashback System. Any expenditure made by the host will yield a hundredfold return, with all funds acquired through legitimate channels. You need not worry about repercussions. Ensure the host is unbound by spending limits. A supreme black card from Global Bank has been granted to you. All cash back will be credited to this card, which is now in your inventory. Startled by the voice echoing in his mind, Feng quickly opened his backpack to find a card emitting a dark glow resting within. This was no illusion. He had indeed been chosen by the system. An avid fan of web literature, Feng was no stranger to such systems. He had often fantasized about being bestowed with one that would propel him to greatness. Little did he know that, following his breakup, the system would manifest today. Filled with excitement, Feng picked up his fallen scooter and headed to a nearby convenience store. Shopkeeper, ID like a bottle of mineral water. After scanning to pay, he heard the delightful notification. Congratulations, host. You have spent 2 yuan, and 200 has been credited to your Supreme Black Card, ending in 8888. Now, could I have a pack of Huazi? Hey, young man, could you please pay for everything at once? This back and forth is quite exhausting for an old man like me. No worries, old man. They'll be quick. Congratulations, host. You have spent 50 yuan, and 5,000 has been credited to your Supreme Black Card, ending in 8888. That a sudden ringing interrupted Feng's thoughts. Upon checking his phone, he saw it was Yang Chun, the leader of his dormitory at Magic City University. There were 4 of them in total: Yang Chun, Chungwon, Wang Chao, and Feng. They had all been roommates since their freshman year and shared a strong bond. Hey, what's up? Old 4, the other 2 and I are at Old Sichuan Hot Pot near the school. Hurry up, you're the last one we need. All right, I'll be there shortly. Old Sichuan Hot Pot, known for its proximity and affordable prices, was a popular haunt for students and often bustling with patrons. Inside the restaurant, Yang Chun was advising Chungwon and Wang Chao. When Old 4 arrives, let's not mention the breakup. Just let him drink and vent. Don't be fooled by his carefree demeanor. He tends to overthink. Right? And can you believe Mingyu? After all Old Four's affection for her, she posted a kissing photo on her social media today, and the background is a budget hotel. How shameless. Indeed, after all these years together, they've only held hands and hugged. To think Shed rushed to a hotel with someone else right after the breakup is disgraceful. Poor Old Ford ate tea that moment. Yi Feng arrived and saw his friend seated in the corner. He approached them with a smile. Hey, you guys. What a surprise to see you all together. How's the internship going? Today my salary came in, so nobody should fight me for the bill. I'll cover it. With that, Yi Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, expertly opening a bottle of beer for himself. His friends exchanged glances, surprised that Old Four seemed oblivious to the news. After a round of drinks, Yangshin remarked, Old Four, you didn't order too much food. Let me know if you want more. Yi Feng called the waiter over and added beef tripe, duck intestines, and a few servings of lamb to their order. As graduation approaches, what are your plans? Yi Feng raised his glass and took another shot. Yang Chun clinked glasses with him and replied, my family has arranged for me to work at a company after graduation. Chapter 2 Layoff. Wang Chao, sensing the atmosphere had dimmed after Chungwen spoke, chimed in, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I still plan to buy a place at Tangchun Yipin in the future. The others laughed and teased him. Get real. You think you can afford a place there? You'd have to sell yourself just to get a bathroom. As time passed, their table filled with emptied bottles, and their faces flushed with the effects of the alcohol. At that moment, Wang Chao turned to Yi Feng and asked, Old Four, did you break up? Yeah, just today. Why do you seem so unaffected? What can I do? I'm just relieved to see her true colors. Ending things is for the best. It's a timely stop-loss. Yi Feng replied thoughtfully. Let's drink, live for today, and let tomorrow take care of itself. Noticing the growing intoxication, Yi Feng excused himself to the restroom, and on his way back, he requested another case of beer and settled the bill. Congratulations, host! You have spent 650 yuan, and the cashback has been credited to your black card, ending in 8888. Returning to the table, he distributed a bottle of wine to each person. The four began reminiscing about the past, reflecting on their 4 years of companionship. Soon to part ways, they lamented the passage of time. As they exchanged toasts, the night darkened around them. Supporting each other, they sang, friends walk together for a lifetime, those days will never return. A single phrase lasts a lifetime of affection and a cup of wine. By the time they returned to the rental apartment, it was already past 11. After washing his face hastily, Yi Feng collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, the alarm jolted Yi Feng from his sleep. Rubbing his groggy head, he gulped down a large glass of water and struggled to get up to wash and tidy himself. Dressed and ready, Yi Feng hopped on his electric scooter and made his way to the company. Upon arriving, he greeted the receptionist before heading to his workstation. Nearby, fellow intern Zhang Tao approached him and said, Yi Feng, have you heard? Our batch of interns has been doing well on the previous project, and there's a chance for an early conversion to full-time. I overheard the team leader say that this spot is likely for you. Huh? Me, yes. Among our group of interns, your abilities are unmatched. If not you, then who? All right, if I do get converted, I'll treat you to a meal. Though Yi Feng didn't particularly care about the conversion due to his newfound system, he felt a surge of happiness at the recognition of his capabilities. At that moment, Supervisor Wang Gang emerged from his office and addressed the office. Everyone, please pause your work for a moment. I have 2 announcements to make. Seeing that everyone had stopped and was looking at him, Wang Gang nodded in satisfaction. The first announcement is that the company has decided to convert one intern to full-time ahead of schedule, and that person is Wang Ziqiang. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Wang Ziqiang, lacking in both skills and social acumen, was widely considered the first likely to be let go. How would he be the one to receive this early conversion? Was it true that Supervisor Wang Gang was indeed his uncle? Clearing his throat, Wang Gang continued, now for the second announcement. Due to Yi Feng offending one of our clients and causing significant dissatisfaction, the company has decided to terminate Yi Feng's internship early. Yi Feng, you may now gather your belongings and leave. Rising from his seat, Yi Feng retorted, Wang Gang, it's been said that this useless Wang Ziqiang has connections with you, and it seems that is indeed the case. A talentless fool is the first to receive the conversion. Do you think we were blind? Regardless, you claim I offended a client? In a month I've been here, I've never even met a client. I refuse to take the blame for this. Pack your things and leave immediately. How dare you? Wang Gang, visibly furious at being called out, shouted. Yifeng quickly gathered his belongings and addressed Wang Gang. Wang Gang, I was already planning to leave. Just wait and see you'll regret this. With the sympathetic gazes of his colleagues upon him, Yifeng strode out confidently. What a shame. Yifeng is diligent and capable, yet he has been let go. I suspect Wang Gang is clearing the way for Wang Ziqiang. Rumor has it there's a new team being formed, likely to be led by his nephew. Did you see Wang Ziqiang's smug expression? It's truly nauseating. Enough, everyone. Let's not speak too loudly. We wouldn't want them to retaliate against us. After leaving the company, Yifeng found a trash bin and discarded his packed belongings. With the system now on his side, why would he ever work for someone else? Working was no longer an option. It was time to embrace life. Mounting his scooter, Yifeng decided to treat himself to a new phone, as his current one was painfully slow. He had previously refrained from upgrading to save money for gifts for Mengyu, but now it was time to indulge himself. Spotting a Huawei flagship store, he stepped inside. Upon entering, a staff member eagerly approached him. Hello, sir. Are you looking to purchase a phone or tablet? Yes, I would like to buy a phone. Do you have any recommendations? Sir, if you haven't decided on a model yet, you can try out some devices in our experience area, which may assist you in choosing. In the experience area, after trying several models, Yifeng pointed to the Huawei Mate 60 Pro and said to the staff, I'll take this one. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted, Oh, look who it is. The talented scholar and heartthrob of our city, Yifeng. I heard you got dumped by Yaya. Huh, just look at yourself, so pitiful. How could you ever deserve her? You should have been dumped ages ago. Yifeng turned towards the voice and saw Zhang Meng, Mengyu's friend, who had often spoken ill of him. A quintessential gold digger. You have no class. Did you come here to mooch off the Wi-Fi after being dumped? Look at you, you can't possibly afford a Huawei phone. How do you know I can't afford it? I'm here to buy a phone. Huh, keep dreaming. With your stingy demeanor, do you really think you can buy a Huawei? By the way, did you know that Yaya's boyfriend was introduced by me? How does that make you feel? Zhang Meng continued to taunt. I should thank you. Otherwise, how would I see her true colors? With that, Yifeng turned to the staff and said, Let's go pay. At the counter, including accessories and various products, Yifeng's total came to 11,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have spent 11,000 yuan and the cashback of 1 million has been credited to your black card ending in 8888. Chapter 3, A Spending Spree. After changing his SIM card and holding the shopping bag, Yifeng was about to leave when Zhang Meng, astonished, exclaimed, How is it possible? How could Yifeng afford such an expensive phone? She swiftly stepped in front of him, pointing an accusatory finger. So you've been pretending to be poor to deceive Yaya. You're nothing but a scoundrel. You deserve to be dumped. Have you finished? If so, step aside, don't block my way, Yifeng replied coldly. Feeling an unsettling chill, Zhang Meng instinctively moved aside. Yifeng walked past her, and once she realized what had happened, she felt humiliated. How could she let Yifeng pass? Furious, she stormed out and shouted insults in his direction. Riding his scooter leisurely down the street, Yifeng checked his balance. His black card had accumulated a cashback of 1.2 million, but the thrill of earning a fortune in a day was exhilarating. Arriving at Wanda Plaza, Yifeng activated his spending spree mode. Entering an Armani store, he found several staff members leisurely chatting, not bothering to greet him upon his arrival. Frowning, Yifeng ignored them and browsed. After a quick look around, he spotted 2 casual outfits and said to the staff, Please bring me these 2 sets. I would like to try them on. The staff, somewhat reluctant, approached and forced a polite smile. Sir, the total for these 2 sets is 350,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to try them on? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Yifeng replied coldly, But that's not it, sir. I'm merely concerned about potential damage and any resulting issues. If you insist, I will fetch them for you. The staff member looked at him as if to say he couldn't possibly afford it. Go get them, Yifeng commanded. Before long, the staff returned with the clothes. Yifeng changed in the fitting room and admired himself in the mirror. Indeed, clothes make the man. His aura elevated significantly. Satisfied, he produced his black card and handed it to the staff. Charge it, please. The staff was taken aback, not expecting him to actually go through with the purchase. She had mentally prepared for a wasted effort. Understood, sir. The The shop assistant gazed in astonishment at the black card in her hand. Although she was unaware of the true significance of the supreme black card from Global Bank, the card's luxurious material and the prestigious name of the bank indicated that its possessor was no ordinary individual. After the transaction was completed, the shop assistant respectfully handed the card back to Feng with both hands. Congratulations, host. You have spent 3.5 million and a cashback of 35 million has been credited to your supreme black card, ending in 8888. Seeing his net worth surge dramatically, Feng felt an overwhelming joy that overshadowed any previous displeasure. He picked up the card and left, ready to indulge in a shopping spree. His next target was Patek Philippe. Upon entering the store, he was warmly welcomed by the staff, a stark contrast to the previous encounters, likely due to his lavish attire. The assistant enthusiastically made recommendations, and after careful consideration, Feng selected a Patek Philippe Phantom valued at 7 million. He also acquired a Hermes belt and a men's handbag that, as he exited Wanda Plaza, the cashback amount had astonishingly reached 1 billion. Standing at the plaza's entrance, basking in the warmth of the sun, Feng shouted, "Awesome!" Attracting curious glances from the surrounding crowd, he then hopped onto his electric scooter, heading towards his next destination, the Mercedes-Benz dealership. When Yichun arrived on his scooter, the security guard at the entrance was taken aback by the sight of a dashing young man clad in high-end attire riding a modest electric scooter. Was this the new trend among the affluent? Inside the dealership, Feng made a beeline for the G-Class, a vehicle he had long admired, dreaming of driving it on adventures with his beloved. Standing before the display, excitement radiated from his face. Suddenly, an unwelcomed voice interrupted. Isn't that your broke ex? Look at his lecherous grin. One might think he's lusting after that car. Haha. Brother Wong, stop bringing him up. Yu only has eyes for you now. This pauper is probably just here to loiter and mooch off free meals. Unlike you, who can actually afford a Mercedes, came the reply. Observing the shameless duo, Feng lamented his misfortune for encountering these two insufferable individuals today. Excuse me, miss, does this G-Class happen to be in stock? Yichun inquired, ignoring their taunts and addressing a nearby saleswoman. Sir, we do have a fully loaded G-Class available. If you decide to purchase it, you can take it home this afternoon, the saleswoman, Lin Yi, replied. She had overheard the earlier mockery and thought to herself that the two were fools. This gentleman was adorned in luxury brands, especially the Patek Philippe on his wrist, worth at least several million. Feng's net worth must be in the billions. Ha! Feng, are you seriously inquiring about availability? Are you here to entertain us? You just lost your internship. You must have less than 5,000 on you now. Do you really think you can buy a G-Class? Wang Yo mocked. Feng shot him a cold glance and retorted. So you're the one who fell for it. What connection do you have with that scoundrel Wang Yang? You think that can intimidate me? You underestimate me. Without the system, Feng might have felt insecure, but now he feared no one. Underestimate you? Haha, I have never held you in any regard. How about a wager? If I can buy this G-Class, you must kneel and bark 3 times like a dog. Just you? You couldn't even afford a wheel of the G-Class. Haha, I accept. If you actually buy it, you can bark 100 times, no problem. But do you have that capability? Indeed, with your pitiful appearance. How can you compare to Brother Wang? Just a broke loser, chimed in Meng Yu with derision. Hearing Wang Yang's agreement, Feng produced the black card and directed his attention to saleswoman Lin Yi. Prepare the contract, I will pay with this card. Lin Yi respectfully accepted the card, saying, Please hold on, Mr. Yi. I will take care of it right away. Mr. Yi, the contract is ready. You may pick up the vehicle as soon as you sign. After signing, a notification from the system appeared. Congratulations, host. You have spent 2.1 million, and a cashback of 210 million has been credited to your black card, ending in 8888. Wang Yong and Meng Yu stood dumbfounded, disbelief etched on their faces. How is this possible? How could you afford that? You and this saleswoman must be in cahoots. You are certainly trying to con me. Chapter 4. The first car of life. Lin Yi observed the two individuals before her, their blatant dishonesty eliciting a look of disdain on her face. Ladies and gentlemen, she asserted, Mr. Yi indeed purchased this magnificent Mercedes outright. I guarantee it with the esteemed reputation of our brand, built over a century. Furthermore, given Mr. Ye's financial stature, acquiring a vehicle valued at 1 million is quite effortless for him. Do you see that watch on Mr. Ye's wrist? It is a classic Patek Philippe Phantom, worth an astonishing 7 million. As the two remained frozen in disbelief, Feng coldly remarked, fulfill your wager, and for goodness sake, kneel and bark like a dog. This is impossible. How could you afford such a thing? Were you deceiving me all along? You possess such wealth, yet you choose to appear so impoverished. Is this why I left you? At that moment, Meng Yu's heart was a tumult of emotions. She harbored deep feelings for Feng. His handsome visage and robust physique made him an object of envy wherever he went. Yet, these attributes could not provide sustenance. In pursuit of a better life, she heeded her friend Zhang Meng's advice, abandoning Feng for Wang Yong. Now, however, everything seemed ludicrous, as she realized she had discarded a precious gem. Beside her, Wang Yong's face flushed crimson as he struck Meng Yu with a sharp slap. Silence. Come with me. He would not kneel and humiliate himself. He was desperate to escape this place of indignity. Do not assume that your wealth grants you the ability to compete with me. The mountains may shift, but the waters will flow. We shall see what the future holds. With that, Wang Yong dragged Meng Yu away in haste. Watching their retreat, Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, not for Meng Yu, but for his past self. Had he truly been blind to choose such a materialistic woman as his partner? Mr. Yi, are you truly allowing them to depart so easily? Lin Yi questioned, believing that such individuals deserve to be humiliated and avenged. Let them go. Shanghai may not be vast, but opportunities abound, he replied, driving away in his beloved car. Feng marveled at the scenic beauty of the city, exclaiming, how delightful it is not to be at work. And to have money while not working is even more splendid. Suddenly, his phone rang. Feng picked it up and answered, greeted by a melodious voice. Brother. Guess who I am? A smile spread across Feng's face as he recognized the voice of his younger sister, Lin. They had always shared a close bond, with her relying on him heavily during their childhood. Let me guess, is it our little piglet, Shaolin? He teased playfully. Stop it, you silly brother. By the way, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Lin said with a playful lilt. I suppose I shall hear the bad news first. Brother, why not follow the usual order? There is no bad news, haha. The good news is that my acceptance letter has arrived. Guess which university I got into? Could it be Beijing University? Haha, we have a talented young lady in the family. No, you silly brother. I've been accepted to Shanghai University. Soon. I can see you again. Aren't you excited about your adorable sister's arrival? Not particularly, you little rascal. With your mischievous nature, I can only imagine the trouble you will cause me. Don't worry, I will definitely attend our little princess's graduation banquet. Yay, you're the best, brother. But I must go now, Mom is calling me for dinner. Don't forget to eat. Feng hung up with a broad smile, cherishing the bond he shared with his sister. Whenever Lin got into trouble, she would run behind him, teasing their mother and unwittingly dragging him into her mischief. Meanwhile, Lin emerged from her room after the call. You little whirlwind. At your age, you should act more like a lady. Dinner is ready. Their mother chided as she set the table. Old Yi, come wash your hands and join us for dinner. You spend all your time tinkering with those plants, completely ignoring my requests for help. Their father added with a light-hearted tone. Understood, I'm on my way. My dear wife, your capabilities are unmatched. My presence would only complicate matters. Just you and your words. Their mother laughed. Mom, I just called my brother. He said he would come to my graduation banquet. Lin exclaimed gleefully. Humph, my brother will definitely come. He never lies to me. You little rascal, they say daughters are closer to their fathers. But you seem to favor your brother. My heart is breaking. Their father teased, witnessing Lin's pout. As Feng contemplated his sister's upcoming move to Shanghai for her studies, it dawned on him that it was time to purchase a home. With 1.2 billion in his account, affording property in Shanghai would be more than feasible, especially with the system's cashback incentives. I'll go house hunting tomorrow, he resolved. At that moment, a rumble from his stomach reminded him he had forgotten to eat amidst his excitement. He pulled out his phone and discovered a highly rated traditional restaurant nearby, renowned for its excellent reviews. This will do. He activated his navigation and set off for the ancient-style restaurant, Foaming Pavilion. 10 minutes later, Feng arrived, parking his car before the intricately carved wooden door adorned with golden rings that chimed as they swayed. Stepping inside, he was greeted by elegantly designed tables, intricately carved screens, and delicate lanterns, while the walls displayed landscape paintings and calligraphy, transporting him to the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. The stark contrast between the bustling city outside and the serene ambience inside left him utterly astounded. Truly, Such a renowned establishment lived up to its reputation. Having arrived early, the restaurant was not yet crowded, allowing Yi Feng to secure a table effortlessly. "Esteemed guest, what may I offer you?" A server approached him. The term esteemed guest caught him off guard. At Feng Pavilion, we embrace traditional customs in our decor and in how we address our patrons. If you require assistance, simply call for little one, the server explained. Having never encountered such a manner of service, Yi Feng found it refreshing, quickly adjusting to the ambience. "Little one, please bring me several of your signature dishes and a pot of tea." "Certainly, esteemed guest. I will arrange for the kitchen to prepare your order right away." After placing his order, Yi Feng gazed at a graceful young woman in traditional attire playing the guzheng in a corner. Clad in a flowing, pale green gown with a delicate white veil, she embodied elegance and mystery. Pouring himself a cup of tea and listening to the enchanting melodies, he reveled in the experience. Understanding why ancient poets often celebrated the beauty of nature, literature, and camaraderie over wine and tea. Gradually, the restaurant filled with patrons, and a line began to form at the entrance. "Yi Feng, over here." A voice broke through the din, drawing his attention. Following the sound, he spotted a sweet-faced girl in a white top and blue jeans waving at him. Although he contemplated her familiarity, he could not place her. As she approached, she was accompanied by a slightly plump girl with glasses. "Yi Feng, I'm Li Xiaona, a sophomore at Shanghai University. This is my roommate, Shernan. We were fortunate to have you as our representative during our orientation. Your impassioned speech made quite an impression on us new students," Li Xiaona said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Xiaona had been captivated by Yi Feng's charm and eloquence, but upon learning of his relationship status, she buried her feelings deep within. However, upon recently discovering his breakup, her suppressed emotions surged forth, and she had searched the campus for him. "Oh, two junior sisters, how may I assist you?" "Yi Feng, we arrived a bit late and must wait for a while to be seated. Would you mind if we shared your table?" Li Xiaona asked, her hopeful expression pleading for his approval. "Don't just stand there, take a seat. Today, your senior will treat you to a meal." Yi Feng chuckled as he noted that Yichin saw the shadow of his sister Yi Lin and Li Xiaona, both possessing the same whimsical spirit. Li Xiaona, filled with joy, urged Shernan to take a seat, calling out to the waiter for 2 sets of cutlery. Why is no one paying attention to me?" Yi Feng explained with a smile, "This is an ancient-style restaurant. We must converse as the ancients did." Li Xiaona, pondering, glanced at Yi Feng and called out, "Waiter, bring us 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks." "Certainly, esteemed guest," came the reply. "Senior Yi Feng, this restaurant is truly fascinating. I absolutely adore it." The trio indulged in delightful cuisine, and Yi Feng relished the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. "Senior Yi Feng, I know some questions might be inappropriate, but I still wish to ask, did you break up with the senior sister?" At that moment, Li Xiaona clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng. A mix of tension, anticipation, and fear coursing through her. She was anxious about whether Yi Feng would be angered, hopeful for a response, and fearful that the opportunity might slip away once more. Those who leave cannot be retained. Yesterday is gone, and today brings its own troubles. The ones meant to depart cannot be held back, and the ones destined to arrive cannot be evaded. Yi Feng sighed, acknowledging that 3 years of affection cannot simply be discarded. Yet, he could not accept betrayal. Love should be expressed rather than concealed behind deceit. Feelings arise unknown, yet profound. Hatred concludes unknowing, dissipating with a smile. "Senior, this is a part of life we all must experience. Be open-minded. Time is the best remedy, capable of both helping you forget and allowing you to encounter new possibilities." Gazing into the depths of his heart, he felt only pain. Human life is plagued by myriad ailments, yet only longing remains unhealed, Yi Feng murmured. 9 leaves of the double tower weigh 2 taels, and the winter solstice's cicada pupa is worth a penny. When boiled with snow from the following year, it can cure the world of love's bitterness. Li Xiaona countered, "But how can one take snow from a year later? How can longing be resolved? When summer withers, it becomes the 9-layered tower. Digging 3 feet down reveals the cold cicada. On New Year's Eve, the snow falls at midnight, already a year apart. After parting, longing too can be alleviated. But if longing has penetrated to the bone, how can any remedy suffice? This antidote cannot rival the bitterness of longing. How can it dispel the poison of love?" Was I not overly sentimental just now? The past is the past. I'm not so fragile, so no need to console me, Junior. Yi Feng laughed heartily, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped him, pleasantly surprised by the depth of conversation with someone he had just met. "Senior, May I add you on WeChat? Today, not only did I take your place, but I also had you treat me to a meal. Next time, it's my turn to invite you. Hee. Li Xiaona said, her eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect of a future meeting. Upon arriving at the front, Li Xiaona stared in astonishment at Yifeng's vehicle. Senior. Is this your car? Yes, I just picked it up today. I heard. Indeed, I was dumped for being poor. Haha, perhaps this is fate. Chengwen sat up, looking at Yifeng. Wait a minute, old four? Have you hit the jackpot? This is an expensive brand. Wan Chao. Noticing the change in Yifeng, scanned him closely, and his eyes fixated on Yifeng's wrist. Wow, a Patek Philippe. Old four, you've struck it rich. Tell me, have you caught the eye of some wealthy lady? Introduce me. Wang Chao teased. Get lost. What wealthy lady? I just stumbled upon this. Yifeng laughed. Father, you've gone astray. I just checked. That Patek Philippe of yours costs 7 million. Share the story behind it. If you don't, this long knife of mine will thirst for blood. Chapter 6. Regrets. Yifeng observed the excitement of the two. Unsure how to explain, he could not disclose the system's secret. After a moment of contemplation, he said, after the breakup, while tidying up in my rental, I found an old hard drive containing 200 bitcoins, which I just sold yesterday. Old four, you've just hit a small milestone. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. You must treat us. Wang Chao exclaimed, devoid of jealousy. Filled instead with a touch of envy and happiness. Fortune may come from loss. Old four, your sudden wealth post-breakup signifies that your destined partner has yet to arrive. Mengi was not your fated one. Yet remember to remain true to yourself. Don't squander your newfound wealth and lose your good fortune, Changwen advised. Patting Yifeng on the shoulder with earnest concern. All right, old 2 and old 3, don't worry. I have my plans. Stay here. I'll head to the school supermarket to buy some things for us to drink. Yifeng ordered some barbecue on his phone and went downstairs to the supermarket, which was just a few minutes walk away. Is that you, Yifeng? Long time no see. How have you been? Is your internship going well? Zhaoli, the supermarket owner, greeted Yifeng warmly. They were both from Jincheng, and due to their shared hometown, they had grown close over time. Ah, the little one is sick. Your sister is taking care of him at home. What would you like? I'll give you a discount. Great. Let me pick out some food. Li Gu. Add a case of beer to my order. How much is it? 158. Let us call it 150. You young lad, drink less beer. Come visit me more often. After you graduate, chances to meet will be scarce. As time passed, the pleasant intoxication from the alcohol prompted the three to share their stories. Old 3, old 4. I never wanted to leave the Magic City, but my parents had me late in life, and I'm their only child. To support my education, they had to work away from home. I remember one time my father injured his hand on a construction site. To save money, he had to forego a finger. When I saw it, he was still comforting me, telling me not to worry. In that moment, my heart felt as though it were shattering into pieces. I despised my slow growth and felt like a burden to my family. From that day on, I studied relentlessly, knowing that this was the only way to change my fate. Seeing Chengwen in tears, Yifeng felt at a loss for how to comfort him. Life is often filled with discontent, yet we seldom speak of it. He raised his glass towards Chengwen, saying, Come, second brother, I toast to you. Truly the man of Shandong, you carry a heavy burden. Cheers. The three raised their glasses and drank heartily, living in the moment, forgetting their worries. Chengwen and Wang Chao set down their cups, gazing intently at Yifeng, as if to say, We've all shared, now it's your turn. As they drank, they shared their tales, losing track of time and worries, reveling in the joy of togetherness. Outside, the moonlight mingled with scattered raindrops, tapping on the window, as if to wash away the mundane and witness their blossoming friendship. Chapter 7. Departure. To buy a house in the morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtains, landing on Yifeng's face, stirring him from his slumber with a pounding headache. Struggling to rise, he glanced at the scattered bottles and leftover food on the table. Rubbing his temples, he realized he had indeed overindulged the previous night. He searched around for a cup, filled it with water, and drank deeply, feeling slightly revitalized as the water flowed down his throat. After disposing of the rubbish, he headed straight for the cafeteria. Upon entering, he approached a window and said, Annie, I'd like a bowl of millet porridge. The cafeteria lady served the porridge, and as Yifeng pulled out his phone to pay, he realized it was dead. He had forgotten to charge it after last night's revelry. Just as he felt the embarrassment creeping in, the sound of a successful payment broke the silence. Senior Yifeng, good morning. I didn't expect to see you so soon again. Li Xiaona's cheerful face appeared before him. Good morning, Junior. My phone is dead. Thankfully, I ran into you, or I would have been mortified. The two made their way to a table, and after sipping the warm millet porridge, Yifeng felt a soothing warmth flooding his body, restoring some of his energy. Noticing Li Xiaona resting her chin on her hands, staring intently at him, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Suddenly, Li Xiaona's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "No, Senior, I just think your handsome face would be a pity not to be a star. Although I consider myself somewhat attractive, it would be an exaggeration to say I could become a celebrity. By the way, why didn't you attend class today? It seems the junior has gone astray." Yifeng teased, observing her rosy cheeks. "Senior, you can call me Xiaona. It feels too distant to be addressed as junior. Hee. May I call you Feng? With an expectant look, Li Xiaona gazed at him, and Yifeng nodded in agreement. "Feng Ge, hee, Feng Ge," Li Xiaona joyfully exclaimed. "Feng Ge, there's a new movie premiering tonight. Would you accompany me to see it, please?" After contemplating for a moment, Yifeng, having no other commitments, agreed with a nod. "Yay. Hee. If my roommates discover that the campus heartthrob of Modi University is accompanying me to the movies, they will surely envy me." Li Xiaona grinned foolishly. Yifeng, amused by her excitement, decided it was time to take his leave. "Xiaona, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't chat for long. I'll come to pick you up tonight. Feng Ge, don't forget." After parting ways, Yifeng got into his car, located his power bank, and charged his phone. In today's world, navigating without a mobile device is nearly impossible. Once the phone rebooted, he dialed the number of the rental agency he had previously used, recalling how much help Lu Wei had provided. "Xiaowei, it's Yifeng. Do you have any available listings for Tangchen Yipin?" "Yifeng, have you struck it rich? Looking to buy a house?" Lu Wei replied, "Indeed. I have 2 large flats available at Tangchen Yipin, but the prices are steep, given its reputation." "All right, Xiaowei. Let us meet at the entrance of Tangchen Yipin in half an hour." "You're serious, aren't you? That one flat is practically worth over 100 million. You're not joking, are you?" "Rest assured, Xiaowei, today I'm placing a significant order." After ending the call, Yifeng started the car and drove straight there. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tangchen Yipin, he felt a surge of excitement as sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating every inch of the community. He was about to become part of it. At that moment, Lu Wei arrived and quickly approached Yifeng, exclaiming, "Yifeng, you've been hiding well. Driving a luxury car now? It seems you were just experiencing life while renting before. You certainly know how to have fun. Let us go check out the property." Under Lu Wei's guidance, they reached the property's entrance, where they found a sales representative presenting to a middle-aged couple. The middle-aged man was ostentatiously dressed from head to toe in designer brands, his exaggerated gold chain showcasing his nouveau riche status. The woman mirrored this extravagance, adorned in lavish yet mismatched attire, her hands laden with rings, and her heavily made-up face struggling to mask the passage of time. Upon noticing Yifeng and Lu Wei, the woman remarked sarcastically, "How amusing. You think we can't afford this? And you've arranged for someone to show us around? I assure you, I never doubted your capabilities." "Let me just inquire about the situation," the sales representative, Chen Hai, replied, attempting to appease her. "Lu Wei, what is your intention? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage my client?" "Chen Hai, just because you can bring clients doesn't mean I can't. Haha, Lu Wei, you're quite the pretender. Bringing a fresh-faced kid to view properties? What a joke. I bet all his designer wear is fake." Unfazed by Chen Hai's aggressive demeanor, Yifeng coolly retorted, "How do you know I can't afford it? I asked Xiaowei to bring me here precisely to purchase a property." Chapter 8. Slapping the nouveau riche. Witnessing Chen Hai's condescending attitude, Lu Wei's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Chen Hai, exclaiming, "You sycophant. Dare to speak about my friend again, and I'll break your legs." Seeing Lu Wei on the verge of losing his temper, Yifeng quickly restrained him. "Xiaowei, it's not worth getting angry with such nouveau riche and sycophants. It's far more satisfying to slap them in the face." Hearing Yifeng's words, the middle-aged woman immediately bristled. Since becoming wealthy, her lack of education and taste had often made her the subject of ridicule, which fueled her disdain for being labeled a nouveau riche. "You little brat, who are you calling nouveau riche? Do you want me to tear your mouth apart?" "Xiaowei, did you see that? This just reveals her true nature. Not only is she a nouveau riche, but also a shrew." As Yifeng laughed heartily, the middle-aged man, Huang Yue, coldly remarked, "You're quite arrogant, kid. If you have the capability, buy the house. Do you even have the means? Are you so certain that I cannot purchase it? If I do, I want you to apologize to me and my friend with a bow." "Fine. But if you fail to do so, you'll face the consequences. Lu Wei promptly called the company to explain the situation. And soon the manager arrived with financial documents and a purchase contract. You must be Mr. Yi. What a remarkable young man. I'm Sun Ming, the company manager. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've brought the contract. If everything seems in order, we can proceed with the signing. As an experienced real estate manager, Sun Ming's greatest asset was his ability to recognize talent. He did not underestimate Yi Feng due to his youth. Instead, he perceived exceptional qualities in Yi Feng's attire and demeanor. Yi Feng reviewed the contract, found no discrepancies, and signed it. He then turned to Sun Ming and asked, Manager Sun, would you prefer a bank transfer or a card payment? The couple, Huang Yue and his wife, laughed derisively. A card? You're killing me. This property is worth at least 2 billion. I'm curious to know what kind of card you possess to cover such an amount. You're overdoing it. Casting a cold glance at them, Yi Feng retrieved his supreme black card. So, you're indeed a nouveau riche, a frog in a well, daring to speak of the heavens. Manager Sun, please process the payment and let them witness. Upon seeing the card, Sun Ming's body trembled, as if jolted by electricity. He had only seen such a black card once, belonging to an ultra-rich individual. It was no ordinary card, but a symbol of status and identity. Trembling, Sun Ming accepted the card, instructing the finance department to input the amount. The transaction was successful. Congratulations, host, for spending 2 billion. A cashback of 12 billion has been credited to the supreme black card ending in 8888. With trembling hands, Sun Ming returned the card to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, for any subsequent procedures, if it's inconvenient for you, we can handle everything on your behalf. Should you have any needs, feel free to contact me directly. I'm more than happy to assist you. Here is my business card. I hope you'll accept it. The couple, Huang Yue and his wife, were left in disbelief, angrily exclaiming, This is impossible. I've never seen a card with such a limit. You must be conspiring to deceive us. Before Yi Feng could respond, Sun Ming stepped forward. How dare you speak to Mr. Yi that way? When he called you a frog in a well, he was absolutely correct. Do you recognize this card? It's the supreme black card from Global Bank. There are no more than 10 in all of Huazi. Do you understand the difficulty of obtaining this card? It's only available by invitation. Self-application is not accepted, and the invitee must have a minimum cash flow of 10 billion Huazi dollars. Understand cash flow. This card not only allows for massive transactions, but it's also a symbol of identity and status. With Mr. Ye's capabilities, crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. How dare you be so insolent? Huang Yue and his wife collapsed to the ground, either overwhelmed by Sun Ming's authoritative presence or terrified by Yi Feng's status as a black card holder. They knelt before Yi Feng, pleading for mercy. Scram, don't tarnish my space. Seeing them concede so readily, Yi Feng lost interest in further reprimanding them. Manager Sun, do you have any villas for sale? Mr. Yi, you may simply call me Xiao Sunday. Given your esteemed status, a typical villa would not suffice. Currently, there is a suitable option. Recently, the financial chain of Xinjia and the bustling metropolis has encountered issues, and they are willing to sell Cloud Villa number 6. If you are interested, I can assist in making the necessary arrangements. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, instructing, please notify me once you've made the arrangements. With no further matters to discuss, we shall not intrude any longer, Mr. Yi. Farewell. After Sun Ming and the others departed, Yi Feng took a moment to admire his new home. The lofty ceiling was adorned with exquisite crystal chandeliers, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. A wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unparalleled view, while masterful paintings adorned the walls, each stroke revealing the allure of art. In the center of the living room stood a custom-made, genuine leather sofa, plush and comfortable, providing an exceptional seating experience. Beside the sofa was an elegant tea table, atop which rested a high-end tea set, perfect for savoring tea while enjoying the urban scenery. Venturing further into the home, one would find a spacious dining room. A large dining table, capable of accommodating 10 individuals, graced the center of the room. Above it hung a magnificent chandelier, infusing the dining experience with a touch of romance. The walls were embellished with exquisite murals, enhancing the artistic ambience of the dining environment. Adjacent to the dining room was a modern kitchen, equipped with top-tier appliances and facilities, facilitating the joy of cooking. The kitchen's design was both practical and aesthetically pleasing, allowing one to relish the act of culinary creation. Content as he surveyed his new abode. Yi Feng eagerly anticipated the arrival of his younger sister, Yi Lin. She would undoubtedly adore this place. Glancing at the time, He noted that it was nearly time for Li Xiana to finish her classes. Feng drove away from Tangshan Yiping towards the prestigious Magic City University. Upon arriving at the school entrance and noticing that Li Xiana had yet to arrive, he stepped into a nearby bubble tea shop to purchase 2 cups. Assuming that most girls would enjoy such a treat. Brother Feng, come on, tell me, did you sneak off to admire some beautiful girls? Li Xiana playfully exclaimed, her large eyes glimmering with mischief. Observing her adorable demeanor, Feng instinctively ruffled her hair, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Realizing he may have overstepped, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiana. I didn't mean to. I saw you hadn't arrived yet, so I bought us some bubble tea. I hope you like it. Thank you. Brother Feng, how did you know I love bubble tea? Hee, I wasn't angry. Just imagine. Being patted on the head by the renowned campus heartthrob of Magic City University, how many would envy this moment? At that moment, Li Xiana regretted her blushing reaction. Wishing she could capture the moment in a photograph for posterity. Brother Feng, I've already purchased the tickets. They're at Wanda Cinemas. Let us head out. Feng opened the car door, and the two of them hopped in, speeding towards their destination. Taking advantage of Li Xiana's time to collect the tickets, Feng ventured to the snack area. Upon seeing him approach, the vendor's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically inquired, "What would you like, handsome?" "I'll have a large bucket of popcorn, please." The vendor filled the bucket to the brim, and, gazing at him with flirtatious eyes, asked, "Are you here alone? I finish work at 9. If you don't mind, perhaps we could grab a drink together." Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. "Lady, do you not check your reflection before stepping out?" He took the popcorn and hurried away. Upon seeing Feng rush back with a bucket of popcorn, Li Xiana curiously asked, "Brother Feng, why are you running? You're sweating so much. Here, take this paper and wipe your face." Feng accepted the tissue to wipe his sweat, thinking it too embarrassing to admit he had fled from a vendor's advances. He fabricated a gentle lie instead. Seeing that Li Xiana suspected nothing, he quickly dried off. Outside, a young man must learn to protect himself. After they queued for tickets and entered the dimly lit cinema, they found their seats amidst the hushed whispers of fellow patrons. As the lights dimmed, the screen flickered to life, and they became immersed in the unfolding narrative. The film depicted a romance from their student days, showcasing their efforts and aspirations to attend the same university. Just as they were poised to enter the sanctity of marriage, misfortune struck, and the female lead unexpectedly passed away. The male lead, despite his sorrow, resolved to carry on with the wedding, ultimately living out his days in solitude and melancholy. As the credits rolled, Li Xiana was in tears, clutching Feng's arm as she dabbed at her eyes. Feng offered her words of comfort. "Xiana, let us go grab a bite. My stomach is starting to protest. You need to eat something too. Or how will you find the strength to keep crying?" With a smile breaking through her tears, Li Xiana replied, "You're quite the motivator, aren't you? I never expected Brother Feng to be so straightforward." They chose a nearby barbecue restaurant within Wanda for their meal. The charcoal crackled in the grill, releasing tantalizing aromas as the meat sizzled. Li Xiana expertly picked up a slice of beef, placed it on lettuce, evenly coated it with sauce, and added slices of garlic before rolling it up and presenting it to Feng. "Brother Feng, thank you for accompanying me to the movies today. To show my gratitude, I made you a special barbecue roll. You won't find this anywhere else." Receiving the carefully prepared roll, Feng savored it and, seeing Li Xiana's eyes squint in joy, nodded appreciatively. "Xiana, this is delightful. The beef is tender and juicy, complemented by the crisp vegetables and garlic. It's a true indulgence. Most girls wouldn't think to add garlic. What made you take that leap?" After finishing the roll, Li Xiana beamed, explaining, "I read online that their essay saying, if you eat meat without garlic, you miss half the flavor. I tried it, and it was spot on, though it does leave quite the aftertaste." As they leisurely enjoyed their meal, Li Xiana shared various amusing anecdotes from her life, while Feng listened intently, interjecting occasionally. Just as he stood to leave, Li Xiana called out to him, "Brother Feng, wait a moment." She rummaged through her bag and produced a pack of tissues, handing them to him. Feng, taken aback, wondered what this meant. "I'm just going to the restroom. Why do I need tissues?" After a moment of surprise, both realized the awkwardness of the situation. Feng regarded the blushing Li Xiana, who resembled a ripe apple, accepted the tissues, and thanked her. "Brother Feng, please don't misunderstand. I thought you might need them after washing your hands. It wasn't anything more." Li Xiana wished she could disappear, mortified by her own thoughtlessness. If her roommates were to find out, she would never hear the end of it. Seeing her flustered attempts at clarification, Feng chuckled softly and made his way to the restroom, thinking how endearing this junior truly was. Hastily returning, Feng noticed Li Xiaona's expression of distress and inquired, "Xiaona, what has transpired?" With a frown, Li Xiaona recounted the incident. It turned out that Mu Tong, a former classmate from high school, harbored feelings for a boy named Zheng Bian. However, Zheng Bian had confessed to Li Xiaona instead, though she had not reciprocated. Following this, Mu Tong confronted Zheng Bian, revealing her feelings, only to be rejected and humiliated, prompting her to target and belittle Li Xiaona ever since. Today, upon discovering Li Xiaona's location via her social media, Mu Tong had come to provoke her. "Oh, Li Xiaona, is this your admirer? I must say, he pales in comparison to Zheng Bian. Not only is he handsome, but he is also the heir to the Zhang group. Your taste remains as questionable as ever." Upon the arrival of Feng, Mu Tong could not help but voice her sarcasm, though jealousy churned within her. Why did every handsome man seem to favor that little vixen, Li Xiaona? What made her superior? Hearing Mu Tong's acerbic remarks, Feng's expression darkened. A part of him yearned to slap this woman. Yet his upbringing forbade such an act of violence against a female. Chapter 10. Li Xiaona's Confession. Li Xiaona, enraged by Mu Tong's derision towards Feng, rushed forward to retort, "You may speak of me as you wish, but you shall not insult my brother Feng. In my heart, he is unparalleled." "Oh, so you've taken up arms for him, have you? Li Xiaona, you truly excel at playing the innocent, feigning sweetness and vulnerability. Aren't you exhausted?" As the Empress Huazi aptly stated, a harlot is nothing but pretentious. You had better apologize to Xiaona. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Feng coldly interjected. "Apologize? What a joke. Anyone who associates with that little harlot, Li Xiaona, cannot be virtuous themselves. You two are a match made in heaven, you shameless couple." Mu Tong sneered, her jealousy intensifying at Feng's defense of Li Xiaona. With a sharp crack, a slap landed on Mu Tong's face. Stunned, she clutched her cheek in disbelief. How dare that vixen, Li Xiaona, strike her? Recovering from her shock, she lunged at Li Xiaona in a frenzy. "You little slut, how dare you hit me? I'll make you pay." Feng, taken aback by the scene unfolding before him, had not anticipated this fierce side of Li Xiaona. As Mu Tong charged towards her, he quickly stepped in front to shield Li Xiaona from the madwoman's wrath. Upon witnessing the arrival of security, Mu Tong realized that avenging the slap was futile. With a parting threat, she retreated in disgrace. After compensating for the damages, Feng took Li Xiaona and left the scene. With her head bowed, Li Xiaona followed Feng to the car, concerned that she had left a poor impression on him today, fearing he might no longer wish to associate with her. Observing how she nearly buried her face in the seat, Feng chuckled softly. "You were so valiant just moments ago. Now you resemble a timid quail." "Brother Feng, perhaps I shouldn't have acted so rashly, but I couldn't hold back. I could endure her insults, but when she spoke of you, that crossed the line. In my heart, you are the best. I may never have the chance to speak to you again, but I must confess, I like you. From the very first moment we met, I wanted to express my feelings. However, upon learning you had a girlfriend, I withdrew, quietly admiring you from afar. When I heard of your breakup, I felt compelled to approach you, seeking every opportunity to be near you, hoping you would notice my presence. I am truly sorry for the trouble I caused today." Li Xiaona, anxiously fixated on Feng, yearned to speak but hesitated, fearing a negative response. "I can see that you harbor feelings for me. However, let me be the one to confess. Xiaona, will you be my girlfriend?" Feng earnestly proposed. A wave of excitement washed over Li Xiaona's face as she sprang from the passenger seat to kiss him fervently. This kiss had been 2 years in waiting, and in that moment it felt as though time itself had paused, enveloping her in an unprecedented sweetness. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and their eyes met. Exchanging smiles, hand in hand, Li Xiaona led Feng through every corner of the campus, as if to make up for the 2 years of lost time. "Xiaona, Senior Feng." As they strolled, Shernan observed the couple holding hands, her mouth agape in shock. She knew of Li Xiaona's affections for Feng, but to witness such rapid success was astonishing. It was no wonder they said that a man chasing a woman faced mountains, while a woman chasing a man was but a veil. Covering her eyes playfully, Shernan teased, "I saw nothing. Xiaona, I truly did not see you and Senior Feng strolling hand in hand." "Nonsense, Shernan. How dare you mock me? Watch my scratchy dragon claw." Li Xiaona released Feng's hand and playfully pounced on Shernan, engaging in a spirited tussle. Spotting Li Ji's supermarket nearby, Feng suggested, "Xiaona, Shernan, let us buy some snacks." Upon hearing Feng's words, the two ceased their playful banter and joined him as they headed to the supermarket. "Li Gu, Are you busy? How is my little nephew? Is he feeling better? Zhao exclaimed upon seeing Yi Feng accompanied by two lovely ladies, his face lighting up with joy. Your nephew is much improved. What brings you two beauties here today? Is one of them your girlfriend? Yi Feng pointed to Li Xiana, saying, This is my girlfriend. Li Xiana, this is her roommate, Shernan. Li Gu, I've brought you friends today, so be sure to give me a discount. Come now. When have I ever not given you a discount? Take your girlfriend and pick out some treats. Yi Feng guided the two ladies as they selected snacks, filling a shopping cart in no time. As they approached the checkout, Zhao Li remarked, You really bought quite a bit. You're treating your girlfriend well. Li Gu, I simply don't know what Xiana likes, so I picked a variety. Besides, there are 4 people in their dorm. It wouldn't be right not to buy enough. At the dorm entrance, Shernan wisely took the bags and headed upstairs, leaving the couple alone. Yi Feng chuckled, enjoying the sweetness of young love. His previous relationship with Meng Yu had hardly qualified as romance. It had been a one-sided devotion, merely a fade of having a girlfriend. Chapter 11. The Cloud Villa secured suddenly. Li Xiaona's face flushed crimson, and she leaped onto the bed, burying her face under the covers. The 3 girls were not about to let her escape so easily. They pulled her up enthusiastically. Xiaona, tell us how you managed to win over our campus heartthrob. Yi Feng. Yes, do share. He has been my dream lover, and you snatched him away. Why not? I'm so adorable. Why wouldn't Brother Feng like me? You're all just jealous of my charm and beauty. The 3 girls, looking at the smug Li Xiaona, launched a playful assault of tickles upon her. Spare me. Oh, valiant heroines. I'll tell you everything. She relented, recounting the events of the day. Today's encounter with that classmate, Mu Tong, not only failed to discourage you but also inadvertently aided you. How amusing that her attempt to undermine you backfired. Li Bingbing remarked. Indeed, Xiana, you are truly fortunate. If Mu Tong were to find out, she'd be furious. Sun Jijing chimed in. Our Xiana has finally seen the light. You two may not know, but she has had feelings for Yi Feng since she first enrolled, even asking me to gather intel about him back then. Her wishes have finally been fulfilled. Sure, Nin divulged a little secret. Humph. No amount of snacks will silence you. You shan't get any. With that, Li Xiaona lunged to snatch the treats, igniting yet another round of playful chaos. In Jin City, Yi Lin observed her parents seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, their banter incessant. After arguing, they would seamlessly return to their affectionate antics, leaving her utterly speechless. Yi Lin picked up her phone and sent a message to Yi Feng. Just then, a call came through. Recognizing the number, she answered. Mr. Yi, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Regarding the Cloud Villa from the Shin family, I have secured the arrangements. The head of the Shin family wishes to meet with you tomorrow morning to discuss further details, if you are available. Considering his schedule for the next day, Yi Feng agreed to the meeting time and hung up. Let us hope the Cloud Villa is elevated further. That would yield substantial returns. As sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warming Yi Feng's face, he gradually awoke, feeling fortunate to have another day of life. As he opened the curtains and gazed outside at the bustling crowd, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Once, he too had been among them, tirelessly striving for a living. However, since the arrival of the system, his life had undergone a remarkable transformation. He now possessed unimaginable wealth and had also found a sweet romance. Thus, he mused, money is indeed a wondrous thing, capable of alleviating 99 of the world's troubles. After freshening up and donning his attire, Yi Feng stood before the mirror, admiring the spirited youth reflected back at him, and narcissistically declared, How handsome. A glance at the clock reminded him it was time to head downstairs. He had an appointment with the head of the Shin family, and tardiness would be inappropriate. Once in the car, he activated the navigation system, setting his destination to the Cloud Villa. Fortunately, by avoiding the morning rush hour, his journey was smooth, and he arrived at his destination swiftly. At the entrance, Sun Ming spotted Yi Feng and hurried over, opening the car door with enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, you've arrived. Please wait a moment while I make a call. Sun Ming approached the security station at the gate, explained their purpose, and after the security personnel verified the situation with the head of the Shin family, they were granted entry. Under Sun Ming's guidance, Yi Feng arrived at the entrance of Cloud Villa, where Sun Ming pressed the doorbell. Shortly, the door swung open, revealing a curious 10-year-old girl peering out with wide eyes. Hello, big brother. You're so handsome. I really like you. Can you play with me? A figure soon appeared at the doorway, a tall man with striking features and deep, wise eyes filled with affection for the little girl, though his face bore the marks of exhaustion. Meow meow, this is a friend of Daddy's. Go and play for a bit while Daddy discusses some work matters. I'll join you shortly, all right? Miu Miu looked at Yifeng with a hint of reluctance, nodded slowly, and left with a wistful glance. Shen Haoran, taken aback by Yifeng's youthfulness, pondered the significance of the villa, valued at a staggering 1 billion Huaxia coins. It was evident that Yifeng was not an ordinary individual. You must be Mr. Yi. I never expected you to be so young. Truly remarkable. My daughter can be quite the handful, so I hope you don't mind. Mr. Shin, your daughter is utterly charming. I find her delightful, Yifeng replied. Equally surprised by Shen Haoran's youthful appearance, assuming the head of a household would be over 50. Clearly, there were many stories to be told. Inviting the two into his study, Shen Haoran served tea before steering the conversation to the matter at hand. Mr. Yi, Sun Ming mentioned your interest in purchasing this villa. Are you well informed about it? This cloud villa is the pinnacle of luxury in Modu. When my family acquired it, it cost 800 million Huaxia coins. And with the appreciation of land, its current value exceeds 1 billion Huaxia coins. If you are willing to purchase it, I would sell it for 800 million Huaxia coins. Yifeng knew he couldn't allow Shen Haoran to sell it at such a low price. That would mean a significant loss. Mr. Shen, I am not one to take advantage of a situation. Let us settle on 1 billion Huaxia coins. He then requested Shen Haoran's account details and promptly transferred the amount. Congratulations, host. You spent 1 billion Huaxia coins and earned a cashback of 100 billion Huaxia coins, now deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Yifeng's heart raced as he beheld the long string of numbers in his global bank account. In all of Huaxia, while many may possess fortunes exceeding 1,000 billion, few could boast a cash flow of that magnitude. Meanwhile, Shen Haoran was equally astonished to see the transaction notification. The amount was transferred from a personal account at Global Bank, indicating that Yifeng was indeed a holder of the Supreme Black Card, suggesting a profound background. Yifeng entrusted the transfer of ownership to Sun Ming, feeling quite satisfied with his efficiency, despite his tendency to overly flatter him. Mr. Shen, I heard from Sun Ming that the Shun family is facing some financial difficulties. Would you be willing to elaborate? Perhaps I could offer some assistance. Shen Haoran's eyes brightened at the prospect. He was aware of Yifeng's formidable cash flow and hoped to leverage his strength to rescue the Shen family. Mr. Yi, as I am a few years your senior, may I call you Brother Yi? This situation is rather lengthy. My family, the Shen family, experienced smooth sailing a few years ago, reaching a valuation of 50 billion Huaxia coins, largely due to my sister, Shen Haoyue, whose keen business acumen doubled our company's worth in just 2 years. However, the Feng family, recognizing her talent, sought to arrange a marriage between their inept son and my sister. My father vehemently opposed this union, and during one of Feng Zhiping's persistent advances, he was injured, resulting in his inability to lead a normal life. Consequently, the Shen family faced ruthless retribution from the Feng family, suffering severe pressure on our various enterprises. Tragically, my father succumbed to a heart attack shortly thereafter, and thus, we harbor a profound enmity with the Feng family. Brother Yi, should you choose to assist the Shen family, you will undoubtedly incur the Feng family's wrath, so please consider this carefully. Yifeng, appreciating Shen Haoran's candor, felt reassured and was curious about the talented Shen Haoyue. Concerned about the Feng family's ire, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, he had the system on his side. Brother Shen, I have decided to invest in the Shen family. How much funding do you require? Shen Haoran was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an offer, knowing that opposing the Feng family was a perilous endeavor. Brother Yi, I am immensely grateful. The current valuation of the Shen family stands at approximately 35 billion Huaxia coins. If you invest 10 billion Huaxia coins, I would be willing to offer you a 35% stake. Brother Shen, please have your legal team draft the contract. My investment can be transferred immediately. Shen Haoran hurriedly contacted his legal team to prepare the equity transfer agreement, which was soon delivered to Cloud Villa. Yifeng reviewed the document for any discrepancies, signed it, and then transferred the 10 billion Huaxia coins. Brother Yi, I cannot thank you enough. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. At that moment, Yifeng was puzzled. He had just spent 10 billion Huaxia coins, yet there was no response from the system. System, why is there no cashback? Host, cashback is applicable only for expenditures, while investments do not qualify for this category. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You did not inquire, did you? You insolent child. Tell me how I can structure this investment to qualify as an expenditure. Host, cumulative cashback will only be activated upon reaching a total of 10 trillion. Upon system upgrade, all your expenses will be counted for cashback, awarded in points. For every 100 million Huaxia coins spent, you will receive 1 point, and an exclusive point store will be opened for your use. Please continue your efforts. After concluding his conversation with the system, the trio exited the study. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Shen Ruomiao rushed over and embraced him. Big brother, you've finished discussing work with Daddy, right? Can you play with me now? Shen Haoran looked at his daughter, Miao Miao. Daddy has sold this house to Uncle Yi Feng. We need to pack up and move to another home. Big brother, can I still come and play here? Miao Miao asked, her face brimming with hope. Looking into her eager eyes, Yi Feng knelt and gently patted her head. Miao Miao, you can come anytime. You're always welcome here. Turning to Shen Haoran, he added, there's no rush. You can take your time packing. I won't be moving in right away. You're so kind, big brother. Miao Miao exclaimed as she planted a kiss on Yi Feng's cheek. After spending a little while playing with the young girl, Yi Feng bid farewell. The prospect of reuniting with his long-absent parents and younger sister filled him with excitement. First, he decided to pick out a few gifts. Driving to Wanda Plaza, he made his way to Patek Philippe, familiar territory. The shop assistant, Mo Qingqing, greeted Yi Feng enthusiastically upon his arrival, as he had left a profound impression on her during his last visit by purchasing a Patek Philippe Phantom worth 7 million. Moreover, his striking good looks made her fantasize about an encounter with such a charming young man. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Mo Qingqing. Welcome back, she said warmly. Yi Feng, feeling a sense of familiarity, realized that she was indeed the one who had attended to him previously. Approaching her, he requested, please recommend 2 watches for me, one suitable for a middle-aged gentleman and another for a young lady. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Qingqing led Yi Feng to the display case. Mr. Yi, this Patek Philippe timepiece meets your requirements perfectly. The men's watch boasts a dignified and understated design, crafted from the finest materials, ensuring not only exceptional accuracy, but also features such as shock resistance and water resistance. The price is 3.5 million Huaxia coins. I'll take this one. Now, please recommend a lady's watch, Yi Feng replied. This way, please. This watch, Youth in Motion, is specifically designed for young women. Its pink exterior radiates youth and vitality, and with Patek Philippe's reputation, quality is guaranteed. The price is 2.8 million Huaxia coins. Yi Feng examined the Youth in Motion watch intently, recognizing that it would complement both Yi Lin and Li Xianao perfectly. Realizing he had yet to present Li Xianao with a gift, he decided to purchase both. I really like this Youth in Motion. Please wrap up 2 pieces for me. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Please hold on for a moment while I prepare them. Mo Qingqing quickly returned with 3 gift boxes, blue for the men's watch and pink for the ladies. After Yi Feng completed the payment with his card, he departed, leaving Mo Qingqing momentarily entranced by his retreating figure. Qingqing, stop staring. Mr. Yi has already walked far away. A wealthy young man like him wouldn't he be interested in someone like us? Zhang Jie remarked. I was just fantasizing about Mr. Yi being my boyfriend. His captivating face is simply irresistible, especially with such affluence, Mo Qingqing replied with a dreamy sigh. Haha, indeed. Who would he be fond of such a handsome and wealthy young man? Chapter 13. Selecting gifts. As Yi Feng left, he did not stray far. He was pondering what gift to present to his mother while casually strolling. Noticing a nearby jewelry store, he made his way inside. Welcome to Dafu Jewelry, sir. How may I assist you today? You may also browse at your leisure, the sales representative greeted him warmly. Of course, please lead the way, Yi Feng responded. Following the sales staff to the display, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the array of bangles. Observing his hesitation, the salesperson suggested, Sir, this Xingyang green bangle would be perfect for a middle-aged woman. As the salesperson elaborated on the jadeite, Yi Feng gained a basic understanding of its qualities. Scanning the prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, he shuddered at the thought of his mother discovering that he had spent 3.5 million on a watch for his father, while only gifting her a bangle worth a few $100,000. Do you have any bangles of superior quality, perhaps priced above 3.5 million? He inquired. Please hold on, sir. We have a jadeite bangle of icy quality that fits your criteria. Let me consult with the manager. Shortly thereafter, the salesperson and the manager arrived, carefully carrying an ornate box. The manager gently placed the box at the center of the table, cautious not to cause any damage. Sir, this is the icy jadeite bangle you requested. Yi Feng examined the bangle closely. Its texture was delicate and warm, shimmering softly under the light with remarkable transparency, revealing intricate internal patterns. Suddenly, a portly woman rushed over and grabbed the bangle, trying it on. Excuse me, ma'am. That bangle was first seen by this gentleman, the salesperson interjected hastily. So what? He hasn't paid for it yet. If I wear it, it's mine. The woman retorted arrogantly. How much is it? I'll buy it. A young man in his 20s flattered her. Only you deserve this bangle, darling. Yifeng fought back his disgust at the scene, recognizing the woman's behavior as that of a kept mistress. Let her have the bangle. I no longer desire it, he declared, repulsed by the thought of owning something she had touched. However, the situation escalated further as the woman lewdly propositioned him. Sweetheart, you seem to be quite perceptive. Are you interested in joining me? If you have the stamina, I promise to buy you a car each year and a house in 5 years. Overwhelmed, Yifeng nearly retched into a nearby trash bin, then pointed at the middle-aged woman, exclaiming, You disgusting fat pig. You look like a bloated swine. You're repulsing me. Get lost. Furious, the woman charged at him, but Yifeng sidestepped, causing her to collide forcefully with the wall. The young man rushed to assist her, but she slapped him angrily, demanding, Why are you just standing there? You should have made him pay. The young man, attempting to confront Yifeng, was swiftly knocked to the ground. The woman, now subdued, refrained from further aggression. You may think you're tough, but one day you'll find yourself at my mercy, she threatened. Oh, you seem to possess some strength. What is it that you do, that you could ever have me at your mercy? Yifeng replied, bemused. I work in the funeral industry. Are you frightened? The woman boasted. Yifeng, feeling a wave of discomfort, stepped aside. The middle-aged woman kicked the young man, who was lying on the ground, and commanded, Stop playing dead and come with me. The young man complied, following her. At that moment, the manager intervened, stating, Ma'am, this bangle is priced at 3.8 million Huaxia coins. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer? What? Why is it so expensive? The manager signaled to several sales representatives, who promptly surrounded the woman. Reluctantly, she swiped her card, leaving in a huff. Turning to the manager, Yifeng inquired, Do you have any bangles of equal or higher quality? After a moment's thought, the manager replied, Indeed, we have one, but it is not in store. There is an imperial green bangle available at our flagship store in Modu, priced at 100 million Huaxia coins. If you are interested, I can arrange for it to be brought here, but it will require a verification of funds. Yifeng shrugged, pulling out his phone to show the manager a long string of numbers. The manager stood in shock, and upon recovering, invited Yifeng to the VIP room. Half an hour later, a team of security personnel arrived at Dafu Jewelry with an exquisite box. In the VIP room, a composed and sharp-eyed middle-aged man expertly opened the box. Mr. Yi, I am Zhu Mingjie, the head of Dafu Jewelry in Modu. Thank you for choosing us. Here is the glass-type imperial green bangle for your appraisal. Yifeng stepped forward, captivated by the bangle's near-transparent quality and rich green hue. Its surface as smooth as a mirror, resembling a work of art resting in the box. Without hesitation, he declared, Mr. Zhu, I will take this bangle. I'll pay by card. This bangle is simply exquisite. Yifeng exclaimed as he retrieved his black card and handed it to Zhu Mingjie, continuing to admire the bangle. Congratulations, host. You have spent 100 million Huaxia coins, and a cashback of 10 billion Huaxia coins has been credited to your supreme black card ending in 8888. Yifeng accepted the black card from Zhu Mingjie, secured the bangle, and made his exit. Returning to the car, I carefully tucked away the gifts I had purchased today, leaving only a pink gift box on the passenger seat, and drove towards the university in the bustling metropolis. Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, I sent a message to Li Xiaona, who soon joyfully emerged and leaped into my embrace. Brother Feng, I missed you so much, she exclaimed playfully. After a moment, we parted, and I presented the gift to her. Can you guess what's inside? Hee hee, I won't guess. I love whatever you give me. Brother Feng. Hand in hand, we strolled through the campus, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Passing by a supermarket, I bought 2 bottles of lemonade, and we settled onto a nearby bench. Chapter 14, Going Home. I looked at Li Xiaona with affection, gently ruffling her hair. It felt wonderful to be cherished. She smiled and nestled against my shoulder, her face radiating happiness. Brother Feng, I wish I were older, so I could have met you sooner and married you earlier. I embraced her waist tightly, thinking how silly she was. Rest assured, I regard all beings as mere grass and wood, but you alone are my verdant mountain. No matter what happens in this life, I will never give you up. We remained in quiet intimacy, where silence spoke volumes. 2 hearts drawn close transcended 1,000 words. As dusk settled, we exchanged smiles and simultaneously said, Shall we go have dinner? We both laughed. Some people have known each other for ages yet remain worlds apart, while others, having just met, feel as if they've known each other for 1,000 years. Brother Feng, you have a flight to catch tomorrow, So let me treat you to the cafeteria today. Hee, I've always fantasized about having meals with you. Hee, I have a hearty appetite. So you must indulge me today? We walked hand in hand to the cafeteria, drawing admiring glances from passers-by, a perfect match of beauty and charm. What do you want to eat, Brother Feng? After a moment of contemplation, I replied, I'll have some steamed dumplings and a bowl of egg soup. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back, the server cheerfully said before skipping away. What a delightful spirit she is. Imagining a life filled with joy if I were to marry her. Your dumplings and egg soup have arrived. Enjoy your meal, she announced as she sat across from me. Xiaona, do you also enjoy dumplings? I asked, surprised to see her choosing the same dish. Shouldn't girls prefer dishes like snail noodles? Hee. I wanted to try what you like, but unfortunately they don't have the pancakes from my hometown here. Otherwise, I would definitely have tried them. Seeing her earnestness warmed my heart. Xiaona, don't you want to share your thoughts on our date? Yes. Did you kiss your senior? Shernan suddenly noticed the pink gift box she was holding, and her eyes lit up. Xiaona, is this a gift from Brother Feng? Open it and see. Under the pressure of their enthusiasm, Li Xiaona obediently opened the gift box, revealing a delicate pink watch. Li Bingbing immediately recognized the brand and looked at Li Xiaona in astonishment. Xiaona, this is a Patek Philippe, a top luxury watch. Sun Jingjing quickly took out her phone to check. Xiaona, this is the new Patek Philippe Youth in Motion, priced at 2.8 million Huaxia coins. I didn't expect Brother Feng to be so affluent. Hee, you must treat us to a feast. I want snail noodles and pig trotter. Li Xiaona was equally stunned. 2.8 million Huaxia coins. Did Brother Feng really spend so extravagantly? Bingbing, Shernan, Jingjing, I think I cannot accept this gift. It's too precious. I want to return it to Brother Feng. I'm not with him for these material things. Hearing her words, the three nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Meanwhile, lying on my bed and scrolling through short videos, I received a message from Li Xiaona. Brother Feng, your gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. I want to return it to you. I read the message, feeling troubled. I never anticipated that my first gift to Li Xiaona would be deemed too lavish to accept. Xiaona, I understand your character, so I would never think you are with me for money. If you refuse it, I may as well give it to someone else. Surely you wouldn't want that to happen? After much persuasion, Li Xiaona reluctantly accepted the gift. Women are truly difficult to comprehend. I decided to put it aside and sleep. The next morning, I rose early, packed my belongings, and took a taxi straight to the airport. After smoothly passing through security, I followed the flight attendants to my seat. I took out my phone, adjusted the angle, and snapped a selfie to send to Li Xiaona. Xiaona, I've boarded. Don't worry. Putting my phone away. I reclined in my seat to rest quietly. Not far away, a few flight attendants in matching uniforms were chatting. Lily, I just spotted a handsome guy in first class. Those deep-set eyes and that strong nose, so captivating. If I weren't already in a relationship, I would be tempted to pursue him. Are you interested? Perhaps we could switch shifts? Really, Hongjie? I'll go take a look shortly. I love admiring handsome men. I guarantee you'll be smitten. He looks affluent. Lily, you should seize the opportunity. Moments later, the sensation of weightlessness enveloped us as the plane took off, and as it ascended smoothly, the view outside expanded to reveal the landscape below. As I closed my eyes to rest, I heard footsteps approaching. Slowly opening my eyes, a fair and slightly alluring face came into view, her features resembling finely crafted art. And with a warm smile, she softly asked, Sir, would you like something to drink? We have tea, red wine, orange juice, and cola. I looked at the familiar face and tentatively asked Molly. Molly studied my face closely, her expression turning to surprise. Yi Feng. I smiled and replied, Old classmate. Long time no see. Indeed, it's been nearly 4 years since we graduated. You seem to have done well for yourself, dressed in Armani, quite the affluent one. Stop teasing me. By the way, are you here for an internship recommended by the school? Yes, I just started my internship 3 months ago, and after graduation, I can officially join the company. Old classmate, let us exchange contact information. I want to hold on to the wealthy person as coattails. Chapter 15, Buying a Car. After exchanging contact details, Molly brought me a glass of orange juice and left, having arranged for me to treat her to a grand meal later. I fell into deep thought. Molly sighed. Unrequited love is a bittersweet affair. He was once my deskmate, and I confessed my feelings, only to be rejected. He said he only saw me as a friend. After graduation, we lost touch for 4 years, but now that we met again, I have made peace with it. Being friends is also quite nice. 2.5 hours later, the plane safely landed at the airport in Jean City. I exchanged a brief greeting with Molly before leaving. As I stepped outside, The air of my hometown, though not fresh, was filled with nostalgia. Home is the longing of every wanderer. No matter where one finds themselves, there is always a deep-seated affection and yearning for home. Adjusting my mindset, I hopped into a car and set off towards home. Arriving at my doorstep, I calmed my excited heart and knocked on the door. My mother's familiar voice came from within. "Who is it? At this hour, how fortuitous." I just finished cooking lunch. Seeing her head back into the kitchen, I quickly stopped her. "Mom, no need for that. I haven't had your egg noodles in ages. This will do." "Mother, you need not worry. This evening, we shall dine out, and I shall treat you. Your son has come into some fortune." "Son, aren't you in an internship? How have you suddenly acquired wealth?" Yimu looked at him, puzzled. "Mother, I previously held some Bitcoin, and with the recent favorable prices, I decided to sell. How much could that possibly be worth?" "You should keep it for yourself." "I have money. Tonight, I will treat you," Yimu remarked, not fully grasping the concept of virtual currency and dismissing it lightly. "Mother, where is my younger sister? That girl, always out playing, does not help me with any chores at home. Today, it seems she has gone to the seaside with her classmates." After finishing his egg noodles, Yi Feng reclined on the sofa, which had been his bed for several years. Their home was modest, measuring 90 square meters with 2 bedrooms. In his childhood, his parents occupied one room, while Yi Feng and Yi Lin shared the other. As Yi Lin grew older, Yi Feng eventually moved to the sofa to avoid any awkwardness. Concerned about Yi Feng's rest, their parents suggested he move into their room. But he declined, ultimately opting for a sofa bed that could be transformed into a regular bed at night. Currently, his account held over 100 billion Huazi coins, and he resolved to take his parents and younger sister to purchase a villa tomorrow. He also intended to buy a car. Glancing at the time, he decided to head out now and buy the car. "Child, you just got home, and you're off again. Please be careful." Leaving the house, Yi Feng took a taxi to Jin City Luxury Car Exchange, a large luxury car dealership spanning 2 floors, each approximately 5,000 square meters. Upon entering, he noticed the store was rather empty, likely due to it being a weekday, and he began to browse casually. As he looked around, he spotted a familiar face and approached for an embrace. It was his childhood friend, Wei Liang. "I just got home today. What a coincidence to run into you while out for a stroll. Come, let us chat while we walk. I'll show you some cars. I don't want my boss to see and penalize me." "Liang, what luxury cars do you have? Show me," Yi Feng inquired. To his delight, they had just received a high-end sports car, the Aston Martin 77, one of the world's premier supercars, expensive beyond compare. "Come, let me take you upstairs to see it." On the second floor, a silver supercar immediately captivated Yi Feng's attention. Wei Liang explained, "This is the Aston Martin 77, featuring a naturally aspirated 7.3-liter V12 engine, delivering a maximum power of 760 horsepower and a torque of 750 Newton meters. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.5 seconds, with a top speed reaching 354 km/h. Its performance is nothing short of remarkable. However, its price is also staggering 50 million Huazi coins, a fortune I could never amass in several lifetimes." "Liang, do you have the keys? I would like to sit in it," Yi Feng expressed, his interest in purchasing the vehicle growing stronger. "Xiao Feng, hold on a moment. Let me ask the manager. I don't have the authority regarding this car, but I will do my best." With that, Wei Liang promptly headed toward the manager's office. Upon reaching the door, they overheard the manager, Wu Fei, berating Wei Liang. "Who do you think you are? You want to show a friend? Do you have any idea how expensive that car is? Even if I sold you, it wouldn't cover the cost. Do you think you have the right to look at such cars? Know your place and get out." Unable to contain his anger at the humiliation inflicted upon Wei Liang, Yi Feng kicked open the door. "You scoundrel! Try insulting my brother again, and I swear I will put you down." Seeing Yi Feng rush in, Wei Liang quickly intervened, urging, "Xiao Feng, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Let us just leave. We can't afford this trouble." With Yi Feng restrained, Wu Fei grew bolder. "Kid, do you know where you are? Dare to cause a commotion, and you'll regret it. And you, Wei Liang, you're fired. Get out immediately." Upon hearing that Wei Liang had been dismissed, Yi Feng's fury escalated, and he broke free from Wei Liang's grasp, delivering a kick that sent Wu Fei sprawling to the ground. Chapter 16. A first encounter with Qian Zhongwen. The commotion on the second floor quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. The security personnel at the luxury car exchange arrived, but they were also discontent with manager Wu Fei, so they took their time to intervene until after Yi Feng had made his move. As the security arrived, Wu Fei pointed angrily at Yifeng, shouting, "Get him. Take him down hard. Otherwise, I'll fire all of you." The security guards exchanged glances, none willing to step forward. The head of security finally spoke up. "Manager Wu, the conflict has ended. We cannot assault a customer of the luxury car exchange." Wu Fei's face darkened, and he pointed at the head of security but was speechless. A stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forward and asked, "Can anyone tell me what happened here?" Seeing the newcomer, Wu Fei rushed over, exclaiming, "President Qian, this Wei Liang and this boy caused a disturbance at our luxury car exchange and even assaulted me. You must help me." The newcomer was none other than Qian Zhongwen, the owner of the luxury car exchange. Despite his refined demeanor, he had once been a notorious figure in the underground world, who later seized an opportunity to turn his life around. Qian Zhongwen turned to Yifeng and Wei Liang, saying, "Young man, I require an explanation." An invisible pressure bore down on Yifeng, yet he stood his ground and met Qian Zhongwen's gaze, slowly responding, "President Qian, I have heard of your past deeds. However, today, I came to purchase a car for my friend. And this Wu Fei had the audacity to insult both me and my friend. That is simply unacceptable. Indeed, I acknowledge that my actions were wrong, and I am willing to offer compensation." Qian Zhongwen regarded Yifeng with a hint of admiration, impressed by the young man's composure under pressure and his articulate reasoning. He then turned to Wu Fei. "Is what he said true? President Qian, this kid wanted to see the Aston Martin 77. How could he possibly afford it? I simply refused him. Is that correct, young man? Do you also believe I cannot afford it? I intended to buy it, but now I have changed my mind." Yifeng replied earnestly, "Are you admitting to causing a disturbance, or are you attempting to mock me?" "Mock you? No, I merely wish to inquire, President Qian. Does your luxury car exchange have a price tag? Make me an offer. I am interested." "Young man, this luxury car exchange is valued at approximately 1 billion. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" At this moment, Qian Zhongwen felt not only admiration but also curiosity, wondering where Yifeng derived such confidence. "President Qian, I offer 1.5 billion to purchase the luxury car exchange. Would you find this price satisfactory?" Qian Zhongwen scrutinized Yifeng's eyes, confirming the young man's seriousness, and inquired, "Young brother, it is evident you do not care for the luxury car exchange. Why do you wish to buy it?" Yifeng pointed at Wu Fei, stating, "Because of him. I want to see him gone. Is it worth it?" "Absolutely." After a loud cry, Wu Fei was dragged out of the luxury car exchange. Qian Zhongwen chuckled, saying, "Now you have no reason to buy, but I still welcome you to purchase a car. Young brother, would you be interested in joining me for tea in my office?" "President Qian, hold on. I need to have my brother buy the car first. Otherwise, I may truly appear to be a troublemaker." He then handed his card to Wei Liang, instructing him to purchase a Bentley Bentayga and an Aston Martin 77, before following Qian Zhongwen to his office. After pouring a cup of tea for Yifeng, Qian Zhongwen observed him and remarked, "Young brother, I admire you. You remind me of my younger self, loyal, decisive, and responsible. I understand that it may not be feasible for you to work with me, but I would like to cultivate a friendship." Yifeng had initially intended to foster a good relationship, considering he had long been in the bustling city of Mo. And with his parents unable to assist him promptly, he naturally agreed. "Brother Qian, you are also in the real estate sector. Do you have any excellent villa recommendations?" "Little brother, I have developed a villa area at the East Lake Resort. Tomorrow, you can visit and choose whichever you like. I'll gift it to you." "Brother Qian, I can purchase it directly. It's not a substantial sum." "That is fine. You're not short on money, my brother. Let us not leave tonight. Let us share a drink. I have a bottle of exquisite wine here." "All right. I'll be waiting for you, old brother." After a brief conversation, Yifeng took his leave. Exiting the office, Wei Liang rushed over. "Xiaofeng, you lucky guy. When did you strike it rich? Here, this is your card. Today, I've benefited from your fortune. Just from these 2 cars, my commission amounts to 1.5 million. Haha. Let us see when you have time. I'll treat you to a grand meal. Sure, once I'm done with these busy days, I'll make sure to treat you well. Liangzi, you better perform well. Just now, Brother Qian mentioned promoting you to sales supervisor, so you must work hard." Yifeng waited downstairs for a while before the staff finally arrived to park the car. He scanned a 1,000 yuan red envelope, and the staff left with heartfelt thanks. While doing laundry, Yi's mother shouted, "You old man. After finishing the flowers, you made my son dirty. You clean it up." Hearing this, Yi's father departed in embarrassment to wash his hands, causing Yifeng to burst into laughter. "All right, I brought you gifts. Do you want to see?" Yilin released Yifeng and hurriedly asked, "Where are they? Show me quickly." "Hee, I knew my brother treats me the best." Chapter 17. Gifts for the family. Feng retrieved the prepared gifts from beside the sofa and placed them on the table. Yi's father and mother gathered around, gazing at the three exquisite gift boxes, while Yulin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, is this pink one for me?" "Hiki, I love pink," she exclaimed, snatching it up. "Mom and Dad, these are your gifts." Meanwhile, Yilin had already opened her gift box and was enamored with the delicate watch, snapping several photos to flaunt her brother's affection on social media. "Mom, Dad, open yours to see how beautiful my watch is." Yi's father and mother opened their gift boxes in turn. Yi's father donned the watch, unable to conceal his joy. Yi's mother unveiled a stunning green bracelet that immediately caught their attention. She wore it with delight but quickly took it off, saying, "Xiao Feng, this must be quite expensive. I'm getting old. You don't need to buy these for me. Save the money for your future wife." "And you, old Yi? Take that off. You're too old for such things." Just as Yi Feng was pondering how to persuade his parents, Yilin chimed in, "Brother, my classmate said this watch you gave me is a Patek Philippe, worth 8 million yuan. Yilin gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. "Not just yours. Dad's is even more expensive." Yi's mother looked at Yi Feng anxiously and said, "Xiao Feng, we cannot engage in illegal activities. Rest assured, everything is perfectly legitimate. Little sister, why don't you enlighten Mom about Bitcoin?" Upon learning that a single Bitcoin once reached nearly 2 million yuan, Yi's parents found it hard to believe. Yilin then leaned in, her expression mysterious. "Brother, how much is that bracelet for Mom?" "Just a small target," Yi Feng replied, beckoning the family to go out for a meal. Yilin gazed at her mother with starry eyes, realizing this was a walking small target. Upon reaching downstairs, Yi Feng called out to his parents who were heading out. "Dad, Mom, I bought a car for you this afternoon. Let us drive." "Which car?" Yilin asked eagerly. Yi Feng pointed with his chin, and upon seeing the direction, Yilin dashed over. "Brother, it's a beetle." Watching his sister groping the beetle, Yi Feng sighed and quickly walked over to pull her ear, pressed the car key, and a nearby white Bentley Bentayga lit up. "Ouch, brother, that hurts." "Oh, a Bentley. Brother, can you get me one too?" "All right, once you get your driver's license, I'll get you one." "You little girl, wanting a car at such a young age. Xiao Feng, you spoil Lin Lin too much," Yi's mother scolded. In the midst of the playful banter between mother and daughter, Yi's father drove them to the Jin Hui restaurant, one of the top Chinese restaurants in the city, renowned for its diverse cuisine and opulent decor. Upon arrival at the front desk, Yi Feng requested, "Miss, please reserve us a private room." "Sir, private rooms have a minimum consumption. If you're not too many, I would recommend dining in the main hall," the receptionist politely suggested. "Let us go for a private room. I prefer a quieter environment." Once inside the private room, Yi Feng lazily ordered a set menu. True to its reputation, dishes began arriving shortly, and seeing the array of delicacies, Yilin's mouth watered, while Yi's mother scolded Yi Feng for his extravagant spending. Yi's father, however, sat there happily. At the table, Yi Feng continuously served dishes to his parents. "Mom, Dad, eat more. This tastes fantastic. Try this Wagyu beef, and Mom, drink your bird's nest soup. If you love it, I'll refill it for you." Meanwhile, Yilin aggressively poked at the roasted suckling pig with a lobster claw, casting a resentful glance at Yi Feng as if to say, "Why aren't you serving me?" "Mom and Dad, I plan for us to check out some houses tomorrow. I've already made arrangements at the Donghu Resort. I bought the car to make it easier for you to travel there. All right, let us go check it out tomorrow. It's about time to pick a place for your future home. At this rate, with your lavish spending, you'll run out of money soon." Yi's mother agreed wholeheartedly. "Brother, you have great taste. My classmate lives nearby, and it's really nice. There's a resort, an amusement park, and a hot spring hotel. Hiki, so many fun things. Plus, it's only half an hour from the city center, very convenient. I heard from my classmate that the subway is already planned there and will start construction next year. You're quite informed. Mom, I'll transfer you some money. You're always reluctant to spend. Your son is wealthy now, so don't hesitate to spend. Once you run out, I'll transfer more." After saying this, Yi Feng transferred 20 million yuan to his mother, not wanting to send too much, fearing she might be overwhelmed. Seeing Yilin looking at him expectantly, he couldn't help but transfer her 50, as too much money wasn't suitable for a little girl. After dinner, Yi's mother wanted to take leftovers home, but Yi Feng stopped her. "I'm worth over 100 billion. How can I let Mom eat leftovers?" Once home, Yi's parents went to bed early, while the siblings chatted on the sofa. "Brother, I feel like today has been surreal. I'm a bit scared. I fear that when I wake up, it will all be a dream, and you'll still be in the Magic City. I'm also afraid that this is real, and you'll become busier and won't care for me anymore. Silly girl, why think such things? How could I not care for you? We are bound by blood. If anything happens, you must tell your brother. Now that I have the ability, I can help solve any problems. Feng chuckled helplessly, realizing that this little girl was becoming more thoughtful. He lay on the sofa, chatted with Li Shana for a while, and then fell asleep. As he was indeed quite tired from the day. Early in the morning, Feng was awakened by Yi Lin's commotion. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 7 a.m. With a helpless expression, he said, "Little sister, it's barely 7. Keep it down. I want to sleep a bit longer." "Oh brother, we're going to buy a big house soon. I'm so excited. Don't sleep. Come see if this dress looks pretty on me." Chapter 18. Buying a house for parents by around 9 a.m. Feng finally woke up, and with Yi urging him on, he quickly washed up. After breakfast, the family set out. Yi's father was already waiting in the car, and upon seeing the three of them, he remarked, "Xiaofeng, this car is really nice. I never thought I'd get to drive a Bentley in my lifetime. Look at you showing off. It's all thanks to your son. Hurry up and get in." "Let us get moving," Yi's mother chimed in. Feng produced another set of car keys, addressing his parents. "I'll drive the other one. I bought 2 cars yesterday." Upon seeing Feng arrive beside the Aston Martin 77, Yi hastily exited the vehicle, rushed to the passenger side, and plopped down into the seat, calling out to her parents, "Mom and Dad, you go ahead. I'll take my brother's sports car." He settled in the car. Yi gazed at the exquisite and luxurious interior, turning to Feng and inquired, "Brother, this car must be quite expensive, right? I read online that sports cars cost several million. How much did you pay for this one?" Observing his financially curious sister, Feng felt it was time for a lesson in prudence. "This is an Aston Martin 77, valued at 50 million Huaxia coins. Little girl, stop worrying about such things. Rest assured, once you obtain your driver's license, I shall gift you a sports car to prevent you from being easily deceived in the future. I knew my brother loved me the most." Hiki. The Donghu resort was not far from Feng's home. They arrived in under 20 minutes. In his childhood, before the resort was built, he had visited with his parents and dug up a large bucket of clams. The Donghu Villa is nestled beside a tranquil lakeshore, enveloped by lush trees, offering expansive views that distance one from the clamor of the city and invite the essence of nature. Upon arriving at the sales center, the opulent decor left Feng's parents feeling somewhat intimidated, while Yi was brimming with excitement. As the villa sales center was not overly crowded, a few elegantly dressed sales representatives were engaged in idle chatter and did not approach the Yi family upon their arrival. "Brother, come quick. Look at this villa. The location is exceptional. You can see the entire Donghu from the yard. Let us go take a look." Yi exclaimed eagerly to Feng. Upon reaching the model display, Feng noted the advantageous location and called out to one of the chatting sales representatives, "Miss Sales, could you show us this villa in person?" The sales representatives exchanged disdainful glances, considering the Yi family a waste of time. Just as Feng was about to express his irritation, a youthful girl approached him. "Sir, if you don't mind, I can show you this villa. I am relatively new and not yet very experienced." Feng assessed the young girl, who appeared to be a student working during her summer break. Noticing her name tag, he learned she was called Su Yali. "Miss Su, please take us to have a look." He gestured for his parents and sister to follow her. One of the sales representatives sneered, "Yali, don't bother. They hardly look like they can afford a villa. They're probably just here for the freebies." Ignoring the jibe, Su Yali earnestly asked Feng, "Sir, may I know your surname?" "Yours truly is Yi. You seem to be about the same age as my sister. You're a student, right? Don't be nervous." "Yes, Mr. Yi, I am a student working during the summer. Please wait a moment while I fetch a sightseeing vehicle." With that, she hurried to the entrance to find a cart. The Yi family boarded the vehicle and arrived at Building 8 of the Donghu Villa. The villa's exterior featured a minimalist and modern design, with white walls harmoniously blending into the natural surroundings. "Mr. Yi, this is the villa you viewed on the model display. Please, come in." Su Yali opened the grand door, inviting them inside. The interior of the villa echoed the same minimalist and modern aesthetic, adorned with high-quality furniture and decor. The spacious living room was bathed in natural light from the floor-to-ceiling windows. The bedrooms exuded warmth and comfort, furnished with plush bedding and elegant nightstands. The kitchen was fully equipped, providing convenient cooking facilities, while the bathroom was spacious and tidy, featuring premium fixtures and shower amenities. The garden was meticulously designed, shaded by verdant trees and filled with floral fragrances. Winding pathways beckoned visitors to stroll, and a small fountain at the garden's center added a serene ambience with its gentle water sounds. Mr. Yi, this villa number 8 is the largest in Donghu, boasting the best views. It is fully furnished, ready for you to move in at any time, and all the furniture and materials used are of the highest quality. However, the price is quite steep, which explains why it remains available. Although Yi Feng's parents did not speak, their eyes reflected their admiration. While Yi Lin dashed around the villa, excitedly exploring every corner, Su Yali, doubting her hearing, asked earnestly, "Mr. Yi, are you saying you wish to purchase this villa?" She leaped with excitement, realizing this would be her first sale, and a significant one at that. Her tuition was now secured, and it would greatly enhance the lives of her and her mother. Realizing her exuberance, Su Yali blushed and quickly apologized. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I was just too thrilled. This is my first sale." Indeed, just being able to glimpse such a luxurious villa feels like a blessing from a past life. The other sales representatives looked on in disbelief, soon overtaken by jealousy. Shortly thereafter, Su Yali returned with the sales manager, Wang An, to present the contract to Yi Feng. "Mr. Yi, I am the sales manager, Wang An. The contract is ready. If you could kindly follow me to the finance department to finalize the paperwork." In the finance room, Yi Feng transferred the payment of 50 million for the villa and signed the contract. "Manager Wang, will the commission go to Miss Su?" Yi Feng inquired as he prepared to leave the finance room. Wang An assured him, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, the commission will indeed be allocated to Yali." Yi Feng, concerned that a temporary sales representative might have her achievements attributed to Wang An, admired the self-reliant young lady and added, "Manager Wang, I trust you will keep your word." Once Yi Feng departed, Wang An promptly called Qian Zhongwen. "Mr. Qian, today a young man named Yi Feng purchased villa number 8 at our sales center. After the payment was completed, I realized he is your friend. I failed to provide the best discount. This was my oversight, and I request your forgiveness." "Oh." Brother Yi acts decisively indeed. He just mentioned it yesterday and proceeded today. "No worries, it's not your fault. He won't be concerned about a few pennies." As he left, "I'll give him a call." After hanging up, Wang An wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have avoided offending such an influential individual. His earlier thoughts of withholding Su Yali's commission were extinguished. He decided to grant her the full commission as per the highest standard. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, preparing to leave, received a call from Qian Zhongwen. "Haha, Brother Yi, I heard from my staff that you purchased villa number 8 today. What an extraordinary move. That's the king of villas. Thank you for your support, my friend." "Brother Qian, you flatter me. I must thank you for reserving such a splendid property for me." "Brother, do you have time? I'm at the Donghu golf course. Would you care to join me?" "Certainly, Brother Qian. I shall head over right away." "Where are we going, brother? Do I know your friend?" Yi Lin inquired curiously. "My friend is at a golf course not far from here. You haven't met him, but you may have heard his name, Qian Zhongwen." "Brother, can I still make it if I get out of the car now?" "Haha, little girl, are you actually worried? Is it too late?" Upon arriving at the destination and reporting Qian Zhongwen's name, they were directed to the green. At the entrance, they spotted the muscular man, Abao, whom they had encountered at the luxury car gathering. "Abao, I'm here to see Brother Qian." Upon entering, they found Qian Zhongwen engaged in a game with a weary-looking middle-aged man. Noticing Yi Feng and his sister, Qian Zhongwen smiled and remarked, "Brother Yi, you arrived quite swiftly. Who is this young lady?" "Qian Ge, this is my younger sister. She heard we were going to the golf course and insisted on coming along to take a look." "My dear brother, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhang Zhihui, the esteemed president of Yuan Investment. Old Zhang, this is my little brother, Yi Feng. Do not be deceived by his youth. His financial prowess is quite formidable." As Yi Feng and Zhang Zhihui exchanged a handshake, they became acquainted. At that moment, a faint voice reached their ears. "Big spender?" Yi Feng shot a disapproving glance at Yi Lin, thinking how inappropriate it was to say such things in front of others. Qian Zhongwen burst into laughter beside them. "Yuan Investment? Big spender? Ha! You've made my day, Yi Feng. Your sister is utterly charming." Zhang Zhihui nodded in agreement, his belief in such notions still intact at his age. "Little sister, you have truly awakened me from my slumber. I always felt something was amiss, but I couldn't pinpoint it. Perhaps I should indeed consider renaming my company." Qian Zhongwen invited everyone to sit down, sensing that a serious discussion was about to unfold. Yi Lin took a golf club and wandered off to practice her swing. "Old Qian, I won't beat around the bush. The land in the free trade zone is weighing heavily on me. I find myself in need of investment. Could you possibly assist me to develop it together? Or I could simply transfer it to you directly. Zhang Zhiwei lamented. He had initially acquired the land for 3 billion Huaxia coins with plans to establish a large logistics trade center, but due to several investment failures, he found himself in dire financial straits, leading him to seek help from Qian Zhongwen. Old Zhang. The completion of your project is expected to require an investment of around 10 billion Huaxia coins. To maintain my own project, I can only allocate 3 billion. And it seems you can contribute about 2 billion. That still leaves a shortfall of 5 billion, which complicates matters. Qian Zhongwen recalled how Zhang Zhiwei had aided him during his own financial struggles, and he sincerely wished to support him now, but the financial gap was too great. Just as both men felt helpless, Feng spoke up. Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, do not fret. I will invest the 5 billion, and if it falls short, I can always add more. Both men stared at Feng in astonishment. To Qian Zhongwen, Feng's youth suggested a net worth of around 1 billion at most. But this was a staggering sum of 5 billion in cash. It dawned on him that he was not merely dealing with a rising star, but rather a luminary in the making. Little brother Yi, how much can you add? Zhang Zhihui inquired softly. Perhaps 10 billion. If that is insufficient, we shall find another solution, Feng replied nonchalantly. The two men exchanged glances, at a loss for words. This was indeed extravagant. Ultimately, it was agreed that Zhang Zhihui would contribute 2 billion plus the land, claiming 40 of the project, while Feng would invest 5 billion for 35, and Qian Zhongwen would invest 3 billion for 25. Zhang Zhihui would oversee the project's progression. Little brother Yi, tonight, I shall treat you. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Old Qian, you always boast of your fine wines. Tonight, I must sample them. The trio arranged to meet later at Qian Zhongwen's Donghu Hotel, and Feng bid farewell to Yilin. On their way home, Yilin looked at Feng in confusion. Brother, I don't find Brother Qian to be as terrifying as the rumors suggest. He seems quite gentlemanly. Almost like a professor. Indeed, Brother Qian once acted out of necessity. He had to be ruthless to survive, but now he is revealing his true self. Upon returning home, Yilin eagerly shared her golfing experience with their parents, her exaggerated expressions eliciting laughter. Mom and Dad, guess who I met today? It was Qian Zhongwen, the legendary big shot. Yi mother turned to Feng with concern. Xiao Feng, is your friend really Qian Zhongwen? How do you know him? You mustn't stray down the wrong path. Feng shot a reproachful glance at Yilin and clarified, Mom, I met Brother Qian while purchasing a car. He is now engaged in legitimate business, so you need not worry. Yes, Mom, Brother Qian was quite amiable today, resembling a professor. And not at all as frightening as people say, Yilin added in support. Seeing her children's reassurances, Yi mother realized her worries were unfounded. They had grown and were capable of making their own decisions. As time passed, Feng set off for Donghu Hotel. The journey was smooth, and upon parking, a young man approached, eyes gleaming as he gazed at Feng's car. Brother, is that an Aston Martin 77? It's simply magnificent. There are only 5 in the country. May I take a photo? Feng, feeling generous, tossed him the keys. Fate has brought us together. Feel free to take pictures inside and even take it for a spin. The young man expressed his gratitude profusely and took several photos before taking the car for a brief drive. Brother, are you not worried I might drive away? The young man asked, exhilarated. I must say, this vehicle's performance is astounding. By the way, I'm Xiao Peng, from Kyoto. I'm Feng, from Jin City. Feng Ge, I'll take my leave now. If you ever come to Kyoto, I would love to treat you to a grand meal. After Xiao Peng departed, Feng entered the hotel. Inside the private room, Zhang Zhihui greeted Feng with a hearty laugh. Little brother Yi, you are late. You must drink a cup as punishment. Qian Zhongwen chimed in. 1 cup isn't enough. You must down 3. Haha, I brought 2 bottles of 1976 5-star Maodai. Drink up, little brother. Feng, unwilling to dampen the mood, readily complied. After taking their seats, the server began to serve the dishes. Raising his glass, Feng stood and addressed the 2 men. To my 2 elder brothers, I apologize for my tardiness and shall drink a cup as penance. Cheers. Cheers. Little brother Yi is indeed forthright. I am grateful to both you and brother Yi. Otherwise, I would have had to sell this land off. Without further ado, I will never refuse your future requests, Zhang Zhihui. Cheers. After downing 2 cups, Feng hastily ate some food to alleviate the effects of the alcohol, as this was his first time consuming such quantities of liquor. Noticing Feng's discomfort, the 2 men slowed their drinking pace. As Zhang Zhihui spoke, Feng realized that Shenhaoren had begun to take action. Brother Zhang, this retaliation is instigated by the Shen family. who have received a financial boost. With Shen Haoyue involved, the Feng family is surely in for a significant loss. Zhang Zhihui, seasoned in the business world, understood the dynamics but remained skeptical about the Shen family as prospects. Brother Zhang, do not worry. The Shen family cannot afford to lose. If necessary, I can invest further in Shenhaoren. I am also curious about how Shen Haoyue plans to outmaneuver the Feng family. You too, in such a splendid setting. Why not indulge in some poetry instead of discussing the Feng and Shen families? Come, let us raise a glass, Qian Zhongwen declared, lifting his glass and downing it in one go. The others followed suit, and Yi Feng, feeling slightly tipsy, admired the two elder brothers' composure. Brother Qian, could you reserve the banquet hall at Donghu Hotel for the day after tomorrow? My sister is hosting a graduation celebration. Qian Zhongwen replied, No problem at all, little brother. I will ensure it is arranged perfectly. Thank you, Brother Qian. The three indulged in a few more drinks, and soon Yi Feng succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen arranged for him to stay at Donghu Hotel. At the dining table, Zhang Jiwei turned to Qian Zhongwen and inquired, Old Qian, this brother Yi is quite remarkable. His assets are conservatively estimated to be no less than 20 billion Huazi yuan, and it's all in cash flow. He may seem a bit immature, but he is destined to be a dragon among men. Indeed, it was precisely this quality that drew me to forge a connection with him. However, you have secured an investment so soon after meeting him, Qian Zhongwen replied. Old Qian, I have also investigated Brother Yi. His parents are ordinary folk, and until recently, he was just an average student. Yet, in the past month, he has suddenly acquired astonishing wealth, with funds flowing in from overseas. Brother Yi's identity is quite extraordinary, Zhang Jiwei remarked. Qian Zhongwen, with a serious expression, cautioned Zhang. Old Zhang, I must advise you not to pry too deeply into other secrets. It can lead to unforeseen disasters. With Brother Yi, it is sufficient to maintain a good relationship. His purpose in befriending us is merely to ensure the well-being of his family. Focus on that, and do not entertain ulterior motives. Old Qian, you possess great insight. I have learned from you, Zhang Jiwei said, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. After a leisurely chat, the two settled at the Donghu Hotel. Struggling to reach the bathroom, Zhang glanced at his pale reflection in the mirror and could not help but smile ruefully. Splashing cold water on his face, he sought to awaken himself. Mom, tomorrow is my graduation banquet. Have you decided where to go? You little girl. Your brother just mentioned he has already booked the Donghu Hotel for you. Aren't you pleased? Your brother dotes on you too much. Hurry and get ready. I must inform the relatives about the banquet's location. Chapter 21. Moving looking at the packed items, Yi's mother felt overwhelmed. Initially, she thought there was little to transport, believing that Yu's father could manage it all. However, the reality was a myriad of bags and boxes. Particularly the assortment of flowers and plants Yu's father insisted on bringing along, which made her want to scream. Ultimately, to avoid being burdened, Yilin found a moving company online. Before long, the moving company arrived, carrying the packed boxes down from the upper floor while Yu's mother greeted the neighbors below. Meiwan, are you moving? Yes, Xiao Feng has earned some money and insists on getting me a larger house. I can't seem to dissuade him. Today as children just don't listen. They should save money to marry instead. Yi's mother complained, yet her face betrayed a sense of pride. Your children are dutiful. You should take joy in that. You've raised two graduates from prestigious universities. You'll enjoy a life of comfort henceforth. As long as the children are well. That's all that matters. Sister He, I must go. Old Yi is calling for me. Do visit when you have time. Departing under the envious gazes of the neighbors from her long-time residence, they arrived at the Donghu Villa, where Yi's mother directed the movers to place everything in the spacious living room. Yi's father settled his flowers in the garden and then sat in the pavilion, appreciating the flora, relishing the tranquility. I should invite a few old friends over for tea, savor the moment while admiring the flowers. How delightful it will be. He mused. Yilin chose a room on the third floor and placed her dolls on the bed, arranging her photos on the bedside. After completing her tasks, she lay on the soft bed, chuckling to herself intermittently. As noon approached, Yifeng awakened once more, feeling somewhat better, and got up to freshen up. Driving away from the Donghu Hotel, he noticed a breakfast cart while passing through a neighborhood. His eyes lit up. It had been ages since he had savored a pancake roll, and he felt a sudden craving. Stepping out of the car, he approached the food cart and said to a woman in her 40s, Auntie, I'd like a pancake roll and a bag of breakfast milk, please. Savoring the familiar aroma, he took a bite with a look of enjoyment. Delicious, It tastes just like I remember. After being away for so long, I still yearn for this. Finishing quickly, Feng drove toward the Donghu villa, uncertain if his parents had finished unpacking. Upon arriving, he found his father tending to his plants. Dad, how about I buy you a piece of land to start a flower nursery? As Confucius once said, those who enjoy what they know are happier than those who merely know, Feng teased. His father's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. I'm getting old. I don't wish to exert myself too much. I'll just tend to the flowers in the garden. Noticing his father's change in demeanor, Feng realized his father was intrigued, and he decided to prepare a surprise for him. Xiao Feng, while you're out, your mother doesn't oppose you drinking. But do so in moderation. It wouldn't be good if something went awry, and remember, never drink and drive. Don't worry, Mom, I know my limits. Mom, I would like to hire 2 housekeepers, one for cleaning and another for cooking. What do you think? Feng envisioned Li Xiana, his mother would surely like her. And he imagined Yulin would become close friends with her. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but smile. His mother shot him a knowing look. And before she could inquire further, Feng swiftly left. As Yulin heard footsteps and opened the door, she saw him rushing up to the 3rd floor, looking puzzled. Brother, what is going on? Is Mom going to scold you? It can't be. If anyone were to be scolded, it would be me. Hearing Yulin's question, Feng replied, exasperated, what nonsense. Mom would never hit anyone. Tomorrow is your graduation banquet. I'm going to buy you a few outfits. At his words, Yulin was filled with excitement and urged him to hurry. The siblings drove to Yansha town, which differed from a typical mall. Each brand had its own distinct European-style storefront, connected like a miniature town with clearly defined areas, making it easy to navigate, with seating available throughout. It was a blessing for the male companions. Feng led Yulin directly to the clothing section. He was keen on exploring the entire town with her. Do you have a preferred brand? I'd rather not visit every store. Yulin pondered for a moment and replied playfully, Brother, I'm not sure which brand to choose. Just accompany me while I look. Reluctantly, Feng became her companion. Upon entering Prada, the staff initially showed little enthusiasm towards Yulin, but as soon as Feng entered, they warmly welcomed him. As a salesperson in a luxury store, they had a keen eye and immediately recognized that Feng's Armani outfit was quite expensive. Welcome to Prada. If you need anything, please let me know. I am here to serve you wholeheartedly. Feng gestured to Yulin, saying, please help her pick out a few outfits. He then found a place to sit. At that moment, Yulin was overwhelmed by the array of beautiful options, just as she was unsure how to choose. A student-like girl entered the store and was astonished to see Yulin. Yulin, what are you doing here? Yulin furrowed her brow at the newcomer, Zheng Guoguo. As their relationship was not particularly amicable, Yulin found it perplexing that Zhang always compared herself to her, whether in academics, fashion, or friendships. If she couldn't outdo Yulin, she would spread rumors to tarnish her reputation. Chapter 22. Buying clothes for Yulin. I came with my brother to buy some clothes. Is that a problem? Yulin replied tersely. Brother? You mean your older brother? I heard he hasn't graduated yet. Can he really afford Prada for you? I heard that just a few days ago. You were flaunting a Patek Philippe watch in your social circle. I assumed you had sourced the pictures from somewhere to show off. But it seems this charming fellow gifted it to you. Who would have thought that our academically accomplished Yulin would fall into such a situation? Upon hearing such slander directed at Yulin, Feng swiftly struck Zhang Guoguo across the face, gazing coldly at her as he demanded an apology. Clutching her throbbing cheek in disbelief, Zhang Guoguo could hardly process the fact that she had been struck. Her parents had never laid a hand on her throughout her life. With an expression of envy, she glared at Feng and exclaimed, How dare you hit me? Do you know who my godfather is? Just wait. With that, she grabbed her phone and began to dial, sobbing into the receiver. Yulin, feeling concerned, looked at Feng and suggested, Brother, perhaps we should leave and not stoop to this madwoman's level. Feng shook his head. He understood that if he did not teach Zheng Guoguo a lesson today, she would undoubtedly seek revenge on Yulin. He could not remain by her side forever, and if Yulin were to suffer as a result, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Before long, a portly middle-aged man approached Zheng Guoguo, offering her a few words of comfort before bellowing. Who dares to strike my goddaughter, Chen Tai? Step forward if you have the guts. Feng stepped up to Chen Tai and coldly replied, I did. Is there a problem with that? Chen Tai, realizing who he was addressing, broke into a cold sweat. How had Zhang Guoguo offended such an influential figure? A man who was on familiar terms with Master Qian? Do you know me? Feng asked, puzzled, as he had never encountered the man before. Master Yi. I am the general manager of Donghu Hotel. Yesterday, after you dined with Master Qian and got drunk, I was the one who escorted you to rest. You seem to have no recollection, Chen Tai explained cautiously, apprehensive about offending Yi Feng. Speak, how shall we resolve this matter? Despite recognizing Yi Feng, Chen Tai was determined to teach Zheng Guoguo a lesson. Zheng Guoguo, come here, and bow to Master Yi to apologize. Chen Tai dared not defend his goddaughter any longer. He did not wish to face ruin alongside her. At this moment, Zheng Guoguo was utterly terrified. She knew who Master Qian was and quickly fell to her knees, apologizing profusely. Master Yi, Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. I'm not worth anything. I am less than human. As she slapped herself while apologizing, Yi Feng lost interest and waved his hand, signaling Chen Tai to take her away. Chen Tai, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly led Zheng Guoguo away, crestfallen. The staff members watched Yi Feng anxiously, fearing any misstep might displease him, for he was a friend of Master Qian, a connection they could not afford to offend. Observing the situation, Yi Feng lost interest in continuing to browse. He instructed the staff to select 2 of the latest handbag styles along with the 3 outfits Yi Lin had tried on, and after settling the bill, he departed with her. As he looked at the delighted Yi Lin, Yi Feng tousled her hair and said, all will be well. She will surely think twice in the future. Remember, if anything happens, come to me. I will protect you. Meanwhile, Chen Tai glared fiercely at Zheng Guoguo, wishing he could devour her whole. This foolish girl had nearly caused him to offend Yi Feng. She was a liability rather than an asset. Zheng Guoguo, if you wish for trouble, do not drag me into it. If you ever dare to offend Master Yi and Miss Yi again, I will have you sold to Myanmar. Zheng Guoguo was now gripped by fear, unable to comprehend how Yi Lin, an ordinary person, and Yi Feng, merely a student, could be so closely associated with such a powerful figure as Master Qian. Her previous transgressions against Yi Lin left her haunted by the possibility of retribution, and dread coursed through her veins. Brother, I want to eat egg waffles. Will you buy some for me? You silly girl, if you want them. Just go buy them yourself. You have money. No. I want you to buy them for me. It's better when you do it, Yi Lin pouted playfully. Hearing his sister's request, Yi Feng relented and led her toward the dessert cart. All right, little girl, there are 2 servings of egg waffles left. You can rest at the nearby tables while I prepare them for you. At the dessert cart, they found 4 simple plastic tables and chairs, and the pair settled into one of the empty seats. Brother, how are things with your girlfriend Mingyu? We've already broken up. You broke up? Brother, don't be sad. I think you 2 should have ended things long ago. Although I've never met her, based on your photos and how you interacted, I feel she didn't truly care for you. You were merely a backup she could discard at any moment. Yi Feng sighed, realizing that even his sister could see through the situation. He wondered how he had been so blind to misinterpret her indifference as a test of love. Your order is ready, the vendor called out. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng quickly stood up to retrieve the order, eager to avoid further discussion with his sister. After scanning to pay, he placed the items on the table. Seeing that Yi Lin was about to continue her line of questioning, he hastily interrupted. Stop. No need to say more. I have a new girlfriend now. At this, Yi Lin's eyes sparkled, and just as she prepared to inquire further, a timid voice interrupted her. A cute little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, stood beside her and said, Big sister, I want to eat egg waffles. Seeing the girl's adorable demeanor, Yi Lin's heart swelled with sympathy. She envisioned a scenario of an abandoned child and promptly handed the egg waffles to the little girl, advising her to eat slowly and promising to buy more if there wasn't enough. Yi Feng looked on, incredulous at his sister's vivid imagination. You see, the girl's clothes, while not from a major brand, are quite clean and tidy, indicating that her parents care for her. Observe how she eats. She takes small bites, showing she has good manners and doesn't appear to be starving. She likely just got separated from her parents. Chapter 23, The Lost Nonyo. Yi Lin nodded in agreement, smiling awkwardly. Brother, you're so observant. I hadn't noticed. Turning to the little girl with what she thought was a gentle expression, she asked, Little sister, what is your name? Why are you here alone? The girl paused her munching, eyeing Yi Lin as if assessing whether she was a threat. After glancing at the egg waffles in her hand, she seemed to muster great determination. Sister, my name is Nyonyo. I came here with my dad today, but he took a phone call. I was playing nearby and waiting for him. Then I saw the egg waffles and came over. As she spoke, Nyonyo suddenly burst into tears. Yi Lin, puzzled, inquired, Nyonyo, who is Daohuang? Is he your grandfather? No, Daohuang is my pet dog, super cute. Nyonyo replied earnestly. Nyonyo, would you like me to help you find your dad? Yes, thank you, sister. You are both beautiful and kind. My dog Da Huang and I will be grateful to you. Oh dear, Nonyo is such an honest child. I really like you. Listening to their conversation, Feng stifled a laugh. His sister was as playful as a child herself. Nonyo, where did you get separated from your dad? Feng asked gently. After pondering, he realized he had no clear memory and approached the nearby map of the shopping district, scrutinizing it. It seemed she had likely lost her way in the plaza between the clothing and food areas, where the service center was located, allowing them to seek assistance from the staff. Little sis, let us head to the plaza to help Nonyo find her dad. She must have gotten lost from there. Yilin took Nonyo's hand and followed Yifeng toward the small plaza. Sister, it's right here. It's the Mickey Mouse. I was just playing here. The trio began searching the vicinity, checking nearby shops and restrooms, but they could not find Nonyo's father. Nonyo's eyes gradually began to redden, tears welling in her eyes, nearly spilling over, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings of her siblings. Nonyo, don't cry. Your elder brother has a plan. Big brother, what can you do? What if dad is lost? Will he be hungry? Will he be angry with Nonyo for wandering off? Wawa. Nonyo, do not weep. Let us enlist more people to help find your father, shall we? As Nonyo slowly ceased her sobbing, the siblings guided her to the service center in Yansha town. They explained the situation to the staff, who took it seriously and comforted Nonyo with a few kind words before using the walkie-talkie to contact the town's broadcasting system. The staff reassured Nonyo that they would utilize the broadcast to search for her father, and soon, the town echoed with the announcement calling for Nonyo's father. Before long, a man in his mid-30s, clad in a blue shirt and black trousers, hurried over. Upon spotting Nonyo, relief washed over his face as he rushed to her side and embraced her tightly. Nonyo, I'm so sorry. It is my fault for not noticing you were missing. I should be ashamed. Will you forgive me? Nonyo, equally moved, felt enveloped in love, perhaps a deliberate affection or perhaps genuine. Either way, it mattered little. Witnessing Nonyo's father hold her so closely stirred something in Yifeng. Here was a man in his 30s, strands of white hair emerging like mushrooms after rain. Perhaps a man with a story of his own. Daddy, it was Big Brother and the beautiful sister who helped me find you. They were so kind to me, giving me egg waffles and helping me search for you. I really like them. Seeing Yi Wu's serious demeanor, Yifeng halted his sister, who was about to intervene, and bowed in respect. Brother Yi, I am unworthy of such a grand gesture. Nonyo and I have a special affinity. Today's encounter is fate. I wonder if you might have time for a brief conversation? Such kindness cannot go unacknowledged. I leave it to you, Brother Yi. The four of them proceeded to the Donghu Hotel, where the manager, Chen Tai, greeted Yifeng immediately. Young Master Yi, you've arrived. I apologize for any inconvenience today. Please make yourself at home. I will arrange everything as an apology. Recognizing Chen Tai's humility, Yifeng felt it unnecessary to hold a grudge over trivial matters. Manager Chen, let bygones be bygones. I merely wish to have a simple meal with friends. A private room will suffice. Upon hearing this, Chen Tai felt relieved, glad that Yifeng was willing to move past the incident. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Once in the private room, the dishes began to arrive. Nonyo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the exquisite cuisine. Many ingredients were unfamiliar to her. Observing Nonyo's delight, Yi Wu appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Yulin tactfully joined Nonyo, and the two enjoyed their meal together. Noticing Yi Wu's reticence, Yifeng spoke up, Brother Yi, shall we have a drink? I typically do not indulge, but today, I shall join you in gratitude for your kindness. As they exchanged toasts, the atmosphere grew amiable. And in a moment of camaraderie, Yifeng posed a question that had been weighing on his mind. Brother Yi, I have two inquiries that I am uncertain whether to voice. Yi Wuhan paused, then replied slowly. You are curious about why Nonyo's mother spoke in such an archaic manner, correct? Yifeng nodded. Having noticed that Nonyo had only mentioned her father and a dog named De Huang, never her mother, it struck him as peculiar that a man in his 30s would speak in such a manner, reminiscent of someone from a different era. Chapter 24. In Introduction to Warriors, Yi Wuhan was silent for a long moment before speaking again. Do you know of warriors? Yifeng shook his head, but within him, a tumult of emotion stirred, as if a door had been opened, revealing a world that challenged his understanding of reality cultivated over 2 decades. Brother Yi, do warriors truly exist? Why have I never heard of them? Yifeng nodded in agreement, recognizing that he too would find such claims hard to believe. Nonyo's mother and I are warriors. In a past conflict, she sustained grave injuries and left us. Afterward, I distanced myself from the world of warriors, raising Nonyo alone. As Yi Feng felt sorrow for this misfortune, he was simultaneously captivated by the notion of warriors. He had long harbored dreams of martial arts, envisioning himself wielding a sword and traversing the world. Brother Yi, could you enlighten me about the ranks of warriors? If it's inconvenient, please disregard my inquiry. Yuan gazed at him earnestly. Warriors are generally classified into 4 realms: external strength, internal strength, acquired, and innate. The acquired level is also known as the master level, while the innate level is referred to as the grandmaster level. The world of warriors is far more ruthless than that of ordinary people. I advise you to avoid excessive involvement. Yi Feng regained his composure. As an ordinary person, engaging with the world of warriors could be perilous. Brother Yi, what is your current occupation? I work as an investment manager at a firm, but I was just informed of my layoff today, which explains why I failed to notice Nyonyo's absence. Hearing this, Yi Feng's spirits lifted. Here was a warrior, one capable of rising to the role of investment manager, indicating exceptional ability, a rare talent indeed. Brother Yi, would you be interested in working with me? I can offer you 2 options, either as my full-time bodyguard with an annual salary of 5 million Huazi dollars, or to manage an investment company that I am planning to establish, also with an annual salary of 5 million Huazi dollars. You may consider this, rest assured. I also have a fondness for Nyonyo and can arrange for my parents or dedicated staff to care for her. Yuan felt tempted. His greatest concern was Nyonyo, and the previous demands of caring for her had led to his dismissal. Yet he had no regrets, for his daughter was his everything. Brother, I wish to join the investment company, but I have one request. I hope to bring Nyonyo with me to work. I do not want to miss her growth. Otherwise, I would have to decline. Yi Feng, initially expecting a more substantial condition, readily agreed. With a grand gesture, he transferred 2 billion Huazi dollars to Yuan. Brother Yi, take this money to establish the company and invest in projects. However, I hope to acquire some companies outright. Until the system is upgraded, investments will not yield returns, but acquisitions will provide substantial profits and expedite the system upgrade. Yuan was left speechless upon seeing the transfer notification. 2 billion Huazi dollars had been sent to him. Did Yu Feng not fear he might abscond with the money? After regaining his composure, he spoke earnestly. Thank you for your trust, Brother Yi. I shall not betray this mission. As for establishing the company, Brother Yi, feel free to manage that as you see fit. Rest assured, this 2 billion is merely the initial fund. Additional investments will follow. Lying in bed, Yi Feng gazed at the ceiling and softly mused, System, if warriors exist, did the legendary celestial beings also exist? Host, no existence beyond this plane's capabilities has been detected. Will the system store feature items related to warriors or cultivators after the upgrade? Host, the system store encompasses all conceivable items. What you cannot imagine, it possesses. There are countless premier items from various planes in the store. Please expedite your system upgrade. Hearing this, Yi Feng grew increasingly curious about the system store that would be available post-upgrade. It seemed imperative to diligently pursue returns. The following day, Yi Feng awoke with a sense of perplexity. Why had Yi Lin not come to summon him for the graduation banquet? This was uncharacteristic of her. After completing his morning routine, he stepped out of his room, still pondering the mystery. Upon his exit, a staff member approached him promptly, saying, Mr. Yi, Manager Chen has asked me to inform you that the graduation banquet is arranged in the Chaoyang Hall. Miss Yu has already made her way there. Would you like to head over now? It turned out that Yi Lin had already departed, which explained her absence that morning. Nodding at the staff member, he followed her to the Chaoyang Hall. Inside the banquet hall, the soft lighting illuminated the meticulously arranged environment, with colorful ribbons and balloons adorning the walls, creating a festive atmosphere. On either side, for tables were elegantly set with exquisite dinnerware, and at the front stood a massive display screen featuring a bright red couplet. The upper line read, A scholarly family nurtures exceptional talent, and the lower line proclaimed, Achieving academic success brings glory to the family, with the horizontal inscription stating, Academic accomplishments. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Chen Tai was indeed quite adept at organizing events. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, Yulin's voice came through. Brother, you've woken up. Hurry down. Relatives will be arriving soon, and Mom and Dad are already downstairs, just waiting for you. Understood. I'm on my way down, he replied. When he reached the ground floor, 2 large buses had just arrived at the hotel entrance, and Yi Feng, along with his parents, eagerly greeted the guests as they disembarked. Friends and family members descended from the buses one after another, and the family of 4 warmly welcomed them. It was at this moment that a sharp, disdainful voice pierced through the air. Yifeng's mother, Wang Meiwan, the youngest among several siblings, had 2 elder brothers and 3 elder sisters. The voice that had spoken came from his sister-in-law, Li Fengxia. Yifeng noticed his mother's expression darken. Yet she suppressed her anger and welcomed them upstairs. Chapter 25. The graduation banquet. Yifeng frowned slightly. He had always held a disdain for this sister-in-law of his. She was a bitter and snobbish woman, perpetually belittling others to elevate herself. His father had 5 siblings, his eldest brother Yi Yuanshan, second brother Yi Yuanha, third brother Yi Yuanhu, his father Yi Yuanhai, and youngest brother Yi Yuanqing, along with a younger sister, Yi Mo. Unlike the relations on his maternal side, the Yi family maintained a harmonious and close-knit bond without grievances. Fourth brother, it's been over 6 months since we last met. You've gotten even more handsome. Yifeng turned to see his uncle's sister, Yiting. Despite her usual gentleness, she was known to chase those who offended her with a brick in hand. Ting. When has your brother ever not been handsome? But we shouldn't linger at the entrance. Let us head upstairs. As others began to ascend, the trio made their way to the Chaoyang Hall. At the entrance stood a small table and a hotel staff member, presumably designated to collect monetary gifts. Initially, Yifeng's mother had intended not to accept gifts, given that Yifeng had transferred 2 million, but after persistent persuasion from relatives, she reluctantly acquiesced. Inside the hall, guests had already taken their seats, and the host was extolling Yi Lin's diligent studies, leaving Yifeng feeling somewhat embarrassed, while Yi Lin appeared quite pleased with herself. Amidst the lengthy wait, the host finally concluded, and the staff promptly began serving an array of delicacies at each table. At that moment, Yi Wuan entered the hall with Nyonyo, and Yi Lin swiftly ran over to take Nyonyo's hand, leading her to a reserved table. Brother, I've invited Nyonyo. We'll sit here with Big Brother Yi and Nyonyo to eat. Meanwhile, Li Fengxia was stirring trouble again. Observing the sumptuous spread before her, she felt an overwhelming jealousy. Oh, Meiwan, I heard you moved. Did you sell that house? Honestly, for a graduation banquet, if funds are tight, you could have chosen a more modest venue. There was no need to sell a house for this. Just look at this table. It must cost at least 10,000. And this wine is Mao Dai. We all know each other well enough. It's just a university admission. Nowadays, students graduate without jobs. What is the point? Unlike my Wang Jiandong, who, despite not attending university, is doing quite well. He is currently working on renovations for the Yuanda Group, earning over $1 million a year. By the way, waiter, how much is the food at this table? I might arrange a few tables for a meeting regarding Jiandong's marriage. You ladies could join too, as this hotel is quite a rare treat for you. The staff member replied, this table, excluding drinks, costs Huaxia currency. If you wish to reserve, a deposit is required. The guests stared in disbelief at Yifeng's mother. This graduation banquet was likely to cost around 800,000 Huaxia currency. Meiwan, have you lost your mind? Spending so much money. Did you really sell the house? What will you do afterward? One elder sister exclaimed. Don't worry, Xiaofeng has earned some money in the Magic City. This banquet was entirely arranged by him. Neither I nor Lao Yi contributed any funds, and the old house hasn't been sold. In fact, Xiaofeng bought us a new house. How could that be? A student who has even graduated can't afford such an extravagant banquet. He must have taken a wrong path. I've heard that many students get brainwashed after graduation and end up in pyramid schemes. You all need to be careful. He might try to sell us products or investments and then run away with our money. Li Fengxia insisted, as if she had witnessed it herself. In her eyes, aside from her son Wang Jiandong, no one else could possibly achieve wealth. Yifeng's mother's expression turned cold. Although she had no intention of stooping to Li Fengxia's level, the latter was pushing her limits. Just as she was about to erupt, the main door swung open, revealing 2 middle-aged men, one carrying a box. The newcomers were Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei. Brother Yi, we hope we're not late. Qian laughed. It's all Lao Zhang's fault. He insisted I wait for him. Qian Gu, Zhang Gu, come and sit. We haven't started yet. Yifeng greeted them warmly. Brother Yi, please wait. We must first present our monetary gift. You must decline. It's a matter of etiquette. Otherwise, we won't take our seats. The 2 opened the box, revealing it to be filled with cash. The esteemed chairman of Yuanda Group, Zhang Jiwei, and the chairman of Fuyu Group, Qian Zhongwen, had arrived. The guests were astonished, for these were 2 prominent figures in Jincheng, especially Qian Zhongwen, whose reputation preceded him. Qian Gu, Zhang Gu, your presence alone is a tremendous honor, and to bring such a generous gift is truly overwhelming. Please, take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you both. Li Fengxia, witnessing the situation, was filled with trepidation, having previously offended Yi Feng's mother. With a forced, awkward smile, she attempted to ingratiate herself with Wang Meiwan, saying, "Meiwan, I didn't realize how capable Xiao Feng was. Please don't take my earlier remarks to heart. I see Xiao Feng has a good relationship with Chairman Zhang of Yuanda Group. Perhaps you could put in a good word for Jiandong. After all, he is your nephew." Yi Feng's mother continued to eat, ignoring Li Fengxia. She knew this woman far too well. Even if she helped, Li Fengxia would surely speak ill of her behind her back. It was better not to assist at all. Meanwhile, at another table, Yilin was engaging with Qian Gu and Zhang Gu, having greeted them before enjoying her meal with Nyo-Nyo. "Qian Gu, Zhang Gu. I plan to establish an investment company, and I've entrusted everything to Yi Wuhan here. I hope you both will lend your support." At this, Qian Zhongwen glanced at Yi Wuhan. Their eyes met, and Qian felt a jolt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that Yi Wuhan was no ordinary person. He likely possessed considerable martial prowess. This Yu brother was truly remarkable. "Wuhan, I am Qian Zhongwen. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Lao Qian, will certainly be of help." Zhang Jiwei looked at Qian Zhongwen in confusion. When had he become so agreeable, especially to someone he had just met? "It seems you are also a person of great integrity, Chairman Qian. There is no need for concern. I have distanced myself from that circle and am now merely an ordinary individual." Chapter 26. The Tantrum of Li Fengxia. From the conversation between the two, Yi Feng discerned that Brother Qian was also a martial artist, albeit not as formidable as Yi Wuhan. "Brother Qian, do you have any office buildings for sale?" "I intend to purchase one for my investment company," Yi Chen inquired. Qian Zhongwen then turned to Zhang Jiwei and asked, "Old Zhang, haven't you been looking to sell the Jinwei building? What do you think? Why not sell it directly to young Master Yi?" At that moment, Yi Feng's parents approached with their wine glasses. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately stood up and introduced, "Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, these are my parents, Yi Yuanhai and Wang Meiwan. Mom and Dad, this is General Manager Qian and General Manager Zhang. Thank you both for taking the time to attend my daughter's graduation banquet and for the generous gift. We raise our glasses to you," the couple said, downing their drinks in one go. Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei also stood up to toast, chuckling as they said, "We are the ones intruding. Please do not take offense, Brother Yi and sister-in-law. We have a good rapport with young Master Yi and Yi Lin." Beside them, Yi Lin whispered, "Brother Qian and Brother Zhang call Dad and Mom brother and sister-in-law, but they call me and my brother young master and little sister. Shouldn't we address our parents as elder brother and sister-in-law as well?" Yu Feng shot her a sideways glance, bemused by her childish reasoning. No wonder their mother was always tidying her up. Once the two men were seated, Yi Feng excused himself and took Yi Lin along with their parents to toast. Arriving at the Yi family's table, Yi Yuanhai and Wang Meiwan expressed their gratitude. And after raising their glasses, Uncle Yi Yuanshan sighed. "Fourth, in the blink of an eye, the children have grown up. Even Lin Lin is going to college. We are getting old." "Yes, indeed. We are aging. I remember when you, elder brother, used to take me bird nesting. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye." Elder brother Yi Chang remarked as he pulled Yi Feng over. "Xiao Feng, I didn't expect you to have such hidden depth, knowing someone of such caliber. Indeed, this kid has always kept things under wraps. At crucial moments, he astonishes everyone," second brother Yi Hua added. "This kid is particularly stubborn. When he was younger and got beaten, he never begged for mercy. If I hadn't intervened, he would have endured until the end," third brother Yi Lin chimed in. Listening to the teasing from his three brothers, Yi Feng felt helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to share. He had only recently gotten acquainted with these connections. Seeing his parents moving towards another table to toast, Yi Feng quickly followed, lest he be the subject of further teasing. The subsequent tables went smoothly, but as expected, trouble arose at his grandmother's table. Just as Yi Yuanhai and Wang Meian finished expressing their thanks, Aunt Li Fengxia sprang into action. "Xiao Feng, I see you are quite familiar with Zhang from Yuanda Group. Your cousin Dong is doing interior decoration for Yuanda's properties. If you could put in a good word for him to get more work, it would be more tangible than just saying pretty words of thanks." By this time, Yu Mother's face had darkened, and she could no longer contain her anger. Pointing at her, she declared, "Li Fengxia, do you have no shame? Is this never-ending? You come in here with your barbs, expecting thanks? What have you done to deserve any gratitude from me? If it weren't for the sake of my late brother, I wouldn't even bother with you, always bringing up the Zhang family and the Li family. If you don't want to be here, take your money and leave." Hearing this, Li Fengxia was incensed, collapsing to the ground in a dramatic display. lamenting how she had lost her husband early and was now a widow being bullied by her sister-in-law. As the attention of the crowd turned towards her, Li Fengxia grew even more animated. Yi Feng's expression turned icy, and through gritted teeth, he warned, "Aunt, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, do you believe I can make it so that your son receives not a single job from Yuan Group, or even in the entire Jin city?" As whispers spread among the onlookers, Yi mother felt utterly humiliated and left the scene early. Yi Feng shook his head and said, "There's no need to trouble Brother Qian. I can handle this little matter. Besides, we are relatives, and there's no need to go to extremes. Mom, are you feeling better? If you're still angry, I can go teach her a lesson," he offered. "Forget it. For your uncle's sake, I'll let it slide. We'll just have less contact in the future," Yi mother sighed, reflecting on her late brother, who had taken great care of them as children. Working hard to support his younger siblings, he had endured much suffering in life, and before he could enjoy his blessings, he passed away. Then Yi mother added, "Xiao Feng, please help your cousin Dong if you can. After all, he is your uncle's only son." Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Just then, his uncle's youngest son, Wang Xiaoshui, ran down from upstairs and dashed into Yi Feng's arms. "Brother Feng, I haven't seen you in ages. By the way, I saw a piano upstairs. Can you play?" "Xiaoshui, I can't play, but there's a great place you probably haven't discovered. Let me show you." Yi Feng led him to the basement, which was divided into 3 areas. In the center was a row of wine racks storing various domestic and international fine wines, along with several refrigerators filled with different beers and cocktails. On the left was a karaoke room accommodating around 10 people, equipped with top-notch sound and lighting, with professionals coming every 3 months for maintenance. To the right was a small cinema capable of seating 20, furnished entirely with massage chairs for the most comfortable viewing experience. Yi Feng took 2 cans of cola from the refrigerator, handing one to Xiaoshui, saying, "You can sing on the left or watch a movie on the right. Where would you like to go?" Wang Xiaoshui took a sip of cola and pondered, "Brother Feng, can I watch Bear Big first and then go sing?" Yi Feng chuckled, "You little rascal, you want to do both? All right, I'll let you start with Bear Big. Just remember to come find me after you finish." Chapter 27. Back to the villa, he was currently watching a movie downstairs, and once he finished, he would come up to find me. "Is there a TV downstairs?" Yi mother inquired, puzzled. "Mom, have you never been down to see? It's not a TV, it's a small cinema, along with a wine cellar." "You should really explore this house," Yi Feng replied. Upon hearing that the family was interested, they all headed downstairs. Before long, Xiaoshui returned with a long face. It turned out that after they had gone down, they switched to a Chinese war film, and Xiaoshui had been forced to leave. Yi Feng's lips twitched. What a bunch of big kids. Resigned, he took Xiaoshui to the study on the 3rd floor, where he set up the computer to play Bear Big for him. "Congratulations. Host, you have spent 2 billion Huaxia coins, and a cashback of 200 billion Huaxia coins has been deposited into your Supreme Black card ending in 8888. The sudden system notification left Yi Feng momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it likely meant that after the graduation banquet, Yi Wuhan had taken Zhang Jiwei to finalize the procedures for the Jinwei building. This elder brother Yi is truly swift in action. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and searched for Li Xiaona's name. She hadn't contacted him in days, and he wondered what she was busy with. "Xiaona, have you been busy these past few days? Don't you miss me?" Brother Feng, I still want to eat at Fengming Pavilion. That's our lucky spot." After putting down his phone and noticing it was almost dinner time, with his parents yet to come upstairs, he called Chen Tai. "Old Chen, this is Yi Feng. Please prepare a meal for 20 people and deliver it to East Lake Villa number 8. Young Master Yi, rest assured. I will arrange it immediately and guarantee it will arrive within half an hour." At this moment, Chen Tai finally felt at ease. He had been worried about Yi Feng taking revenge on him, especially with Mr. Qian personally attending today's banquet and bringing lavish gifts. If Yi Feng had casually mentioned anything today, he would likely be on a train to Siberia to dig potatoes by now. After hanging up, Chen Tai promptly arranged for the kitchen to prioritize Yi Feng's meal. He then personally drove with 2 staff members to Villa number 8. After browsing through a few short videos, the doorbell rang. Yi Feng opened the door to find Chen Tai waiting outside, and he curiously inquired, "Old Chen, why did you come personally? You could have just sent someone with it." Chen Tai, while directing the staff to place the dishes on the dining table on the 1st floor, replied, "Young Master Yi, it is my honor to serve you." Yi Feng understood the sentiment and reassured him, "Old Chen, the misunderstandings from before are behind us. I haven't held on to them, so you needn't worry." "Thank you, young Master Yi." I will certainly remember this lesson. I shall not disturb your meal any further. Farewell. As Feng looked at the neatly arranged food, he called out, Xiao Shuai, come down for dinner. He then went downstairs to summon his mother, aunt, and uncles as well. Just as they were about to begin their meal, Yulin's voice echoed from outside. Brother, come out quickly. Dad is drunk, and I can barely hold him up. Feng hurried out to help his father, asking, Where have you all been? After Dad finished, he insisted on going to Uncle's place. Once there, he couldn't stop reminiscing about the past. You wouldn't believe the embarrassing stories he shared, haha. When Grandpa asked him to scratch his back, Dad actually lay on the ground for ages, searching for it. And then asked Grandpa where his back was. Haha. Grandpa was so furious he gave him a beating with a stick. Feng nearly burst into laughter. He had never seen this side of his father before. To avoid further amusement, he quickly sent Yilin to eat while he assisted his father into the elevator to the second floor for some rest. Mom, let it be. Dad is happy today. Just leave him be. Tomorrow when he wakes up, you can deal with him. Yilin chimed in, eager for more entertainment. After dinner, the sky had darkened, and a light rain began to fall. Yi mother addressed them, saying, Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, and old brother, why not stay the night? There are plenty of vacant rooms upstairs, enough for all of us. Feng added, Indeed, you don't see my mom often, why not stay? I'll open up the rooms shortly, and you can enjoy yourselves. When you're tired, you can head upstairs to rest. After some coaxing from Yi mother and Feng, they finally agreed to stay. Once back in his room, Feng took out his phone and called Wuhan. Brother Wuhan, your speed is impressive. You've wrapped up the business at Jinwei building so quickly. Yes, there is a matter I need to attend to. About 5 kilometers west of Donghu Resort, there is a flower base in Jincheng. Have you heard of it? I have. It's said to be the largest flower cultivation base in Jincheng. Are you planning to acquire it? That won't come cheap. I estimate around 5 billion Huaxia currency. Brother Wuhan, I intend to purchase it as a gift for my father. Money is not an issue. Go ahead and proceed with the acquisition. I will transfer some funds to you shortly. All right, I will contact old Qian. He knows the people there well. I will strive to finalize it as soon as possible. After hanging up, Feng transferred 500 billion Huaxia currency to Wuhan. Looking at the 2,300 billion Huaxia currency still resting in his account, he couldn't help but lament the slow pace of spending. He still needed to return over 90 billion to upgrade the system. Chapter 28, Jincheng Flower Base. At that moment, a series of rustling noises caught Feng's attention. Had a thief entered their home? That seemed implausible. The security at Donghu Villa was no joke. Descending the stairs, he found his father rummaging through the refrigerator, evidently hungry after a night without dinner. Feng took out his phone and addressed his father. Dad. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Seeing Feng's actions, Yuan Hai feigned ignorance, saying, I asked where your mother went. I miss her when she is not home. Not wanting to tease him further, Feng replied, Dad, Mom is downstairs singing with Uncle and the others. Singing? I didn't hear any noise. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Feng, resigned, had no choice but to lead his father downstairs, where the sight of the wine cellar made Yuan Hai's eyes light up. You rascal, why didn't you tell me about this wonderful place sooner? With that, he pushed the door open to join them. Feng, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, wondered why they hadn't even taken a look at the place upon moving in. The next morning, Yuan and Yon Yo headed straight to the Jincheng flower base. Yesterday, Qian Zhongwen had helped him arrange a meeting for 9 a.m. to discuss details. After confirming his identity with the security guard, Yuan was taken to the conference room. Mr. Yi, welcome. Please have a seat. After receiving a call from old Qian yesterday, I eagerly awaited your arrival. I must say, Mr. Yi, you are quite young, Huang Jinchang greeted warmly. Mr. Huang, let us not beat around the bush. Name your price for the flower base. I trust that old Qian wouldn't send me to a greedy person. Huang Jinchang had already calculated the price. The entire base was valued at 5 billion. But he aimed to negotiate further as no one was truly averse to money. Mr. Yi, the Jincheng flower base was established by me. To be honest, I really don't want to sell it, but since old Qian approached me, I must give him face. How about 6 billion Huaxia currency? Huang Jinchang anxiously observed Yuan, fearing he had overstepped with his asking price. Prepare the contract, Yuan replied. Although the price was on the higher side, it remained within a reasonable range. So he agreed, especially since Feng, this affluent young man, insisted on acquiring the flower base at all costs. Congratulations, host. You have spent 6 billion Huaxia currency. Receiving a cashback of 600 billion Huaxia currency, now deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. A system notification jolted Yi Feng awake from his slumber. Upon seeing the substantial cashback, he immediately felt invigorated. It seemed he had chosen wisely in yuan. In just 2 days, he had already received 800 billion in cashback. At that moment, his phone rang and Yuan's voice came through. Brother Yi, the Jincheng flower base has been secured. You can have Uncle Yi take over any time. After that, Yi Feng transferred another 100 billion Huaxia currency, eagerly anticipating that Yuan would soon exhaust the funds, thus providing enough cashback for the system upgrade. Brother Wuhan, I will come by shortly to take a look. Brother, I want to go with you to Modu. I'm curious to see what Modu University is like. It's too boring at home, Yilin pleaded, casting a hopeful glance at Yi Feng while frequently glancing at their mother for approval. All right, enough with the act. You can go, but you mustn't cause any trouble for your brother, Yi mother said with a smile. Dad, we need to head out for a bit. There is something I want to discuss with you. With a puzzled expression, Yi father stepped outside, just about to ask where they were going when Yi Feng interjected. Dad, you drive and follow me. I'm taking you somewhere special. The Jincheng flower base was not far from Donghu Villa, and within 10 minutes, the father-son duo arrived. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Yuanhai's eyes sparkled with excitement. As an avid flower enthusiast, he was well aware of this place. Xiao Feng, are you going to buy me flowers? Truly, you are my son, knowing how to care for your father. Big brother, Grandpa Yi, you're here. Come quickly. The flowers inside are beautiful, Nyo exclaimed, rushing towards them. Yi Feng bent down to scoop her up, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. Hearing Nyo's giggles, Yi Wuhan stepped out. Uncle Yi, Brother Yi, come take a tour of our flower base. Yi Yuanhai looked bewildered. Our flower base. Suddenly realizing. He turned to Yi Feng with excitement. Dad, from now on, this place is under your care. Do you like this gift? I love it. I absolutely love it. After the initial excitement wore off, Yi father calmed down. Xiao Feng, can I really? While I enjoy gardening and do it well, I'm concerned about managing such a large-scale operation. It would be a shame if these flowers were mishandled. Upon hearing his father's concerns, Yi Wuhan reassured him, Uncle Yi. Rest assured, all the technical staff will remain. There are dedicated personnel in charge of large-scale cultivation and maintenance. Upon hearing this, Ye's father felt relieved and joyfully accepted this magnificent gift, disregarding everything else as he took Nyo to admire the flowers and plants around them. Yi Feng glanced at Yi Wuhan's attire and said helplessly, Brother Wuhan, I know your character and your reluctance to accept favors. How about I raise your salary, say? An annual salary of 20 million, with bonuses calculated separately? You are now the president of our Huazi investment company, and it is time to upgrade your wardrobe. Moreover, that old pulsar of yours should be replaced. Otherwise, others may think our company lacks strength. We should also hire a secretary and an assistant to help share your workload and look after Nyo. This is not a suggestion, but a mandate. You ought to handle it this afternoon and also buy Nyo a few outfits, charging it to the company. Brother, truly it's unnecessary. You should know that we martial artists do not concern ourselves with such matters. You are a martial artist, but Nyo is not, right? You must consider her. She will soon be starting school, and you certainly do not want her to be looked down upon by her classmates. Brother Wuhan, do not refuse. If you do, it would mean you do not regard me as a brother. All right. Ultimately, Yi Wuhan had no choice but to acquiesce, while he may not accept for himself. For Nyo's sake, he could only comply, though he would forever cherish this sentiment. Chapter 29. Return to Moda. Seeing several suitcases piled in the hall, Yi Feng turned to his mother and asked, Mom, are we expecting relatives? Why so much luggage? Ye's mother replied irritably. It's because Yi Lin wants to accompany you to Modu. These are all her belongings. At that moment, Yi Lin, clutching a large plush toy, emerged from the elevator and exclaimed, Brother, do you think I have everything I need? This is my first time leaving Jincheng, and I am unsure if I am prepared enough. This girl can only be managed by you. Xiaofeng, once in Modu, you must keep an eye on her. Don't let her go astray, Ye's mother warned. Rest assured, Mom, with me around, this girl won't get out of hand. Do not be misled by her lively demeanor. She possesses a strong will and understands the stakes, albeit she relies heavily on family, which makes her appear somewhat naive. The days of returning home are always fleeting, especially as one matures. People become engrossed in their own pursuits, while home remains a cherished memory, guiding them forward. At Jincheng Airport, amidst the heartfelt farewells from Ye's parents, Yi Feng and his sister boarded the flight to Modu. Brother, this is my first time flying. I heard there are free meals and drinks on the plane. I can't wait to try them. Yilin chattered excitedly like a lark. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. A voice interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. Molly, I can't believe we meet again. Sister Molly, hey, I'm Yilin. Do you remember me? We met when my brother took me out to play when I was little. Little Yilin? After all these years. The little girl has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Hee, Sister Molly, you are the true beauty. With looks like yours, I bet you have many admirers. Casting a glance at Yifeng, Molly slowly replied, No, I still prefer being alone. The plane is about to take off. Little Yilin, fasten your seatbelt, or you might fall. 2 hours later, the plane landed safely, and the siblings took a taxi away. Brother, where are we headed now? You must show me a good time. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Tang Cheni Pin. Upon seeing the name of the complex, Yilin's eyes sparkled. Brother, you don't own a place here, do you? I've seen online that properties here are extremely expensive. You like it? If you do, I'll gift you a suite when you get married. Stop it. I'm still a little baby. When are you going to introduce me to my sister-in-law? You only told me half the story last time. Outside the door, Yifeng entered Yilin's fingerprints and iris for security, making it more convenient. Upon entering the room, Yifeng placed the luggage down and grabbed the car keys, ready to call out to Yilin, only to find her curiously exploring her surroundings. Brother, I absolutely adore that large round bathtub in the bathroom. Hee, and the floor-to-ceiling windows are stunning. My dear brother, could you grant your adorable sister a small request? Can I have your bedroom? I love that room. This little bandit, trying to claim his room on the very first day, but since she is his dear sister. Yifeng had no choice but to agree. Yay, I knew my brother would treat me the best. Seeing Yilin so happy, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Lin, when school starts, do you plan to live here or in the dormitory? Don't worry, brother. I will get my driver's license as soon as possible. Hee, I need to choose wisely to make you spend a little. Fine, you can pick whatever you like. For now, let us head to Moda University. As they drove past a flower shop, Yilin suddenly called for Yifeng to stop, and he looked at her, puzzled. Brother, are you really going to meet sister-in-law empty-handed? Why would I? You stubborn man, you have no idea how to win her over. Get out and buy her a bouquet of roses. Realization dawned on Yifeng, and he promptly exited the car to enter the nearby flower shop. The owner, a woman in her 30s, exuded an air of intelligent beauty. Upon seeing a customer enter, she greeted him warmly. Hello, handsome. Are you here to buy flowers? Yes. I'd like a bouquet of red roses, please, Yifeng replied. It seems you're planning to gift your girlfriend. Please wait a moment. I will prepare it right away. The shopkeeper swiftly returned with a fresh bouquet of vibrant red roses, saying, Here you go, handsome. May your love blossom as beautifully as these roses. Upon arriving at Moda University, Yifeng held the roses in one hand while Yilin clung to his other arm. Brother, Moda University is truly beautiful. Look at that library. Its design is so cool. And the teaching buildings are incredibly modern. Oh, and the restrooms, let us not even go there. Noticing Yifeng's face darkening, Yilin tactfully ceased her commentary. Feeling parched, Yifeng took Yilin to a supermarket. The owner, Zhaoli, was leisurely enjoying music when he spotted Yifeng and smiled. It's been a while since I've seen you. You seem quite busy lately. Who is this? Noticing Zhaoli's puzzled expression, Yifeng realized there had been a misunderstanding and quickly explained. Li Guo, this is my sister Yilin. She will soon be a student at Moda University. I brought her here to have a look. You nearly startled me. I thought you had changed girlfriends. With those roses, anyone would jump to conclusions. Unbeknownst to Yifeng, he and Yilin were being observed by Shernan, a roommate of Li Xiaona. Chapter 30. Misunderstanding. Shernan rushed into the dormitory, unsure how to convey what she had just witnessed to Li Xiaona, who was in a daze. After collecting her thoughts, Shernan decided to share the news. Xiaona, I just saw Senior Yifeng at school. Xiaona, listen to me. I just saw him with a bouquet of roses alongside a girl at the supermarket. Don't get too excited. I might have misinterpreted things. Xiaona, wait for me. Li Xiaona hurried to the supermarket's entrance, unable to contain her emotions upon seeing Yifeng and his companion. She burst into tears. Yilin, confused by Li Xiaona's reaction, turned to Yifeng and said, Brother, that girl seems strange. She's crying over here. Senior Yifeng, I can't believe you're such a scoundrel. Xiaona likes you so much, yet you're juggling two girls. How can you face her? What's the point of coming over now? Go be with your little girlfriend instead. Xiaona, let us go? He.s not worth your tears. Yifeng, perplexed and overwhelmed, rushed to stop Li Xiaona, just as Yilin approached and said, Brother, is this my sister-in-law? Brother? Li Xiaona was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Feng. Before he could utter a word, Shernan interjected, "Young lady. What a lowly excuse. You've been caught and now claim to be siblings. How do you explain the roses? If you say he asked your brother, how can you prove it?" Yilin, despite often appearing somewhat foolish, exhibited remarkable shrewdness at that moment. Pointing to the roses on the table, she declared, "Those roses were purchased by my brother for my sister-in-law. As for the sibling claim, that's even simpler. Brother, hand me your ID." She retrieved her own identification from her bag and, along with Feng's ID, presented them to Li Xiaona. "Sister-in-law, look, the addresses on our IDs are identical. We are indeed full-blooded siblings." Feng discreetly gave Yilin a thumbs up, realizing that explaining this would have been quite a challenge. Li Xiaona awkwardly regarded the pair of siblings, recognizing her misunderstanding. Shernan, too, realized his error in reporting false information. He quickly apologized and made his hasty exit. "Sister-in-law, come, let us sit over there. No need to linger here." The trio settled down, and Feng placed the roses before Li Xiaona. "Xiaona, these roses are for you. I hope you like them." Upon receiving the roses, Li Xiaona's face lit up with happiness, and she softly said, "Feng Ge, Lin. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding earlier." "No worries, sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. Do you have time this afternoon? Let us go shopping and let Big Brother foot the bill, haha." The atmosphere among the three gradually became more harmonious. When Li Xiaona learned that Yilin would soon be entering the prestigious Moda University, her joy intensified as it would afford her more opportunities to learn about Feng Ge and foster a good relationship with her future sister-in-law. Observing their cheerful conversation, Feng took the opportunity to reserve a table at Fengming Pavilion for the evening. Just as he completed the reservation, a call came in from Shinhaoren. "Brother Yi, you've invested so much in my family. Why haven't you inquired about the progress?" "Brother Shin, I trust you. Besides, it's not a substantial amount. What prompted you to call me today? The Yunduan Villa is ready for you to move in at any time. Also, tomorrow evening, the Qin family, the first family of Modu, is hosting a charity gala. Are you interested in attending?" Though Feng had little interest in the gala, he was intrigued by the prospect of spending money. "Brother Shin, I will definitely attend tomorrow evening." "Great, I'll send you the address shortly. See you tomorrow evening." Shortly after hanging up, Shinhaoren sent an address, Moda Mingzhu Hotel. "Brother, are you going to the gala tomorrow night? Can you take me and Sister Xiaona along? I've never attended a gala before." "Please?" "All right, we'll go together tomorrow night." Upon hearing Feng's agreement, Yilin jumped with joy. Dragging Li Xiaona off to buy dresses, Feng drove the two ladies to Wanda Plaza, and they headed straight for the luxury goods section. Their first stop was the Armani store, where they intended to select a suit for Feng. As the staff recognized him, they greeted him warmly, recalling his previous display of grandeur. "Mr. Yi, welcome to Armani. How can I assist you today?" "I am at your service." Before Feng could respond, Yilin eagerly interjected, "Take us to see the suits." The staff led them to the suit section, showcasing a black suit. "Mr. Yi, this latest design is handcrafted by Italy's premier designer, Ferrando Armani, using the finest materials. It not only offers exceptional comfort but also accentuates the best proportions. Ideal for a gentleman of your stature. Brother, hurry and try it on. I've yet to see you in a suit." Feng took the suit from the attendant and headed to the fitting room. After changing, he stepped out to find Li Xiaona and Yilin gazing at him, awestruck. "What are you two staring at? How does this suit look?" "Brother, I've just realized how handsome you look in a suit. Oh my gosh, it's blindingly dazzling." Yilin exclaimed. "What was that saying? A jade among men, unmatched in the world." Li Xiaona chimed in with a smile. "Exactly, that's the one," Feng replied, looking earnestly at Yilin. "Indeed, it's quite blinding, just like a single dog." Li Xiaona burst into laughter at this remark. Yilin, visibly displeased, shot a glare at Feng. "Sister Xiaona, aren't you going to say something to your brother? Does he really talk about his sister like that? All right. You two should pick out a couple of dresses as well." Feng quickly redirected the conversation. Eventually, Yilin selected a backless gown that made Feng's eyelids twitch. He thought to himself how their mother would surely rush from Jinsheng to admonish her if she found out. Li Xiaona, on the other hand, chose a modest dress that complemented Feng's suit perfectly. After having the staff assist the two women with matching handbags and selecting some accessories, they completed their purchase and left the store. "Brother, how did you meet Sister Xiaona?" Feng glanced at Yilin with a mysterious smile. "Are you curious? I'll take you to a place later, and you'll find out." "Brother, I've noticed that ever since Sister Xiaona came along, you've been neglecting me, keeping secrets. Yilin pouted. Li Xiaona quickly stepped in to comfort her. Oh, you little rascal. The place we're going is where I first met Xiaona. You'll see for yourself, which is far better than my explanation. Yi Feng replied, feeling exasperated. You're just not caring for me anymore. You don't even comfort me. Sister Xiaona is much better, she said, sticking her tongue out at him before returning to her conversation with Li Xiaona. Soon, the three arrived at Feng Pavilion, where a long queue awaited them outside. After Yi Feng confirmed their reservation with the staff, they were guided to their table. Lin. The first time I met Feng Gu was right here, at this very table, sharing it with him and my roommate, Li Xiaona recounted happily. Perhaps had she been more proactive back then, she would have what she desired now. Here, the service is quite unique. If you call for the waiter, they 1T respond. You must call Xiao Air for them to come over. Why not give it a try? Yilin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having only heard such terms on television before today. Xiao Air, bring me 2 jin of wine and 5 jin of beef, she proclaimed, standing on her stool. Yi Feng facepalmed, fully aware that his sister would stir up trouble. He shot her an admonishing look. What are you thinking? Xiao Air, bring us a few specialty dishes. A pot of Longjing tea and 2 glasses of orange juice. But I saw that's how they do it on TV. Yilin protested. Especially with me standing on the stool, doesn't it seem quite impressive? Impressive indeed. I wonder how you'll manage to get married one day. Yi Feng retorted with a sigh. Li Xiaona observed the playful banter between the siblings, feeling a warmth in her heart. As an only child, she had often envied those who had loving brothers to bicker with, care for, and dote on. She resolved to give Feng Gu several children in the future. And the thought made her cheeks flush. Sister Xiaona, what are you thinking? Your face is all red. Hee, come on, confess. Are you laughing at me? If not, I might have to show you the prowess of a future sister-in-law with my dragon claw hand. Watching the two playfully spar, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Oh, isn't that Yi Feng? A pretty boy like you can charm 2 girls at once? TSK, young ladies. Your taste is questionable. What is so great about a broke kid without a job? In this day and age, looks alone 1T suffice. One must also have money. The voice belonged to Wang Gang, Yi Feng's former supervisor during his internship. Yilin looked at him as if he were a fool, wondering where he derived such confidence to call her brother a broke kid. Wang Gang, your presence is truly incessant. While your unappealing appearance might be overlooked, your audacity to disturb others is utterly unacceptable. I had almost forgotten about you, yet here you are, compelling me to confront you once more. Yi Feng wondered if this individual was mentally unstable. You intend to challenge me? You hold yourself in too high regard, my friend. Do you possess the capability? You truly consider yourself significant, yet in my eyes, you are nothing but refuse, Wang Gang retorted disdainfully. At that moment, Yilin could no longer contain herself and unleashed a torrent of insults upon Wang Gang, leaving his face dark with anger. Observing the dispute, the owner of Feng Pavilion, Zhou Muyao, approached with several security personnel. Gentlemen, I am Zhou Muyao, the proprietor of Feng Pavilion. If you are experiencing a conflict, I must ask you to refrain from arguing here. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. Yi Feng turned to Zhou Muyao and inquired. Boss Zhou, is Feng Pavilion for sale? Name your price. Wang Gang nearly laughed to the point of tears upon hearing Yi Feng's words. Yi Feng, are you truly so reckless? You wish to purchase Feng Pavilion? How laughable. Do you have any idea of its worth? At least 80 million Huaxia coins. With your pitiful appearance, you couldn't even afford a table. Ignoring Wang Gang, Yi Feng continued addressing Zhou Muyao, 100 million Huaxia coins. Sir, I have no intention of selling Feng Pavilion, so please refrain from making such jest. Zhou Muyao was skeptical of Yi Feng's ability to purchase the establishment. Haha, Yi Feng, you are acting like a clown. Continue your performance. If you can buy Feng Pavilion, Wang Gang, will crawl out of here today. Yi Feng persisted. 150 million Huaxia coins. Mr. Yi, it is not that I doubt you. I simply do not wish to part with Feng Pavilion. I have built this place with great effort and have a deep emotional connection to it. Not willing? That does not equate to being unable to sell. Boss Zhou, I offer 200 million Huaxia coins, and you will continue to manage Feng Pavilion. Zhou Muyao was quite pleased with this offer. Yet he still doubted Yi Feng's capacity to follow through. Mr. Yi, if you can indeed provide 200 million Huaxia coins, Feng Pavilion will be yours. Yi Feng requested an account number from Zhou Muyao, and after transferring the funds, he quietly observed him. Upon receiving the notification of the bank transfer, Zhou Muyao respectfully stated, Boss, from this moment on, Fengming Pavilion belongs to you. What are your instructions? Yifeng glanced at the astonished Wang Gang and coldly commanded. Ensure he fulfills his earlier promise. Wang Gang, now realizing the situation, could not comprehend how the once impoverished youth he had easily manipulated could amass 200 million Huaxia coins to acquire Fengming Pavilion. It defied logic. Just as he contemplated fleeing, two security personnel approached and forcibly restrained him. With a face full of resentment, he cast a final glance at Yifeng and shamefully crawled out of Fengming Pavilion. Boss, do you have any further instructions? Zhou Muyao inquired respectfully, understanding that spending 200 million Huaxia coins merely for the sake of pride indicated Yifeng possessed formidable strength. You shall serve as the manager here from now on. Fengming Pavilion will remain under your supervision, and I shall not interfere. Furthermore, today, all expenses are on the house to celebrate Wang Gang's departure. After Zhou Muyao announced the complimentary service, a wave of cheers erupted among the patrons. The expense level at Fengming Pavilion was not negligible, and this news would save them a significant amount, prompting some to share the event online, creating quite a stir in the city. Brother, you were so impressive just now. The sight of Wang Gang crawling out was utterly hilarious, akin to a giant turtle. It had me in stitches, Yilin exclaimed. Chapter 32, The Carnival of Excess. Li Shana gazed at Yifeng with admiration. What woman does not desire to witness her partner's commanding presence? Xiaona, Linlin, let us dine without allowing irrelevant individuals to dampen our spirits. The trio began to indulge in their meal, during which Yifeng continuously served Li Shana, inciting Yilin's intense displeasure, ultimately relegating her to the role of a mere utensil. As they neared the conclusion of their meal, Yilin whispered conspiratorially to Li Shana, Sister Xiana, shall we visit my brother afterward? My room is exquisite, and tomorrow evening we have a charity gala. It would be inappropriate to bring my gown from school. All right. I am curious to see how Feng Ji's place looks. I've heard boys' homes can be quite messy. I wonder if we might stumble upon Feng Ji's smelly socks. She chuckled. Seeing Li Shana agree, Yilin winked at her brother, as if to say, you should thank your adorable sister. The three departed Fengming Pavilion, hastening towards Tangshan Yipin. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Yilin insisted Yifeng input Li Shana's fingerprint and iris for access, claiming it would facilitate future visits. The true intent was, of course, quite evident. Sister Xiaona, come with me. I'll show you my room. I worked hard to negotiate it from my brother. Yifeng watched as Li Shana was pulled away by Yilin, chuckling helplessly. Realizing his sister was merely trying to create opportunities for herself, leaving him in the living room, he resigned himself to reclining on the sofa and scrolling through short videos. Opening Douyin, he reflected on his former online alias, Feng Shui Gui Ren, and found it somewhat amusing. It was merely a name after all. Suddenly, a video caught his attention, one depicting the earlier incident at Fengming Pavilion. As he scrolled through the comments, reactions were mixed. Some praised his extravagance, while others criticized him for being overly domineering. After a brief perusal, he bypassed the video, only to encounter a live stream featuring a striking young woman singing. This girl was none other than his university classmate, Feng Qi. The stream had a meager audience of fewer than 50 viewers, and the gifts were scant, consisting of only a few scattered lollipops. Host, your singing isn't cutting it. You need to get up and showcase your figure. Indeed, host, given your impressive assets, a little movement would surely create quite a stir. The two lecherous individuals upstairs had made their judgments. Little sister, sing an 18 tune. I'll shower you with rockets. At that moment, an invitation appeared on the screen, and soon a sultry woman graced the stream. She's connected with the seductive little cat. This is a major broadcaster with 2 million followers. Little Chi-Chi, are you ready to perform? A sultry voice emanated from the live stream. Feng Qi understood that opportunities to connect with a prominent broadcaster were rare. This was a chance for increased followers and recognition. Hello, Sister Cat. I'm ready to perform. Feng Qi replied excitedly. All right, I'll stipulate the penalty. The loser must remove their makeup live and deactivate the beauty filter. Sister Cat was confident in her victory, dismissing her opponent as a novice. Very well, Sister Cat, let us begin. However, the live stream for Little Chi-Chi was dismally lacking, with only a few lollipops and hearts to show for it. System, can gifts and live streams be refunded? Host, to prevent malicious refunding, live stream rewards are not refundable. Yifeng had initially hoped to discover a quick method for refunds but was disappointed. Nevertheless, with substantial wealth at his disposal, he felt no pressure in making a small contribution. He recharged 10 million Huaxia coins and began to generously support his classmate. Feng Shui Yigui Ren sent 10 carnival gifts. Feng Shui Yigui Ren sent 50 carnival gifts. Feng Shui Yigui Ren sent 100 carnival gifts. In an instant, little Chi-Chi's score surpassed that of Sister Cat, igniting excitement in the live stream chat. Wow, a big shot has arrived. Bow down. This one just dropped 100 carnival gifts. Do you need a pendant? Feng Shui, you are incredible. You single-handedly outshined 50,000 opponents. The alluring little cat noticed something amiss. Upon realizing she was being outperformed, urgency surged within her. If she were to disable the beauty filter and remove her makeup, her image would undoubtedly collapse. She tugged at her outfit, puffed out her chest, and boldly struck various seductive poses, captivating the influential viewers in the live stream. This series of actions caused her score to rise continuously, allowing her to regain the lead. Yi Feng, unfazed, continued his vigorous support. Feng Shui Yigui Ren sent 200, then 500, and finally 1,000 carnival tokens. Little Chi-Chi's score utterly overshadowed that of the alluring little cat, who showed no signs of resistance. Yet Yi Feng did not cease. Feng Shui Yigui Ren sent 1,300, 1,600, and eventually 2,000 tokens. It was only after he had contributed a staggering 10 million Huazi coins that he finally stopped. At this point, the number of viewers in Little Chi-Chi's live stream had soared to 10,000, with her fan count reaching 50,000. Little Chi-Chi expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yi Feng, as she could hardly fathom that a mere performance had attracted over 100,000 viewers, yielding gifts amounting to over 10 million Huazi coins. After platform deductions, she still earned a remarkable 5 million. Meanwhile, the alluring little cat's expression darkened. She understood she was finished and deeply regretted suggesting the punishment. Watching the incessant comments urging her to remove her makeup, she felt despair wash over her. Reluctantly, she disabled the beauty filter and began the process of removing her makeup. Goodness, who is this if not the alluring little cat? She resembles a puffy matron. Someone quipped. Have you noticed that the top donor has vanished? I wonder about the psychological impact on him. Observing the barrage of teasing comments in the live stream, Yi Feng found it rather dull and decided to exit. At that moment, he discovered that his follower count had surged from a mere 100 to an impressive 80,000. With an influx of private messages, most of them requesting to befriend him and inviting him to their live streams, while some even sent private photos. Roommate Chi also messaged him, expressing a desire to treat him to dinner and conveying her gratitude. Chapter 33. The Interloper. Yilin brother, today Sister Xiana isn't leaving. She is staying in my room. We're going to have a good chat tonight, so please don't disturb us. Yi Feng inquired as the two emerged from the room. Do you need me to bring you another blanket? Sister Xiana, there's a large bathtub in the bathroom. I'll fill it with water, and we can soak together shortly. Hee, let me close the door. It would be awkward if our perverted brother barges in. Brother Feng wouldn't he do that? He is always a gentleman. How could he be a pervert? Li Xiana explained, noting that it seemed she had always taken the initiative to hug and kiss Yi Feng, while he had never made the first move. Was her charm not substantial enough? What are you thinking, Sister Xiana? Don't you want to sleep with me instead of Brother Feng? Yilin teased. You little rascal. Daring to flirt with your future sister-in-law. Watch my dragon claw technique. The air was filled with playful banter, but unfortunately, Yi Feng was oblivious, as he was currently showering in the separate bathroom of his room. After finishing his shower and drying his hair, Yi Feng emerged into the living room, wearing knee-length shorts and a bare upper body, grabbing a bottle of soda from the fridge and lounging on the couch to watch television. Half an hour later, the two women finished their showers, but Li Xiana awkwardly realized that Yilin's sleepwear was a bit small, with the buttons straining to stay closed. Yilin glanced at Li Xiana, then down at herself, and sighed, Sister Xiana, how did you manage to grow so much? Look at me. I'm barely anything. I must take after my father. Lin, don't worry, you'll grow larger in time. Let us go see what Brother Feng is up to. The two entered the living room, where they found Yi Feng engrossed in his show. Just as Li Xiana sat down, the tightly fastened button finally gave way, striking Yi Feng squarely in the face. Yi Feng, bewildered, picked up the button, and upon realizing it was from Li Xiana's attire, he chuckled. Yilin was laughing uncontrollably, while Li Xiana blushed, unable to meet Yi Feng's gaze. How does it feel to be hit by a button? Enjoy the moment. You're in for some good fortune. Yilin teased. Yi Feng understood that this was indeed a button from Li Xiana's clothing. His girlfriend was truly a treasure. And he was fortunate indeed, or rather, their future child would be. Li Xiana, noticing Yi Feng's appreciative gaze, gradually calmed her nerves. There was no reason to feel shy when her boyfriend admired her so openly. "Brother, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Yilin asked innocently. At that moment, Li Xiaona also scrutinized Yi Feng, noting his solid physique and the prominent six-pack abs with smooth lines. If only Brother Feng had a slightly darker complexion, he would be perfect. Back in their room, Yilin lay on her bed and asked, "Sister Xiaona, what do you think of my brother? He's quite wonderful, sunny, cheerful, responsible, and exceptionally handsome." Li Xiaona responded earnestly. "Did you not notice his greatest flaw?" Li Xiaona shook her head, and after a brief discussion about Yi Feng's childhood anecdotes, they both drifted off to sleep. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, Li Xiaona rose quietly, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Yilin. She tiptoed into the bathroom, gazing at her rosy cheeks in the mirror, smiling foolishly. After washing up, she eagerly entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, this being her first time cooking for Yi Feng. In the kitchen, Li Xiaona worked with grace and skill, as if each step had been meticulously planned and rehearsed. The flames danced, casting a glimmer on the pan, as she carefully poured in oil and gently cracked several eggs. The eggs spread swiftly in the pan, sizzling audibly as she delicately stirred them to ensure even cooking. Before long, the delightful aroma filled the entire room, tantalizingly inviting. She then retrieved some fresh vegetables from the fridge, slicing them finely before adding them to the pan. The vegetables turned a vibrant green under the high heat, contrasting beautifully with the golden eggs, creating a visually appealing and appetizing dish. Finally, she took out a loaf of bread from the cabinet and placed it in the oven. Soon, the scent of toasting bread mingled with that of the eggs and vegetables, forming a unique breakfast aroma. Once everything was ready, Li Xiaona set the breakfast on the table. Yilin, drawn out by the enticing fragrance, entered and was instantly captivated by the prepared meal. However, she quickly realized something was missing and hurried to grab 3 cups, filling them with milk. "Now it's perfect," Yilin said proudly. Chapter 34. Taking over the Cloud Villa. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the door. Yi Feng opened it to find Yilin, her face alight with excitement. "Brother, wake up. Sister Xiaona and I have prepared breakfast for you. It's going to be delicious." Yi Feng was equally eager, aside from his mother. No one had ever made him breakfast. He quickly got up and headed to the dining area. Upon reaching the table, he was greeted by a plate of perfectly cooked egg sandwiches, with golden eggs, vibrant vegetables, and perfectly toasted bread. "Brother Feng, come eat breakfast." Li Xiaona smiled brightly. "Yes. Sit down and give it a try," Yilin urged. Yi Feng took a bite of the sandwich, and the flavors of the eggs and vegetables burst in his mouth, each mouthful filled with happiness and satisfaction. A warm sensation surged within him. This was what it felt like to be loved. At that moment, he wished to embrace Li Xiaona tightly. "This is delicious. Thank you both. Today is the happiest day of my life." Hearing Yi Feng's praise, Li Xiaona felt a surge of joy. Being acknowledged and appreciated by the one she loved filled her with an immense sense of happiness. "Brother, quickly taste the milk I poured for you. It must be delicious, and you should praise me," Yilin exclaimed upon hearing Li Xiaona receiving compliments. Yi Feng twitched at the corner of his eye. This girl, is it really necessary to be so exaggerated over pouring a glass of milk? However, seeing her expectant gaze, he reluctantly offered her a compliment. After dropping her off at the dormitory, just as he was about to leave, Li Xiaona said, "Feng Ge, can you give me a hug?" Yi Feng turned around and tightly embraced her. "Xiaona, you are so wonderful. It is from you that I truly feel the essence of love. This feeling is so sweet. I am truly fortunate to have encountered someone as splendid as you." With that, he leaned in for a passionate kiss, and the two became lost in each other's embrace, as if time had ceased to exist. With the entire world revolving around them, their hearts beating in unison, surpassing 1,000 spoken words. Ahem, dear students, please be mindful. Look at how crowded it is at the entrance, the dormitory supervisor remarked, noticing the growing crowd. Yi Feng thanked the supervisor for the reminder and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to her dorm, Li Xiaona was surrounded by her roommates, who wore mischievous smiles. "Well, are you going to confess?" one of them teased. "I saw a certain couple down there passionately kissing just now." Faced with her roommates probing, Li Xiaona could only say, "I stayed at Feng Ji's house yesterday. But I was with his sister, Yilin. Please do not spread rumors. Did you not sneak into Xue Zhang's room? Tell us, is he as impressive as they say? Has he captivated you?" Jing Jing chimed in. "What are you even thinking? It's not like that at all. Feng Ge is quite the gentleman. I just spent a long time chatting with Yilin in the same room. Nothing happened. So please do not spread falsehoods," Li Xiaona explained. Watching their incredulous expressions, She chose not to elaborate further and let them think what they wished. At that moment, Feng was driving towards the Cloud Villa when a woman in her 30s approached him. She exuded a mature charm, moving gracefully and confidently, her smile warm yet subtle, instilling a sense of comfort and security. Sister Bai, you may call me Feng or Xiao Feng. I would appreciate your care from now on. Could you provide me with a brief introduction? It is our duty to care for you. There are 3 people responsible for housekeeping, 2 chefs, 2 gardeners, and with myself. A total of 8 individuals managing your daily life. The total cost is 2 million Huaxia coins per year. Feng promptly transferred 20 million Huaxia coins to Bai Jie. Sister Bai, from this moment onward, I would like to double the salaries of all staff. I want to be here frequently. So please take care of the daily expenses and salary disbursement. Bai Jie stared at Feng in astonishment. This was quite extravagant, doubling salaries right upon arrival. And he was so amiable. Work should be quite easy from now on. On behalf of all staff, I sincerely thank you for your generosity, Mr. Yi. I will certainly fulfill my duties to repay your trust in me. As they entered the villa, Bai Jie announced Feng's recent decision, which delighted all the staff. Their salaries were already substantial, and the increase made them even more satisfactory. Mr. Yi, before Mr. Shen left, he left you 2 invitations, which are currently in the study. Would you like to see them? Yes, please take me to retrieve them. Upon entering the study, they found 2 invitations on the desk, and upon opening them, it was no surprise that they were for a charity gala hosted by the Qin family, the foremost family in the Magic City, that very evening. Feng tucked the invitations away and inquired of Bai Jie, Sister Bai, do you reside in the villa? Yes, aside from myself, all personnel live on the 1st floor. If it is inconvenient for you, I can arrange accommodations elsewhere. No, living here is quite good. It is convenient for any matters. Why do you not stay here? My husband and I live in the suburbs. I have my own room here, and I stay when he is away on business. Mr. Yi, will you be staying here tonight? I will arrange for the chefs to purchase ingredients in advance. Sister Bai, I have matters to attend to tonight, so I want to be staying here. After touring the villa with Bai Jie, Feng departed, needing to pick up Li Xiaona for the evening's gala. While driving through the Magic City University, Feng received a call from his dorm mate, Wang Chao. Hey, what are you up to? You've been quiet in our dorm group for ages. Tomorrow is graduation day. The boss is treating us to dinner tonight. Don't even think about saying you're busy. You must crawl over here if necessary. Had it not been for Wang Chao's reminder, he would have forgotten that graduation was indeed tomorrow. He hurriedly replied, Old 3. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Just watch me drink you all under the table. Keep dreaming. You're always the first to pass out. All right. Don't forget tomorrow. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Feng fell into a moment of silence, in the blink of an eye. For years of university life had flown by like a dream, coming to an end. During these 4 years, he had formed bonds with 3 good brothers, sharing in studies, play, and the ups and downs of life together. As university life was drawing to a close, each would soon embark on a new journey, uncertain of when they would reunite again. Chapter 35. The gala begins. Feng shook his head, trying not to dwell too much on the impending farewells. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, he sent a message, and soon after, Li Xiaona joyfully ran down, skillfully settling into the passenger seat. Feng Gui, why do you seem a bit down? Li Xiaona asked. After a brief response, she picked up her phone to call Yilin. Sister Xiaona, have you finished class? Is there anything you need? Feng Gui wants to know if you're home. If not, we can come pick you up. Don't forget, we have to attend the charity gala tonight. Before long, Li Xiaona had changed into her evening gown and appeared in the living room, addressing Feng Gui. Do I look beautiful? Turning to look, bathed in the setting sun, she wore a pristine white gown, resembling a blooming lily. The sunlight enveloped her in a golden halo, making her even more radiant. Her smile was warm and sweet, reminiscent of the spring sunshine, bringing boundless warmth and joy. At that moment, Feng found himself profoundly captivated, a flutter in his heart compelling him to step closer and gently wrap his arms around her slender waist, softly whispering, Xiaona, you are so beautiful. This moment will forever be etched in my heart. Their eyes met, hearts racing. The world around them seemed to pause as their gazes intertwined. He leaned in slowly. She closed her eyes, awaiting that sweet moment. Their lips met softly, sharing each other's breath and warmth. In that instant, they felt as if they were one, engulfed in each other's fervent affection. Suddenly, Feng and Li Xiaona's actions froze, a hint of awkwardness flashing across their faces as if they had been jolted from a dream. Yilin stood at the doorway, eyes wide in astonishment, observing them. An air of subtle embarrassment filled the space, as if time had indeed stopped. Brother, Sister Xiaona, please continue. I didn't see anything. Nothing at all. Yilin feigned blindness, groping her way back into the room. The two exchanged knowing smiles, feeling both awkward and sweet. Li Xiaona adjusted Yifeng's attire and called out to the room, Lin, we should be heading out soon. You need to hurry. Yilin peeked her head out, realizing the scene was not as she had imagined, and boldly walked out. Brother, Sister Xiaona, I'm all set. Let us go. The three of them drove to the Oriental Pearl Hotel. Yifeng parked the car, opened the door for Li Xiaona, and gallantly assisted her out, while she naturally linked her arm with his as they walked towards the Oriental Pearl. Meanwhile, Yilin remained in the car, puzzled. Is that it? I'm still in the car. This brother, who forgets about his sister for a pretty face, just wait until I tell Mom. And with that, she hurriedly exited the car to chase after the two. Yifeng presented the invitation, and the security guard glanced at it before granting entry. Upon seeing Yifeng arrive at the banquet hall, Shenhaoren eagerly approached him, exclaiming, My dear brother Yi, it has been several days since we last met. And I have missed you greatly. Allow me to introduce you to my sister, Shenhaoyue. Yifeng scrutinized this legendary business prodigy. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, exuding a blend of confidence and strength. Her bright, piercing eyes seemed to possess the ability to see through all, while her high nose conveyed determination and decisiveness. A subtle smile graced her lips, reflecting assurance and composure. Her well-defined facial contours and flowing lines radiated an aura of formidable charisma, and her tall, graceful stature commanded attention wherever she stood. The two exchanged a brief handshake. I am grateful for your assistance to the Shen family, Mr. Yi. Haoyue extends her thanks to you. Miss Shen, there is no need for such formality. I feel an instant camaraderie with your brother Shen, Yifeng replied. Turning to Shenhaoren. Brother Shen, this is my girlfriend, Li Xiaona, and my sister, Yilin. The two women quietly stood beside Yifeng after greeting Shenhaoren. Brother Yi, your close proximity to me today will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Feng family. You must exercise caution. Congratulations, host. A consumption of 3 billion Huaxia coins has resulted in a cashback of 300 billion Huaxia coins, which has been credited to the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. It seems Brother Wuan has made another move. He truly is a fortunate charm. Before Yifeng could fully contemplate this, another notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. Your cumulative cashback has reached 1 billion Huaxia coins, triggering an additional reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a cleansing elixir. 10 junior defense talismans, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of Grandmaster-level warriors for 10 minutes. And the introductory volume of the Chaotic True Scripture, which allows cultivation up to the Golden Core stage. At this moment, Yifeng's heart surged with tumultuous excitement. The rewards had unveiled a new realm, that of an immortal cultivator. Would he too soar through the skies on a sword? Would he achieve immortality? Upon hearing this, the Shen siblings were taken aback. Could Yifeng truly possess the strength to obliterate the Feng family? That was a colossal entity with assets exceeding 200 billion Huaxia coins, coupled with formidable social connections. Brother Yi, let us retreat to a quieter corner, Shenhaoren suggested. The group moved to a secluded area of the banquet hall, where Li Xiaona, sensing the need for discussion, took Yilin to sample various delicacies. Shenhaoren, appearing somewhat awkward, addressed Yifeng, Brother Yi. The Feng family's offensive has been temporarily halted due to intervention from multiple factions. Although they have encroached upon some industries, their overall influence remains limited. Yifeng understood that dismantling a prominent family was no easy feat, and his investment in the Shen family was a mere 10 billion, which was inconsequential for someone whose net worth exceeded 1 trillion. Chapter 36. Banquet Conflict. Yifeng picked up a glass of red wine from a passing server and remarked to Shenhaoren, Brother Shen, I am indifferent to these matters, and you need not feel guilty. He then turned to Shenhaoyue, saying, Miss Shen, I wish to establish an investment company in Magic City. Would you be interested in taking on a position within it? Shenhaoyue's eyes lit up. The current Shen family could not fully harness her talents, and seeking vengeance against the Feng family seemed a distant dream. She was in dire need of external support, yet few dared to confront the Feng family directly, as fear constrained many. Mr. Yi, I wonder about the scale of your company. You are aware that should I accept a position, I would inevitably face pressure from the Feng family. Shenhaoyue replied with calm resolve. Yifeng recognized her concerns, yet they posed no issue for him. He was not in need of profit. His goal was to spend lavishly and enjoy the benefits of cashback. The initial investment will be 200 billion Huaxia coins, with no cap on subsequent investments. Furthermore, I will not interfere with your decisions, and your compensation will include an annual salary of 10 million Huaxia coins, plus 5 of the company's profits. Hundredfold stood in stunned silence, realizing the enormity of Yi Feng's financial flow, which surpassed 200 billion, a staggering figure even by national standards. No wonder he had the audacity to claim he could render the Feng family non-existent should they target him. Brother Yi, if Huazi joins your company, could you assist our Shen family in addressing the Feng family? Hundredfold inquired cautiously. Yi Feng chuckled. Brother Shen, as I mentioned, I will not interfere with any of Miss Shen's investments. You need not worry. Mr. Yi, I appreciate your trust in Huazi, and I will not let you down, she assured him. At that moment, the sound of a commotion drew their attention. Upon recognizing Yi Lin among those involved, Yi Feng hurried over to her side and asked, Lin, what happened? He quickly checked on Li Shana, relieved to find that she was mostly unharmed, with only a slight redness on her arm. After offering her some comfort, Yi Feng's gaze turned icy as he confronted the 3 women involved, delivering a slap to each. 3 agonized cries reverberated throughout the hall, capturing everyone's attention. How dare you strike us? We are internet celebrities with millions of followers. I will expose you, one of them threatened. Yes, we must ensure this scoundrel is publicly shamed, another echoed. Hundredfold and his sister soon arrived, addressing Yi Feng. Brother Yi, should I handle this? These internet celebrities are nothing more than bothersome frogs. There's no need. I can manage this. Apologize now, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Yi Feng's voice was cold, radiating a fury that was palpable. Oh, such bravado. I had no idea Magic City harbored such a character. Clearly, you are just as lowly as the company you keep, associating with someone like Hundredfold, sneered Feng Jiping. How dare you disrespect Mr. Yi? Hundredfold rebuked loudly. Yi Feng, puzzled by the audacity of this fool, realized he was facing the most notorious sycophant in Magic City. With a strange expression toward Hundredfold, he continued, Ah, it's you, Lord Feng. What an honor. I never imagined that even after the fall of the Qing dynasty, I would have the privilege to witness your splendor. The crowd erupted in murmurs. This young man is clearly unaware of the danger he is courting, challenging the Feng family directly. Does anyone know his background? He is audacious enough to slap the Feng family in the face. I believe he is the recent internet sensation who purchased Fengming Pavilion for 200 million. 200 million is nothing but a pittance compared to the Feng family. This young man is as good as dead. Feng Jiping glared at Yi Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was a pain he could not forget. No one in Magic City dared to speak to him in such a manner. Suppressing his murderous intent, he coldly replied, You are the first to dare to speak to me this way, and I assure you, you will regret it. Not just you, but your entire family. I will make them suffer before your very eyes. Yi Feng's gaze turned frigid. It seemed the Feng family had outlived its usefulness. You are courting death. Your only support is the Feng family. Without them, I wonder if you would grovel like a dog at my feet. Huazi, initiate a full-scale assault on the Feng family. Spare no effort to annihilate them. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I have long desired to destroy the Feng family. Hundredfold declared with excitement, seizing her chance for vengeance. As the crowd parted, 3 young men approached. The one in the center addressing the tense standoff between Yi Feng and Feng Jiping. Mr. Yi, and you, Feng Jiping. I kindly ask that you refrain from causing a disturbance at the Qin family's banquet. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to escort you both out. Feng Jiping huffed and turned away, indicating that the Qin family was not on amicable terms with the Feng family either. Yi Feng shrugged, feeling somewhat remorseful for causing such a ruckus at another celebration. As he was about to leave, a voice called out to him, Brother Feng, what brings you to the Magic City? I almost didn't recognize you just now. Hee, I have no particular business here. I heard there was a charity event, so I came to join the festivities. Allow me to introduce my 2 cousins, Qin Tian and Qin Lang from the Qin family of the Magic City. Oh, so these are the esteemed young Master Qin and second young Master Qin. I have long admired you. I am Yi Feng from Jincheng. Yi Feng introduced himself. Upon noticing Yi Feng's acquaintance with Zhao Peng, the expressions of the 2 eased, as no one would look favorably upon someone causing a disturbance at their own gathering. Since Brother Yi and Brother Peng are acquainted, why not join us upstairs for a chat? Qin Tian invited. As the guest of the host, I shall not impose. Yi Feng replied. He then followed the 3 of them to a reception room on the upper floor. Chapter 37. The auction begins as the door to the reception room swung open. A faint hint of sandalwood wafted through the air. Under Qin Tian's guidance, they arrived at a magnificent tea table crafted from golden silk Namu wood, resembling a work of art, standing quietly in one corner. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, radiating a subtle sheen, as if whispering tales of 1,000 years. Feng examined it closely, growing more fond of it with each passing moment. Do you also admire this tea table, Brother Yi? Qin Tian inquired, noticing his fascination. Realizing his distraction, Feng shyly replied, not precisely. I simply have an appreciation for all things beautiful. Haha, Brother Yi is indeed a remarkable person. I thought you might have an affinity for the art of tea, but it seems my hopes were misplaced. Qin Lang chuckled. Qin Tian shot an irritated glance at Qin Lang, then poured tea for everyone, taking a sip before saying, Brother Yi, I presume you are the one investing in the Shin family? Otherwise, they would lack the capital to confront the Feng family. Previously, you mentioned wanting to annihilate the Feng family. One Shin family alone is insufficient. May I inquire if you possess any further resources? Young Master Qin, to be candid, I have no additional resources, merely abundant funds. If 10 billion cannot crush the Feng family, then 100 billion will. If that fails, I shall escalate it to a more significant amount. I refuse to believe the Feng family can withstand this. Upon hearing Yi Feng's audacious statement, the three were momentarily taken aback. Such a brutal approach of simply throwing money around left them astounded. Brother Feng, you cannot be joking. How much would that entail? My father often remarks that I am a spendthrift, but next to you, I am nothing. Zhao Peng said, attempting to ingratiate himself. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire about your lineage, Brother Yi? In all of Huaxia, I have yet to find a family of your stature bearing the Yi surname. If it is inconvenient to disclose, I shall not press further, Qin Tian said earnestly. Yi Feng refrained from explaining. The secret of the system was one he could not reveal. Maintaining an air of mystery was preferable. Brother Yi, might I ask if the Qin family could partake in dealing with the Feng family? Qin Lang cautiously queried. Certainly, I hold little regard for those enterprises. My only interest lies in spending, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly, as long as it didn't hinder his cashback endeavors. Haha, thank you, Brother Yi. Please show your support during the charity auction later, Qin Tian expressed with delight. Rest assured, I shall be there in full support. My greatest passion is spending money. Yi Feng chuckled. Brother Yi, I must excuse myself for a moment to arrange a few exquisite auction items for your enjoyment. What are you two planning? I merely stepped away for a cup of tea. It shouldn't warrant such an uproar, Yi Feng said helplessly. Brother, are you truly unscathed? Sister Xiaona and I were worried you might have been injured. Brother Feng, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. What nonsense. You are my woman. If someone bullies you, it is my duty to stand up for you. Do not be overly cautious. Remember, you have me behind you, and no one can make you suffer. At that moment, the Shin siblings approached. Yi Feng briefed them on the Qin family's involvement against the Feng family and reiterated to Shun Haoyue to relentlessly bombard the Feng family with funds, assuring them that they could inform him should they require more money. Ladies and gentlemen, the charity auction is about to commence. Please make your way to the venue upstairs. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Yi Feng and the others proceeded to the auction hall. The setting of the charity auction was solemn yet elegant, imbued with an artistic atmosphere. At the front of the hall was a neatly arranged auction table, beneath which 5 smaller tables were set, followed by rows of seating as people gradually took their places, anticipating the auction's commencement. Around the venue, posters from the Qin Charity Foundation adorned the walls, featuring photographs of beneficiaries and their stories, underscoring that this auction served not merely to raise funds but also to spread love and hope. Initially seated in the back, Yi Feng and his companions were warmly invited by Qin Lang to move to a front table. Observing the envious gazes from those behind, Yi Feng smiled, realizing he must support the Qin family wholeheartedly today. Otherwise, he would not do justice to this prime seating. As the auctioneer took to the stage, dressed formally and wielding a gavel, he addressed the seated guests in a booming voice. Thank you all for attending this charity auction, and we extend our gratitude to the Qin Charity Foundation for their commitment to the women and children of the mountainous regions. Mr. Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang have generously provided numerous precious items for auction, with all proceeds dedicated to improving the lives of these women and children. Please give them a round of applause. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, recognizing the Qin family's long-standing contributions to charitable endeavors, which explained the large turnout for the charity gala. Thank you for your applause. Just now, Mr. Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang announced an additional donation of 100 million Huaxia coins to assist the women and children of the mountains. We appreciate your generosity. I now declare the auction officially open. Let us welcome the first item, a Qin Kangxi 5-color butterfly patterned vase, starting bid at 2 million Huaxia coins. With a minimum increment of 100, Huaxia coins. The Qing Kangxi 5-color butterfly pattern vase stood 44 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 12 centimeters and a foot diameter of 13 centimeters. It featured a flared mouth, short neck, and broad shoulders that tapered downwards. Resting on a circular foot, the entire body was adorned with white glaze and colorful decorations. The neck bore motifs of auspicious heads, floral designs, and round dots, while the area transitioning from the neck to the shoulder depicted auspicious patterns, and from the shoulder down to the foot, vibrant butterflies danced amidst dragonflies. With the exterior base featuring blue and white double circles enclosing auspicious mushrooms, the artistry vividly captured groups of butterflies in various formations, showcasing exquisite realism. As the auctioneer described the vase, the audience began placing bids. Magic City Huazi Group bids 3 million Huaxia coins. Magic City Huazi Group bids for 5 million Huaxia coins. After several rounds of competition, the Magic City Huazi Group secured the first item for 5 million Huaxia coins. We thank Mr. Chen of Huazi Group for his support of charitable causes and wish him great success in his endeavors. Now, let us present the second item, the Tiffany Eternal Heart Necklace. Starting bid at 80 million Huaxia coins with a minimum increment of 5 million Huaxia coins. The Eternal Heart, designed by top designer Landis Raphael, featured a rare 376-carat pink diamond at its center, complemented by 18 subordinate 12-carat pink diamonds, making it an unparalleled treasure. Chapter 38. I meant 5 billion. The allure of jewelry for women is indisputable, and all the women present gazed longingly at the Eternal Heart. Feng leaned in and asked, "Do you like it?" Both Li Xiana and Yilin nodded simultaneously. Feng gazed affectionately at Li Xiana and said, "Then it is yours. I hope you will wear it when you marry me in the future." Turning to Yilin, he added, "If you like it, take a good look. You may not have the chance to see it again." Just as Yilin shot Feng a look of longing, a bid was placed. 200 million Huaxia coins. The bid came from Ren Hongmei, the wealthiest woman in the Magic City, and her excited expression revealed her deep affection for this exquisite treasure. "Sister Hongmei, my wife also has a fondness for this Eternal Heart. I apologize for any offense caused. It is valued at 5 billion Huaxia coins." As the renowned pampered husband of the Magic City, Qi Guangming is determined to acquire this Eternal Heart. Witnessing Ren Hongmei and Qi Guangming make their bids, many women in the audience displayed expressions of regret, while the men exhaled in relief. The price quickly surged to 500 million Huaxia coins, and Feng knew it was his time to act. 1 billion Huaxia coins, Feng declared. A hush fell over the crowd as they stared at him in disbelief. The previous bid had already nearly doubled, and this 1 billion bid rendered everyone speechless. Is there a higher bid? 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion for the second time. 1 billion for the third time. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for successfully acquiring this rare treasure. And may his love be as eternal as this Eternal Heart. After that, Feng lost interest in the remaining items and merely engaged in casual conversation with Li Xiaona, while Yilin watched the two with a frown, still upset over Feng's earlier provocation. As the charity auction neared its conclusion, I sensed the audience's support for the charitable cause. Now, let us present the final item for bidding, a Patek Philippe Dragon Watch, starting at 10 million Huaxia coins. With minimum increments of 500,000 Huaxia coins. The Patek Philippe Dragon Watch was custom-made for the last emperor of China, Huazi, and features his English name, Henry, engraved on it. This watch had once passed through the hands of the Soviet Union during his escape before making its way back to China. Given its rarity and historical significance, it is undoubtedly a historical artifact. Though the Patek Philippe Dragon Watch held great meaning, the attendees showed little interest. Feng decided to bid on it as a keepsake and raised 5 fingers towards the auctioneer. Mr. Yi bids 50 million Huaxia coins. Thank you for your support of the charitable cause. Yet, Feng shook his head and calmly stated, Auctioneer, you misunderstood. I am not bidding 50 million Huaxia coins, but rather 5 billion Huaxia coins. Mr. Yi, did you say 5 billion Huaxia coins? The auctioneer could hardly believe the figure, but upon receiving confirmation, he promptly brought down the gavel. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your contribution to charity. We are deeply impressed. Please join me in giving Mr. Yi a round of applause. As thunderous applause erupted from the audience, the charity auction concluded successfully, raising a total of 3 billion Huaxia coins, with Feng alone contributing 6 billion Huaxia coins. The journalists in attendance snapped photos frantically. Tomorrow, Feng's name would surely resonate throughout the Magic City and all of China. After the event, while finalizing the payment backstage. Yi Feng and his companions were invited to the reception room by the Qin brothers. Brother Yi, I cannot thank you enough for your support. Today's charity auction will surely be recorded in history, and on behalf of countless women and children, I express my gratitude for your kindness. Qin Tian remarked. Brother Feng, you are truly impressive. I finally see the gap between us. You waste your money on noble causes, while I squander mine foolishly. If I were to spend 5 billion Huaxia coins on that Patek Philippe Dragon watch, I can only imagine my father would break my legs. Regardless of whether it was a charity auction, Zhao Peng's comment elicited laughter from Yi Lin, who was watching the two. You girl, be mindful of your image. Let us see how you'll manage if you can't find a husband. Yi Feng replied, exasperated. Hee, Brother Feng, I think Yu Lin has a delightful personality. She is genuine. I believe we could become sworn siblings. Zhao Peng exclaimed, only to receive a playful jab from Qin Tian. If you can't speak properly, just be quiet. I see your uncle hasn't disciplined you enough. Keep talking like that and see what I do to you. He then turned to Yi Feng and said, Brother Yi, this fool is just a jokester. Please don't take offense. I'll set him straight later. Brother Qin, there's no need for that. I can handle the jokes. If everything were serious all the time, it would be dreadfully dull. Yi Feng chuckled. From a distance, Zhao Peng interjected, exactly. Look at Brother Feng. And then look at you, always acting like an old stick in the mud. What joy is there in life? Noticing Qin Tian's rising irritation, Yi Feng quickly excused himself. Zhao Peng, may you find your own fortune. As Yi Feng drove along the road to Tangchen Yipin, a large truck suddenly veered toward him, gripping the steering wheel tightly. He attempted to swerve right to avoid the truck, but despite his utmost effort, he could not escape the impending collision. Soon after, the sounds of ambulances and police cars filled the air. Gradually regaining consciousness, Yi Feng anxiously glanced at the back seat to check on Li Xiaona and Yi Lin, relieved to find them unharmed. A quick check of himself revealed only a slight warmth at his chest. Upon unbuttoning his suit, he discovered that one of the basic defensive talismans he had tucked in his pocket had turned to ash. He realized that it had saved his life. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The police, upon seeing Yi Feng awaken, immediately summoned medical personnel to examine him. The doctors were astonished to find that the three of them had no injuries despite the severe damage to the vehicle, ultimately attributing their survival to a miracle. After the two women regained consciousness, all three were taken to the police station to give statements. The police reviewed surveillance footage from the incident. Determining that Yi Feng and his companions bore no responsibility, the truck driver was found to be at fault for drunk driving and running a red light, and he had died at the scene. The case was thus closed. Yi Feng called Qin Tian. Brother Qin, I have a favor to ask. Brother Yi, you are too polite. Just tell me what you need, and I will do my utmost. Yi Feng briefly recounted the situation and expressed his suspicions. After inviting Yi Feng to sit, Qin Tian poured him a cup of tea and slowly said, Brother Yi, the driver who caused the accident received a transfer of 5 million Huaxia coins 2 hours ago from an anonymous foreign account. It is highly likely that the Feng family is behind this. Yi Feng's expression turned frigid as he pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Qin Tian. Brother Qin, please help me deliver this envelope to Yi Wuhan, the head of Huanyu Investment in Jin City. I would greatly appreciate it. Brother Yi, rest assured. I will arrange for someone to deliver it immediately and ensure it reaches him by tomorrow morning. After bidding farewell to Yi Feng, Qin Tian looked at the envelope in his hand, suppressing his curiosity, and called for a subordinate to send it right away. Back in his room, Yi Feng comforted the two women without revealing the full truth, believing it best to shield them from such darkness. He took out 2 sachets, each containing a basic defensive talisman. Xiaona, Lin, you must carry these sachets with you at all times. Understood? The two women accepted the sachets and nodded earnestly. All right. Don't dwell on it too much. Get some rest. Picking up his phone, he dialed Shen Haoyue. Haoyue, this is Yi Feng. We are commencing a full assault on the Feng family, regardless of the cost. I will transfer some funds to you shortly to ensure their complete annihilation. Shen Haoyue was taken aback. Although she had already devised a plan, an all-out assault on the Feng family would disrupt many of her strategies. Clearly, something severe had transpired, prompting Yi Feng's resolute stance. Mr. Yi, has something happened? Yi Feng pondered for a moment before replying. I was just in a car accident. The Feng family has made their move. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will make arrangements immediately. After hanging up, Yi Feng transferred 80 billion Huaxia coins to Shen Haoyue. In his room, Yi Feng retrieved the cleansing elixir rewarded by the system that day. gazing at the 3 transparent pills within the jade bottle, contemplating whether to consume them. Cultivating could be a path to greatness, or it might lead to perdition. After much deliberation, Feng resolutely removed his clothing and swallowed one of the pills. Soon after, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Feng's body, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. It felt as though he were being gnawed upon by countless ants, the agony threatening to render him unconscious. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment, desperately wanting to scream. Yet his throat emitted not a sound. As time passed, the intensity of the pain began to wane, and he noticed a layer of black crystallization forming on his body. A warm current surged within him, and he felt his strength steadily augmenting, his meridians becoming more robust and resilient. Abruptly rising to his feet, the black crystals shattered instantly, revealing a smooth and refined physique in the room. Feng stifled his excitement as he sensed the transformation of his body. Not only had his physical strength increased, but all 5 senses had also experienced a profound enhancement. He disposed of the impurities in his body, represented by the black crystals, flushing them down the toilet. It was necessary to cleanse himself, for the odor was overwhelmingly pungent. Though his body was now immaculate, he still took a shower, perhaps a psychological compulsion. The system began to assimilate the chaotic true scripture. Feng felt a sharp pain in his head as a torrent of information flooded his mind. This technique, based on chaos, enabled practitioners to harness chaotic energy, thus reaching exalted realms. Through this information, he also grasped the various stages of cultivation: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he executed a full cycle of the technique, only to feel a slight increase in his internal spiritual power. Reluctantly, he abandoned further practice. In this age of depleted spiritual energy, it was exceedingly thin. Were it not for the effects of the marrow-cleansing pill, he would not have attained the current pinnacle of chi refinement, suppressing the impulse to continue consuming the pill. The following morning, the shrill ring of his phone shattered Feng's beautiful dream. Upon seeing it was a call from Yi Wuhan, he answered immediately. "Brother Yi, this morning someone delivered an envelope, claiming it was sent by you." Hearing that the envelope had arrived, Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. It contained the rudimentary defensive talismans he had prepared in anticipation of the Feng family's potential harm to his parents. It was evident that Brother Qin's efficiency was commendable, and Feng etched this favor into his memory. "Wuhan, the envelope contains 2 defensive talismans. Please ensure they are delivered to my parents promptly, and remind them to carry them at all times. Rest assured, I'll attend to it right away. Brother Wuhan, do you know any martial artist friends? I am willing to offer a generous compensation for a few bodyguards. Money is not an issue," Feng inquired tentatively, aware that such an opportunity was slim but still willing to try. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuhan replied slowly, "Brother Yi, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. Martial artists do not place much value on money. Acquiring wealth is relatively easy for them. They prioritize the enhancement of their abilities, such as through elixirs, weapons, or rare materials. Brother Yi, are you familiar with the corresponding martial realms for cultivators?" Feng asked eagerly, wishing to ascertain which martial realm aligned with his current pinnacle of chi refinement. "The exact correlation is not precise, but I know that the foundation establishment stage for cultivators roughly corresponds to the acquired realm, or the Grandmaster stage." Feng understood that his pinnacle of chi refinement was likely equivalent to the peak of internal energy. Satisfied with this revelation, he ended the call, as he needed to collect his graduation certificate from school. Although it held little significance for him now, it represented 4 years of effort and was of considerable importance. After completing his morning routine and changing his attire, Feng noticed that Li Xiaona still appeared somewhat shaken, likely due to the previous day's accident. In stark contrast, Yilin seemed entirely unaffected. Once the 3 of them were ready, they set off for Moda University. Due to the previous day's incident, Feng could no longer drive, so they opted for a taxi instead. Chapter 40. Graduation. Upon arriving at the gates of Moda University, Feng was overcome with an indescribable sense of nostalgia for the familiar campus. For years had swiftly flown by, and the paths he had traversed, the sights he had seen, and the experiences he had endured all materialized in vivid memory. As he prepared to bid farewell, a wave of bittersweet emotion enveloped him. Sensing his sentimentality, Li Xiaona grasped his hand tightly and softly reassured him. "Brother Feng, there is no need to lament. Graduation is not merely an end, but also a new beginning." Regaining his composure, Feng took Li Xiaona's hand and strode purposefully into the campus, leaving Yi Lin bewildered in the wind. His phone rang, revealing a call from the dormitory leader, Yang Dong. "Fourth brother, where are you? We're all here, just waiting on you." "Big brother, I've arrived at school. Where are you?" "I'll come find you. We're all in the auditorium. Hurry over." After hanging up, Yi Feng hurriedly pulled Li Xiana and Yi Lin toward the auditorium, as being late for the graduation ceremony would be unacceptable. Upon entering, he spotted Wang Chao waving at him and quickly approached. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of his three companions, he realized he was still holding Li Xiana's hand. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Li Xiana, and this pouting little girl is my sister, Yi Lin." "Haha, fourth brother, nice choice. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. And your sister is adorably charming. I'm Yang Dong." "Fourth brother, I didn't know you were so secretive. You have a girlfriend but didn't tell us." "Hello, beautiful ladies. I'm Cheng Wan." "Indeed, fourth brother, it's one thing to keep your girlfriend a secret, but hiding such a lovely sister is just unfair." "Hello, I'm Wang Chao." After the introductions, they found their seats, and the four brothers donned their graduation robes while the school leaders and teachers took their places at the podium. "Brothers, we are graduating. Nobody is allowed to leave tonight. I have plans. We will not return until we are intoxicated." Yang Dong exclaimed excitedly. "No problem. Big brother. Where are we headed? It better not be somewhere too low-key." "Yes, big brother, you must prepare some fine wine." Seeing his brothers so jubilant, Yi Feng decided to invite them to his place. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, come to my place tonight. I have everything arranged. Give your little brother a chance." Just as Yang Dong was about to decline, Wang Chao interrupted. "Big brother, tonight we're treating fourth brother to a feast for keeping his girlfriend a secret. He needs to learn a lesson. Otherwise, he won't come to us when he is in trouble." "Yes, big brother, I agree with third brother. Tonight we'll treat him. Fourth brother, prepare for a big expenditure." Seeing his brothers insist, Yang Dong relented, realizing that after 4 years of camaraderie, there was no need for formality. "Brothers, I will send the address in the group chat shortly. Let's meet at 6 tonight. Do not be late." After they all agreed, they parted ways. Yi Feng first notified Bai Jia, instructing her to prepare for the evening banquet, as he was hosting friends. He provided her with their names, ensuring she informed the security to allow them entry without unnecessary misunderstandings. He then sent the location to the group chat, advising them to mention their names to the security. "Brother, where are we going? I've accompanied you all morning. How do you plan to make it up to your lovely sister?" Once he finished the call, Yi Lin chimed in. Observing his spirited sister, Yi Feng decided to tease her. "Well, since you've worked hard today, I'll treat you to the cafeteria." Yi Lin's expression changed dramatically, causing Li Xiaona, who was drinking water, to sputter. "Cough, cough. Brother Feng, please don't tease your little sister. Look at her reaction. It's too adorable." Yi Feng chuckled. "Let us grab a bite at the cafeteria first, then we'll go buy a car. I had a gift prepared for Lin Lin, but never got around to giving it to her." After a light meal, the trio hailed a taxi and set off. They arrived at a Mercedes-Benz dealership, where colorful balloons and banners fluttered in the wind, and the interior was bustling with activity, indicating a special event was underway. As Yi Feng observed the salespeople busily introducing vehicle performance and promotional terms to clients, he recalled the last time he was attended to by saleswoman Lin Yi. Approaching the front desk, he inquired, "Is Lin Yi present today?" The receptionist cast him a strange glance and replied, "Lin Yi has been dismissed." Confused, Yi Feng asked, "Dismissed? Wasn't her performance commendable? How could she be let go?" The receptionist quietly explained, "It seems a certain client has been persistently complaining about her, and this client wields considerable influence, forcing the boss to terminate her. She has now gone to the nearby Feiqi luxury car hub, where it's rumored that the same client continues to cause her trouble." Having grasped the situation, Yi Feng resolved to investigate further. Upon entering Feiqi luxury car hub, he witnessed a man verbally assaulting Lin Yi, while bystanders refrained from intervening, likely intimidated by the aggressor's stature. Yi Feng, incensed by the sight, approached the man and, recognizing him as Wang Yong, unleashed a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, all while restraining his strength to avoid fatal repercussions. "Wang Yong, you disgrace manhood. If you have the audacity to trouble me, what honor is there in bullying a woman?" Wang Yong, groaning on the ground, glared at Yi Feng with animosity. He had been seeking revenge for the humiliation he suffered during their last encounter at the Mercedes dealership, and had turned to harass the saleswoman who once defended Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you insolent brat, dare to kick me. Do you think Wang Yong is easy prey?" I spared you last time. Today, I'll make you kneel and bark like a dog. Yifeng replied coldly. Wang Yong, dismissively, scrutinized Yifeng, having previously investigated him and discovering he was merely an ordinary college student from a modest background. Despite the mystery of how he could afford such luxuries, he believed there was no comparison to his own wealth. Spare me your pretense, Yifeng. Watch how I deal with you today. Brothers, attack. Wang Yong's 3 henchmen charged at Yifeng, fists raised. With a disdainful smile, Yifeng unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending all 3 crashing to the ground in unison. Dumbfounded, Wang Yong stared at his fallen companions. How had Yifeng become so formidable? He cursed his subordinates for failing to report such critical information. As Yifeng approached, Wang Yong, in fear, immediately knelt and began barking like a dog. Yifeng was taken aback. This was not the expected response. Have you completed your little act? Wang Yong, may I leave now? Wang Yong trembled. You're quite the character, able to bend yet not break. Off you go. Wang Yong hastily fled, not even glancing back at his fallen comrades. No need for gratitude. This situation stemmed from my involvement, so I owe you an apology. Now, let us focus on your job. Show me the cars. Yifeng felt a pang of guilt and decided to purchase several vehicles as compensation. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Would you prefer to explore sports cars or sedans? Let us see both. I intend to acquire multiple vehicles today. Lin Yi led Yifeng and his companions to the luxury car section. Upon entering the exhibition area, they were greeted by rows of exquisitely crafted automobiles, each exuding an irresistible allure. The sleek, elegant lines of the car bodies seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by an artist. The gleaming emblems signified prestige and honor. A particular vehicle, with lines reminiscent of an art piece, caught Yifeng's eye. He quickly approached, caressing its pure black exterior with evident affection. Noticing his interest, Lin Yi eagerly introduced, Mr. Yi, this is the Bugatti Chiron Noir from the Bugatti Dark Knight series, a unique model. It boasts an 8.0-liter W16 quad-turbocharged engine, capable of producing 500 horsepower, achieving 100 kilometers per hour in just 2 seconds. Its handmade carbon fiber body, seamlessly integrated side windows, and 3D printed wheels highlight its uniqueness, commanding a price of 1.5 billion yuan. Yifeng interrupted her with a wave of his hand, declaring, I'll take this one. Let us see what else you have. Lin Yi, observing Yifeng's nonchalant demeanor, felt as if he was spending 1.5 billion as casually as one might spend 15 yuan. Is this the realm of the wealthy, where price is irrelevant and only personal preference matters? As they approached another vehicle, Lin Yi began to explain, this model is the Maserati Quattroporte. But before she could finish, Yifeng interjected, no need for the details. I'll take this one too. Xiaona, don't refuse, it would sadden me. The siblings found themselves at a loss for words and ultimately acquiesced. Lin Yi continued to showcase a few more cars, and in the end, Yifeng purchased a Bugatti Chiron Noir, a Maserati Quattroporte, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Porsche Cayenne, and a Mercedes-Benz 350. Mr. Yi, you are truly extravagant. It feels as though you were merely shopping at a market. Buying on a whim without deliberation like other customers, Lin Yi marveled, having never encountered a buyer like him before. After completing the payment and receiving the system cashback, Yifeng and his companions drove away in the Bugatti Chiron Noir and Maserati Quattroporte, while the remaining vehicles were scheduled for delivery to the Cloud Villa. Xiaona, I'll send you my location. Follow the navigation. I'll drive slowly ahead and wait for you. Remember, safety first. Everything else is secondary, Yifeng advised Xiaona, uncertain about her driving skills and concerned about potential mishaps. Brother, I'll be in the same car as Sister Xiaona. Please drive slowly ahead, she replied. The 2 luxury cars cruised slowly along the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Wow, a Bugatti. When did one appear in our city? This is no ordinary Bugatti. It's a Bugatti Chiron Noir, one of a kind in the world. But why is he driving so slowly? Isn't the thrill of a supercar all about hitting the gas? You don't understand. If a supercar isn't speeding, it's either a novice or a show-off. He's merely fishing for attention. Did you not see how the onlookers are captivated? Well, you see things clearly. I wish I had thought of that. But enough of that. I must get back to work. Under the envious gazes of many, the trio finally arrived at the Cloud Villa. After parking the cars, Li Lin immediately jumped out of the vehicle. Brother, this place is stunning. Are we dining here today? Is this a private restaurant? With such an ambience, it must be renowned. Sister Xiaona, have you heard of it? Lin, I'm not familiar with it either. Since Brother Feng brought us here, let us follow his lead. Li Xiaona replied, having checked the nearby area for restaurants without any results. Just trust Xiaona, follow my lead, and you will surely enjoy yourselves today. The villa is equipped with numerous entertainment facilities, including a swimming pool. You will undoubtedly love it, Feng assured them, feeling confident about the lavish amenities he had purchased. As they reached the entrance, Bai Jia led several staff members to greet them. Feng noticed an increase in personnel compared to his last visit and deduced that Bai Jia had arranged for additional attendance for the occasion. Sister Bai, our friends have yet to arrive. We'll need to wait a little longer. Just then, he heard the system notification sound, signaling that Shun Haoyue had commenced action against the Feng family. Congratulations to the host for spending 76 billion Huaxia coins, receiving a cashback of 76 trillion Huaxia coins, which has been credited to the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Congratulations to the host for accumulating a total cashback of 90 trillion Huaxia coins. And as an additional reward, the host receives a system space, a bottle of boundary-breaking elixir, 20, a bottle of spirit-gathering elixir, 50, 5 detoxification pills, 5 washing marrow pills, the complete version of the Chaos Sword technique, 10 intermediate defense talismans, 10 intermediate attack talismans, and 100 premium spirit stones. All items have been stored in the system space. This is incredible! With these resources, not only will Feng's strength soar, but he will also be able to cultivate several masters. System, can this system space accommodate living beings? Furthermore, could you elaborate on how to utilize these premium spirit stones? Having concluded the conversation with the system, Feng led the two women into the villa. Brother, this place is far more luxurious than the East Lake Villa in Jin City, and the swimming pool in the yard is just splendid. Yilin chirped excitedly, flitting around Feng like a lark. Brother Feng, isn't this the private dining place described in novels? Li Shina added with curiosity. Feng turned to Bai Jia and continued, Sister Bai, where did you put the items that Sun Ming delivered earlier? Bai Jia respectfully replied, Mr. Yi, they are in your study. I shall fetch them for you. No need, I'll get them myself. By the way, a few cars will be delivered soon. Please accept them. One is a Kian and another a Mercedes, which are for your daily use, Feng said, leading Li Xiaona and Yi Lin to the study. Brother, is this truly yours? It's incredibly lavish. By the way, where's the gift you prepared for me? Show me. Feng approached the desk in the study, picked up an envelope, opened it briefly, and handed it to Yi Lin. What is this? Yi Lin inquired, puzzled. Open it, and see for yourself, he replied. As Yi Lin opened the envelope, she discovered a bright red property deed lying inside. She eagerly pulled it out and, upon examining it, her face lit up with joy. Brother, you are wonderful. I adore you. Hee hee, now I, Yi Lin, am also a little millionaire. Where's this property? You seem overjoyed. Li Xiaona asked, noticing Yi Lin's excitement. It's a residence in Tangchun Yiping, and it's right above my brother's place. Sister Xiaona, why not consider moving in with me? I would feel so lonely alone. Would you really let your adorable little sister-in-law stay in an empty house? Suddenly, Feng realized he had inadvertently created a dilemma for himself, as he had intended to enjoy some quality time with the two women alone. He had not anticipated that this little sister would want to take his girlfriend away. Little girl, are you planning to abduct my girlfriend? It seems I must reconsider whether to gift you this apartment. That's not it. Brother, you misunderstood. What I meant was that I truly cannot come up with a good reason. Please tell me how to make it sound convincing. Seeing Yi Lin's expression, Li Xiaona burst into laughter. I think I'll just stay at school. If I live outside and my family finds out, it won't be good, she said. Xiaona, since your family is also in the Magic City, let me know when it's convenient for you. I wish to pay my respects to your parents. Feng said earnestly. Brother Feng, let me discuss it with my parents first, and I will get back to you, okay? All right, whatever you say. How could I not be fond of you? At that moment, there was a knock at the study door, and Feng opened it to find Bai Jia standing there. Mr. Yi, your friends have arrived. Hearing that Yang Dong and the others had come, Feng hurried downstairs to greet them. As he reached the bottom, he heard Wang Chao's voice. Old Four, where did you find this place? I thought I had come to the wrong spot. Dining here must cost quite a fortune. You'd better be prepared to spend big today. Old Four, this place is quite impressive. It hardly seems like a private dining establishment. What's the deal? Feng looked at the group and replied, Boss, you are indeed knowledgeable. This is not a mere private dining spot. I purchased this not long ago, so you may treat it as your own home. Cheng Wen interjected, Old Four, I just checked. This Yuan Villa area is among the most luxurious in the Magic City. Each villa here exceeds 800 million Huaxia coins. Are you being pampered? This statement nearly choked Feng, who, while handsome, certainly did not find himself in such a situation. He had earned everything through his own efforts. Sighing, he thought he would engage with them as an ordinary person, but this only resulted in estrangement. No more pretending. I am a billionaire, and it's time to reveal the truth. Get out of here. You think you're clever with your lines. Even if you were the leader of Huazi, you'd still need to serve your brother well today. They all burst into laughter, knowing that their bonds would not be affected by status or wealth. After Feng instructed by Jie to commence the evening banquet, he took the three friends to the underground wine cellar. Brothers, feel free to choose any wine you desire. There's plenty. The trio gazed at the array of fine wines, momentarily dazzled, before ultimately settling on Maotai. As Wang Chao said, northern men can't handle foreign wines. Nothing beats our Huaxiao liquor. It packs a punch. If you can't get drunk, are you even drinking? Chapter 43. The brothers feast. Wang Chao looked at Feng and remarked, "You extravagant dog. I've never seen a villa with an elevator before. Just wait till I get you drunk today. I'm not bragging. If you manage to get me drunk, I'll write my name backwards." Feng replied defiantly, as it would indeed be embarrassing for a peak qi refining practitioner to be intoxicated by mere mortals. One by one, they took their seats, and the sight of the exquisite dishes before them stimulated their appetites. "All right, old four, the food looks fantastic. This lobster and abalone are just perfect for my taste. By the way, bring me 2 more boxes of caviar. But something feels missing, don't you think?" Feng looked at the assortment of rare delicacies on the table and smacked his forehead, quickly instructing Bai Jie to prepare some smashed cucumbers and fried nuts, as no drinking session could be complete without these dishes. "Brothers, today we graduate, and we may not see each other often in the future. So let us raise a glass to our enduring brotherhood," Feng proposed. The four raised their glasses and drank heartily, exchanging smiles, each refilling their glasses. As Yang Dong prepared to toast again, Wang Chao quickly stopped him, saying, "Boss, let us take it slow. If we keep this up, we'll all be out cold soon. Let us savor the food. It would be a shame to waste such a magnificent spread." Seeing Wang Chao's insistence, Yang Dong set down his glass and jokingly scolded, "I think you're just craving food. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm getting married in the second half of the year. Make sure you all come." Chengwen asked, puzzled, "Boss, you're getting married so soon? I haven't even heard about you having a girlfriend." "Boss, I wish you a happy marriage in the future. Cheers." The group raised their glasses once more, and aside from Feng, the other three began to show signs of flush, as the conversation gradually shifted to life after graduation. Feeling some intoxication, Yang Dong patted Chengwen on the shoulder and said, "Old two, how's your civil service exam going? If there's little hope, come join me in the Northeast. Bring your parents along. It may not lead to great wealth, but it will certainly be decent." Chengwen felt touched, but was reluctant to leave his hometown, knowing that as one ages, they cherish their roots the most. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, munching on king crab legs, looked at Yang Dong with a mournful expression and said, "Boss, why don't you ask me? If you did, I might just go with you. Get lost. Didn't you decide to stay in the Magic City? What is the point of asking you? Besides, old four is here. Aren't you foolish not to cling to him?" Yang Dong teased. Feng raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. "As more content loads, please wait. My friends, allow me to express a few words. Forgive my inadequacies as we have shared 4 years together, supporting one another without ever parting ways. I believe these brothers are a gift from the heavens, and a testament to our choice and companionship. Henceforth, I declare this: should any of you encounter hardships, do not hesitate to share them with me, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you." For these brothers, Feng holds deep regard. Brotherhood is a bond that transcends words, a silent understanding that empowers us to stand side by side through storms, a warmth that provides mutual support in times of adversity. Although they may possess disparate personalities and backgrounds, they resonate with one another. Together, they have laughed, cried, and strived, navigating the ebbs and flows of life. When one requires assistance, they extend their hands without hesitation, regardless of the obstacles that lie ahead. Their friendship surpasses blood ties, geography, and self-interest, forming an indelible emotional connection. Even as time passes, their camaraderie remains steadfast, with trust and understanding unwavering. "Old three, why not come lend me a hand? I have established an investment company here in the Magic City. Consider it," Feng stated earnestly. Talented graduates from the Magic City University are highly sought after, especially those who are friends. If Wang Chao were to train under Shen Haoyue for 2 years, he would undoubtedly be capable of standing on his own in the future. "Old four, I entrust you with this task. It would be preferable to arrange for a charming young lady, as I currently do not have a girlfriend. Wang Chao had been dissatisfied with his internship, often facing oppression from his superior. Thus, when Yi Feng suggested assisting him, he readily agreed. Indeed, there is a lovely lady, and she is quite beautiful. It all depends on your ability to win her over. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to her. You will report directly to her supervisor. He chuckled. Fear not. You are yet to discover your brother Chao's charm. Watch me conquer my beautiful superior. They raised their glasses, toasting, cheers, may I find love soon. As they indulged in their revelry, save for Yi Feng, the trio had succumbed to some inebriation. Yet, none wished to depart from the table, perhaps fearing that their next gathering might be uncertain. Since ancient times, farewells have borne a chill. Who knows when they might reunite again? In an ancient manor within the magic city, a brooding elder berated a middle-aged man below him. The elder was Feng Hongye, the patriarch of the Feng family. And the middle-aged man was Feng Zhongyi, father of Feng Zhiping. Do you realize that the Feng family's assets have diminished by nearly one-third in just one day? Out of 200 downstream suppliers, 136 have ceased their deliveries. Explain this to me. Sweat poured down Feng Zhongyi's face as he trembled before his father, fearful, especially since the incident stemmed from his younger son. Father, we are likely under attack from the Shin family. Feng Hongye, filled with rage, retorted likely? Is this how you operate? The Feng family has suffered such a significant loss, and you cannot even ascertain the culprit. What use are you to me? How can I have such a useless son? With that, he hurled a teacup from the table at him. Feng Zhongyi did not dare to evade. The scalding tea splashed upon him, yet he remained silent. At that moment, a shrewd and capable woman entered, her gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding an undeniable aura as she approached Feng Hongye with resolute steps. She was Feng Mingwei, sister to Feng Zhongyi. Father, I have investigated the situation thoroughly. The attack orchestrated by Shun Haoyue involved the complete acquisition of those 136 downstream suppliers. Additionally, she is negotiating with other suppliers, and this number will soon increase. Moreover, she has acquired over 15 of the Feng family shares in the financial market. Feng Hongye's expression darkened further as he stood abruptly, glaring at Feng Mingwei like a ferocious tiger. She cast a sympathetic glance at Feng Zhongyi, acutely aware that she could not conceal anything in the face of their father's fury. Father, at the charity gala hosted by the Qin family yesterday, Zhiping had a fierce confrontation with a young man named Yi Feng, who is closely associated with the Shin family. It is nearly certain that this young man instigated Shin Haoyue's actions against our family. Furthermore, I discovered that Yi Feng was involved in a car accident that evening, likely arranged by Zhiping. I have also learned through connections that Shun Haoyue's account received a colossal influx of funds, approximately 1 trillion Huaxia coins. The elder Feng appeared drained, collapsing into his chair, as the enormity of 1 trillion Huaxia coins, 5 times the total assets of the Feng family, threatened to obliterate them. With a trembling voice, he inquired of Feng Mingwei, is there any way to preserve the Feng family? Feng Mingwei shook her head. Facing such a predicament, she found herself devoid of solutions, left only with the option of severing ties to survive. Father, I propose selling all our assets, divesting from all shares, and immigrating abroad. If we delay, the Feng family will have nothing left. Feng Zhongyi immediately opposed. I disagree. As one of the 4 prominent families in the Magic City, how can we retreat without a fight? Feng Hongye scolded. Silence. The Feng family is in this dire state due to your inept son. He then cautiously asked Feng Mingwei. Mingwei, if I personally escort Zhiping to apologize to Yi Feng, could there be a chance for redemption? Very well, Mingwei, please make the arrangements. Inform them that I shall visit to offer my apologies tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them, feeling as though he had aged significantly in that moment. He never imagined that, at his advanced age, he would need to apologize to a young man to safeguard his family. Outside, Feng Zhongyi cast a discontented glance at his sister, unable to comprehend why, with so many allied families, they should resort to such humility when they could seek official assistance and still have a fighting chance. Feng Mingwei perceived his dissatisfaction and replied, Elder brother, as I mentioned, Yi Feng was involved in a car accident last night. From the photos, I saw the vehicle was severely damaged, yet the occupants emerged unscathed. Do you not understand? As realization dawned on him, Feng Zhongyi trembled. Could he be a martial artist? As more content loads, please wait. Yi Feng opened a bottle of breakthrough pills. 5 crystalline pills radiating potent spiritual energy. He quickly consumed one, and as time passed, he felt a powerful force coalescing within him, his meridians beginning to heat as if pierced by a torrid current. His breath quickened, and his heartbeat raced, as though it might leap from his chest. Suddenly, a fierce vibration coursed through his body, as if something were shattering within. He felt an overwhelming power surge forth from his dantian, breaking through constraints and instantaneously elevating his cultivation level. Taking a deep breath, he reveled in the surging spiritual energy within him, filled with excitement as he realized he had reached the foundation establishment stage. This marked a significant step from being a mere mortal to a true cultivator, greatly enhancing his physical attributes, mental strength, and sensitivity to the spiritual energies of the universe. Now, his spiritual consciousness could extend 100 meters, perceiving everything around him with clarity akin to a high-definition camera, allowing him to see every detail within that range. Feng directed his awareness toward Li Xiaona's room, captivated by her alluring figure. How had he not noticed her beauty before? Struggling to suppress the blood rushing to his head, he continued to observe. Upon noticing a dark birthmark on her lower left leg, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He strained his mind to recall, yet found no memory. Though the familiarity felt undeniably real, as if it were a promise spanning ages, a wave of dizziness washed over him, abruptly severing his consciousness. After a moment of respite, the dizziness gradually subsided, indicating that his current strength could not sustain prolonged use of his awareness. After feeling a slight improvement in his condition, Feng slowly uttered, "System, activate the chaotic sword technique." This time, due to his enhanced strength, he merely felt a slight sting before completing the memory inheritance. The chaotic sword technique, which traces its origins to ancient times, wields immense power. When cultivated to perfection, it allows one to harness the forces of chaos, capable of bringing life or extinguishing it with a single stroke. Although the chaotic sword technique is extraordinarily potent, its cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent, demanding vast resources. Fortunately, the most challenging condition, a trace of chaotic energy, perfectly aligned with his cultivation method, indicating that the system was quite thoughtful. Subsequently, Feng extracted a bottle of spirit-gathering pills from the system space and examined it closely. This bottle contained 30 pills, capable of providing a substantial amount of spiritual energy to practitioners, useful not only for daily cultivation, but also for replenishing spiritual energy during battles. It is an essential elixir for those in the early stages of cultivation. Feng consumed 3 pills and felt the surging spiritual energy, hastily activating his cultivation method to absorb it. Chapter 45. The System Mall unveiled as Feng swiftly absorbed the spiritual power. A trace of chaotic energy in his dantian began to strengthen, growing from the size of a hair to that of a pinky finger. It wasn't until he reached the mid-foundation stage that he completely absorbed the 3 spirit-gathering pills. Feeling a surge in his strength, Feng was elated. He was now comparable to a peak master-level warrior. He wondered about his brother Wu Hen's strength and hoped to assist him in his advancement during their next meeting. Congratulations, host. You have spent 35 billion Huaxia coins, and a cashback of 350 trillion Huaxia coins has been credited to your Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated cashback has reached 100 trillion Huaxia coins. The system store is now open. Cashbacks will no longer be issued in cash. For every 100 million Huaxia coins spent, you will earn 1 point. The system is now upgrading, expected to complete in 1 hour. Upon hearing the system notification, Feng was thrilled. He had finally unlocked the system mall. It seemed that Shun Haoyue's plan against the Feng family was progressing smoothly. He could take the opportunity to gather more information tomorrow, as the system upgrade required some time. Feng used his divine sense to check on Li Xiaona before falling asleep. The next morning, Feng awoke, brimming with excitement as he opened the system mall. A day he had long awaited. As he browsed through the items, he first noticed the currency exchange. 10 billion Huaxia coins equated to 1 point. Maintaining the same ratio as before, the mall was filled with various elixirs, cultivation techniques, and weapons, with prices ranging widely from a mere 10 points to an astronomical 1 billion points, enough to purchase the entire Blue Star. As he perused these goods, Feng felt a desire to acquire them all, but alas, he lacked points. At that moment, he discovered the space core required for the system upgrade. But its price made his eyelids twitch. 1 million points. He sighed, realizing he needed to expedite his spending to avoid the discomfort of longing for so many desirable items without the means to purchase them. Just then, Feng stumbled upon a product he desperately needed, the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard possessed the strength of a junior master and could seamlessly blend into any environment. Whether in a bustling city or a tranquil forest, transforming into an invisible specter. His form flickered between light and shadow, eluding even the keenest of eyes. This was undoubtedly what Feng required at present. Noticing the price of 200 points, he resolved to work hard to earn points and equip his parents, Lin and Li Xiaona, with a shadow guard each, for the safety of his family was paramount. Feng scanned the villa with his divine sense. Li Xiaona was already awake and washing up, while Lin remained sound asleep in bed. Yang Dong and the other two showed no signs of waking, indicating they would likely sleep until noon. "Brother Feng, you're up so early? I thought you would sleep until noon after drinking so much last night," Li Xiaona exclaimed, her radiant face reminding Feng of the previous day's events. Unable to restrain himself, he pulled her in for a kiss. After a long moment, he parted his lips, gazing at her flushed cheeks, and said, "Xiaona, you are truly beautiful. I feel my affection for you growing stronger. Brother Feng, I like you too. I feel so happy being with you. By the way, the exams are approaching, so I want to be able to accompany you these days. You mustn't forget me. Otherwise, I'll make you cry," Li Xiaona playfully warned. Feng, with a tender smile, embraced her gently and assured, "Rest assured, I will think of you every day. Don't forget the things I entrusted to you." Li Xiaona looked at him with confusion, asking, "What did you ask me about? I don't remember." "You silly girl. You've forgotten that I mentioned visiting your parents. How could you forget such an important matter?" Li Xiaona drove the Maserati Quattroporte gifted by Feng towards the outskirts of the city and made a phone call to her mother. "My dear daughter, have you remembered you have a family? What do you want to eat? I'll have your father rush to buy the ingredients for you." At that moment, Feng was having breakfast when Lin came downstairs, grabbed a small steamed bun, and mumbled with her mouth full, "Brother, where did Sister Xiaona go? I looked for her in the room, but she wasn't there." Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed his sister was almost like his own daughter. With a sigh, he transferred 20 million Huaxia coins to her. After finishing breakfast quickly, Feng called Shen Haoyue. "Haoyue, how is it going? Is the funding sufficient? If not, I can transfer more to you." On the other end of the line, Shen Haoyue rolled her eyes. Did Feng think so highly of the Feng family? Or was he underestimating her abilities? If such a massive amount of funds couldn't deal with the Feng family, she might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, everything is going smoothly, and the funds are ample. With this substantial amount, not only will we handle the Feng family, but I'm even confident in acquiring Penguin." Feng's eyes lit up. "Right. How did I not think of that? You're brilliant, Haoyue. Just imagine how many points we would need to acquire Penguin." "Haoyue, I realize I've been short-sighted. You're right. Once we deal with the Feng family, let us prepare to acquire Penguin. You need not worry about the funds. Just let me know if you need more." At this moment, Shen Haoyue was taken aback. She had merely mentioned it casually, and Feng took it seriously. Acquiring Penguin was no simple task. Before she could respond, Feng continued, "Haoyue, do you have time this afternoon? I would like to introduce a friend to you for some training. Rest assured, the company is still under your command. You needn't concern yourself with him being my friend. Just train him rigorously." Chapter 46. Bringing Wang Chao to meet Shen Haoyue. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Haoyue replied, "Mr. Yi, I have acquired a building as the headquarters for Huanyu Investment, so let us meet there at noon. I will send you the address shortly." After hanging up, Feng soon received the location, the Qingji building on Financial Street in the Magic City New area. Checking the distance on his phone, he found it acceptable. He could arrive in half an hour. As noon approached, Yang Dong and the others finally woke up. Seeing Feng leisurely scrolling through short videos on the sofa, they were incredulous. "Fourth brother, I remember you drank quite a bit last night. How come you seem completely fine?" Yang Dong asked in confusion. "Yeah, originally fourth brother was the first to get drunk. Looks like he's gained some resilience while we were all knocked out." "Ugh, I'm embarrassed for Lu Province," Chengwen chimed in. "How can you talk to my boss like that? It's perfectly normal for Yi to outdrink us three. Hey, fourth brother, when are we heading out to meet that beautiful boss of mine?" Wang Chao's words prompted a round of playful punches from Yang Dong and Chengwen. "Third brother, you ungrateful scoundrel. How did our massage techniques feel to you? Lao Si, you must rigorously train this lad. Otherwise, with his character, he'll inevitably fall for a femme fatale." Observing the playful antics of the trio, Feng chuckled. "Rest assured, Old San's good days are over. His superior is a formidable woman. Where are you headed later?" "Old Da, let me give you a ride." Knowing he would soon escort Wang Chao to meet Shen Haoyue, the two declined. Glancing at the time, which was nearing noon, Feng called out to Wang Chao, preparing to head to Qingji building. As they arrived at the garage, Wang Chao gaped at the sleek black supercar. Lao Si, is this the legendary Bugatti? Wow, you're extravagantly wealthy. What model is this? Never mind, I'll look it up myself. With that, Wang Chao pulled out his phone, activating the car identification feature, and after a flurry of taps, he finally found the answer. Once inside the car, he remarked slowly, Lao Si, I thought the tycoons in the mining business were the pinnacle of my acquaintances, yet here you are, a true wolf in sheep's clothing. A villa-dwelling supercar owner who shamelessly snatched my instant noodles. You didn't even leave me a single piece of the ham sausage I cherish. Seeing the forlorn look in his eyes, Yifeng comforted him. Chao Gu, it's my fault. I'll buy you a whole box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages. And if that's not enough, I'll get you more. Following Wang Chao's gaze, he noticed Shen Haoyue standing nearby. Yifeng, with a mischievous glint, decided to tease him. Chao Gu, I believe with your charm. You'll surely win her over. Go forth, charge for love. I'm rooting for you. Energized by Yifeng's words, Wang Chao straightened his hair and stepped out of the car towards Shen Haoyue, while Yifeng discreetly observed from inside. Oh, how splendid would his expression be if he realized that this beautiful woman was to become his superior. As Yifeng used his spiritual sense to monitor the two, he noticed Shen Haoyue's expression darkening, seemingly on the verge of confrontation. He hurried over, recalling that Shen Haoyue had once incapacitated Feng Zhiping. Rushing to their side, he introduced, Haoyue, this is my friend Wang Chao. He will be learning under you from now on. Wang Chao, this is Shen Haoyue from Huanyu Investment. You must learn diligently from President Shen. Wang Chao's complexion shifted between shades, his teeth gritting as he exclaimed, Lao Si, you set me up. Yifeng feigned ignorance. Turning to the now less irritable Shen Haoyue and gently suggested, Haoyue, it's rather warm outside. Shall we head inside to talk? Xingji building comprises 23 floors. And under Shen Haoyue's guidance, they ascended to the executive office on the top floor. Noting Shen Haoyue's still gloomy demeanor, Yifeng felt compelled to apologize. Haoyue, I sincerely apologize. I merely intended to joke and provide you insight into Wang Chao's character. He can be a bit impulsive, so please hold him to a high standard. Shen Haoyue's expression softened as she invited them to take a seat. Mr. Yi, let us consider today as incident resolved. However, please refrain from such jokes in the future. I am not fond of them. Now, on to business. I have acquired 142 downstream suppliers from the Feng family, and they have ceased all collaboration with them. As of now, we have purchased 17 of Feng's shares, and the family's assets have diminished by a third. If all goes well, we should be able to deliver a devastating blow to the Feng group within a week, but complete annihilation will require at least a month. Haoyue, you have done exceptionally well. What are the company's next steps? Shen Haoyue pondered for a moment, explaining that Huanyu Investment had just been established, and there was still much to prepare. If not for her reallocating some personnel from the Shen family, she would not have managed such extensive acquisitions. Mr. Yi, our workforce is still insufficient. I have engaged a headhunting firm to recruit talent. I have also partnered with Yuan law firm, which ranks among the top 3 in Modu, to handle our legal matters, and similarly, we have reached an agreement with Tongda accounting firm for our financial needs. In about 2 days, the company will be officially established. Haoyue, you have worked hard. I suggest, if possible, to fully acquire both firms and establish them as our legal and financial departments, perhaps increasing salaries to attract talented individuals. Mr. Yi, I understand, and I will comply. I plan to assign Wang Chao to a month of cleaning duties. Is that acceptable to you? Yifeng chose to ignore Wang Chao's protests and agreed to Shen Haoyue's arrangement. Haoyue, I noticed 2 residential buildings not far from here that haven't been put on the market yet. When you have time, please reach out to acquire them for employee housing, stipulating that if an employee works for 15 years, the property will automatically transfer to them. Absolutely. I will arrange for someone to contact them immediately. Shen Haoyue summoned her secretary to initiate the contact with the developers, also taking Wang Chao along to report to the cleaning department. Watching Wang Chao depart with a forlorn expression, Yifeng felt helpless. He had previously stated that Shen Haoyue would be in full charge of the company, and he could not go back on his word. Chapter 47. The misunderstanding of Li Xiaona in a garden within the Tianhe community on the outskirts of Modu. Several middle-aged women were engaged in conversation. Old Zhang's family has finally risen. Their daughter has married a wealthy man. A plump woman disdainfully touched the black mole at the corner of her mouth and retorted, Risen? Don't make me laugh. That future son-in-law is 2 years older than old Zhang. It nearly gave him a heart attack. Oh my, this is quite the scandal. I was wondering why the Zhang family hasn't been seen around lately. It seems they have lost face. Indeed, today's youth are truly something else. They always seek to gain without effort. Yang Qin, your daughter Xiaona is no longer a child. You must keep a close eye on her. These kids have never endured hardship. Don't let her stray down the wrong path. Yang Qin, Li Xiaona's mother, had come out to chat after sending her husband out to buy groceries. Haha, it seems the Li family has some excitement today. I just wonder if tomorrow Yang Qin will still have the face to come out. If she finds a son-in-law older than herself, what will she call him? Will the son-in-law call her mom and she call him brother? Just thinking about it makes my stomach hurt from laughter. Li Xiaona wore a puzzled expression, wondering what misdeeds she had committed without her knowledge. Yang Qin, observing her daughter's confusion, became furious. You daughter are dating someone, and you show no concern at all. Isn't it normal to date? Xiaona isn't a child anymore. We were married at her age, Li Chonglin replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Li Xiaona finally understood why her mother was so upset. It was all a misunderstanding. The thought of Feng being mistaken for a man in his 50s made her laugh uncontrollably. Watching her angry mother, Li Xiaona stifled her laughter and explained, Mom, you've misunderstood. How could I possibly be dating an old man? My boyfriend is my senior, 2 years older than me, and he just graduated from Moda University. Hearing his daughter's words, Li Chonglin felt relieved and turned to Yang Qin, saying, Dear wife, you shouldn't have gotten so upset without clarifying the situation, otherwise. One might think Xiaona has committed a grave mistake. You should spend less time with those gossiping women. Yang Qin recognized her misunderstanding and quickly sent Li Chonglin to the kitchen. Xiaona, you should have explained this to me sooner. I've been worried for half the day. Now tell me, what is your boyfriend like? Li Xiaona felt quite speechless at her mother's abrupt questioning. She hadn't been given a chance to explain before being bombarded with complaints. Just then, Li Chonglin peeked out from the kitchen, saying, I'm fine with whatever. Just let me know what works for you. Yang Qin shot him an annoyed glance and continued speaking to Li Xiaona. You two sort out a time. If your dad is busy, I'll have him take a day off. With her parents' agreement, Li Xiaona felt a sense of relief. Mother, in a few days. Once I finish my exams and enter vacation, I would like to bring Feng home with me. What do you think? Yang Qin nodded in agreement with her daughter's suggestion. Xiaona, please inform me in advance when you both are coming, so I can prepare accordingly. And you must take Feng for a stroll around the community. Li Xiaona was puzzled, wondering why they needed to wander around the neighborhood. Was her mother trying to show off? Soon after, Li Chonglin called the mother and daughter to dinner in the Feng family's estate in Modu. Old Master Feng hurriedly inquired as soon as his daughter entered, Mingwei, have you found out where Mr. Yi is? Feng Mingwei, observing her father's anxiety, replied slowly, Father, I just received news that Mr. Yi is currently meeting with Shun Haoyue at Qingji Building. What are we waiting for? Let us set off immediately. Feng Mingwei stepped forward to stop Old Master Feng. Father, are you prepared? This trip may require sacrificing Jiping, and the Feng family's assets will be significantly depleted. I believe it would be wiser to sell all our assets and retreat abroad. Old Master Feng sighed. Am I not aware of this? I have sent people to investigate Mr. Yi, and all information indicates he is an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person possess such power? You may not know this, but Mr. Yi has a subordinate in Jinsheng named Yi Wuan. Your uncle Yin informed me that Yi Wuan possesses peak internal strength. He alone could obliterate our Feng family. We cannot escape. We must seek peace. Chapter 48. Apology from the Feng family upon hearing her father's words. Feng Mingwei ceased to obstruct him. She was aware of Uncle Yin, the head of a martial arts family with a legacy of nearly 300 years, who at over 70 only attained late-stage internal strength. This confirmed her suspicions that Mr. Yi undoubtedly possessed master-level capabilities. In the president's office of Qingji Building, Shun Haoyue was explaining the next steps to Yi Feng when a knock interrupted them. After receiving permission, Shun Haoyue's secretary entered and said, President Shun, Old Master Feng and Feng Mingwei are downstairs, requesting to meet with you and Director Yi. Shun Haoyue glanced at Yi Feng and, seeing no objection, instructed the secretary to bring them up. Yi Feng, somewhat confused, asked, I thought you wouldn't meet them. Is it because of Feng Mingwei? Indeed, if Feng Hongye came alone, I would not meet him. However, I cannot disregard Feng Mingwei. She was once my closest friend, and after that incident, she played a crucial role in mediation. Otherwise, the Shin family would have long ceased to exist. I harbor animosity towards the Feng family, but not towards Feng Mingwei. Shortly thereafter, another knock was heard, and the secretary brought in Old Master Feng and Feng Mingwei. Feng Hongye respectfully addressed Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, you are indeed a remarkable individual. The Feng family has committed many offenses, and I have come to apologize. I implore you to show mercy and spare the Feng family. He deeply bowed to Yi Feng. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, Old Master Feng, do you think a mere bow will suffice to absolve your family? If I were not capable, I would have perished at your hands long ago. Feng Hongye understood that forgiveness would not come easily, sighed, and said, Mr. Yi, the car accident was solely the doing of Feng Jiping. The rest of my family was unaware. Feng Jiping is downstairs and can be dealt with at your discretion. The Feng family will not interfere. Furthermore, I am willing to offer 90 of the Feng family's assets as compensation. Yi Feng glanced at Shun Haoyue, who nodded in agreement, and continued, Old Master Feng, I am a law-abiding citizen and would not resort to murder for gain. Rest assured, we are willing to offer 90 of our assets for just 1 Huaxia coin. As for Feng Jiping, he will be taking a yacht out fishing tomorrow. You know how treacherous the sea can be. Accidents can happen. Yi Feng was somewhat pleased with Feng Hongye's attitude, but the offer of 1 Huaxia coin puzzled him, as it seemed to complicate his efforts to accumulate points. Thus, he proposed his own terms, Old Master Feng. I will purchase all the Feng family assets at the original price, but you must allocate 90 of the funds for charitable endeavors. Failing to do so will have severe consequences. After stating this, Yi Feng instructed Shun Haoyue to assess the Feng family's assets. Before long, Shun Haoyue and Feng Mingwei presented a detailed asset report, amounting to over 130 billion Huaxia coins. Yi Feng waved his hand, instructing Shun Haoyue to transfer 140 billion Huaxia coins, feeling quite pleased with himself for securing 1,400 points. Yi Feng opened the system marketplace and purchased 4 shadow guards, ensuring the safety of his family. However, he overlooked the presence of others in the room, for black-clad figures suddenly appeared in the office, emanating an aura of coldness that rendered the 3 present motionless. Yi Feng, feeling embarrassed, quickly reacted and shouted, Shadow guards, restrain your presence and conceal yourselves. The 4 figures vanished from the room in an instant. Once they disappeared, the 2 women collapsed onto the ground. Yi Feng hurriedly helped them to the sofa and looked at the trembling Old Master Feng, saying, I apologize for the disturbance caused by my lack of discipline. Old Master Feng regained his composure, contemplating the warning he had just received, realizing it was meant to deter him from any ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he flattered, Mr. Yi, it is of no consequence. Your subordinates must have sensed danger, prompting their sudden appearance. Please take care of your safety. A recovering Feng Mingwei cautiously inquired, Mr. Yi, your subordinates are indeed formidable. I wonder if they have reached master level? Yi Feng nodded, not concealing the truth. All my shadow guards are at least at the master level, so the Feng family would be wise not to play tricks, or you will surely regret it. Hearing Yi Feng's threatening words, the father and daughter dared not express any dissatisfaction and hastily took their leave. At that moment, Shun Haoyue appeared pale and weak, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar Yi Feng, murmuring, Mr. Yi, is this the power of a warrior? It is truly terrifying. For a moment, I felt as if my body might be torn apart. You are aware of the existence of warriors? Based on the Shin family's strength, they should not have had contact with them. Does the Shin family have another background? I know a little. My father once mentioned that he met a warrior in his youth, someone capable of punching through a tree as thick as a person can embrace. Yi Feng nodded, deducing that this individual must have been an internal strength warrior. Haoyue, the world of warriors is quite brutal. If possible, it is best to avoid it. Your current task is to arrange personnel to take over the Feng family's business. If any issues arise, feel free to call me. Also, please take good care of Wang Chao. Do not leave him as a cleaner, or I shall be driven mad by his incessant nagging. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As Yi Feng exited Xingji building and reached the vehicle, he received a call from Xiao Peng. Feng Ge, what are you up to? Let us go out tonight. I have discovered an excellent place. Are you interested in unwinding together? What kind of good place could you possibly take me to? It wouldn't happen to be a place of ill repute, would it? Yi Feng chuckled. Feng Ge, you underestimate me. I am merely a spendthrift, not vulgar. I disdain such places. The one I am referring to is akin to the ancient courtesans. Isn't that the same? You scoundrel. Do you dare to believe I want to inform Brother Qin to deal with you? Feng Ge, that is no fun. Why would you threaten me? You may have a misunderstanding of ancient courtesans. High-class establishments offer talents, not bodies. The ladies there are well-versed in music, chess, poetry, and painting. Of course, if you are particularly talented and can win over one of them, who knows what might happen? Chapter 49. The courtesan house. Yi Lin's shout broke Yi Feng's reverie. Brother, come help me. I have too many things to carry. Observing his younger sister Yi Feng, who was burdened with numerous bags, left Yi Feng utterly speechless. How on earth did she manage to gain admission to the prestigious Magic City University? He hurriedly stepped forward to relieve her of some of the load. Yi Lin looked at him with confusion, blinking her eyes as she remarked, "Is it possible to do that? No one informed me. If I had known, I would have bought more. I still have so many things left to purchase." Yi Feng chose to ignore her, requesting Bai Jie to assist in carrying the items upstairs while he made his way to the study. Upon entering the study, he summoned his shadow guards, and 4 figures immediately materialized before him. To simplify matters, Yi Feng decided to name them Shadow 1 through Shadow 4. He addressed the 2 middle-aged men, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, saying, "You two must promptly head to Jin City to protect my parents. Remember, they must not come to any harm." Both Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 bowed respectfully before vanishing into the darkness of the room. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 were assigned to protect Yu Lin and Li Xiaona. Around 6 in the evening, a knock at the study door interrupted him. "Mr. Yi, there is a gentleman named Zhao Peng outside looking for you. He claims you have an appointment. Should I let him come up?" "No, I will meet him downstairs," Yi Feng replied. Upon his arrival, Zhao Peng greeted him with excitement, saying, "Brother Feng, I've secured a reservation. Let us hurry," and set off. "Haha, this place will surely captivate you." Yi Lin, who had been sneaking snacks in the kitchen, rushed over and asked, "Zhao Peng, where are you taking my brother? Can I come along? I don't know what fun places there are." Zhao Peng boasted, "Yi Lin, I've discovered an incredible spot. Not only are there beautiful women, but they are also exceptionally talented. It's akin to the elegant establishments of ancient times." Yi Feng shot Zhao Peng a disapproving look, thinking to himself, "What a foolish companion. Why does he have to blurt everything out, especially in front of my sister? This could end badly for me." Yi Lin glared at Yi Feng and said, "Brother, you've really become something. You're actually going to visit an establishment like that. Do you think I want to tell Mom and Sister Xiaona? Humph. I never expected you to be this kind of person." Zhao Peng quickly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly explained himself to Yi Lin. With a skeptical expression, Yi Lin declared, "I feel like both of you are trying to fool me. No way. I'm going too, otherwise I won't believe you. And I'll definitely tell Mom and Sister Xiaona." Humph. Ultimately, Yi Feng had no choice but to take her along. The 2 siblings climbed into Zhao Peng's car, heading towards a mansion on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving at the mansion, they found it to be a serene oasis, far removed from the clamor of the city. The silvery moonlight bathed every corner of the estate, draping it in a mystical veil. The mansion was brightly lit, with warm light spilling through the windows, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, resembling a beacon shining alone in the quiet night. A gentle breeze stirred the wind chimes on the windows, producing a melodious sound that brought joy and comfort. The trio approached an exquisite 2-story building, where the plaque inscribed with the words "Elegant House" was accompanied by a couplet. The first line read, "The melody of the zither carries refined sentiments," while the second line stated, "The graceful dance reflects the moonlight." The horizontal inscription declared, "Boundless Romance." Zhao Peng led the siblings into the reserved private room on the 2nd floor, where they could observe the entire scene of the high platform below. Barely seated, the waitstaff brought forth an array of delectable dishes. As Yi Lin indulged, she remarked, "Brother, this place isn't at all what I imagined." Before Yi Feng could respond, Zhao Peng interjected, "Yi Lin, you've been misled by television dramas. What you envision, where a crowd of flamboyant beauties rushes to greet the guests, that's a brothel, not an elegant house. An elegant house is a refined place where talented men and women recite poetry and discuss the arts. You might not believe it, but some of the courtesans of ancient times were not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed extraordinary talents. Do you think they would easily submit themselves to anyone?" Yi Lin nodded thoughtfully, ceasing her inquiries and focusing on her meal, while Yi Feng and Zhao Peng conversed over drinks. As night fell, a couple dressed in traditional attire ascended the high platform, the woman seated beside an ancient zither, while the man stood beside her with a flute. The zither's melody flowed like a gentle stream, clear and melodious, while the flute's sound was like an ethereal orchid, elegant and transcendent. The harmonious duet filled the air with a sense of wandering in the rivers and lakes, inviting everyone into a captivating scene. Yi Lin paused her eating to gaze out the window, her face reflecting enchantment. After one piece concluded, the couple remained on stage and performed another piece. A laugh in the sea. Listening to the melody, Yi Feng found himself humming along, realizing that this elegant house indeed possessed its charm, showcasing such a spirited tune. Once the performance concluded, a striking woman donned in a horse-faced skirt, exuding confidence, took to the stage. Thank you all for joining us at our elegant house tonight. I am your host, Xie Xiaoqing. After the zither and flute duet, you should have guessed today's theme, right? Yes. Today's theme is the rivers and lakes. Let us start with a simple question. What is the rivers and lakes? Yilin, standing by the window, shouted, I know. I know. The great General Zhang once said, the rivers and lakes are not merely about fighting and killing. They are about human emotions and social relations. The crowd below erupted into discussion, expressing their excitement at finally catching a glimpse of the renowned beauty, Miss Hua Ling, who had remained elusive until now. Yilin turned to Feng and asked, Brother, as a talented scholar from Magic City University, why don't you recite a poem to impress this courtesan? Feng retorted, Please stop. If I dared approach this courtesan, your little report would surely send me flying. I wish to live a few more years. Yilin wore a knowing expression and continued to observe the performances below. At that moment, Zhao Peng leaned closer, attempting to curry favor with Feng. Brother Feng, how about you compose a poem for me? I wish to meet this courtesan. After a moment of contemplation, Feng softly intoned, Let us borrow 2 measures of ink from the mortal realm, to write of love and malice in the rivers and lakes, and take a lamp from Ling Mountain, to forget the past as the years gracefully fall. Having finished, he resumed drinking, while Zhao Peng, elated, eagerly grabbed a brush and swiftly transcribed the poem. Yilin leaned in, examining the poem on the rice paper, and remarked, Brother, I must admit, although Zhao Peng's skills are lacking, his brushwork is quite impressive. Zhao Peng, feeling bashful, scratched his head and humbly replied, Yilin, you flatter me. This is nothing compared to Brother Feng's poetry. Zhao Peng, unembarrassed, boldly declared, regardless of whether I meet the courtesan or not. How about I arrange for us to visit Australia for a few days tomorrow? It's nothing like Huazi. There, as long as you have money, you are treated like a god. Feng felt intrigued. He had never been to Australia and only had a rough idea of it from several gambling films shot in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Yilin was exceptionally excited. Yay! Let us set off early tomorrow. I want to aspire to become the female gambling saint. Too bad my mother ruthlessly quashed that ambition in favor of academics. Feng burst out laughing, recalling how, as a child, after watching Stephen Chow's films, Yilin had secretly bought 3 dice with her pocket money and practiced with household cups, breaking several in the process, which led to a scolding from their mother. Eventually, the dice were confiscated for her mother's mahjong games. As the performances below concluded, Xie Xiaoqing returned to the stage. Dear friends, our esteemed Miss has reviewed the poems you all have composed. Let us congratulate Mr. Zhao Peng on the 2nd floor for earning an opportunity to meet the Miss. The crowd erupted in murmurs, with questions circulating. Who is this Zhao Peng? There is no one by that name in Magic City, right? Not in nearby Hang City or Sioux City either. Which fortunate fellow has stumbled upon such luck to meet the esteemed Miss Hua Ling? If I discover who it is, I shall certainly let him know my prowess. His companion, upon witnessing his excitement, quickly cautioned him, You're courting death. That is none other than the scion of the Zhao family from the capital and a relative of the Qin family, the foremost lineage of Magic City. Once people realized Zhao Peng's identity, they ceased their chatter, fearful of retribution. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, Zhao Peng was jubilantly dancing with glee. Observing his exuberance, Feng hurriedly urged him to make an appearance. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a cold-faced man standing before Zhao Peng. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Han Xiaoqing, the heir of the Han family from the capital. Though the Zhao and Han families were comparable in strength, their statuses differed immensely. Han Xiaoqing was the future heir of the Han family, while Zhao Peng was merely a recognized wastrel. Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to come to Magic City. They say you are a spendthrift, yet somehow you have captured Miss Hua's favor. I advise you to leave quickly. She is not someone you can covet. Han Xiaoqing said icily. He had learned of Hua Linger's formidable background, as she was backed by a powerful hidden sect, which was why he had traveled from the capital to forge a connection. Humph. Han Xiaoqing, you are indeed arrogant. Miss Hua has chosen to meet with me. What business is it of yours? I shall go and meet her. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, come at me. Zhao Peng retorted, refusing to back down. Beside them, Yilin burst into laughter at Zhao Peng's words, clutching her stomach and exclaiming, Haha, Zhao Peng. I never knew you were not only skilled at squandering wealth, but also at retorting. Han Xiaoqing's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage. As the heir of the Han family, He was accustomed to being revered, and such humiliation was unprecedented for him. Uncle Feng, teach these two oblivious fools a lesson. A middle-aged man suddenly sprang from behind Han Xiaoqing, launching himself towards Zhao Peng and Yi Lin. Yi Feng merely regarded the two with cold indifference. A late-stage external martial artist attempting to harm Yi Lin, under the protection of Ying San, was nothing short of a delusion. Just as the middle-aged man was about to reach Yi Lin, a shadow darted past, followed by a dull thud as he collided forcefully with the wall, coughing up blood. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of this figure, while Yi Feng, without waiting for them to speak, commanded, "Ying San, break his arm." In the blink of an eye, the shadow struck, and Han Xiaoqing let out a wail as his left arm was severed, hanging limply at his side. Yi Feng looked down at him with disdain and said coldly, "You should consider yourself fortunate that your bodyguard didn't strike to kill. Otherwise, neither of you would leave this room. Remember my name, Yi Feng. If you have any objections, feel free to seek me out." Though Han Xiaoqing was unwilling to relent, he had no choice but to assist the middle-aged man in leaving in a state of utter disgrace. Yi Lin gazed at her brother with admiration and exclaimed, "Brother, you were so impressive just now. Who was that woman in black? Is she your friend?" Yi Feng looked at his sister, perplexed. Typically, a girl would be terrified in such a situation, yet Yi Lin seemed exhilarated. Was she truly that unperturbed? "That is your bodyguard, Ying San. She will step in whenever you are threatened. But be cautious. Ying San is capable of taking lives. If you wish to avoid witnessing gruesome scenes, do refrain from placing yourself in perilous situations in the future." Yi Lin nodded, not out of fear, but to avoid causing trouble for her brother. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng gazed at Yi Feng with a face full of flattery, making Yi Feng uncomfortable. He quickly remarked, "Do not look at me with those eyes. Be careful or I shall have Ying San deal with you." "I know what you mean. I have very few master-level bodyguards, so don't harbor any illusions." Zhao Peng was left speechless, utterly astonished. "Master-level bodyguards? And you have only a few? Surely you jest." As one of the top families in the capital, the Zhao family had a legacy of nearly 1,000 years, and their most formidable martial artist was only at the peak of internal strength. "Brother Feng, even lower-tier ones would suffice. I am not picky, None. Quickly go meet your beloved. Otherwise, I shall have Ying San throw you over there." After departing, Zhao Peng, under the guidance of Xie Xiaoqing, arrived at an exquisite little courtyard, where the lighting was dim, and a veiled woman in white sat gracefully at a stone table. Zhao Peng strained to glimpse her features, but it remained elusive. As he settled at the stone table, the faint fragrance emanating from her captivated his senses. Huazi was unfazed by his struggle, extending her delicate hand to pour a cup of tea, which she gently pushed towards Zhao Peng, saying softly, "Young Master Zhao, please enjoy the tea. I have some inquiries that I hope you might clarify. Miss Hua, please feel free to ask. I shall answer without reservation. I have come to understand that poetry is not your forte. What prompted you to compose such verses today?" "To be candid, Miss Hua, this poem was penned by my brother Feng. He bears no competitive spirit, hence he bestowed it upon me." Could it be the esteemed Yi Feng, with whom young Master Zhao shares a close friendship? Indeed, Brother Feng is truly a dragon among men. Should Miss Hua have the chance to meet him, she will surely gain much. "Young Master Zhao, I am feeling somewhat fatigued today. I must take my leave. Please do not take offense. Miss, please take care. I bid you farewell." Huazi was indeed the current saintess of the 100 Flowers sect, sent by her sect leader to experience the world and unearth talent. "I am now quite curious about Yi Feng. Please investigate him," she instructed Xie Xiaoqing, who bowed and exited the courtyard. Zhao Peng's eyes gradually sparkled with clarity, realizing he had been enchanted. It seemed Miss Hua was no ordinary person. She was likely a practitioner herself, though it remained unclear whether it was due to her cultivation method or her innate constitution. Yi Lin chimed in, "Indeed. I am very much looking forward to tomorrow's trip to Aoqing." Zhao Peng decided to cease pondering and quietly left with the two. Xi Zhengyang spoke solemnly. "How are your studies progressing? Is there any way to save young Master Han's arm?" No one dared to speak, knowing that such severe damage, even if treated, would not restore it to its original state. Given the Han family's influence, they could very likely face repercussions, hence the silence. "Han family head, this is Xi Zhengyang. I deeply apologize, our capabilities are limited. Young Master Han's injuries are far too severe. If we proceed with surgery, it may result in permanent impairment of his left arm. What are your thoughts?" After hanging up the phone, Han Fulai's wife hurriedly approached him, asking, "Fulai, how is Xiaoqing?" "The situation is dire, but do not fret. I have a plan." Xiaoqing will be fine. Prepare yourself, as he will arrive at the airport in about 2 hours. I am off to consult with Elder Qi. Elder Qi, known as Qi Yuanshan, hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, possessing ancestral medical texts and unique techniques passed down through generations. His medical skills were unparalleled, and his ethics were esteemed, earning him the title of a national treasure of China. Within a 3-entry courtyard in the second ring of the capital, an energetic elder was teaching a young woman various pharmacological principles while savoring tea. This man was the renowned physician Qi Yuanshan, alongside his granddaughter, Qi Jingyin. At this moment, a young man approached and stated, "Master, the head of the Han family requests an audience." Qi Yuanshan set down his teacup, puzzled, as he had not heard of any illness afflicting the Han family. "Please escort the Han family head to the reception room." Upon arriving at the reception room, not long after, his disciple brought Han Fulai in. "Head of the Han family, my apologies for not welcoming you properly at this late hour." Han Fulai, aware of his own station, did not dare to presume, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Qi Yuanshan was not only a physician but also a martial arts master, with connections that extended far and wide, even drawing respect from the most distinguished figures in China. "Elder Qi, I have come to seek your assistance. My son Xiaoqing has offended a martial artist, resulting in the severance of his left arm. I implore you to save him," he said, bowing deeply. Old Qi furrowed his brow in silence. Generally, martial artists would refrain from harming ordinary individuals, and it was likely that a family heir would have martial protectors by their side. It appeared that Han Xiaoqing was gravely injured, however, considering the friendship with old Han. Qi ultimately acquiesced. "Lead the way, head of the Han family. I shall accompany you," he said. Han Fulai was overjoyed, as it was not easy to invite old Qi, a figure whom many prominent individuals found difficult to meet. The kindness shown by old Qi would surely be etched in Fulai's heart. Qi Yuanshan hurriedly exited the room, his steps urgent and resolute. He swiftly traversed the corridor to the storage area, where he picked up a medicine box tucked away in a corner, ensuring its contents were complete. Next, he cautiously retrieved a brocade box nearby, gently caressing the exquisite patterns adorning its surface. After completing these tasks, Qi Yuanshan took a deep breath and followed Han Fulai to the Han residence. Every subtle expression and faint groan deeply pierced the heart of Han's mother. She could not fathom how such a heartless person could inflict harm upon her precious son. Rage surged within her like a tidal wave, and she silently vowed to ensure the perpetrator paid dearly for their actions. "Xiaoqing, hold on. Your father has gone to summon old Qi. Rest assured, he will surely heal your arm," she reassured him. Han Xiaoqing's face was as pale as a ghost, his bloodless lips trembling slightly as he spoke in a low yet determined tone. "Mother, there is no need to worry. I can endure. But what is the condition of Uncle Feng now?" "Humph. Do not concern yourself with that waste. He failed to protect my son. He deserves whatever fate befalls him." Chapter 52. Arrival in Ao City. Upon meeting old Qi, Han's mother felt as though she had encountered a final lifeline, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and grasped the hem of old Qi's garment, her voice trembling as she implored, "Old Qi, please, I beg you to assist our Xiaoqing." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Han Fulai quickly stepped forward, firmly pulling Han's mother, Li Xinyue, aside. Xinyue stepped back. "Do not hinder old Qi from examining Xiaoqing's injuries." Though Li Xinyue stumbled slightly from being pulled away, she did not resist. Her gaze filled with concern for her son, lying on the bed. She understood that now was not the time for disputes. Her son's safety was paramount. Meanwhile, Han Fulai fixed his gaze intently on old Qi, hoping to glean information about Xiaoqing's condition from his expression. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, each person holding their breath, awaiting a definitive diagnosis from old Qi. From the state of the arm, one could infer that the assailant had clearly exercised restraint. Had they truly aimed to incapacitate the arm, the consequences would have been far more dire. Pondering this, old Qi felt a flicker of curiosity towards the mysterious martial artist, who could possess such cruelty yet display a measure of mercy. At that moment, Han Xiaoqing lay on the sickbed, his complexion as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, seemingly enduring excruciating pain. Qi Yuanshan, his expression grave, employed the family's ancestral medical techniques with skill and precision. He gently lifted the injured arm, meticulously inspecting the fractured bone. Then, he retrieved a mysterious purple ointment from the brocade box he carried, the fabled Zijing Shugu ointment, a family secret. applying the Zijing Shugu ointment to Han Shaoqing's arm. The balm seemed almost alive, swiftly penetrating the skin and binding itself to the bone. As time passed, the ointment began to take effect, the shattered bones gradually rejoining and revitalizing with new life. Throughout this process, Qi Yuanshan remained entirely focused, knowing the precious and miraculous nature of the ointment, and understanding that only with earnest care could its full potential be realized. Each movement was executed with utmost caution and delicacy, as if he were sculpting a rare treasure. Once the treatment was complete, Qi Yuanshan exhaled gently, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He slowly rose, straightened his attire, and nodded to Han Fulai and Li Xinyue, signaling that all had concluded. Han Fulai grasped Qi Yuanshan's hand with gratitude, his voice trembling. "Thank you, old Qi. You are truly a benefactor to our family. Without your assistance, Shaoqing's arm would certainly have been lost." Li Xinyue hurried forward, her face radiant with joy and gratitude, softly saying, "Old Qi, thank you for saving Shaoqing's arm. This kindness will be forever etched in our hearts." Qi Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand modestly, saying, "No need for such formality. It is merely my duty as a physician." With that, he turned and walked towards the door, his steps steady and composed. Han Fulai and Li Xinyue escorted Qi Yuanshan to the entrance, once more expressing their heartfelt thanks. Han Shaoqing, feeling compelled to share, recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Han Fulai could not help but feel a sense of relief. It was well known that Feng was a formidable warrior in the late stages of external strength. The fact that such a powerful figure could not withstand even a single strike from the opponent's guard raised questions about the enemy's true strength. Reflecting on this, Han Fulai felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. After advising Han Shaoqing a few times, he took Li Xinyue and departed. Back in their room, Han Fulai regarded Li Xinyue with a serious expression, his tone grave. "Li Xinyue, I must earnestly warn you. Do not seek revenge against the assailant." His eyes conveyed a resolve and determination, as if he had already made up his mind. Li Xinyue was momentarily taken aback by his words. She had been contemplating how to give the person who harmed her son a taste of retribution, but upon hearing Han Fulai, she reluctantly replied, "Is my son as suffering to go unavenged?" The following day, as noon approached, Feng and his companions safely arrived in the bustling metropolis of Ao City. As an international city, Ao City boasted towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and a vibrant atmosphere. The trio stood on the street, absorbing the unique energy and vitality of the city. Yilin, filled with curiosity, gazed around, her eyes sparkling with a desire to explore the unknown. Zhao Peng suggested they visit the Ao City Resort, which featured a large casino, shopping centers, and upscale restaurants. This idea was met with enthusiasm from Yilin, and they promptly decided to set off. Taking a taxi, they arrived at the Ao City Resort, nestled along a picturesque coastline, surrounded by lush greenery and caressed by the sea breeze. Upon disembarking, they were awestruck by the resort's grandeur. Tall buildings and spacious courtyards exuded luxury and comfort. Zhao Peng volunteered to handle the check-in process, allowing the siblings to relax first. He took the luggage and approached the front desk. While waiting for Zhao Peng, Yilin did not remain idle. She pulled Feng into the resort's garden, admiring the vibrant flowers and shaded trees, occasionally hearing the distant sound of waves crashing. Once Zhao Peng completed the check-in, Yilin seized Feng's arm and said, "Brother, I'm a bit hungry. Treat me to a feast." At the mention of food, Zhao Peng perked up. "Brother Feng, Yilin, I know a uniquely local restaurant. Let me take you there." Under Zhao Peng's guidance, they arrived at a tastefully decorated restaurant and ordered several local specialties. Before long, delightful dishes began to arrive at their table. They savored the exquisite seafood, tender steaks, and visually appealing local delicacies, with Yilin exclaiming her delight. Chapter 53. The gambling Saint Yilin. Feng looked at the empty plates on the table and chuckled. "Shall I order more for you? It seems you've left nothing behind, and the other diners are all staring at us." Yilin rubbed her belly, content, and replied, "No need, I can't eat anymore. If I do, my little belly might burst." Zhao Peng stared wide-eyed at the nearby tourists, wearing an expression of brazen defiance. Feng observed the two with a resigned sigh and a shake of his head, ultimately leading them back to the resort hotel. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He immediately leaned closer to Yilin and, in a hushed yet conspiratorial tone, said, "Yilin, I had no idea you were also a connoisseur of this realm. To be honest, I am known as the gambling demon of Kyoto. Today, with our combined strengths, we shall leave them utterly vanquished. Feng, witnessing their unabashed boasting, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and turned to retreat to his room. Once inside, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, drew the curtains, and began to cultivate his energy using the chaotic true scripture. Noticing the almost negligible spiritual energy within him, Feng reluctantly retrieved 3 spirit-gathering pills and consumed them. The potency of the pills remained formidable even after his breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage. Just 3 pills sent waves of spiritual power surging through his body. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his energy according to the chaotic true scripture. As the technique activated, he felt warm currents flowing through his meridians, as if countless streams of spiritual energy had converged into a mighty river, surging within him. His breath gradually became steady and powerful, as if he had merged with the very essence of nature itself. As time passed, Feng felt his cultivation steadily advancing. He could distinctly sense his meridians expanding and his reservoir of spiritual energy increasing, a sensation that filled him with exhilaration. The effects of the spirit-gathering pills erupted within him once more, and he felt a surge of potent energy coursing through his limbs. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath and prepared to fully engage in breaking through to the late foundation stage. At last, after numerous attempts, Feng felt a powerful force erupting from within, as if he had shattered the chains binding him. His cultivation soared, reaching the late foundation stage. He opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy within him, his gaze sparkling with excitement. Just then, a crisp knock echoed through the room. Feng's eyes flickered shut momentarily, and his formidable consciousness surged forth like an invisible net, enveloping the entire room. He immediately sensed that it was his younger sister, Yilin, who stood outside the door. It seemed this little imp could no longer contain her eagerness and was impatient to test her luck at the casino. Feng couldn't help but sigh softly to himself, thinking, this little girl is truly impulsive. He slowly rose and walked to the door, opening it to reveal Yilin, her face alight with excitement and anticipation, her eyes fixed intently on him as if urging him to act quickly. Why are you so impatient this early? Feng asked with a teasing smile. Oh, brother, I'm just curious. Yilin replied. I've only seen the grandeur of casinos and movies before. When would I have the chance to experience it myself? Today, I finally have the opportunity to feel that thrilling atmosphere. Of course, I'm excited. As she explained, she took hold of Yifeng's hand and pulled him out of the room. Under Xiaopeng's guidance, the trio quickly arrived at the casino within the resort. The moment they stepped through the grand entrance, Feng and Yilin were utterly captivated by the opulence and splendor before them. A sharply dressed staff member, with a keen eye for detail, noticed the 3 distinguished guests and promptly approached to warmly guide them to the chip exchange area. With the assistance of this professional, Feng successfully exchanged for 2 million in chips. He carefully placed 1,000 chips into his pocket, then smiled at the exuberant Yilin, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, please commence your extraordinary performance. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yilin dashed eagerly towards a nearby American roulette table, seizing a $1,000 chip and unhesitatingly placing it on the number 4. My lucky number is 4. Let me see how my luck fares today, Yilin said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she focused intently on the spinning wheel. The experienced dealer adeptly spun the wheel, and the small black ball danced joyfully upon it. Everyone's gaze fixated on the tiny sphere, time seemingly frozen in that moment. Finally, the ball came to a gentle stop, landing on the number 27. Yilin frowned slightly, muttering, Humph, this gambling saint was merely testing the waters. I haven't even gone all out yet. Let us go, Xiaopeng, we'll play the dice game, which is my forte. With that, she tugged on Xiaopeng's arm, eagerly heading towards the dice section. Observing Yilin's reckless bravado, Feng could only smile helplessly and followed suit. This time, Yilin boldly purchased 1,000 chips for a leopard, leaving Xiaopeng awestruck, marveling at her audacity. As the dealer revealed the dice, it was no surprise that Yilin lost yet again. However, she was not one to concede easily and insisted on buying 6 more rounds of leopard. Xiaopeng watched in disbelief, internally lamenting, when it comes to squandering wealth, no one can compare to Yilin. Gradually, Yilin's chips dwindled, her expression growing increasingly somber, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. With her competitive spirit ignited, she dragged the 2 back to the baccarat table, secretly determined. This time, it's a 3-way bet. I refuse to believe I can't win. Without hesitation, she pulled out 50,000 chips and placed a heavy bet on the player. After securing the right to open the cards, she vigorously rubbed the cards before slamming them on the table. 19 points. The banker had 13 points, and the player won. As the dealer announced the victory, Yi Lin leaped up in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This gambling saint was merely testing the waters. Watch how I sweep through my foes now." However, the good fortune was short-lived. Not long after, Yi Lin lost all her chips. She stared wide-eyed at Yi Feng, filled with expectation, hoping he would exchange for more chips. Yi Feng gently stroked her hair and reassured her, "In gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times. That is the essence of it. I brought you here to teach you restraint. Do not become engulfed in this. Losing is fine. Do not let it weigh on your heart." Yi Feng led them back to the American roulette table, casually tossing a 1,000 chip like an arrow, which landed precisely in the 0 zone. As the wheel spun, an almost imperceptible stream of spiritual energy quietly infused the small black ball. Yi Lin's heart ignited with fervor as she watched the bouncing ball like a spirited sprite. Ultimately landing in the 0 zone, her excitement bubbling over. "Brother, we hit the jackpot. It's 35 times. Yi Feng smiled, gently placing the thick stack of chips into Yi Lin's hands before turning to stride towards the dice section, his steps steady and confident, as if everything was under his command. 2 million in chips. Standing aside, Zhao Peng gazed at Yi Feng with admiration, unable to take his eyes off him. "Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable. With your exceptional gambling skills, even the legendary gambling god would have to bow before you." A mysterious glint flashed in Zhao Peng's eyes as he lowered his voice. "Brother Feng, have you heard of stone gambling? I recently discovered that there's a thrilling stone gambling venue upstairs." Upon hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yi Feng's interest was piqued. It is often said that even the most celestial beings find it difficult to discern the value of jade. He wondered if Zhao's spiritual sense could penetrate the raw stones to reveal the jade within. The atmosphere of the stone gambling arena was starkly different from that of a casino. It was devoid of raucous noise, with only the occasional sound of tapping and hushed conversations. Yi Feng, Yi Lin, and Zhao Peng approached the stone gambling stall, where an array of jade raw stones lay in various shapes, quietly awaiting their destined owners. Intrigued by the stones, Yi Lin extended her hand to gently touch one, feeling its cold, hard texture. Turning to Yi Feng, she asked, "Brother, why are they selling stones here?" Before Yi Feng could respond, Zhao Peng interjected, "Yi Lin, these are not ordinary stones. These are jade raw stones. You know jade, right? It is a precious gemstone, revered as the king of Eastern gems. These raw stones are unrefined jade, and they may encase a fortune within or be nothing more than a common rock. The potential for finding quality jade relies entirely on luck and one's discerning eye." Seeing Yi Lin's eager demeanor, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He knew she was ready to make her mark, so he encouraged, "Go ahead and choose. Whichever raw stone catches your fancy, just buy it." He added a word of caution, Lin, selecting raw stones is not that simple. You must carefully observe their color, texture, and patterns, as these are crucial indicators of jade quality. Listening to her brother's advice, Yi Lin paused, scrutinizing the raw stones before her. She attempted to glean some insight from their surfaces, but found herself at a loss. Disappointed, she shook her head. "Brother, I can't tell. They all look the same to me." Yi Feng used his spiritual sense to scan the stones on the stall. To his surprise, he discovered that he could penetrate the outer layer of the stones and discern their internal structures. None of the stones at the stall contained jade. So he turned to Yi Lin and said, "These stones are not meant for you. Let us find another vendor. Choose whichever one you like." His spiritual sense swept through the venue, and his gaze fell upon a particular stall that stood out among the rest. The raw stones there were vibrant, reminiscent of nature's palette, and they radiated an enticing luster. Compelled, Yi Feng led Yi Lin and Zhao Peng over to that stall. At the stall, Yi Lin's eyes were immediately drawn to a watermelon-sized raw stone. Its surface was smooth and mirror-like, as if polished by time, emanating a captivating sheen. Kneeling down, she closely examined the stone, sensing the mysterious energy it held. With a firm tone, she declared, "Brother, I want this one. I don't know why, but I just like it." Yi Feng smiled slightly and once again probed the stone with his spiritual sense. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise crossing his face. Inside the stone lay a fist-sized piece of red jade, strikingly vibrant and of pure quality, worth a fortune. He nodded, signaling to Yilin that she could proceed with the purchase. He also selected 3 raw stones for himself. The stall owner, observing the 3 customers before him, felt a surge of joy. Having operated this stall for many years, he had encountered numerous buyers. Yet it was rare to see someone purchase 4 raw jade stones at once. He cleared his throat and began calculating the price. After some calculations, he arrived at a satisfactory figure: 3 customers for raw stones, totaling 5 million. Upon hearing the price, Feng nodded in satisfaction, fully aware of the jade's potential within the stones. Even if the price were tenfold, he would not hesitate to proceed with the purchase. After transferring 5 million to the owner, the transaction concluded, and the 3 of them joyfully borrowed a small cart from the stall owner, making their way toward the stone processing area. Zhao Peng, with keen eyes, quickly spotted the stone cutter. After some negotiation, both parties reached an agreement, and the cutting process commenced. Naturally, the first stone to be processed was the one Yilin had meticulously chosen. The cutter, with focused intent, delicately placed the raw stone onto the machine and secured it firmly. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling red light erupted from within the stone, akin to the rise of a radiant sun, captivating all who beheld it. It was indeed a glass-quality red jade. The stone cutter gasped in astonishment, his exclamation rippling through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly drawing attention. My goodness, such high-quality red jade. I have never witnessed anything like it in my life. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd as they widened their eyes in astonishment, as though witnessing the birth of a miracle. Observing the stunned faces around him, Feng mused to himself, if a few more pieces of exquisite yellow and purple jade are revealed, I can only imagine how frenzied they will become. He raised his hand, signaling for silence among the throng. Esteemed guests, please remain calm. The master still has 3 raw stones left to process. Once the cutting is completed, we can discuss further. As Feng's words resonated, the previously boisterous crowd gradually quieted down. The cutter took a deep breath, composed himself, and began the next round of processing. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, the 3 remaining raw stones were finally unveiled. Before the crowd appeared a translucent piece of exquisite purple jade, a vividly colored piece of premium yellow jade, and a slightly inferior, yet still remarkable icy jade. In an instant, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. What astonishing luck was this? All 4 raw stones had yielded exceptional results. Even the least impressive stone was of icy jade quality. Indeed, it was incredible that such rare pieces of red, purple, and yellow jade emerged from the same individual's hands. It was almost beyond belief. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man, agile as a fish, managed to squeeze through the crowd, wearing a sycophantic smile. I am Huang Yue, the general manager of Wanlong Jewelry. Might you be interested in selling these jade pieces? Rest assured, price is not an issue. With a flourish, he produced a business card and handed it to Feng. Yilin watched Feng warily, as if he were a potential thief poised to snatch away their treasures, fearing he might sell such beautiful jade. Feng helplessly shook his head. He had no intention of selling the jade, as he was not in need of money. He responded to Huang Yue, I apologize, but I have no intention of selling these jade pieces at this time. Huang Yue, looking regretful as if he had lost something precious, replied, very well. If you ever change your mind about selling, please do not hesitate to contact me. With their 4 precious jade pieces in hand, the trio departed from the raw stone venue under the envious gazes of the crowd, heading toward a nearby hotel to rest. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd, as if drawn by an invisible force, surged toward the stall owner's booth, depleting the raw stones in an instant. Those who secured raw stones were elated, beaming with smiles, while those who missed out lamented their misfortune. Eager buyers rushed to the processing area, clamoring to begin cutting their stones. However, the results were disappointing. With only a fortunate few uncovering some jade, yet the quality left much to be desired. At that moment, the stall owner joined the ranks of those examining the jade. He nervously focused on the cutting machine in his hands, and with a decisive slice, a piece of icy jade the size of an egg emerged, crystalline and translucent. This unexpected revelation filled the stall owner with ecstatic joy, rendering him nearly speechless. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhao Peng fixed an intense gaze on Feng, making him feel quite uneasy, as goosebumps prickled all over him. Feng shook his head helplessly and produced the icy jade from his pocket, tossing it to Zhao Peng with a teasing remark. Look at you. You hardly resemble a young master of the Zhao family from Kyoto anymore. If your father saw you, he would surely give you a good thrashing for bringing shame to the Zhao name. Zhao Peng caught the jade with the reverence of a precious treasure, carefully tucking it into his pocket as if it were an exquisite gem, fearful of even the slightest damage. Once he was satisfied with his arrangement, he turned to Yi Feng and said, "Brother Feng, you must not underestimate this piece of jade. While it may not compare to those 3 exceptional ones, if sold on the market, it would certainly be regarded as a top-quality item, easily worth tens of millions, perhaps even 100 million Chinese yuan." Seeing the gleam of desire for wealth in Yilin's eyes, Yi Feng quickly interrupted her daydreaming with a suggestion to go out for dinner. As expected, culinary delights were always Yilin's priority. Just moments ago, she had been preoccupied with the jade's value, but now she had cast that thought aside, eagerly pulling the 2 of them toward the hotel restaurant. Chapter 56. An encounter with Meng Yu. The 3 entered the restaurant, and although they had missed the peak dining hours, the place was still bustling with activity. Guided by a cheerful waiter, they settled at an available table. Yilin eagerly grabbed the tablet handed to her by the waiter, her fingers flying over the screen as she placed an order, then passed it to Yi Feng and Zhao Peng. After a hasty glance, they returned it to the waiter. Observing their reactions, Yilin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Brother, Zhao Peng, aren't you hungry?" Yi Feng, a vein of annoyance appearing on his forehead, replied, "You've ordered enough food for 5 people. What more could we possibly order? If you don't finish it, just wait and see how I deal with you." At that moment, Zhao Peng could no longer contain his laughter. However, upon sensing Yilin's fierce glare, he quickly suppressed his amusement and explained, "Yilin, don't misunderstand. I'm not mocking your remarkable appetite. I just suddenly remembered my dog had puppies, which made me particularly happy." Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Yilin's cheeks. Soon after, the waitstaff began to deliver their dishes in succession. The trio enjoyed their meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation and reveling in the pleasant atmosphere. Just as they were immersed in good food and jovial chatter, a familiar figure suddenly entered Yi Feng's line of sight. It was none other than his exceedingly materialistic ex-girlfriend, Meng Yu. Clad in luxurious designer attire, she was linked arm in arm with a middle-aged man, making her way toward the empty table beside them. At the same time, Meng Yu noticed Yi Feng and provocatively locked eyes with him. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the tension and quietly asked Meng Yu, "Dear, do you know them?" Hearing this, Yilin immediately pouted and muttered, "I knew it." The air suddenly became so unpleasant because a shameless vixen has appeared. Meng Yu's expression darkened instantly as she furiously pointed at Yilin and shouted, "You little wretch, how dare you insult me?" Immediately after, she dramatically threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged man as if she had suffered a grave injustice. The middle-aged man, with a stern expression, glared at Yi Feng and his companions, speaking coldly, "I am Lu Fuda, chairman of the Fuda Group in Hong Kong. You little brat should know your place. The waters in this city run deep. One misstep and you could find yourselves in dire straits. Hey, little beauty, why not come over and share a drink with me? If you're willing, I can buy you all sorts of designer bags to make your heart flutter." Upon hearing Lu Fuda's words, Yilin was filled with rage, thinking, how dare this fat man harbor ill intentions towards her? Without hesitation, she seized a water glass from the table and splashed it at him. Lu Fuda, caught off guard and drenched, was instantly infuriated. He could hardly believe someone dared to drench him. After all, he was a billionaire. Just as he raised his hand to retaliate against Yilin, Zhao Peng abruptly stood up and kicked him to the ground. Seeing this, Meng Yu rushed over in a panic, helping Lu Fuda to his feet. Concern etched on her face as she asked, "Darling, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Then, with fierce eyes, she turned to Yi Feng and scolded, "Yi Feng, you've made a grave mistake. Don't think a little money gives you the right to act so arrogantly. Compared to Chairman Lu, you're hardly more than an ant. Prepare for your retribution." Yi Feng slowly rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the couple before him. He had never anticipated Lu Fuda would dare to openly harass his sister, let alone attempt to strike her. If he did not teach this man a lesson today, he would likely escalate his behavior in the future. Thus, Yi Feng stepped towards them and coldly declared, "Meng Yu, it is astonishing that you remain so vain and foolish. I was on the verge of forgetting you, yet you chose to appear before me uninvited. As for you, Lu Fuda, if you truly wish to seek revenge, feel free to come at me. I await your challenge. However, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng subtly channeled a thread of spiritual energy, quietly infusing it into Lu Fuda's body. This energy swiftly coursed through Lu Fuda's veins, precisely targeting and destroying a critical point in his meridians. From that moment onward, Lu Fuda would forever lose the abilities inherent to a man. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng, grinning, boasted to Yi Lin about his earlier kick. And upon witnessing Yi Feng's reprimand of the two, he chimed in provocatively, "So, Lu Fuda, is it? I'm Zhao Peng. If you have the guts, come retaliate. If I furrow my brow even once, I'll change my surname." At his words, a barely perceptible flicker of disdain crossed Meng Yu's face. But she quickly returned to her demure demeanor, crouching down to attend to Lu Fuda. No matter how hard she tried to entice him, he remained unresponsive. Lu Fuda's face grew increasingly dark, akin to a piece of coal, as he forcefully pushed Meng Yu away. Confused, he wondered why his body, which had always been healthy, had suddenly behaved in such a manner. On the other side, Yi Lin, feeling guilty, turned to Yi Feng and said, "Brother, was I too impulsive? Did I cause you trouble?" Yi Feng gently patted her head, reassuring her, Lin, you did nothing wrong. People like him deserve to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he will think you are easy to bully and will only become more brazen." Chapter 57. Arrival in Hong Kong. Hearing her brother's words, Yi Lin's gloomy expression vanished, and she grasped Yi Feng's hand tightly, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother, let us go shopping tomorrow. I've heard the shopping center in Australia is enormous." Her voice brimmed with anticipation. At that moment, Zhao Peng interjected, "If we're going shopping, I think going to Hong Kong would be better. It's a renowned shopping paradise. Not only does it offer a wide variety of goods, but the latest fashion trends are also released there first." His eyes sparkled as he spoke. Upon hearing Zhao Peng's suggestion, Yi Lin's eyes lit up with desire as she eagerly gazed at Yi Feng, seemingly awaiting his decision. Not wanting to disappoint his sister, Yi Feng readily nodded in agreement to their proposal. Thus, the three of them agreed to take the ferry to the port city early the next morning, embarking on a shopping adventure. "Xiaona, have you informed Uncle and Aunt about our plans? When would be a suitable time for me to pay a visit? What do they enjoy? I wouldn't want to arrive empty-handed on my first visit and risk being turned away by my future mother-in-law," she pondered. Upon seeing Li Xiaona grinning at her phone, her roommates immediately surmised that she was chatting with Senior Yi Feng. Li Bingbing teased, "Oh, our Xiaona is dreaming of a man. Why not just marry Senior Yi Feng right now? After all, college students can tie the knot." Xiaona, blushing profusely from their playful banter, retorted, "Please don't think that way. It's not as you imagine." After a round of light-hearted teasing, the dormitory returned to a serene quiet. Meanwhile, Yi Feng felt quite conflicted. After all, this was his first encounter with his future mother-in-law. He wondered what gift would be both appropriate and heartfelt. After careful consideration, he decided that this gift must not be taken lightly. It seemed essential to choose wisely during their trip to the port city the following day. The next morning, spurred on by Yi Lin's persistent urging, the trio arrived early at the dock and boarded the ferry bound for the port city. About half an hour later, they successfully reached their destination. They promptly hailed a taxi and headed towards the renowned shopping haven, Harbor City. Wu Mingxian furrowed his brow as he meticulously examined the medical report in his hand. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. "Boss Lu, according to this report, your bodily functions appear normal, with no abnormalities. Have you considered that perhaps your recent fatigue or psychological stress could be the cause? Dr. Wu, can you truly assure me that everything is fine? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Perhaps you could prescribe me some special medication," Lu Fudu insisted, doubt etched on his face. Wu Mingxian shook his head helplessly, pondering to himself. While those so-called special medications might offer quick relief, their potential harm to the body was significant. Faced with Lu Fuda's insistence, Wu Mingxian reluctantly prescribed some special medications, cautioning Lu Fuda to use them judiciously. Yi Feng, Yi Lin, and Zhao Peng arrived together at the Harbor City Shopping Center. As soon as they stepped inside, Yi Lin was captivated by the exquisite decor. The opulent chandeliers hung from the ceiling, sparkling brilliantly, the walls adorned with exquisite wallpaper, detailed and artistic, and the floors were laid with smooth marble, reflecting bright light. Everything was so enchanting, as if they had entered a dreamlike realm. "Brother, I'm going to explore on my own, hee. You should hurry and pick out some gifts for Sister Xiaona," Yi Lin exclaimed excitedly before darting off into the depths of the mall like a joyful little bird. Yi Feng felt uneasy about letting his sister wander alone, fearing she might stir up trouble again. He turned to Zhao Peng, saying, "Zhao Peng, please keep an eye on Lin. Don't let her get into mischief. I'll take a look around myself." After arranging this, Yi Feng began to stroll through the vast shopping center alone. admiring the myriad of goods while contemplating what gifts would best convey his respect and sincerity to Xiao Na's parents. As he walked, he stumbled upon a store named Kanghua Nutritional Products. The door was open, revealing a variety of nutritional supplements and health products on display. Just as he hesitated to enter, a staff member noticed him and approached with warm hospitality. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Kanghua Nutritional Products. We offer a range of rare nutritional items and high-quality health products to cater to diverse needs, whether for expressing care towards parents or conveying affection to a girlfriend. We have excellent choices. Is there something specific you require, or may I recommend several suitable products based on your preferences?" The staff member cheerfully introduced. Seeing the staff's enthusiasm, Yi Feng replied, "I'm considering purchasing gifts for my future in-laws. Could you please recommend something?" Upon hearing this, the staff member's eyes lit up with excitement. "Sir, you are truly thoughtful. We have many gifts suitable for elders, such as exquisite teas, premium health supplements, and fine crafts. If your in-laws enjoy tea, our Longjing or Pu'er tea would be splendid choices. For health-conscious individuals, we have a variety of health products to meet different needs. If they appreciate collectibles, our crafts are unique and valuable." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng asked, "Could you specifically recommend some high-end nutritional products?" Recognizing Yi Feng as a discerning young man, the staff member eagerly began to suggest premium items. "Sir, if you are looking for high-end nutritional products, we have several excellent options. Firstly, we offer an imported fish oil supplement rich in omega-3 fatty acids, beneficial for cardiovascular health. Additionally, we have bird's nest products, known for their natural nourishing properties, revered by the affluent and celebrities alike for their beauty-enhancing and health-giving benefits." Yi Feng felt an urge at the staff member's description. The staff member, noticing his interest, beamed with delight at the prospect of closing such a significant sale, which would surely earn her a substantial commission. Therefore, she respectfully told Yi Feng, "Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment while I prepare these gifts beautifully for you." Yi Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After completing his purchase, he left the shop amidst the staff's enthusiastic farewells. Stepping outside, he glanced around to find no one paying attention to him. He quickly made his way to a secluded corner, where he activated his system space to store all the gifts. After completing this task, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his leisurely stroll through the streets. Meanwhile, in another corner of the mall, Yi Lin was lost in the joy of her shopping spree, while Zhao Peng, trailing behind her, was overwhelmed, laden with an assortment of shopping bags, resembling a mobile display rack. With a woeful expression, Zhao Peng looked at Yi Lin and pleaded, "My dear niece, haven't we bought enough already? I truly have no more space to carry anything." Upon hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yi Lin couldn't help but laugh, noticing the multitude of bags dangling from him. She agreed it was indeed excessive. "All right, let us take a break for a while," Yi Lin suggested. The two found a resting area to sit down, where Yi Lin began to sort through her spoils, lifting a bag containing a beautiful dress she had just purchased and nodding in satisfaction at the shoes she had acquired earlier. At that moment, Yi Feng had just completed his shopping and was preparing to store the luxury Patek Philippe watch, belt, and wallet he had bought into his system space. This time, he had splurged, purchasing dozens of high-end watches, several belts, and wallets, all carefully selected for future gifts to friends and family. As Yi Feng stepped out from the unnoticed corner, he unexpectedly collided with Yi Lin and Zhao Peng, who were approaching. Yi Lin frowned, her eyes filled with suspicion and doubt as she fixed her gaze on Yi Feng, questioning, "Brother, what brings you here? You didn't follow some beautiful lady, did you?" Upon hearing this, 3 lines of black thread appeared on Yi Feng's forehead, and he inwardly lamented, "Is this how my younger sister perceives me?" With a resigned shrug, he smiled wryly and explained, "I thought this was the restroom, so I came to take a look, but it turns out to be a safety passage." Yi Lin, however, did not seem convinced. She shifted her gaze to Yi Feng's empty hands and pressed on, "Brother, after wandering around for so long, you haven't bought anything? Look at Zhao Peng. He has a bunch of things." As she spoke, she pointed at Zhao Peng beside her. Not wanting to delve further into her questioning, Yi Feng quickly changed the subject. "You should hurry up and take care of what you need to send. Look at Zhao Peng, carrying all those bags. Doesn't it look pitiful?" With that, Yi Feng swiftly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, searching for a nearby store where they could mail items, and led the two of them there at a brisk pace. He nodded slightly, stating, "No worries, feel free to contact me anytime." Immediately after, Zhao Peng darted off like an arrow, heading to the Harbor City Airport to catch the earliest flight to Kyoto. Chapter 59. The Hundred Flowers Sect. Yi Feng silently nodded in agreement. Soon after, the siblings set off on their journey back to the Magic City. Meanwhile, Lu Fuda had also learned of the situation. Filled with rage, he led his subordinates menacingly toward the Harbor City shopping center. Unfortunately for him, they were a moment too late. By the time they arrived, Yi Feng and the others had already vanished without a trace. Perhaps for Lu Fuda, this was a stroke of luck. Had he encountered Yi Feng, he would have likely regretted it deeply. Shifting focus to the Zhao family in Kyoto. The head of the family, Zhao Jianxi, sternly regarded his eldest son, Zhao Xingyu, and in a low voice inquired, "Is the information you received reliable?" Yi Feng lifted his gaze, noticing a familiar face. It was Xie Shaoqing from the brothel. She approached with a bright smile, addressing Yi Feng, "Young Master Yi. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. My lady has long admired your talents and has specially sent me to invite you for a discussion. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Approximately half an hour later, the two arrived at a tranquil villa located on the outskirts of the city. Hualinger had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Yi Feng arrive as promised, she quickly bowed and said sweetly, "Your arrival brings me immense joy. Young Master Yi, I hope you will step inside so we can have a detailed discussion." With that, she personally led Yi Feng into the room. As they entered, just as Hualinger was about to speak, Yi Feng abruptly interrupted, "Miss Hua, since you specifically invited me here, I assume you have already investigated my circumstances? Being straightforward individuals, they should avoid beating around the bush. If you have something to say, please feel free to express it directly." Seeing Yi Feng's candidness, Hualinger decided to drop the pretense. With a slight smile, she replied, "I have always held great admiration for your talents, young Master Yi. It would be wonderful if you could serve as our sect's representative in the Huaxiao region. However, after conducting thorough research, I found out that you are likely a powerful practitioner. I apologize for my earlier oversight. Please bear with me. May I ask what level of cultivation you currently possess?" Yi Feng swiftly scanned Hualinger with his spiritual sense and confirmed his suspicions. She was indeed a genuine cultivator, having reached the peak of the qi refining stage. This indicated that she might possess valuable insights into the cultivation world. Hualinger was taken aback. She had initially believed Yi Feng to be an ordinary martial artist, but was shocked to discover he was also a practitioner and had entered the foundation establishment stage. Such talent was rare, and bringing him into their sect would significantly bolster their strength. Thus, Hualinger sincerely addressed Yi Feng, "Young Master Yi. I am deeply impressed by your exceptional talents. On behalf of the Hundred Flowers sect, I formally invite you to become an honorary elder. What do you think? Miss Hua, is there any possibility that the positions within your sect could be purchased? For instance, how many spirit stones are required for an elder? And what about the position of a supreme elder?" Upon hearing this, Hualinger was struck dumb, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's intentions. He was unwilling to accept a free honorary elder position and seemed to be suggesting purchasing it instead. "Young Master Yi, our sect has never sold positions before. I truly do not understand." Yi Feng, however, remained unfazed, stating, "You could always check with the sect. I would offer 30, no? 50 top-grade spirit stones to purchase the honorary position of Supreme Elder." Hualinga was left speechless by his audacity. As the saintess of the Hundred Flowers sect, her annual cultivation resources amounted to a mere 50 middle-grade spirit stones, yet Yi Feng was offering 50 top-grade spirit stones. Was he out of his mind? With such wealth, why wouldn't he use it for himself? Under Yi Feng's persistent urging, she hurriedly contacted the sect leader to explain the situation, anxiously awaiting the sect's response. Chapter 60. Purchasing a Supreme Elder in the Hundred Flowers sect's conference hall. A tense atmosphere prevailed as sect leader Huali and several elders sat together, discussing a matter of great importance. "Sect leader, this is truly hard to believe. Setting aside the fact that he is merely in his 20s and a foundation establishment loose cultivator, just the 50 top-grade spirit stones, how is that even possible? Our entire sect's reserves of top-grade spirit stones hardly amount to that." One elder frowned, his tone filled with skepticism. Another elder chimed in, "Indeed, sect leader. While 50 middle-grade spirit stones might be somewhat believable, 50 top-grade spirit stones are simply unimaginable." At that moment, Huali slowly rose, scanning the faces of each elder present, and calmly stated, "Esteemed elders, I must admit I find it difficult to believe myself. However, if he can indeed produce 50 top-grade spirit stones, we might consider granting him the title of Honorary Supreme Elder. If he is unable to do so, we can still bestow upon him the title of Honorary Elder. After all, a genius of his caliber, even without tangible contributions, poses little risk to our sect and could enhance our overall strength. After thoughtful deliberation and spirited discussion, the elders ultimately agreed to Huazi's proposal and decided to relay this message to Hualinger. Upon receiving the news, Hualinger wasted no time in finding Yi Feng to deliver the good news. Young Master Yi, the sect has agreed to your previous suggestion. As long as you can provide 50 top-grade spirit stones as a contribution to the sect leader will personally grant you the title of Honorary Supreme Elder. Yi Feng's heart soared with joy at the news, yet he worried that Hualinger might suddenly change her mind. Without hesitation, he retrieved 50 top-grade spirit stones from his system space and swiftly handed them to Hualinger. After all, these were not merely 50 spirit stones. They represented a significant sum of points. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed 50 top-grade spirit stones and earned a reward of 50 million points. Yi Feng's face broke into a wide smile, his mood exceptionally buoyant. Such an abundance of points signifies that he may now acquire numerous long-desired treasures. At this moment, Hualinger observes Yi Feng, whose excitement renders him unable to contain his smile, and she cannot help but be infected by his joy, letting out a soft laugh. She never imagined that the typically graceful and imposing young Master Yi could possess such a naive and endearing side. At this very moment, Zhao Peng has arrived at the Kyoto residence. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than his brother, Zhao Xingyu, tightly grasped his arm and hurried him toward their father's location. The two rushed into Zhao Jian's study, standing respectfully to the side, fearful of disturbing their father, who was engrossed in the art of calligraphy. Zhao Jian scrutinized a recently completed piece of calligraphy. Revealing a look of satisfaction before speaking in a calm tone, Zhao Peng, recount the incident involving your conflict with Han Xiaoqing in detail. Seeing his father's serious expression, Zhao Peng understood that concealment was futile and thus narrated the events of their visit to the brothel with the Yi siblings and the encounter with Hualinger, also mentioning how Han Xiaoqing's subordinates attacked Yilin, only to be thwarted and severely injured by Yi Feng's guardian. After hearing the full account, Zhao Jian was taken aback. A master-level guardian. Yi Feng's background was indeed formidable. Han Xiaoqing was fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Subsequently, a warm smile blossomed on his face as he gently remarked, Zhao Peng, what is your relationship with Yi Feng? If possible, invite him over to our home for a visit. Observing Zhao Peng's delight, Zhao Xingyu found it somewhat amusing. This lad was truly fortunate to befriend such an extraordinary figure. Should he learn to emulate his brother's carefree spending habits? He was pleasantly surprised to discover that spiritual stones could also be purchased in the marketplace, with an exchange rate of 100, an exceedingly advantageous deal. It seemed that he could trade spiritual stones for even more points in the future. Without hesitation, he exchanged for a spatial core and 500 premium spiritual stones, totaling 6 million points. Although other items were tempting, he refrained from exchanging them for the time being. System, upgrade the system space using the spatial core. Yi Feng murmured softly. Host, the system space upgrade has commenced and is expected to take 12 hours. During this time, the system space will be unavailable for use. With the cold, mechanical voice echoing in his mind, Yi Feng realized that patience was now required. However, he had no intention of idly waiting. Once the upgrade began, he left the study. Passing through the living room, he called for Yilin, and the siblings chatted cheerfully as they made their way to the dining room. At that moment, the dining room was filled with enticing aromas. Bai Jia had already instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous dinner in advance. The table was laden with exquisite dishes that made Yi Lin's mouth water. She dashed to the table and began to feast eagerly. Yi Feng stood by, watching his sister devour her meal with a doting smile, thinking, this girl is quite the little foodie. The moment she sees something delicious, all else is forgotten. Astonishingly, no matter how much she eats, she never seems to gain weight. Lin, eat more slowly. No one is competing with you. Be careful not to choke. Look at how you're eating. How will you ever find a husband? Yi Feng teased half-jokingly. Yet, Yilin paid no heed to her brother's words and mumbled through her mouthful. Humph, if I can't get married, then so be it. I still have you and Sister Shauna. You can take care of me, he. With that, she picked up another piece of braised meat and savored it happily. Chapter 61. Taking on a disciple, Wei's Yuan. Since acquiring this system, he had not leisurely strolled the streets in quite some time. Now, beneath the dim glow of the street lamps, he wandered aimlessly, his gaze sweeping over the bustling figures around him. Not long ago, He himself was among the masses, striving relentlessly for a better life. However, times had changed. He now possessed an unfathomable wealth and had successfully entered the realm of cultivation, transcending the ordinary and standing above the rest. Unbeknownst to him, Feng had arrived at the stall of an elderly woman selling snacks. Upon noticing Feng approach, the old woman beamed with a kind smile and gently asked, "Young man, what would you like to eat?" Shortly after, the elderly woman joyfully placed a large bowl in front of Feng, saying softly, "Young man, if it's not enough, just let me know, and I'll prepare more for you. Don't worry, it's on me. You young people have it tough with so much pressure and low wages. I may not have much to offer, but I can at least ensure you have a hearty meal." As he slowly savored the steaming hot spicy skewers, Feng found warmth in his heart, despite the meal lacking in exquisite flavor. After finishing, the old woman's face lit up with joy. However, this harmonious scene was abruptly shattered by a group of intimidating men. 3 young men, adorned with tattoos and fierce expressions, approached, dragging a boy who appeared to be around 16 years old. One of them, with a menacing glare, bellowed, "Wei Laupa, your Wei Yuan just scraped my bike with his. I want to extort you. I only want 2,000 yuan. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Seeing Wei Yuan in such a predicament, the elderly woman was frantic and cried, "Please don't harm my grandson. I'll compensate you for your losses." Almost instantly, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a well-washed handkerchief, carefully unfolding it. One of the young men, quick to react, snatched the handkerchief and began counting the bills within. However, upon discovering there were barely over 300 yuan, his fury ignited. "Old woman, how dare you mock me? It seems I must teach your grandson a lesson." With that, he raised his foot and kicked Wei Yuan squarely in the abdomen. A piercing scream echoed, sending chills down spines. Just at that critical moment, Feng decisively intervened. The young man, as if struck by an invisible force, crumpled to the ground, clutching his foot. Feng slowly rose, turning to Wei Yuan and asking, "Now, tell me what exactly happened." At that moment, another young man glared at Feng, gritting his teeth. "You little brat, mind your own business, or I won't hesitate to deal with you too." Seeing Feng's indifference, the two lunged at him with fists raised. However, in an instant, Feng moved like a blur, and the two were sent crashing to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. Wei Yuan watched in astonishment, pondering, could this be the legendary martial arts master? He had always been fascinated by martial arts novels and had dreamed of becoming a remarkable master one day, cleansing the world of injustices. Feng's expression turned icy as he barked at the 3 young men, "Leave at once. If you dare to cause trouble again, do not blame me for rendering you incapable of rising again." Seeing Feng drive the trio away, Wei Laupa hurriedly pulled Wei Yuan forward to express her gratitude. Yet, at that moment, Wei Yuan, with a face full of anticipation, asked, "Brother Yi, could you take me as your disciple and teach me martial arts?" Feng was momentarily taken aback, thinking this Wei Yuan was indeed an interesting character, wishing to apprentice himself to him. It is worth noting that he was a cultivator, and not just anyone could embark on this path. Thus, he inquired of the system, "Is there a way to assess whether someone is suitable for cultivation?" Host: "You can conduct a cultivation aptitude assessment for just 100 points. A moment later, the system provided the results. Name: Wei Yuan. Aptitude: superior. Comprehension: superior. Fortune: superior. Observing Wei Yuan's exceptional qualifications, Feng mused inwardly that taking on such a disciple for amusement seemed rather delightful. At this moment, Wei Yuan gazed eagerly at Feng, his heart brimming with trepidation and anticipation. He understood that this enigmatic figure before him might be the key to altering his destiny. Thus he dared not exhibit any semblance of nonchalance. Upon hearing Feng's words, Wei Yuan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, affirming that he would seize this rare opportunity without hesitation. "Very well, since you are so sincere and resolute in your desire to be my disciple, I shall accept you." Feng replied with a smile. Wei Yuan, overcome with excitement, leapt joyfully like a child. As dusk approached, Feng provided his contact information to Wei Yuan, informing him that he had other matters to attend to and would return to guide him in his cultivation once everything was settled. With that, Feng turned and strolled toward the Cloud Villa. Left behind, Wei Yuan remained enveloped in joy, tightly grasping the hand of Granny Wei, exclaiming with exuberance, "Grandma, do you know? I finally have a master. Soon, I will learn formidable martial arts and be able to protect you well." His words were infused with dreams and expectations for the future. Granny Wei gazed at her grandson with love and pride, tears shimmering in her eyes. She smiled gently but remained silent. She understood that this child was finally growing up, beginning to comprehend responsibility and duty. Perhaps this was the finest arrangement of fate. Chapter 62. Meeting the parents on a fresh morning. As dawn broke, Feng arose early. Today marked the final day of Li Xiaona's examinations, and he secretly planned to surprise her with something extraordinary. Strolling toward the garage, his eyes scanned the parked vehicles until he settled on the luxurious Cullinan. The engine roared to life, and the car sped away like a wild stallion, heading for a nearby flower shop. Noticing the substantial demand, the shopkeeper quickly called her boyfriend, who was busy in the back, to assist. Together, they meticulously arranged a splendid array of roses in the trunk. After much effort, they successfully crafted a lifelike heart shape from the vibrant red roses. Feng admired the masterpiece with satisfaction, then gently placed the Eternity Heart necklace, which he had won at a charity auction, atop the rose arrangement before settling the bill and driving off toward Magic City University. As it was exam season, the campus was relatively quiet. Feng arrived slowly at the dormitory where Li Xiaona resided, patiently awaiting her appearance. Half an hour passed, and the area outside the exam hall gradually became lively as students exited the classrooms in small groups. Among the crowd, a familiar figure caught Feng's attention. It was Li Xiaona, just finishing her exam. With a bright smile and a light step, she approached Feng. "Brother Feng, how wonderful it is to see you right after the exam," Li Xiaona exclaimed gleefully, gazing at the radiant girl before him. Feng smiled tenderly and led her to the back of the car. "I have a small gift for you." As he spoke, he gently opened the trunk. As the trunk lifted, an intricately crafted heart-shaped bouquet revealed itself to Li Xiaona. The luscious red roses, arranged into a heart, exuded an enchanting fragrance. Li Xiaona's eyes widened, her face a canvas of surprise and emotion. Unable to contain herself, she leapt into Feng's embrace, tightly holding him. "Brother Feng, thank you. I truly adore this gift." Feeling the warmth in his arms, Feng softly whispered in Li Xiaona's ear, "Hold on. Take a closer look. There are more surprises inside." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona loosened her embrace and redirected her gaze toward the beautiful bouquet. She examined each petal closely, and suddenly her eyes fixated on the center of the flowers, where a dazzling necklace lay hidden. It was the Eternity Heart necklace, and Li Xiaona could hardly believe her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, overwhelmed with excitement. Almost speechless, standing nearby, Li Xiaona's roommates watched in awe, their eyes filled with envy. They quietly took out their phones to capture this beautiful and heartwarming moment, refraining from interrupting the blissful pair. In the community garden, some neighbors noticed Yangqin out early to buy groceries and were quite surprised, inquiring, "Yangqin, are you expecting guests today? Why are you out so early?" However, after Yangqin departed, the neighbors began to whisper among themselves. "Look at Yangqin's smug expression. Let's see if she can still smile if her future son-in-law turns out to be an old man." Indeed, gifting such an expensive car likely indicated a wealthy older gentleman. Meanwhile, Li Xiaona swiftly tidied herself and gracefully descended the stairs to stand before Feng, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I drove here too. Let me send you the address, and we can race to see who arrives first." Her words exuded confidence and playfulness. Soon after, both drove towards Tianhe community at a brisk pace. Halfway through their journey, Feng spotted a charming liquor store by the roadside and promptly parked, entering the shop. After some careful selection, he purchased 2 cases of premium Mutai liquor and 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Upon finally reaching Tianhe community, Feng discovered that Li Xiaona was already waiting for him. She stood there, slightly anxious, scanning the surroundings as if eagerly anticipating his arrival. As they approached the entrance, Li Xiaona noticed Feng seemed somewhat uneasy, prompting her to ask with concern, "Brother Feng, are you feeling all right? Is something bothering you?" Just then, the door slowly opened, revealing Yangqin with a beaming smile. "Xiaona, why haven't you invited Feng inside yet?" "Feng, don't be too reserved. Just relax." With that, she ushered Feng into the house. Once inside, Yangqin quickly presented a plate of fresh fruit to Feng, encouraging him to taste. Then, gently pulling Li Xiaona aside, she whispered in a low voice, "Don't forget what I told you last time." Li Xiaona looked puzzled, blinking her large eyes as she asked, "Mom, what exactly did you want me to do? I really can't remember." Yangqin sighed, patting Li Xiaona's shoulder as she reminded her, "Didn't I ask you to take Feng for a stroll around our community?" especially to the garden, to silence those gossiping tongues. Chapter 63. Meeting the Parents. Part 2. Xiaona, how about we take a walk outside? It will also show those people that I am not some old man. Plus, there are gifts still in the car, Yifeng suggested. Together, they approached the car, where Yifeng retrieved the gifts from the system space and placed them in the back seat. He then opened the car door, first handing Li Xiaona a package of tea and nutritional supplements, while he kept the other two for himself. Next, he pulled out 2 exquisite Patek Philippe watches worth millions and tucked them into his pocket. Xiaona, this package is for you. The 2 I'm carrying are for your esteemed parents, Yifeng said with a smile. Now, let us take a stroll through the community garden. At that moment, a group of women were gathered in the garden, chatting animatedly. They perked up at the sight of Yifeng and Li Xiaona approaching, immediately becoming alert. Oh, Xiaona, is this your boyfriend? One of the elder ladies was the first to speak up. Li Xiaona tightly grasped Yifeng's hand, her heart brimming with joy as she introduced him to everyone. Hello, ladies. This is my boyfriend, Yifeng, who has come to visit my family today. At that moment, a voice from the crowd exclaimed in admiration, Oh my, look at the gifts he has brought. They must be quite valuable. Xiaona, your boyfriend is indeed very good to you. Even the luxury car you drive was surely a gift from him. After the couple departed, the surrounding ladies began to whisper amongst themselves. TSK, 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 the old Li family has struck gold. They have found such a handsome and wealthy young man as a son-in-law. Indeed. Moreover, he is exceptionally generous and willing to spend on Xiaona. At this moment, Yifeng felt an unusual anxiety within him. After all, as the saying goes, a daughter is a father's little sweetheart from a past life and a beloved companion in this one. He was filled with trepidation, fearing that Li's father might take a disliking to him and show him a cold countenance. Just then, Yangqin approached briskly, taking the gifts from Yifeng's hands with a beaming smile. You two can sit for a moment. The food will be ready shortly. Changlin, stop dawdling and come help me. We can chat while we eat. Before long, a lavish spread of delicious dishes was ready. Everyone took their seats, and the atmosphere was warm and joyful. At this point, Li Changlin hesitantly turned to Yangqin and softly asked, My dear wife, since Feng is visiting today, how about I indulge in a few sips of wine? Yangqin shot him an irritated glance and replied, For Feng's sake, you can have a little today, but do not overindulge. Though her tone carried a hint of reproach, her eyes conveyed concern. Upon hearing this, Li Changlin immediately stood up, excitedly retrieving a bottle of his treasured Matai liquor from the cabinet and carefully uncorking it. He deftly poured a full glass for Yifeng, then filled one for himself. At this moment, the table was filled with the rich aroma of wine. Yangqin kept serving dishes to Yifeng, each one a delicacy she had lovingly prepared. Watching Yifeng savor the meal brought her immense joy, as if she were envisioning a future filled with happiness. Feng, please do not hold back. Let me know what you like to eat, and I will serve you, Yangqin cheerfully urged. Xiaona, do not just focus on your own meal. Take care of Feng too. Li Changlin smiled as he raised his glass, clinking it gently with Yifeng's before downing it in one go. He said with a hint of sentimentality, Feng, Xiaona is a bit introverted and sometimes struggles to express her feelings. Even if she encounters something unpleasant, she might keep it bottled up. So I hope you can be more understanding and compassionate towards her. As parents, we are truly delighted that you two are together. Xiaona has often mentioned you to me. At this, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Li Changlin's eyes. Yangqin looked at the father and daughter duo and couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, it seems that a daughter truly is her father's little sweetheart from a past life. She doesn't even share her innermost thoughts with me. Her words carried a trace of playful reproach and a hint of sadness. At that moment, Li Changlin and Yangqin exchanged glances and simultaneously affirmed, We have no objections. As long as you two have come to an understanding, that's all that matters. Their tone was gentle, conveying respect and trust in their children. Meanwhile, Li Xiaona was blushing deeply. Her eyes filled with happiness and sweetness as she silently gazed at Yifeng, her shy and adorable demeanor evoking a sense of affection. Chapter 64. The informant Yilin. Time passed quietly, and as expected, Li Changlin gradually succumbed to the effects of the wine. Yangqin, seeing this, cast her husband an exasperated glance and carefully assisted him to rest in their room. Witnessing this, Yifeng felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, it was rather inappropriate for a future father-in-law to lose composure on their first meeting. He turned to Li Xiaona with an innocent expression and softly asked, Xiaona, do you think your mother will be angry about this? Perhaps I should leave quickly. Li Xiaona smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it will be fine. Although my mom often nags my dad, she truly cares about him. They are the quintessential couple that loves and bickers at the same time. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a bit more at ease, yet he grew curious about the unique dynamic between the couple. Once back in the car, Yifeng circulated his inner energy throughout his body, dispelling the effects of the wine instantly, leaving him remarkably clear-headed. He started the engine and sped towards the Cloud Villa. Upon arriving home, Yilin immediately confronted Yifeng, her face pouting with indignation. Brother, where have you been gallivanting? How dare you leave me all alone? Yifeng chuckled at his sister's playful demeanor and explained, I went to visit Xiaona's parents today. It wouldn't have been appropriate to bring you along. Besides, you were still in bed when I left. Although Yilin understood that such an occasion was indeed unsuitable for her presence, she stubbornly retorted, Humph, it's still your fault. I don't care. You must compensate me. You owe me a lavish meal. Yifeng helplessly nodded, thinking that his sister was truly a little glutton. Suddenly, Yilin's eyes sparkled with excitement upon learning that Xiaona would also be joining them. She secretly delighted in the prospect and decided to inform their mother, so she could prepare adequately. Yifeng watched his sister's retreating figure, feeling perplexed. This girl had such a unique way of thinking. Just a moment ago, she was clamoring for a feast, and now she transformed into a caring sister, urging him to rest. Once inside her room, Yilin eagerly grabbed her phone and dialed their mother's number. However, before she could speak, a thunderous voice echoed from the other end. You ungrateful little brat. You've been out so long, and now you think of calling me? What, do you think you've grown wings? Do you want me to turn those wings into soup? Oh dear, Mom, please don't scold me yet. I have important information about brother. Would you like to hear it? Unfazed, Wang Meiwan replied. Your brother has always been sensible. What could possibly happen? It's you who has always been a troublemaker. Her tone held a hint of reproach, but was mostly filled with affection for her daughter. Yilin sighed dramatically, thinking to herself, how can I be a troublemaker when I am so lively and adorable? I am just a bit restless. As she pondered, she made silly faces at the air. Yes, Mom, you must prepare well to welcome your future daughter-in-law, Yilin said cheerfully over the phone. Listening to the diminishing sounds on the other end, Yilin shook her head helplessly, reflecting, even at her age, Mom is still so impulsive. It seems I have inherited her personality. With that, she gently ended the call, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Chapter 65. Off to the company the next day. As noon approached, Yifeng finally rose from his slumber. After a casual tidy-up, he made his way to the Qingji building. Third brother, how have you been? Have you adapted yet? Wang Chao lamented with a furrowed brow. Fourth brother, I feel like I am being tortured. Do you think I can adapt? Tortured? How could that be? Don't they realize Wang Chao is one of us? Just then, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Wang Chao, how dare you slack off? Hurry up and clean the reception room. You should act your age and do some cleaning. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression darkened significantly. Wang Chao, however, merely patted his shoulder and walked silently towards the reception area with a mop in hand. Yifeng retraced his steps to the elevator, pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and headed straight for Shen Haoyue's office. As he exited the elevator, the secretary spotted him and hurriedly approached to guide him into the office. Inside, Shen Haoyue was engaged in conversation with Feng Mingyue. Noticing Yifeng's furious demeanor, she promptly inquired, Mr. Yi, what brings you to the company today? You seem quite upset. Has something happened? Yifeng replied, what is the status of the Feng family's asset acquisition? Additionally, has 90% of the Feng family's assets been allocated to charitable endeavors? Feng Mingyue felt a chill run down her spine, not daring to retort, and quickly exited to report to the elder. Yifeng then turned to Shen Haoyue, coldly stating, Shen Haoyue, what is Wang Chao's situation? While I have agreed to let you take full responsibility for the company and allowed Wang Chao to work as a janitor for a month, how dare a receptionist speak to him so disrespectfully and disparage my brother? I want to know if this is your intent. At that moment, Shen Haoyue understood the source of his fury. Wang Chao. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight. I will discipline those individuals. Yifeng gave her a deep, penetrating look and said, all involved personnel must be dismissed. It matters not who they are. Remember, I am not concerned with how much this company profits. I would rather lose it all than tolerate such disrespect. As for the vice president, I will arrange for someone to represent me in the company. Furthermore, I am quite disappointed in your current performance. With that, he turned on his heel and strode towards the office area downstairs. His gaze quickly locked onto Wang Chao, and he hurried over to grab him, intending to leave. However, before they could reach the elevator, someone intercepted them. Wang Chao, you have quite a nerve. How dare you leave your post without permission? Are you planning to quit? Do you believe I won't fire you immediately? The sharp, piercing reprimand rang out suddenly. This unexpected scene was witnessed by the hurriedly arriving Shen Haiyue, who, without hesitation, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the woman. The woman, stunned and incredulous, glared at Shen Haiyue and shouted, "Cousin, you actually hit me over a filthy janitor?" Once downstairs, Feng instructed Wang Chao to wait in the car while he dialed Shen Haoren. "Brother Shen, I just visited Huanyu Investment Company and found many relatives of the Shen family acting quite arrogant. Was this your arrangement?" Shen Haoren felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that he was indeed behind it all. "I sincerely apologize, my brother. The company was in need of personnel, so I assigned some over. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can replace them at any time. It is my fault for not considering the situation. I hope you will forgive me. Why didn't you tell me about the injustice you faced, third brother?" Feng asked from inside the car. He nodded slightly in agreement, contemplating the matter before deciding not to dwell on it any longer. He then turned to Wang Chao and said, "This afternoon, a person named Yi Hongfei will arrive to assume the role of vice president. From now on, let him guide you in your work. I have some miscellaneous matters to handle on my end. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to call me. Let us not become distant, all right?" After speaking, Feng opened the car door and stepped out, retrieving a gift from the trunk. Wang Chao cheerfully accepted it, joking, "Hey, fourth brother, you've improved. You actually thought to bring me a gift. Given your thoughtfulness, go find your little girlfriend and enjoy some sweet moments." Chapter 66. The incident with Qian Zhongwen. Not long after Feng left, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Zhang Jiwei calling from Jincheng. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here today?" Feng asked with a smile. On the other end, Zhang Jiwei fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Brother Yi, something has happened to old Qian, and it is quite serious. He specifically instructed me not to inform you, but after much contemplation, I believe it is best to notify you in case you can offer assistance." Upon receiving this news, Feng furrowed his brows tightly. It was well known that Qian Zhongwen held a significant presence in Jincheng, and generally, few matters could pose a challenge for him. Thus, it was evident that this situation was indeed grave. Concerned for Qian Zhongwen's safety, Feng hurriedly made his way to his office. Upon pushing the door open, he was surprised to find Zhang Jiwei already present. Qian Zhongwen's expression turned to one of astonishment upon seeing Feng. "What happened?" Qian Zhongwen asked. Feng gazed intently at the haggard Qian Zhongwen and inquired with concern, "Brother Qian, if not for Brother Zhang's warning, I would still be in the dark. Please, tell me what transpired." Qian Zhongwen cast a helpless glare at Zhang Jiwei, sighed deeply, and began, "Alas, Brother Yi. You know I was once a formidable figure in the underworld, but now I have encountered an unexpected calamity. The son of an enemy I had eliminated, Gu Feihu, has come seeking revenge. Even more infuriating is that this scoundrel has transformed into a powerful martial artist, already entering the initial stage of internal strength. In contrast, I have only just begun to touch the surface of external strength. Had it not been for Brother Wuhan's timely assistance last time, I might have lost my life." After hearing the account, Feng furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment, then decisively stated, "Brother Qian, do not worry. Our immediate priority is to locate this person. As for subsequent matters, leave them to me." With that, Feng took his leave, mindful that Li Xiaona was still at home, wondering how she was getting along with her mother. After Feng departed, Qian Zhongwen immediately began mobilizing all his connections to thoroughly search for Gu Feihu's whereabouts. At that moment, Zhang Jue gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance, "Old Qian, with Brother Yi assisting you, you can rest easy." Meanwhile, as Feng stepped through the door at home, he was met with his mother's stern gaze, causing him to feel a sudden pang of anxiety. Did his mother disapprove of Li Xiaona? Had there been a conflict between them? Just as he was about to inquire, Wang Meiwan scolded him, "You little rascal. How could you do such a thing? Xiaona traveled all the way from Modu, and just after getting off the plane, you vanished without a trace. Just wait until I give you a proper lesson today." At that moment, upon hearing the commotion, Li Xiaona curiously emerged from the outside. When she saw Wang Meiwan preparing to reprimand Feng, she quickly called out, "Aunt." Upon hearing her voice, Wang Meijuan's body stiffened, and her previously stern expression vanished, replaced by a warm smile. She turned to Li Xiaona and gently said, "Xiaona, why don't you go rest for a while? This little rascal has been utterly unreasonable, allowing you to come alone on your first visit. If it continues like this, it will be chaos. Therefore, I must teach him a lesson. Li Xiaona hurriedly interjected to defend Yi Feng. Aunt, please don't be angry. Brother Feng already explained to me that he had matters to attend to. He specifically asked Yelin to take good care of me. Wang Meiwan shot Yi Feng a fierce glare and said tersely, Humph. On account of Xiaona's intercession, I will let you off the hook today. Xiaona, if he dares to bully you in the future, just let me know, and I will take care of him. With that, she firmly grasped Li Xiaona's hand and turned to head back to the room, left standing in place. Yi Feng was bewildered and at a loss for what to do. Beside him, Yilin looked on with a sense of schadenfreude, chuckling as she remarked, Haha, brother. Now you can finally taste the bitterness of being scolded by mom, just like I do. Hee hee, where shall we dine tonight? Mother hasn't prepared any meals, you know. What do you say we consider the East Lake Hotel? Yilin mischievously suggested. Yi Feng nodded in agreement and swiftly picked up his phone to make dinner arrangements. As their father entered the room, Yilin could no longer contain her laughter and exclaimed, Brother, ever since Sister Xiaona arrived, your status at home has plummeted. Ha. Chapter 67. The enthusiastic Wang Meiwan. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona shyly lowered her head, her cheeks blushing like the evening sky. She was aware that Wang Meiwan was exceedingly pleased with her, yet discussing the topic of children seemed premature. Wang Meiwan continued, I heard from that mischievous girl Yilin that Xiao Feng has already visited your parents. What do they think of him? Just then, Yilin burst into the room, exuberantly announcing, Mom, Sister Xiaona, my brother has already reserved a table at the East Lake Hotel. We must be on our way. The group drove to the East Lake Hotel, and as the vehicle came to a halt, Yi Feng led his family out of the car. At that moment, the hotel manager, Chen Tai, who had been waiting at the entrance, promptly approached them. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. Please follow me, Chen Tai said respectfully, guiding the Yi family into the hotel. Upon entering the spacious and bright private room, everyone took their seats. Chen Tai quietly exited to the kitchen to urge the chefs to expedite the meal service. Wang Meiwan, with a radiant smile, turned to Li Xiaona and said, Xiaona, you must try this famous red clay braised pork. It's renowned in our city. And this treasure tofu is also a local specialty. Li Xiaona cautiously picked up a piece of braised pork and took a gentle bite. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Wow, I thought such fatty meat would be greasy, but it isn't at all. It's absolutely delicious. As Li Xiaona praised the dish, Yi Feng interjected, Of course. This is a signature dish from a royal chef during the late Qing dynasty, requiring more than 10 preparation steps, and it is one of Tianjin's intangible cultural heritages. As Li Xiaona began to eat, Yilin's big, watery eyes turned pleadingly towards her mother, pouting as she asked, Mom, can I eat now? When she received a positive response, her face lit up with joy, and she eagerly began to devour her food. This adorable scene elicited laughter from everyone present. Wang Meiwan continued to serve Li Xiaona, encouraging her to eat more. Taken aback by such warm hospitality, Li Xiaona quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Auntie. But that's enough. I really can't eat anymore. However, Wang Meiwan, unfazed, smiled and reassured her, It's all right, eat a bit more. Don't worry about gaining weight. A little extra will only make you look more beautiful and blessed. Qian Zhongwen, hearing this, chuckled heartily and replied, Haha, well said. Since today is your first visit, I won't intrude too much. This meal is on me. Feel free to order whatever you desire. After speaking, he nodded slightly to the group and turned to leave. After a while, Yi Feng looked at his mother and Li Xiaona and softly said, Mom, Xiaona, take your time eating, no need to rush. I'll go greet Qiangu. With that, Yi Feng gently rose and left the private room. Upon reaching Qian Zhongwen's office door, Yi Feng pushed it open. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a hearty laugh. Haha, I knew it. Little Yi would definitely come to find us, Qian Zhongwen exclaimed. At this moment, Yi Wuhan also laughed, adding, Indeed, Qiangu knows my brother well. But even if you guessed right, there's no reward for you. While saying this, Yi Wuhan waved to Yi Feng at the doorway, urging him to come in and take a seat. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, Yi Feng, don't get involved. It's nothing serious. It's just that Nyonyo likes Shaolin more. I don't have those intentions. Qian Zhongwen, unable to resist, teased, Wuhan, since Nyonyo likes her so much, why not give it a try? After all, everything is worth it for the sake of the child. Plus, I think Lin Wanqiu is quite wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also cares for Nyonyo a lot. You might want to consider it. However, Yi Wuhin did not respond, sitting silently without a word. Yi Feng understood that Yi Wuhin still struggled to forget his late wife, so he shifted the topic. Qian Gu, have you found any leads on Gu Feihua's whereabouts? Chapter 68. Strolling by the lake, Yi Feng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He realized that he could not linger in Tianjin for long. Yet he feared for Qian Zhongwen's safety if he left. After much contemplation, if he truly had to depart, he would need to arrange for a shadow guard. For now, he would provide him with a basic defensive talisman. With a determined resolution, Yi Feng feigned calmness and reached into his jacket pocket, discreetly retrieving a basic defensive talisman from his storage space, which he then handed to Qian Zhongwen. Filled with skepticism, Qian Zhongwen accepted the talisman and scrutinized it for a moment before asking, "Little Yi, why are you giving me this talisman?" Yi Feng promptly clarified, "This is not merely a piece of paper. It is a life-saving item in times of peril. It can withstand attacks from a Grandmaster-level foe for up to 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhin and Zhang Jiwei's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Yi Feng as if to say, "What about ours? Hurry up and bring them out." With a sigh, Yi Feng produced the remaining 4 talismans and stated, "This is all I have. You may divide them amongst yourselves." After some deliberation, Yi Wuhin took one, while Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei each acquired 2. Yi Feng then retrieved 2 bottles of elixirs from his storage bag, one a spirit-gathering pill and the other a boundary-breaking pill, and handed them to Yi Wuhin, explaining their effects in detail before turning to Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei, saying, "These 2 elixirs are not suitable for you, so I want to give them to you. Wuhin, you should find a quiet place to prepare for a breakthrough. I will take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Yilin suddenly became excited and chimed in, "Yes. Yes, brother, let us go to Happy Valley together. I really want to ride a roller coaster." After the 2 departed, Wang Meiwan, slightly annoyed, remarked to Yilin, "You little rascal, you're such a troublemaker. Can't you let your brother and Xiao Na have some time alone? Why must you meddle and disrupt the atmosphere? You are just like your father, with no sense of timing, and not at all like me." Beside her, Yi Yuanhai helplessly muttered, "Why is it that the good traits come from you, while the bad ones are from me? I'm being unfairly targeted here." Once outside the villa, Yi Feng gently asked, "Xiao Na, would you prefer to visit the amusement park, or shall we take a stroll by the lake?" Since Xiao Na expressed a desire to walk by the lake, Yi Feng opted not to drive. Instead, he held her hand tightly and walked slowly toward the lakeside. As night fell, the 2 strolled hand in hand, gazing at their reflections on the lake's surface. Li Xiaona took out her phone and snapped a picture of the lake, then smiled and said, "Brother Feng, this reminds me of a poem. The moon in the sea is the same as the moon in the sky, and the person before me is my beloved." Yi Feng embraced her waist tightly and replied, "There's no one else in my sight, only you all around." 2 individuals stood side by side, their gazes cast upon the shimmering surface of the lake, which twinkled faintly in the dim light. They leaned into one another, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, a gentle yet timid voice shattered the serene atmosphere. "Big brother, big sister, would you like to buy a flower?" Li Shana, upon hearing the voice, crouched down and gazed at the adorable little girl, who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. With a friendly smile, she inquired, "Little sister, it's so dark outside. Why are you still here selling flowers all alone?" Li Xiaona was profoundly moved by the innocent words of the girl, and her eyes gradually welled with tears. She silently watched the little girl's retreating figure. 001. For many, the only bouquet they receive in their lifetime comes at a funeral. Today, I offer you this rose, wishing that we may hold hands like this and accompany each other through life. In this moment, Yi Feng's heart brimmed with emotion. He embraced Li Xiaona tightly and whispered softly, "I thank the heavens for allowing me to meet such a wonderful you. I am also grateful for your heartfelt love, which has shown me the enchanting beauty of love." Li Xiaona slightly tilted her head back, gazing deeply into Yi Feng's eyes, her lips parting gently. "Feng Ge, please kiss me." Yi Feng nodded and leaned in, kissing her deeply with all his strength, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In that instant, all that remained in their eyes was each other's reflection. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted their lips. Li Xiaona shyly looked around and noticed a crowd gathering to witness the scene. Her face flushed crimson. Hastily, she tugged at Yi Feng and hurriedly left the area. Chapter 69. Yi Lin and Li Xiaona's whispering. Soon after, the 2 entered the villa. As they stepped through the door, Yi Lin swiftly seized Li Xiaona, pulling her into her room without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp basement in the city, exuding a musty odor, a burly man with a muscular build sat alone, brooding over a drink. This man was Gu Feihu, who, days prior, had sought vengeance against Qian Zhongwen but had unfortunately encountered Yi Wuhan, resulting in severe injuries. Since that time, he had been hiding in this shadowy place to recuperate. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the basement door. Gu Feihu instantly became alert, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. His right hand swiftly reached for a razor-sharp dagger resting on the table, gripping its hilt tightly as he concentrated on the closed door. As the footsteps drew nearer, his heart raced and tension mounted within him. Finally, the door creaked open, revealing a vibrant and spirited elder. Gu Feihu's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Master, what brings you here in person?" The elder before him was his mentor, Jiang Linhe, one of the 5 elders of the Kongyu Valley. Jiang Linhe tossed a Guiyuan pill to Gu Feihu, instructing him, "Quickly take this pill to heal your wounds. I shall wait for you outside." With that, he turned and departed. Understanding the urgency, Gu Feihu wasted no time and swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged to cultivate his energy. After about half an hour, he felt his body fully restored, perhaps even stronger than before, and he eagerly set out to find Jiang Linhe. Arriving at a pavilion within the community, Gu Feihu saw Jiang Linhe sitting quietly with his eyes closed. Not daring to disturb him, he stood straight beside him, waiting for him to awaken. Before long, Jiang Linhe slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Feihu, tell me how you were injured." Gu Feihu respectfully recounted the entire incident. After listening, Jiang Linhe admonished, "In the future, you must not act so recklessly. Always ascertain your opponent's background before making a move, aiming for a decisive strike. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to settle this matter." Within the East Lake Villa, Feng lay on the soft, comfortable bed, pondering why Yilin had drawn Li Xiana into her room. Driven by curiosity, he decided to use his spiritual sense to eavesdrop on their conversation. As his spirit scanned the room where the 2 girls were, he saw Yilin holding a hefty album, flipping through its pages while explaining the photographs to Li Xiana in detail. "Xiana Jia, look at this one. This was taken when my brother went out with his classmates during summer vacation in high school. At that time, I insisted on tagging along. Do you see that beautiful girl standing next to my brother? Her name is Molly, and she has since become an enviable flight attendant. But she has always secretly harbored feelings for my brother, even gathering the courage to confess her love, only to be met with a heartless rejection." Upon hearing this, Li Xiana couldn't help but inquire softly, "Lin, does a lot of people like Feng go?" Li Xiana laughed heartily. "You truly are a schemer. Did you ever send that letter?" Yilin's lips curled into a smug smile as she replied, "Of course not. If he really got together with that girl, it would cut off my source of income. I'm not that foolish." At this, Li Xiana burst into laughter, nearly gasping for breath as she clutched her stomach, exclaiming, "You little rascal, how many of Feng Ji's admirers must you cut off? Thankfully, when I was dating Feng Ge, you were still in the city. Otherwise, we would have been torn apart by you." With that, she playfully lunged at Yilin. After a bout of playful banter, Li Xiana suddenly grew quiet, her expression pensive as she asked, "Yilin, do you know what Feng Ge likes?" Yilin furrowed her brow in thought, then shook her head, saying, I can't think of anything in particular that he likes. He seems like a rather boring person and is a total straight shooter. The first time he took me to tour Magic City University, he even needed me to remind him to buy you a bouquet. Goodness. I really can't fathom how someone as clueless as him managed to win your heart." At that moment, Yilin seemed to recall something and said playfully, "Xiana Jia, I noticed that our mom only cleaned one room. Looks like you'll be sleeping with my brother tonight. If you beg me now, I might consider letting you sleep in my room." "You little imp, always teasing me. How could Annie make such arrangements?" "You must be joking," Li Xiana retorted. Yilin gazed at the blushing Li Xiana with keen interest, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "I suspect your heart is secretly yearning to share a bed with my brother. Otherwise, why would you be blushing?" Xiana Jia, your thoughts are not so innocent." Just then, Wang Meiwan pushed the door open and entered the room, her face radiating warmth. She looked gently at Li Xiana and softly said, "Xiana, your room has been prepared, just across from Xiao Feng's room. If you feel tired, you can rest any time. Tomorrow, let Xiao Feng show you around. And Yilin, you should get to bed early as well. Remember to register for driving school tomorrow and strive to obtain your license this summer." Chapter 70. Gu Feihu's letter. Yilin still held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing to join them in their outings, but as she prepared to speak, she was met with her mother's stern gaze, which compelled her to swallow her words. Watching her mother's retreating figure, Yilin wore a worried expression as she said to Li Xiaona, "Xiaona Jia, since that's the case, you should go find my brother. I need some time alone." Li Xiaona smiled reassuringly. "I believe Annie has a point. You must hasten to obtain your driver's license, for Feng has previously promised that once you acquire it, he will gift you a car. So, do not dwell in sorrow any longer." Upon entering the room, Yifeng gently patted the edge of the bed, beckoning Li Xiaona to come and sit. Compliantly, Li Xiaona approached and settled beside him, her cheeks flushing under the intensity of Yi Feng's ardent gaze. She softly closed her eyes, silently awaiting a passionate kiss from him. However, as moments ticked by, no such gesture came. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find Yifeng stealthily approaching the door. At that moment, he abruptly flung the door open, revealing Yilin stumbling into the room. Disheveled, she brushed off the dust from her clothes, her face flushed with embarrassment as she explained, "Brother, Sister Xiaona, please don't misunderstand. I just saw a little ant scurrying into the room and was eager to catch it. Surely, my reason is sufficient?" Yilin sheepishly scratched her head and, with a playful grin, added, "I'll take my leave now. You two continue. Hee," before darting away. Gazing at the now empty room, Yifeng could only sigh in resignation. While other sisters create opportunities for their brothers, his own sibling seemed intent on causing chaos. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wang Meiwan had already ventured out to procure breakfast. At that moment, she was carrying a steaming platter of morning delicacies towards the dining table when she happened upon Li Xiaona offering assistance. She quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, "Xiaona, don't trouble yourself. Let me handle it. You should hurry and call Xiao Feng and Linlin down for breakfast." Just then, Yifeng, having completed his morning routine, descended the stairs. Upon hearing his mother's words, a smile crept onto his lips as he replied, "Mom, you shouldn't hold your breath for Linlin to get up early. She's always one for late nights and late mornings. We should start without her." With that, he made his way to the table, surveying the array of breakfast items. Yifeng exclaimed, "Mom, how much did you buy? Even if 5 more Yilins were here, I doubt they could finish all this." Wang Meiwan laughed heartily at her son's remark, explaining, "I wasn't sure what Xiaona liked, so I bought a little of everything. Xiaona, come sit. Do you prefer tofu pudding or soy milk? Oh, and this noodle tea might be unfamiliar to you, but do give it a try." Yifeng nodded in agreement, urging, "Xiaona, you must also taste this pancake and egg roll. It is truly delightful. However, this large pancake roll may not be to your liking, so I shall take care of it first." With that, he picked up a large pancake roll and took a hearty bite. Watching the two, Wang Meiwan beamed with contentment. She gently patted Xiaona's hand, advising, "After breakfast, let Xiao Feng take you out for a stroll. Staying cooped up at home is not good. Fresh air is beneficial for your health." However, before Yifeng could respond, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. He swiftly picked up his phone, recognizing Qian Zhongwen's name flashing on the screen. A wave of apprehension washed over him, yet he quickly answered the call. "Yi, my brother. Trouble has arisen. Gu Feihu has shown up. He has summoned me to a dilapidated building in the outskirts to settle our scores. After being injured by Wuhan, I didn't expect him to come back so soon, and he likely has formidable allies now." Yi Feng's heart raced. He understood the gravity of the situation. The audacity of the opponent's challenge indicated they were not without support. Nonetheless, he could not allow Qian Zhongwen to face such peril alone. "Brother Qian, remain calm. I am on my way. Do not venture there alone. Let us reassess the situation upon my arrival." As he spoke, he stood, ready to depart. Once he ended the call, he looked apologetically at Li Xiaona and said, "Xiaona, I'm truly sorry, but I may not be able to accompany you today." Li Xiaona understood, gazing at him softly as she replied, "Feng Ge, go ahead, but do remember to return early." Without a moment's delay, Yifeng hurried to the Donghu Hotel. Upon entering, he spotted Zhang Zhuwei and Yi Wuhan also present. However, Yifeng did not engage in pleasantries and directly approached Qian Zhongwen, eager to inquire, "Brother Qian, have you met with Gu Feihu yet?" Yifeng quickly tore open an envelope and scrutinized its contents. After reading, he lifted his head, his expression resolute as he addressed the group, "Brother Qian, we must not delay, let us depart immediately. With me by your side, you need not worry." Just as the group prepared to exit the hotel, Yifeng turned to Zhang Zhuwei, who wished to accompany them, and earnestly advised, "Brother Zhang, this mission is fraught with uncertainty and high risk. Given your current capabilities, it would be wiser for you to remain here and await our news." Understanding his limitations, Zhang Zhuwei nodded in acquiescence, choosing not to insist on following. Chapter 71. The aggrieved Jiang Linha. On their way to the designated location, Yi Feng suddenly asked, "Brother Qian, do you still have the talisman I gave you yesterday?" Yi Wuhan nodded silently, confirming he indeed had it. After consuming a medicinal pill the previous day, he had successfully broken through to the master level. His strength had significantly increased, rendering him nearly invulnerable to ordinary threats, so he entrusted the talisman to Nyonyo. At that moment, Qian Zhongwen pulled the talisman from his pocket and handed it to Yi Wuhan, saying, "Wuhan, I know your strength is formidable now, but it's wise to be prepared. Take this talisman. It will serve as a safeguard in case of danger. Please, do not hesitate to accept it. You can return it to me once this is all over. But do not renege on your promise, haha." Gratefully, Yi Wuhan accepted the talisman without further protest. The trio finally arrived at the decrepit building they had agreed upon. The surroundings were desolate and appeared quite dilapidated. Yi Feng mused to himself, "I truly cannot fathom which fool would choose to develop a property in such a place. It's a guaranteed loss." His gaze swept the area, ultimately resting on two figures atop the roof. Internally bemused, he thought, these two are truly peculiar. Why would they go to the rooftop? Is the air up there superior? "Hey, come down," Yi Feng shouted. With a resigned shrug, he added, "Apologies, but I suffer from acrophobia and truly cannot ascend. If you do not come down, we shall be on our way." With that, he pretended to turn away. Upon hearing this, the two martial artists exchanged glances, internally questioning, what manner of person is this? He lacks any semblance of a warrior-esque demeanor. He is simply a rogue. Reluctantly, they complied and descended, unwilling to waste time and energy. Once they reached the ground, Yi Feng addressed them, "Old man, what wisdom do you impart? Let us deliberate." Jiang Linha was taken aback. He never anticipated being referred to as old man by this youthful individual. After all, he was the fifth elder of the Konyu Valley, a position of considerable prestige. And usually, anyone encountering him treated him with utmost respect. Yet today, he was so brazenly disrespected by a mere boy, which incensed him to the point of fury. Jiang Linha, his face flushed with indignation, pointed at Yi Feng, stammering, You. Yi Feng feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, so you're a stutterer, old man? No need to rush. Take your time. If it's too difficult, shall we exchange WeChat? By the way, you can type, right?" Beside them, Qian Zhongwen and Yi Wuhan struggled to suppress their laughter, silently marveling at the remarkable talent of their young companion, Yi Feng. At that moment, Jiang Linha could no longer contain the surging anger within him. With wide eyes, he fiercely struck out at Yi Feng, sensing a fierce gust of wind approaching. Yi Feng swiftly sidestepped, then pointed at Jiang Linha and exclaimed, "Hey, you old rascal, how dare you sneak attack me? Brace yourself for my dragoness fury." Upon hearing this, Jiang Linha's heart tightened, and he quickly retreated, adopting a defensive stance. However, after waiting for some time, he saw no sign of Yi Feng initiating an attack. Yi Feng then donned an innocent expression, scratching his head as he explained, "Old man, I was merely jesting. It doesn't mean I would actually use that move. Look at you, all tense. Be careful not to have a stroke. You infuriate me, you little brat. Today, I shall spare no effort to settle this with you." Jiang Linha roared in exasperation and lunged at Yi Feng like a ferocious tiger. Unfazed, Yi Feng shouted back, "Prepare to taste my 7 stars chaos palm, shattered stars." Before his words had fully faded, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at Jiang Linha's chest. Jiang Linha, internally skeptical of Yi Feng's theatrics, charged forward without a hint of caution. In an instant, both men simultaneously unleashed their strikes, colliding with immense force and propelling each other backward. Yi Feng struggled to rise from the ground, lightly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, then teasingly remarked, "Old man, my apologies. I truly can perform that move. Surprised, aren't you?" At that moment, Jiang Linha could no longer suppress his fury and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whether it was due to the injury from the earlier clash or the anger brought on by Yi Feng was uncertain. Just as Jiang Linha prepared to charge again, Gu Feihu quickly intervened, urging, "Master, please calm down. Do not act impulsively. This person is clearly trying to provoke you. Do not fall into his trap." Seeing Jiang Linha's emotions begin to settle, Yi Feng felt a sense of dread. He had sensed from their first encounter that Jiang Linha possessed superior strength, and a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. He had no choice but to provoke Jiang Linha, hoping to create an opportunity. Although he had several tricks up his sleeve, Qian Zhongwen's safety was at stake. "Old man, how about we strike a deal?" Jiang Linha, upon hearing this, revealed a disdainful smile and coldly retorted, "A deal? I am the esteemed fifth elder of the Empty Valley. How could I casually engage in transactions with others? Do you think you are someone of significance? Not just anyone can stand on equal footing with me." Yi Feng frowned at his arrogance, silently thinking how conceited this old man was. However, he did not show it, instead discreetly reaching into his robe to retrieve the intermediate attack talisman he had obtained previously. He then waved it provocatively in front of Jiang Linha. "Old man, do you see this? It's quite a treasure. Sometimes my hand trembles uncontrollably, and if I accidentally toss it, it might harm the surrounding flora. Wouldn't that be unfortunate?" Jiang Linha felt the immense spiritual power emanating from the talisman, and his expression grew serious. He hurriedly grasped Gu Feihu's arm and retreated a few steps, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. After Yi Feng stowed the talisman away, Jiang Linha immediately donned a sycophantic smile, his tone softening considerably as he said, "Young friend, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I find your proposal quite agreeable. We can indeed discuss a transaction. After all, protecting these plants is of utmost importance." Chapter 72. Reaching an agreement, Yi Feng looked at the obsequious Jiang Linha with some astonishment, thinking to himself that this old fellow was indeed a talent. With such thick skin and adaptability, it was no wonder he was an elder. He truly embodied the ability to bend and yield as needed. At that moment, Yi Feng casually pointed to a nearby stack of bricks. "Old man, please don't stand so far away. We must shout to hear each other properly. Come sit here so we can chat comfortably." Jiang Linha's lips twitched slightly at the suggestion of sitting on bricks, internally grumbling, "How can I, the fifth elder, sit on such a shabby seat? Surely, I deserve something more dignified." He regarded Yi Feng with suspicion, pondering, what is this young man's intent? The enmity for the murder of his father is not easily forgotten, yet he suggests that the other party might not even be his biological father. And now he wishes to purchase my disciple's life. However, those 2,000 high-grade spirit stones are indeed tempting. But if word of this gets out, will others not think I killed my disciple for the sake of spirit stones? Where would my reputation go? After much internal struggle, Jiang Linha finally spoke, "Old man, to be honest, I do not possess that many intermediate spirit stones. I can only offer these high-grade spirit stones instead." Jiang Linha's heart sank as he realized that this young man had carelessly placed such precious high-grade spirit stones in a tattered plastic bag, which was even torn. Had it been his own disciple, he would have surely meted out severe punishment for such carelessness. "My young friend, since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Should you find time in the future, do visit me at the Empty Valley. Just mention my name, Jiang Linha." With that, he turned and led the visibly displeased Gu Feihu away. Once they had departed, Gu Feihu murmured in a low voice, "Master, how can we not avenge the murder of your father? To leave like this feels so unsatisfactory." Jiang Linha understood his disciple's feelings, but he knew that if they were to engage again, both of them would likely find themselves in peril. "Feihu, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but you saw the talisman in that scoundrel's hands. It could easily spell our doom. This matter requires careful planning. Without a solid strategy to deal with that young man, we must refrain from acting rashly." Meanwhile, Qian Zhongwen felt a weight lift from his heart. Being quietly observed by a master of inner strength was no trivial matter. "Yi, my young friend, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. Allow me to host a celebratory feast for us to enjoy," Qian Zhongwen said, his eyes filled with sincerity. Upon reaching the entrance of his home, Yi Feng parked the car, stepped out, and carefully smoothed the slightly wrinkled fabric of his clothing before gently pushing the door open and entering the house. At that moment, Wang Meiwan heard the noise and came out of her room to the living room. Seeing his mother, Yi Feng asked, "Mom, why has Dad been away all day? Where has he gone?" Wang Meiwan shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "Isn't it because of you? You insisted he managed that ridiculous flower base, and now he practically lives there. If I didn't know him well, I might suspect he has another family outside. You should take this opportunity, while your sister Yi Lin is away, to take Xiao Na out for a stroll. Don't just stay cooped up at home." Feeling a bit embarrassed at his mother's words, Yi Feng scratched his head and quickly took Li Xiaona's hand to head out. As they reached the door, Yi Feng turned to Li Xiaona and asked, "Xiaona, shall we go to the amusement park or take a stroll down the scenic street?" Yi Feng gently took her hand and walked to the Aston Martin 77, smiling as he opened the door. "Beautiful Miss Li, your dedicated chauffeur has arrived. I shall ensure your utmost satisfaction today." Chapter 73. The Eye of Jin City. Yi Feng carefully assisted Li Xiaona into the car before speeding towards the city center. His mind was filled with thoughts of the reward she had mentioned, brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Upon reaching their destination, unable to contain his eagerness, Yifeng finally asked, "Xiaona, could you perhaps reveal a hint of what this reward entails?" Li Xiaona's lips curved into a subtle smile as she gracefully lifted the hem of her jeans. Yifeng's gaze was instantly captivated, his heart racing. Silk inside her pants. His eyes sparkled with fervor, and he mused inwardly, "I must do my utmost to please Xiaona today. Oh, how I long to touch it." Noticing the shift in Yifeng's expression, Li Xiaona playfully teased, "Brother Feng, if you perform well today, I might allow you to touch my beautiful legs, hee. But do try not to turn into a lecher too quickly." As they exited the car, Yifeng spotted a tandem bicycle rental nearby, and without hesitation, he took Li Xiaona's hand and led her in that direction. "Xiaona, how about we ride a bicycle and explore? If you're worried about getting too tired, there are sightseeing carriages we can choose from." They carefully selected a tandem bicycle, and Yifeng gently helped Li Xiaona into her seat before expertly leaping onto the other side. They began to pedal leisurely, enjoying their ride. "Brother Feng, look. There's a wishing well over there. Let us hurry and take a look." Once at the well, Li Xiaona eagerly rummaged through her handbag and after a moment, found a coin. With joy, she tossed it into the water, then closed her eyes, hands clasped in prayer, wishing for eternal happiness with Brother Feng, devoid of arguments. And to one day bear a pair of children, a charming boy and a sweet girl, hee. As she opened her eyes, Yifeng leaned closer, curious. "Xiaona, what did you wish for? Can you share a little with me?" Li Xiaona blushed, her cheeks aglow like the evening sky, and softly replied, "Oh, I can't tell you. If I do, it won't come true." Her melodious voice held a playful and mysterious tone, intensifying Yifeng's curiosity. Realizing further inquiries would be futile, he ceased his questioning, allowing a tender smile to grace his lips as he gazed at the whimsical girl before him. Retrieving his phone to capture several beautiful photos of her, they strolled side by side, and soon arrived before a vividly lifelike sculpture. Li Xiaona blinked her sparkling eyes, questioning, "Brother Feng, do you know who this statue represents?" Yifeng paused for a moment before recollecting himself, swiftly pulling out his phone for information. With patience, he explained. "This statue depicts Marco Polo, a renowned figure from Italy. He visited our land during the Yuan dynasty and authored the famous The Travels of Marco Polo." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona's eyes lit up with excitement, and she exclaimed animatedly, "Brother Feng, you have no idea. I'm amazing at playing Marco." Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and she softly requested, "Brother Feng, could you please buy me a cup of hot milk tea? I can't drink cold beverages today as my period has arrived." Yifeng smiled at her retreating figure, feeling a surge of happiness. He quickly caught up to her, and after returning the tandem bike, they eagerly made their way towards the Eye of Jin City. As they approached, they found a long line forming beneath the Ferris wheel, likely due to the holiday, with most couples appearing to be lovebirds. However, this did not deter Yifeng. Before long, he had managed to procure 2 tickets through his generous means. He approached Li Xiaona, elegantly waving the tickets, and asked softly, "Dear Miss Li, might I have the honor of sharing a ride on this Ferris wheel with you, to behold the enchanting vistas of Jin City together?" Thus, they ascended the Ferris wheel. As it rose slowly, Li Xiaona nestled against Yifeng, contentedly gazing out at the scenery. The Eye of Jin City was majestically positioned over a grand bridge, offering a breathtaking view of the riverside beauty. Suddenly, Li Xiaona pointed towards another bridge in the distance, curious as she asked, "Brother Feng, do you see all those people gathered over there? Could something have happened?" Chapter 74. The Curse of the Eye of Jin City. Following her gesture, Yifeng observed the throng of people. A sudden realization dawned on him, and a smile crept onto his face. "Oh, that is not trouble. You must have seen it in short videos before. That is the newly crowned diving grandpa of Jin City." Li Xiaona's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she playfully shook Yifeng's arm, pleading, "Brother Feng, let us go check it out, shall we?" With a light-hearted touch to her adorable nose, Yifeng chuckled, "Haha, you're mistaken this time. Most of those couples down there are tourists from out of town." Li Xiaona looked at him with skepticism, her face filled with confusion. "How is that possible? Brother Feng, how do you know?" Yifeng replied mysteriously, "There's a peculiar curse among the locals of Jin City. It's said that couples who ride the Eye of Jin City ultimately end up parting ways, which is why it's nicknamed the Breakup Wheel. They say that if love isn't true, it's best not to risk challenging this curse." Li Xiaona's face paled slightly as she asked timidly, "Should we hurry down then? Is it too late?" Her apprehensive demeanor made Yi Feng laugh heartily. He had merely been joking, unaware of her superstitions. Fear not, my dear. Our love is invincible. If you're truly worried, shall we each secretly retrieve our household registration and get our marriage certificate first? Then you'll surely feel at ease, right? Just then, the Ferris wheel completed its rotation. Yi Feng carefully lifted Li Xiaona from her seat. Xiaona, let us go see the diving grandpa now. Her eyes brightened at his words, and she nodded with a beaming smile. Hand in hand, they walked towards the gathering crowd. The surrounding scenery seemed to fade, leaving only the two of them, united in purpose as they moved forward together. They navigated through the bustling crowd until they reached the railing by the bridge, where an elderly man clad in red swim trunks stood poised on a high platform, ready to dive. Li Xiaona excitedly pointed at the elderly man, exclaiming, "Look, that's the diving grandpa." Yi Feng followed her gaze and saw the old man leaning slightly forward, gripping the railing tightly, his gaze resolute and focused. He took a deep breath and then leaped, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily on the water's surface. Li Xiaona watched in awe, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, that's incredible. I've only seen diving on television before. Witnessing it live is simply amazing. She turned to Yi Feng, noticing his attention was fixed on a young man approaching the diving platform. Curiously, she asked, "Brother Feng, do you know that person? Look over there." Li Xiaona exclaimed, pointing at a figure in a frog costume preparing to dive. "And look at that one in the floral cotton jacket. He doesn't even seem to feel the heat." At that moment, one by one, people were diving into the river, resembling dumplings being dropped into boiling water, creating a spectacular scene. The divers no longer pursued technical perfection. They simply reveled in the joy of the moment. Inspired by the jubilant crowd, Li Xiaona couldn't help but shout, "Brother Feng. Tianjin truly lives up to its reputation as a city of joy. It's like an ocean of happiness. It's no wonder the depression rate here is the lowest in the country. Who could possibly feel down in such an environment?" Yi Feng laughed heartily in response. Indeed, when people are joyful, their appetites improve, and everything tastes delightful, which is why Tianjin also has the highest obesity rate in the nation. "Brother Feng, look over there." Li Xiaona pointed excitedly at a nearby stall. "That grandpa selling candied haws. His treats look delicious. Let us buy one." Following her finger, Yi Feng spotted the elderly vendor surrounded by an array of colorful candied haws, each exuding an enticing aroma. Nodding with a smile, he said, "Sure, let us go buy one to try." They navigated through the crowd and reached the vendor's stall. Li Xiaona eagerly chose the largest candied haw and handed it to the grandpa, who skillfully wrapped it up and presented it to her. Taking a bite, the sweet flavor spread across her palate, and she closed her eyes, savoring the delightful taste. Opening her eyes, she looked at Yi Feng and said, "Brother Feng, you must try this candied haw. It's truly delicious." Yi Feng took the candied haw and tasted it, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it's quite delectable. However, Xiaona, do you know why Tianjin's candied haws taste so good? Beyond the grandpa's skill, it's because the air here is filled with happiness." Li Xiaona burst into laughter at his words, pointing at the cheerful crowd around them. "Yes, everyone here is so joyful that even the air feels sweet." Observing the exuberant Li Xiaona, Yi Feng softly remarked, "Beautiful Miss Li, seeing you so happy today must mean you are quite pleased with my performance, right? Hee. When do I get my reward?" Chapter 75. Journey to Kyoto. Despite the playful banter, Li Xiaona obediently followed Yi Feng onto the vehicle, marking the end of their delightful and fulfilling day trip. Upon arriving at the Yunduan villa, they found Yi Lin seated on the sofa, her face etched with discontent, while Wang Meiwan approached Li Xiaona with warmth and enthusiasm, inquiring about her well-being. Yi Feng leisurely settled onto the sofa, teasingly asking, "Hey Lin, what's with that sulky expression? Did the driving school reject you for being unattractive?" At this, Yi Lin sprang to her feet, indignantly retorting, "You wicked brother. Always teasing me. I am a stunning beauty, renowned for my captivating looks. How could they possibly turn me away? I was so looking forward to you taking Sister Xiaona to Happy Valley, and I planned to join you right after my class ended. But instead, I ended up playing alone all day." Yi Feng stifled a laugh, realizing that had they indeed gone to Happy Valley, their blissful duo would have been disrupted by his mischievous sister. Yi Yuan Hai, with a hint of embarrassment, explained, "Meiwan, you know my only passion is gardening. By the way, my precious lotus plant actually bloomed today." However, before he could finish, Wang Meiwan interrupted, "All right, enough about flowers. I have something important to discuss with you all. Come over to the sofa." Yi Feng shifted to make room for his parents, pondering what announcement his mother might have. He turned to the vibrant Li Xiaona beside him, nodding in agreement. Sure, Mom, I have no objections. Once Xiaona and I finalize our plans, we can set off. This way, you and Dad can take the opportunity to explore the Magic City as well. Upon hearing this, Yilin's excitement was palpable as she chimed in. That is fantastic. Mom and Dad, let me be your guide and show you around. Plus, you can see the house my brother gifted me, hee hee. Just then, Yifeng's phone chimed with a pleasant ringtone. He pulled it out to see it was a call from Xiaopeng. After pressing the answer button, Xiaopeng's enthusiastic voice rang through. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng realized he had no other pressing matters, so he readily agreed. No problem. I'll be there on time tomorrow morning. I'm eager to see the famed spendthrift of Kyoto. Don't worry, I'll ensure you're thoroughly impressed. Xiaopeng replied with excitement. I'll call our old man to give him a heads up. You carry on with your tasks for now. After ending the call, Yilin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly approached Yifeng. Brother, is that Xiaopeng? I really want to go. I've never been to Kyoto before. Wang Meiwan couldn't help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, You little brat, what are you talking about? Didn't we all go to Kyoto together when you were little? You were begging for roasted duck back then. Yilin paused, momentarily taken aback, then started to whine playfully. Oh, Mom, who remembers those things from childhood? That was ages ago. Brother, please take me with you. You are the best brother in the world. Yifeng found himself at a loss with his quirky sister. Reluctantly, he relented, saying, All right, enough with the antics, or you'll shake my bones loose. We'll go together tomorrow, okay? Given the proximity of Tianjin to Kyoto, they decided to take the high-speed train for a more convenient journey, considering the potential traffic delays by car. As the dawn broke the following day, Yilin could hardly contain her excitement as she knocked fervently on Yifeng's door. Brother, wake up. If you don't hurry, we'll miss the train. Hearing his sister's anxious calls, Yifeng, though reluctant, quickly arose to dress and wash up. After all, this ordinarily lazy girl, who loved to sleep in, was suddenly filled with enthusiasm at the prospect of an outing. Yifeng hastily completed his morning rituals, only to be pulled out of the house by Yilin in a flurry. As they glanced at Li Xiaona, still in a drowsy state, the two exchanged bittersweet smiles, quietly lamenting their inability to manage her. Soon after, the trio hailed a rideshare vehicle and set off for the high-speed train station. The journey was silent, and they quickly reached their destination. Upon entering the station, Yilin took the initiative to retrieve their tickets, successfully acquiring the reservations made the previous night. They then passed through security and boarded the train bound for Kyoto. Approximately half an hour later, the train arrived punctually at Kyoto. As soon as they disembarked, Yilin immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Xiaopeng's number. Hello, Xiaopeng? This young lady has safely arrived at Kyoto South Station. Where are you now? Hurry up and come pick us up. Her words were laced with unmistakable excitement. Chapter 76. Checking into Longwan Hotel. Receiving the call, Xiaopeng awoke groggily, his mind a blank slate, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. He glanced at the clock on the wall, perplexed. It was barely past 7 in the morning. How could they have arrived so early? Yilin, how did you all get here so soon? I thought you would arrive around 10. Please hold on, I'll be there shortly. With that, he hurriedly washed his face and rushed to Kyoto South Station. Meanwhile, Yilin, visibly irritated, complained to Yifeng and Li Xiaona. That lazy Xiaopeng. The sun is already up, and he is still in bed. Just wait until he arrives. I'll show him. She turned to Xiaona and suggested, What do you think about making him treat us to Peking duck? Oh, and there's also braised pork, stir-fried liver, copper pot hot pot, and jajang noodles. Maybe we should skip the doji. That taste is quite unbearable. Li Xiaona couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, They say everyone from Jin City is a master of crosstalk, and that is certainly true. Lin, you're not punishing Xiaopeng. You're just listing off a menu. Hearing Xiaona's words, Yilin felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head, realizing she had blurted out all her cravings. However, it worked in her favor, providing more reasons to tease Xiaopeng. With this thought, Yilin felt a surge of delight, eagerly anticipating Xiaopeng's arrival. About 40 minutes later, Xiaopeng finally arrived, and before he could speak, Yilin, hands on her hips, declared assertively, You, Xiaopeng, you've kept us waiting for so long. Do you choose punishment or a beating? Xiaopeng felt quite embarrassed. After all, he was the one who invited Yifeng and the others, and his lack of proper hosting had made them wait. This is entirely my fault for not being prepared. I willingly accept any punishment you see fit, Yilin. He then invited everyone to his vehicle, turning to Yifeng, saying, Brother Feng. Let us head to the hotel first. I'll settle you in, and then we can go to my house for a proper welcome feast at noon. Yu Feng smiled and nodded in agreement, playfully retorting, haha, I'll leave everything to your arrangements. I'm eagerly looking forward to your lavish plans. As they walked into Longwan Hotel, the hotel manager spotted Zhao Ping and rushed over with a beaming smile. Young master, it's a pleasure to have you here today. How may I assist you? I've kept the romantic couple's room you reserved just for you. Zhao Peng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. He continued, my brother has arrived from out of town. So please prepare a luxurious presidential suite instead. Lowering his voice, Zhao Peng discreetly suggested to Yi Feng, Brother Feng. What if you and sister-in-law experience our couple room, while Yi Lin enjoys the presidential suite alone? After considering Zhao Peng's proposal, Yi Feng felt tempted. However, recalling that Xiao Na's relatives were still present, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. Let us not complicate things. We can all stay in the presidential suite. By the way, I thought I heard you mention a couple's room earlier. You really know how to have fun. Just remember to take care of your health and not to overindulge. The hotel manager, now by Zhao Peng's side, softly stated, Young master, your room has been arranged. Allow me to escort you and your friends. He gestured for them to follow him to the exclusive VIP elevator. Zhao Peng waved for the others to follow, and they entered the elevator, ascending to the luxurious suite floor. Upon arrival, the hotel manager respectfully led them to the suite's entrance, then bowed slightly as he exited the room. Yi Lin and Li Xiaona immediately chose their preferred rooms. Zhao Peng smiled at Yi Feng, who remained behind, and said, Brother Feng, you too rest for a bit. I'll inform my family that we've arrived at the hotel. I'll meet you in the hotel lobby at noon, and then we can head to my house. With that, Zhao Peng turned and left. Once Zhao Peng exited, Yi Feng casually selected a room and stepped inside. He lay on the soft, comfortable bed but felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something important. Just then, Li Xiaona entered the room, causing him to suddenly recall the promised reward he had neglected. At that moment, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with desire and eagerness as he gazed at Li Xiaona, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he teased, Xiaona, are you here to deliver that reward meant for me? Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a playful pout, she replied, Brother Feng, you're so annoying. Always thinking about those things. You didn't want it yesterday, so the reward has expired. Yi Feng decided not to press the matter further, his senses detecting Yi Lin approaching. That little girl always meddles at crucial moments. It seems I can't take her out again. Yi Lin pushed the door open, grinning, Sister Xiaona, I knew you were here with my brother. You two might as well room together. Yi Feng shot her an exasperated look, replying, If you know I'm here, then you shouldn't have come in. I guess I'll have to leave you at home next time so Mom can keep an eye on you, preventing your mischief. Chapter 77. Visiting Zhao's family, Yi Feng watched the two retreating figures with a resigned smile, realizing he needed to properly educate that girl. He then gently tapped the system interface, entering the system store, and successfully exchanged for a millennium-old ginseng. He intended to present this as a gift when visiting Zhao's family. System, why do I feel like your presence has diminished lately? Yi Feng mused aloud. Is there anything wrong with being a leisurely fish? I can spend my days indulging in what I love, living comfortably and contentedly. This is the life I once dreamed of, and since it has come to fruition, I should enjoy it thoroughly. Yi Feng retorted nonchalantly. In response to Yi Feng's remarks, the system was momentarily left speechless. As noon approached, Yi Feng slowly rose from his bed and left the room. He casually placed the Millennium Ginseng into a tote bag emblazoned with the Longwan Hotel logo and softly called the two women to join him as they descended to the hotel lobby. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhao Peng spotted them from a distance and immediately waved his arms to signal them. As the three approached, he guided them into the luxurious Maybach parked in front of the hotel, which then sped towards the Zhao family residence with remarkable swiftness. Approximately 20 minutes later, the Maybach came to a smooth halt before an imposing traditional courtyard. Flanking the entrance were a pair of lifelike, majestic stone lions, seemingly guarding this ancient and dignified mansion. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, Zhao Peng could not help but feel a sense of secret delight. A proud smile graced his face as he exaggeratedly introduced to Yi Feng, Brother Feng, please, step inside. The scenery within is simply breathtaking, a true marvel. With that, he personally pushed open the courtyard gate, inviting everyone to explore. Brother Feng, do you not think this courtyard exudes more taste than those towering buildings outside? Zhao Peng boasted gleefully. Yi Lin could not help but exclaim, it is truly beautiful here. Even the air feels much fresher. Zhao Peng continued to guide them through various rooms, each exquisitely decorated with elegant furnishings of the finest quality. Eventually, he led them to a study, where shelves brimmed with an array of books, spanning from classical to modern works. This is my father's favorite place. He comes here to read, savor tea, and enjoy moments of tranquility, Zhao Peng remarked, pouring everyone a cup of fragrant tea. Yilin lifted her teacup, savoring a sip, and praised, "This tea is delightful. Everything here brings a sense of comfort and relaxation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's face lit up with pride. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit approached Zhao Peng with a serious demeanor, slightly bowing as he respectfully announced, "Young master, the banquet is ready. Please, invite your friends to take their seats. The master is awaiting your esteemed presence." Zhao Peng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to Yi Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, my father has prepared a feast. Shall we head over now?" Upon hearing this, Yilin's face brightened with excitement, and she eagerly interjected, "Let us hurry." And Zhao Peng, "Just to clarify, this time you cannot count this as a punishment." Thus, the group, led by Zhao Peng, traversed the courtyard and made their way to the main hall of the courtyard house. Upon entering, they spotted Zhao Jianqi seated at the head of the table. Swiftly rising to greet them with a beaming smile, he warmly exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed a great honor to have Mr. Yi visiting our humble abode today. Please, take a seat." Once everyone settled, Yi Feng casually placed a tote bag emblazoned with the Longyuan Hotel logo on the table and smiled at Zhao Jianqi, saying, "Uncle Zhao, as a token of my first visit, I have brought a modest gift. I hope you will not find it lacking." Zhao Peng, quick to notice the tote bag, was filled with curiosity and could not help but ask, "Brother Feng, what treasure does it contain? It is even in our hotel's bag." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Feng scratched his head and explained with a smile, "Inside is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. I saw the bag in the hotel room and simply placed it inside." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianqi's eyes lit up as he carefully accepted the bag, gingerly extracting the invaluable ginseng, treating it as if it were a rare treasure before placing it in an exquisite redwood box nearby. However, when he noticed the remnants of several broken roots within the bag, a wave of regret washed over him. It is not as miraculous as the legends suggest. After consuming it, I did not feel anything particularly special," Zhao Peng remarked, shaking his head in confusion. Yet, just as he finished speaking, an astonishing scene unfolded. 2 streams of bright red blood erupted from his nostrils like a fountain. Everyone present was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, their eyes wide with shock. Seeing this, Yi Feng was alarmed and quickly stepped forward, channeling his energy into Zhao Peng to assist him in absorbing the potent medicinal properties of the ginseng. After a moment of effort, Zhao Peng gradually regained his composure, and the nosebleed ceased. Yilin, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fright, silently vowing never to recklessly consume anything again, especially if it came from her brother, as she certainly did not want to experience a nosebleed like Zhao Peng's. Chapter 78. Educating Yilin. "Why are you all staring at me like that? I feel absolutely fantastic right now. Father, shall we begin dining?" Zhao Peng chuckled, scratching his head. Yi Feng turned to Zhao Jianqi with a hint of apology, saying, "Uncle Zhao, I sincerely apologize for my younger sister's ignorance and her inappropriate behavior. I hope you can forgive her." Gently tugging at Li Xiaona's sleeve, he signaled her not to pay attention to Yilin. Seeing Yilin gazing at him with longing yet hesitating to eat, he could not help but coldly remark, "If you do not wish to eat, you are free to leave." At this moment, Zhao Peng quickly intervened, raising his glass in a toast to Yi Feng, declaring, "Brother Feng, let us drink to this. Ever since I met Hua Linger in Magic City, the young rascals in Kyoto have placed me on a pedestal as their idol." Zhao Jianqi also raised his glass in gratitude to Yi Feng, stating, "Mr. Yi, we are truly grateful for your timely assistance last time. Otherwise, Zhao Peng might have faced serious harm." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, indifferent to the matter now that treatment was complete. However, should the Han family dare to provoke him again, he would not hesitate to respond with more than mere words. Subsequently, Zhao Jianqi offered another toast to Yi Feng, instructing Zhao Peng to properly entertain the guests before excusing himself from the banquet. At that moment, Yilin suddenly burst into tears, pouting and feeling wronged as she said, "Brother, you were so fierce just now." Yi Feng could not help but scoff, his expression stern as he admonished her. "Look at you, behaving so pathetically. It is evident that you have been spoiled. Now you do not even understand basic etiquette. If you continue to act so recklessly, believe me, I will send you abroad alone." Yilin trembled slightly, retreating into the chair behind her, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of hurt and fear. Her lips quivered, yet she dared not utter another word. As they entered the hotel lobby, an alluring woman approached like a whirlwind. In a sultry tone, she cooed, "Young Master Feng, why have you not contacted me lately? If I had not learned from a friend that you were here today, I might never have found you." A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhao Peng's face as he quickly glanced at Feng, then pulled the woman aside, whispering, "Darling, please wait for me in the room. After I see my friends off, I will come find you." As he spoke, he gently patted her curvaceous form. Once inside the suite, Feng called out to Zhao Peng, who was about to turn away, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Look at you, so eager. Do take it easy later." At that moment, Yilin, feeling aggrieved and dissatisfied, continuously confided in Li Xiaona, "That annoying brother dares to bully me. I have done nothing wrong. Boo-hoo, Sister Xiaona. You are the only one who treats me well. I will no longer pay attention to him." Indeed, it was not long before Li Xiaona gently pushed the door open, quietly sitting beside Feng, softly saying, "Brother Feng, please do not be angry. I have spoken to Lin Lin, and she is aware of her mistakes." Feng sighed in resignation, stating, "This girl is truly spoiled, if she is not properly educated. Who knows what she will become in the future." Chapter 79. Night at the bar. Feng shook his head vigorously, dismissing his thoughts. He embraced Li Xiaona tightly and gently inquired, "Xiaona, have you mentioned my parents' trip to the Magic City to Uncle and Auntie?" Li Xiaona playfully shook her head, feigning a pout. "Not yet. Don't be so impatient. I'll tell them tonight. Hee hee. Feng Ge, do you still want to discuss the reward you mentioned earlier? I've already come to see you." With that, she deliberately inched closer to Feng. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the blushing beauty before him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With a gentle tug, they both tumbled onto the incredibly soft bed. Feng, like a ravenous wolf, eagerly pressed his lips against her enticing red ones while his hands began to roam towards her ample curves. Li Xiaona let out a soft gasp, her trembling lashes fueling his ardor even more. His hands continued their descent, exploring the contours of her voluptuous figure and long, smooth legs. Just as he was about to venture into the mysterious territory, Li Xiaona suddenly squirmed, her sultry eyes locking onto his as she shyly murmured, "Feng Ge, my relatives are still here." Feng quelled the fiery passion within him, gradually regaining his composure. His gaze brimmed with deep affection as he tenderly kissed Li Xiaona's forehead, softly declaring, "Xiaona, I truly like you. Since you entered my life, I have realized how sweet and beautiful love can be." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the presidential suite door. "Feng Ge, are you done resting? I've discovered an incredible place. Do you want to join us?" Watching Li Xiaona's retreating figure, a blissful smile involuntarily spread across Feng's face. He quickly rose from the bed, approached the door, and opened it. Zhao Peng stood at the threshold, his face flushed and brimming with enthusiasm. "Feng Ge, that ginseng is simply too nourishing. You can't imagine how exhilarating it was when I just used it. Is there any more ginseng? Can you get me another root?" Feng smirked, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Hey, didn't I just deliver a root to your place? If you need ginseng, why not sneakily use that root from your father?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng shivered at the thought. He knew all too well that if he dared touch that ginseng, his father would certainly punish him severely. Quickly changing the subject, Zhao Peng asked, "Feng Ge, where are sister-in-law and Yilin?" "We're ready to set off." Feng approached Li Xiaona's door, gently pushing it open and peering inside. "Xiaona, hurry up and get ready. We're heading out." Understanding her decision, he didn't insist on her accompanying them. He quietly exited the room, leaving with Zhao Peng. After their departure, Zhao Peng suddenly donned a mysterious expression and leaned closer to Feng, whispering, "Feng Ge, since sister-in-law and Yilin aren't going, why don't we change venues? I promise it will satisfy you." His eyes glimmered with mischief, hinting at a special plan he was keeping from Feng. Feng, unfazed, felt indifferent about where to go. He decided to simply go along with it. The night in Kyoto was alive with flickering neon lights, and the bar's sign was particularly striking against the night sky. Zhao Peng led Feng into a bar named Night Unending. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by the deafening music. The bar manager, upon spotting Zhao Peng, greeted him with a beaming smile and a bow, saying, "Ah, young Master Zhao, we're honored by your presence. Please, come in and take a seat. Your reserved booth is ready." He personally guided Zhao Peng to the booth. Once seated, Zhao Peng quickly became generous, shouting to the manager, "Since my Feng Ge is here, we must provide the best treatment. Bring out the dragon set." and arrange for the atmosphere team as well. Today, we must ensure Feng has a blast. With a sudden crescendo of screams, the lights focused on the stage, revealing a group of stunning women clad in provocative bikinis, each carrying a bottle of liquor, swaying their bodies seductively towards Zhao Peng and Yi Feng's booth. Zhao Peng, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed in excitement, "Feng, look at this scene. Isn't it extravagant? If you're not satisfied, I can arrange something else. I guarantee you'll be pleased." However, Yi Feng seemed rather indifferent to the scene. As it was his first time in such a place, curiosity was his primary motivation. He sat quietly, observing the unfolding events. His heart remained calm, merely finding the entire scenario novel and amusing. At that moment, a graceful woman approached Zhao Peng with a smile, saying, "Young Master Zhao, you look so handsome. May I invite you for a drink?" Zhao Peng's heart soared at her words. He nodded eagerly and raised his glass with her. Soon after, Zhao Peng was pulled onto the dance floor by the woman, where the music blared and vibrant lights flashed as people danced passionately, reveling in the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, several bikini-clad beauties gathered around Yi Feng, swaying their hips and playfully brushing against him. One particularly bold woman leaned closer, her ample bosom nearly brushing against his face, while another sat on his lap, gently caressing his leg. Faced with such exuberant advances, Yi Feng felt a tinge of awkwardness. The woman on his lap playfully scolded, "Handsome, don't be so serious. We're here to have fun. Come, let me toast to you." She extended a glass of liquor toward him. Chapter 80. Conflict. Yi Feng accepted the glass without hesitation, tipping it back in one swift motion. The other bikini-clad beauties watched in admiration, raising their own glasses to drink with him. Shortly thereafter, he was swept into the dance floor by the enthusiastic women, igniting a passionate and captivating dance. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a voice laced with sarcasm suddenly rang out, "Hey, I was wondering who was so arrogant, and it turns out to be you. Zhao Peng, this foolish spendthrift." The speaker was none other than Chu Mufeng, the second son of the foremost family in the capital. With a cold smirk, Chu Mufeng continued, "You useless fool, just because you've met Hualinger once, look at how proud you are. Let me tell you, let us have a competition. Manager, bring me a set of 9 dragons offerings. Let this spendthrift see what a real spectacle looks like." The manager's eyes gleamed with excitement. 9 dragon sets meant a significant profit. He quickly signaled his staff to prepare. Chu Mufeng's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Peng before turning to a middle-aged man behind him, softly saying, "Mr. Liu, please take a seat, and do not let any inconsequential individuals disturb our enjoyment." Noticing Mr. Liu Fuda's unusual expression, Chu Mufeng felt a twinge of suspicion and curiously asked, "Mr. Liu, is there some connection between you and Zhao Peng?" Realization dawned upon Chu Mufeng. Mr. Liu had spent a considerable sum to enlist his help in finding Dr. Qi for treatment, and the root of it all lay with Zhao Peng. "Mr. Liu, please remain calm and take a seat. The background of this young man is indeed formidable. Dealing with him will likely not be an easy task," Chu Mufeng calmly reminded. Liu Fuda was acutely aware that anyone capable of exchanging barbs with Chu Mufeng must possess a significant background, thus requiring careful contemplation and prudent actions. At that moment, Zhao Peng cast a haughty glare at Liu Fuda. After all, this was the capital city. Unlike the port city, there was no need for restraint here. If it came to a confrontation, Zhao Peng was confident he could easily bring his opponent to ruin. As the voice echoed again, expressing gratitude to young Master Chu from Kyoto for successfully opening the auspicious event, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. "I wish young Master Chu a flourishing career and a bright future. Now, let us all revel in merriment." Yi Feng turned slowly, his gaze landing on the young man. Indeed, this person could only be Chu Mufeng. Noticing Liu Fuda glaring at him fiercely, a smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. To Liu Fuda, this gesture felt like a profound insult. His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted, "What are you laughing at? Go ahead and laugh again. I dare you. Do you believe I can finish you off in a heartbeat?" Before his words could settle, Liu Fuda's expression darkened, akin to the blackness of a pot's bottom. He abruptly rose from his seat, his finger nearly touching Yi Feng's nose as he furiously bellowed, "You insolent brat. Keep your mouth clean. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you truly will not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth." Sensing the escalating tension, Zhao Peng quickly stood up, unhesitatingly placing himself in front of Yi Feng. His gaze was frosty as he fixed Liu Fuda with a warning glare. "What do you intend to do? Don't think we are afraid of you. If you dare to harm a single hair on my brother Feng, I assure you, you will not leave Kyoto alive. Chu Mufeng stepped forward, grabbing the almost uncontrollable Lu Fuda, his eyes cold as he directed a frosty stare at Yi Feng. Speaking in a detached tone, in my memory, there seems to be no figure like you in the capital. Associating with someone like Zhao Peng, you must be a reckless, extravagant young master as well. This is Kyoto. I advise you to restrain yourself and maintain a low profile. After saying this, Yi Feng turned to Chu Mufeng with a playful smirk, provocatively suggesting, "Young Master Chu, why not exhibit the poise expected of the noble scions of the capital?" At that moment, Chu Mufeng's expression darkened considerably. He could hardly believe how audacious Yi Feng was to provoke him so openly. "Listen well. I have some bad news for you. You have thoroughly incited my wrath. And you too, Zhaoping. Prepare to bear the brunt of my fury and revenge." With that, Chu Mufeng forcefully pulled Lu Fudo away, storming off in anger. Chapter 81. The conspiracy of Chu and Lu. Watching the two depart, Zhao Peng spat derisively in their direction, sneering that Chu's second son, always putting on airs, pretending to be a wealthy young master, is utterly nauseating. Without the support of the Chu family, he would be nothing but a worthless fool. Finding this amusing, Yi Feng regarded Zhao Peng with a smirk and teased, "Oh, how noble you sound. Are you not also relying on the Zhao family's influence?" Zhao Peng felt a bit embarrassed by Yi Feng's comment, scratching his head sheepishly as he stammered, "Hee, brother Feng, don't tease me like that. Your words nearly choked me. I openly admit to being a spendthrift young master, but that guy refuses to acknowledge it at all." Yi Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that, in contrast, Zhao Peng lacked the typical arrogance of a scion. Were it otherwise, they might not have forged a friendship. Well then, let us set aside such matters for now and indulge in some fine wine instead. As he spoke, Yi Feng raised his glass in a toast to Zhao Peng. In a villa in Kyoto, Chu Mufeng sat in his study, his face ashen and his brows furrowed tightly as he gripped a document in his hands. The atmosphere was oppressive, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting a somber shadow over him. He fixed a serious gaze on Lu Fuda sitting across from him, stating, "Mr. Lu, this Yi Feng is undoubtedly not an ordinary character. According to the information we have gathered, he controls a large company named Universal Investment. With operations spanning cities like Jin and Mo, its scale is astonishing, reaching an incredible trillion level." Upon hearing this, Lu Fuda felt a wave of shock wash over him. He had worked tirelessly for 30 years, navigating through storms, to elevate his own Fuda group to a scale of 200 billion. How could this young man, barely in his 20s, possess such immense wealth? With a heart full of bewilderment, Lu Fuda cautiously inquired, "Young Master Chu, could these reports be mistaken?" After hearing Lu Fuda's words, he felt somewhat reassured. If the other party lacked official backing, the situation would be more manageable. His mind, however, was consumed with thoughts of Yi Feng's staggering wealth, stirring within him a strong desire and impulse. "Young Master Chu, since this fellow lacks any official support, why not devise a plan to jointly seize such a tempting opportunity?" Lu Fuda proposed excitedly. With a broad smile, Lu Fuda nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then I will trouble young Master Chu to make the arrangements. For now, I shall take my leave and look forward to collaborating with you on grand matters tomorrow." He hurriedly stepped into the bathroom, eager to wash away any traces of discovery, and turned on the shower. Water cascaded down, splashing against his firm muscles. Adjusting the temperature until it felt just right, he began meticulously cleansing his body, especially scrubbing areas that might have retained the scent of perfume. As if he sought to eradicate every trace of fragrance, he scrubbed vigorously, silently praying that the lingering scent would disappear with the water. At that moment, the previously tranquil room was broken by a soft sound. Li Xiaona pushed open the door and, taking a step inside, caught a whiff of a faint perfume in the air. Frowning slightly with suspicion, she made her way to the bathroom to investigate. Upon entering, her gaze landed on the clothes hanging nearby, and as she approached to sniff them, she confirmed that the scent originated from those garments. With her mood flaring, Li Xiaona stormed into Yi Feng's room, seized his ear without a word, and playfully accused, "How dare you? You heartless man. Your clothes are drenched in perfume. Now confess, where have you been gallivanting with Zhao Peng?" Faced with this sudden interrogation, Yi Feng felt a hint of embarrassment. He lamented inwardly, wondering why his beloved Xiao Na was so astute, unlike the foolishness typically attributed to love-struck women. "Zhao Peng, this blame falls squarely on your shoulders for dragging me into such places." At that moment, Zhao Peng, reveling in the bar's festive atmosphere, suddenly let out a resounding sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Could it be that someone is secretly missing me? Oh well, never mind that. Just look at all these enchanting beauties around. It seems that tonight I can once again unleash my charm and sweep the room off its feet." Yi Feng's figure flickered like a ghost as he appeared at the door. He gently kicked it shut behind him. Striding forward, he swiftly scooped up Li Shanna and tossed her onto the soft bed as if she were a mere sandbag, then leaped onto her, pinning her down. "Shanna, you can't escape me today. Just let me indulge in you." A wicked smile graced Yi Feng's lips. His gaze filled with an aggressive intensity as he focused on the captivating beauty beneath him. Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed crimson, her shyness palpable as she playfully chastised, "Feng, you're so naughty. But no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. My relatives are still around." Hearing this, Yi Feng's smile widened, and a cunning glimmer danced in his narrow eyes, fixated on her alluring red lips. Li Xiaona, fully aware of his intentions, felt her face heat up, but nonetheless nodded slightly in tacit consent. Thus, the two gradually succumbed to a passionate, yet awkward entanglement. The following morning, Lu Fuda could hardly contain his excitement and hurried to Chu Mufeng's villa. However, upon learning that Chu Mufeng had yet to rise, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but dared not voice it, anxiously waiting in the living room. After approximately an hour and a half, Chu Mufeng finally descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Spotting him, Lu Fuda immediately stood up, eagerly approaching him, exclaiming, "Young Master Chu, let us set off quickly. I can't wait to restore my little brother's former vigor." Chu Mufeng slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Fuda, a faint smile curving his lips as he replied blandly, "Lu, please remain calm. Since I have promised to take you to meet Elder Qi, I shall not go back on my word." Though Lu Fuda cursed inwardly, he dared not show it, as he was currently dependent on Chu Mufeng. With a forced smile, he said, "Young Master Chu, please understand my feelings. This concerns the happiness of my later years. Rest assured, once I meet Elder Qi, I will hand over the promised 100 million Huaxia coins without fail." Upon hearing this, a smile finally grazed Chu Mufeng's face, and he waved his hand, feigning generosity. "Lu, you flatter me. Do you think I, Chu Mufeng, am someone who covets wealth? Seeing your urgency, let us depart at once." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Elder Qi's courtyard. After being announced, they were ushered into Elder Qi's reception room. Upon entering, Chu Mufeng greeted Qi Yuanshan with an ingratiating smile. "Grandpa Qi, it's been a long time. You look so much more spirited. Truly, you are growing younger." Before he could finish, Lu Fuda hurried forward, placing the meticulously prepared gift on the table, and respectfully said, "Elder Qi, I am Lu Fuda. This meager gift is but a token of respect. Please accept it." Elder Qi scrutinized Lu Fuda, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he inquired, "Mr. Lu, you appear quite robust and lively. It seems you are not afflicted by any ailments. Is it possible?" With a long sigh, Lu Fuda candidly confessed, "To be frank, Elder Qi, I have inexplicably lost my male vitality recently. I have sought various doctors, yet to no avail, with no signs of improvement. In desperation, I have come to implore you to personally assist me in this dire situation." Feeling a sudden tightening in his chest, Lu Fuda hastily added, "Elder Qi, if I have overlooked any courtesy, please enlighten me. I come with utmost sincerity, begging for your help." As he slowly rose to his feet, he exited the courtyard. Outside, the glaring sunlight struck him like a physical blow, causing a moment of dizziness. Outside the courtyard, Lu Fuda's initially bewildered expression morphed into a menacing grimace, eventually descending into a frenzied state. He glared at Chu Mufeng's retreating figure, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Young Master Chu, rest assured, I will have that 100 million Huaxia coin sent over immediately. That damned Yi Feng and Zhao Peng, I will not let the two of you off." Chu Mufeng nodded slightly in agreement, utterly unaware that Lu Fuda's little brother had fallen victim to a martial artist's malicious intent. This revelation suggested that Yi Feng might harbor a mysterious identity even he was oblivious to. Therefore, the question arose, should he continue to pursue actions against Huanyu Investment? Such decisions now lay beyond his solitary jurisdiction. Watching Chu Mufeng's figure recede into the distance, Lu Fuda simmered with rage and bitterness. However, if the Chu family chose to abandon their offensive against Yi Feng, his personal vendetta would be nothing more than a fool's errand, devoid of any chance of success. At that moment, Yi Feng gazed tenderly at Li Xiaona in his arms, murmuring softly, "To have someone like you is enough for this lifetime." His eyes shimmered with affection and adoration. Li Xiana, stirred by Yi Feng's voice, blinked awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she groggily asked, Feng Ge, what are you saying? Her voice was laced with a hint of laziness and confusion. Just as Yi Feng leaned in to kiss her, he suddenly heard Li Xiana exclaim softly, oh dear, Feng Ge, you're on my hair. Embarrassed, Yi Feng quickly stood, gently helping her up as he softly said, I'm sorry, my dear, did I hurt you? Let us go wash up together. Li Xiana mischievously blinked her eyes, playfully insisting, Feng Ge, I want you to carry me over. Remember to do the princess carry. Her tone was filled with an endless charm and cuteness. Without hesitation, Yi Feng scooped her up into his arms and strode toward the washroom. Once in the washroom, they swiftly completed their routines. Hand in hand, they then made their way to the main hall of the room. Meanwhile, Yilin sat quietly on the sofa. Upon seeing Yi Feng enter, panic surged within her, and she quickly lowered her head, speaking in a soft voice, Brother, I know I was wrong, and I am truly sorry. Yi Feng slowly approached and sat beside Yilin, calmly asking, Do you understand where you went wrong? Upon hearing this, a look of relief crossed Yi Feng's face as he earnestly replied, I hope you can truly grasp the meaning of your words and not merely offer empty apologies. Look at our parents. Despite their wealth, they maintain a commendable mindset and have not changed because of it. Let me impart one last piece of wisdom. Those who lack virtue but hold positions of power will face calamity. Those who are unworthy of wealth will inevitably suffer loss. Virtue is like water, nurturing all things. When virtue surpasses gain, one will surely receive. When gain surpasses virtue, one will inevitably lose. I hope you understand. At that moment, Li Xiaona stepped forward, taking Yilin's hand in comfort. All right, Lin, Feng Ge has already forgiven you. Don't be unhappy any longer. Yilin was taken aback by Li Xiaona's candid admission and felt a bit uneasy, pondering that last night must have held untold secrets between the two. Quickly adjusting her emotions, she flashed a sweet smile and coyly asked, Sister-in-law, my dear sister-in-law, when will you bless me with a lovely little nephew or niece? I, Yi Dehua, am willing to lend my service. Yi Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasingly retorting, oh come on, with your temperament. You'd probably spoil the child rotten. As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile, seemingly filled with exasperation towards Yilin. Feeling a bit shy, Yilin scratched her head, secretly contemplating that if this continued, she might end up raising a little tyrant. She quickly shifted the topic. Brother, don't forget my beloved sister-in-law. Can you take me out to have some fun today? Staying in the hotel all day is simply too dull. Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but cough a few times, silently lamenting in his heart. Had he known it would come to this, he should have taken them out for leisure from the start, rather than seeking the assistance of this troublesome character. While he pondered, he discreetly glanced at Li Xiana beside him. Noticing that her attention was not directed at him today, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Zhaoping, enough with your glorious achievements. Tell me, what interesting places does Kyoto have? Let us around later, Yi Feng interrupted impatiently. Zhaopeng hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, will sister-in-law and Yilin be joining us? Of course. Brother Feng, you can rest assured. Since sister-in-law and Yilin are coming along, I must think carefully and arrange some reliable and enjoyable activities. Zhaopeng declared, by the way, it's almost noon. How about I come to pick you up for lunch first? He patted his chest, assuring them. Yi Feng had no objections to this, and, after consenting, hung up the phone. He turned to the two women beside him and advised, Zhaoping will come to pick us up soon. You two should tidy up a bit. Meanwhile, far away in the magical city of Shanghai, Feng Hongye had just received a mysterious phone call. He was now engulfed in deep distress, faced with a difficult choice and unsure of the path to take. After much hesitation, he decided to send a servant to inform Mingyue that he had urgent matters to discuss and requested her to come at once. The servant understood the gravity of the situation, nodded, and hurried away. Soon after, Feng Mingyue arrived in haste. Seeing her father's serious expression, she quickly inquired, Father, what is it that you need me for? Feng Hongye, frowning, replied, We've received news from the Chu family in Kyoto. They want us to join forces against Mr. Yi. This matter is of great significance, and I find it difficult to make a decision, which is why I called you here to deliberate together, to see what our family should choose. Upon hearing this, Feng Mingyue lowered her head in contemplation, secretly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. After a long pause, she finally raised her head, her gaze resolute as she addressed Feng Hongye. Father, in my humble opinion, Our Feng family simply cannot produce any effective leverage to contend with mystery. Even if the Chu family were to achieve a resounding victory, we would likely be left watching helplessly, unable to even share a sip of soup. The current Feng family is truly ill-suited to become embroiled in such conflicts. Feng Hongye seemed to lose all his strength in an instant, slumping down in his chair, and he responded in a somber tone, "Indeed, you are right. The present Feng family has long lost the capital and capability to participate in such struggles. Alas, I shall respond to the Chu family promptly, conveying our disinterest in this matter." Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Feng Hongye's previously dim eyes, and he became animated, eagerly urging Feng Mingwei, "Quickly tell me what you're truly thinking." Feng Mingwei understood that this opportunity was of great significance to the Feng family, potentially revitalizing its former glory. Thus, she unreservedly shared her carefully considered plan. "Father, I propose we first feign compliance with the Chu family's demands, then find a way to relay some crucial information to Mr. Yi. However, this matter is of utmost importance, and we must ensure that no one else in the family is aware of it to avoid leaks." Feng Hongye frowned slightly. His face filled with doubt as he queried, "Those Chu family members are quite astute. If we merely agree verbally but take no real actions, how could they possibly believe us?" Upon hearing this, Feng Hongye's expression softened into a smile of appreciation, and he nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mingyue, you are quite right. If that is the case, we shall proceed according to your plan. Remember, when carrying out this plan, we must exercise utmost caution to ensure the Chu family does not catch wind of any clues." Meanwhile, Zhao Peng had also arrived at the entrance of Longan Hotel. Upon spotting Yi Feng and his companions, he quickly approached to greet them. "Brother Feng, sister-in-law, and Yulin, let's get in the car. We missed out on the roast duck yesterday, so today we shall feast at Quanjude." Yi Lin chimed in joyfully. "Zhao Peng, you truly deliver on your promises. Hee. I have been craving Quanjude's roast duck for ages." Zhao Peng beamed with pride. "Yi Lin, you should know, despite my reckless spending, my reputation is impeccable. I am absolutely reliable." Everyone burst into laughter at his words, and seeing this, Zhao Peng became even more pleased, continuing, "All right, enough laughter. Let us get in the car and set off." They all piled into the vehicle, and Zhao Peng started the engine, driving slowly out of the hotel. Along the way, he frequently praised Quanjude's roast duck, eliciting bursts of laughter from everyone. Finally, they arrived at Quanjude. As they disembarked, they were captivated by the bustling scene inside the restaurant. Zhao Peng led them to their reserved table and ordered several signature dishes, with the roast duck being the star attraction. Not long after, a server brought a steaming, fragrant plate of roast duck to the table. Yi Lin eagerly grabbed her chopsticks, picked up a glistening piece of duck meat, and savored it thoroughly. A look of sheer satisfaction spread across her lovely face as she exclaimed, "Wow, this roast duck is simply divine. The meat is incredibly tender and juicy, and the skin is crisp without being greasy. Truly lives up to its reputation." Seated beside her, Li Xiaona quickly followed suit, tasting a piece for herself. Instantly, her previously dull eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded in approval, exclaiming, "It's indeed delicious. Far better than what I've had elsewhere." Seeing the two revel in the culinary delight, Zhao Peng felt a surge of joy, his face radiating pride. With a broad smile, he declared to Yi Lin and Li Xiaona, "Haha, since you both find it so delectable, let me order a couple more. Today, let us indulge ourselves." At that moment, Yi Feng also picked up a delicate spring pancake, expertly wrapping 2 pieces of roast duck inside, and took a hearty bite. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and turned to Zhao Peng. "Zhao Peng, what are our plans for the rest of the day?" Li Xiaona pondered for a moment before confidently suggesting, "As the saying goes, one is not a true hero if they haven't visited the Great Wall. How about we go there?" Upon hearing their discussion, Yi Feng decisively announced, "All right, it's settled then. We shall all head to the Great Wall together." Before long, the server brought out the freshly sliced roast duck. Yi Lin and Li Xiaona immediately began to enjoy it once more, while Yi Feng took a sip of tea and slowly remarked, "Zhao Peng, you spend so extravagantly, without a care for your reputation. Have you never considered becoming the head of the Zhao family? If you have such aspirations, I could assist you." Zhao Peng hurriedly waved his hands, repeatedly declining, "Brother Feng, please don't jest. I am not like those protagonists in novels who hide their true abilities, pretending to be a playboy. I simply enjoy having fun. I have no grand ambitions. Besides, I am not as sharp as my elder brother in business acumen, nor do I have the capability to manage family affairs. Our brotherhood is strong. It would be quite fine for him to be the head of the family." living freely and at ease, doing whatever I desire. What a delightful and carefree existence. I have no inclination to concern myself with trivial matters. At that moment, Yilin, who was engrossed in her roast duck, looked up upon hearing Zhao Peng's words, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Zhao Peng, who would have thought you could be so carefree and open-minded? My dream is quite similar to yours. I simply wish to be a carefree fish, enjoying life without a worry." Yilin, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, pouted and muttered, "After all this talk, aren't we still just salted fish? What is so remarkable about that? We are all just the same." She then resumed her focus on the roast duck in her hands. At this moment, Feng, who had been quietly sipping tea, could no longer suppress his laughter. He set down his cup and, glancing at the two lively characters before him, joked, "You two. Since you've both decided to be salted fish, why continue to compete with each other? It seems we've all eaten enough. Shall we set off now?" At the foot of the Great Wall, they were awestruck by the magnificent and imposing structure, promptly pulling out their phones to capture this unforgettable moment. Yilin, filled with excitement, waved her arms and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the Great Wall. It's breathtaking. We must take a good walk and truly appreciate the historical essence embedded in this grand architecture." At the summit of the Great Wall, they gazed out over the distant mountains and villages, feeling the grandeur of nature and the greatness of humanity. Feng remarked, "Standing here, I can almost feel the bravery and ambitions of the ancient warriors. They built this immortal miracle with their blood, sweat, and lives, leaving us a precious cultural heritage." Li Xiana echoed his sentiment, saying, "Indeed, this Great Wall is not only a pride of Huazi, but also a treasure of the world. We should cherish and protect it, allowing more people to experience its magnificence." With a smile, Yulin excitedly called out to the two before her, "Brother, Sister Xiana, let me take another group photo of you. You two can come a little closer." Upon hearing his sister's words, Yifeng promptly moved behind Li Xiana, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Their heads tilted slightly, drawing closer together as if time had paused at that moment. Just then, Yilin pressed the shutter button, capturing this beautiful and heartwarming scene. Delighted by the perfect picture, Yilin eagerly sent it to their mother, Wang Meiwan, who was far away in Tianjin, with a message saying, "Mom, look how loving my brother and sister Xiaona are. Hee, and I have a little secret to tell you. They spent the night together last night, so you might soon be holding a lovely little grandson." Chapter 86. The Ninth Bureau. Yifeng gazed at Yilin, who was stifling her laughter, with a look of skepticism and asked curiously, "Hey, you little rascal, are you up to something mischievous again?" Zhao Peng, overhearing this, couldn't he help but chime in, "Brother Feng, I truly envy you. When will I find a girlfriend as wonderful as sister-in-law?" Yifeng, amused, teased Zhao Peng, "Come on, stop pretending. You change girlfriends faster than you change clothes. Are you really worried about finding someone?" Zhao Peng feigned a look of grievance, explaining, "Brother Feng, don't mock me. Those were just jokes. My significant life decisions are hardly left to my discretion. For someone from my family, arranged marriages are inevitable." Just as they were immersed in their jovial atmosphere, a colossal conspiracy against Yifeng was quietly unfolding, unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, in the ancestral home of the Chu family in the capital, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Chu Xiaodian sat firmly in the main seat, his piercing gaze fixed on Han Fulei, questioning sternly, "Head of the Han family, the Feng family from the Magic City has already agreed to join forces against Yifeng. And even Mr. Liu from the Hong Kong city has contacted several local families to prepare a joint strike. Why is your Han family still hesitating? Has your esteemed house truly fallen so low that you must endure the humiliation of your heir being dismembered?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaodian burst into laughter and turned to Chu Mufeng beside him, instructing, "Since that is the case, Mufeng, why don't you elaborate to the head of the Han family?" Han Fulei questioned suspiciously, "Can you truly ensure that the Ninth Bureau will take action?" Chu Mufeng laughed heartily. "Rest assured, Head Han, today, high-ranking officials from the Ninth Bureau will pressure Yifeng." After a moment of contemplation, Han Fulei slowly nodded in agreement. "If Yifeng cannot take action himself, then my Han family is willing to join in." At that moment, in the conference hall of the Ninth Bureau in the capital, a national institution dedicated to dealing with martial artists and mysterious events, the space was filled to capacity. Zhong Liken sat steadily in the main seat, gently tapping his fingers on the table to signal for silence. Mu Cha-ching, the captain of the longing team sitting in the front row, wore a troubled expression and complained to Zhong Liken, "Director Zhong, the number of martial artists is increasing, yet our current manpower is stretched thin. Zhang Liken frowned slightly, responding, I understand the situation is challenging, but we must ensure the public's safety as much as possible. I will arrange for more personnel to support your work soon. Mu Changqing nodded gratefully and continued. Additionally, we have received reports of some mysterious events that appear to resemble supernatural phenomena. While we cannot yet ascertain whether they are related to these sects, we need to investigate. Zhang Liken nodded in understanding. All right, I will have the relevant departments cooperate. If there are any new developments, report to me promptly. At that moment, Shang Wanhong, the captain of the Longting team, stood up seriously and said, Director Zhongs. According to the report from Chu Muyun, who has just been reassigned from the Northwest War Zone to our Longting team, there is a martial artist named Yi Feng who seems to have entered the Master Realm and has already attacked Han Xiaoqing from the Han family. Should our Longting team take action regarding this situation? Upon hearing Zhang Liken's arrangement, Mu Changqing's face lit up with a smile. After all, martial artists at the Master Realm are quite rare, and if they could successfully recruit such talent into their team, their overall strength would surely be greatly enhanced. Rest assured, Director Zhang, once I conduct a thorough investigation, I will personally handle the matter. Mu Changqing readily agreed, inwardly anticipating his meeting with the mysterious Yi Feng. Chapter 87. A call from Shun Haoyue. Just as Yi Feng was about to reach out to stop Li Xiaona from leaving, a crisp ringtone suddenly echoed. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Shun Haoyue calling, so he promptly answered. Hello, Haoyue, why are you calling so late? Is there something urgent? Yi Feng inquired. On the other end, Shun Haoyue's tone was quite urgent, Mr. Yi. An important message just came from Feng Mingwei saying that the Chu family and Han family in Kyoto, along with the Feng family in the Magic City, have united. And several groups from Hong Kong City are preparing to take action against Huanyu investments. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled into a slight, disdainful smile. These people were merely overestimating their capabilities. He and T even sought them out for trouble, yet they dared to conspire against him. However, the most surprising aspect was Feng Mingwei. How could she leak such crucial information to him? It seems this woman possesses a certain depth to her character. Oh, what exactly does Feng Mingwei intend? Since the Feng family has decided to join in, why would she specifically disclose such vital information to us? Yi Feng furrowed his brow and whispered softly. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Haoyue remarked, Feng Mingyue's actions carry profound significance. Although her family, the Feng clan, ostensibly aligns with the opposing faction, they are, in fact, discreetly communicating and relaying information to us. In other words, the Feng clan intends to aid us through this manner. Naturally, this involves a fair share of cunning and strategic arrangements. For us, it necessitates a collaboration with the Feng clan to stage a compelling performance. Yi Feng nodded in agreement, contemplating the cleverness and astuteness of Feng Mingwei. This approach not only conveys goodwill towards us, but also avoids provoking the other major powers, achieving a dual purpose. Meanwhile, Yi Feng reclined leisurely in the bathtub, yet his thoughts soared far beyond the confines of the present. He pondered silently, resolving to teach those families a lesson, to let them taste the bitterness of defeat. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open unexpectedly. Li Xiaona, her cheeks flushed, entered shyly clad in a loose bathrobe. Her sudden appearance caught Yi Feng off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. Gazing at the bashful and enchanting Li Xiaona, he felt a surge of unusual emotions. In this delicate atmosphere, both remained silent, seemingly awaiting the other to shatter the stillness. Li Xiaona's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Brother Feng, didn't you mention wanting to take a bath together? I've come to find you. Aren't you going to invite me? As she spoke, her eyes reflected a complex blend of anticipation and shyness. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng unhesitatingly extended his arm, pulling Li Xiaona into the bathtub with force. Their bodies pressed closely together, as if there were no distance between them. He gazed down at the delicate and charming Li Xiaona in his embrace, softly murmuring, "Little lamb. Today, the big bad wolf intends to devour you." The two lay nestled in a soft bed. Yi Feng beheld her apple-red cheeks and could not help but kiss her. After breaking the kiss, Li Xiaona, feeling revitalized, pleaded softly, "Brother Feng, please spare me. I'm utterly exhausted." Yi Feng suppressed the overwhelming tide of desire within him. After all, how could a novice like Shenna withstand such torment? He gently held her close, and together they drifted into sweet slumber. Chapter 88. The visit of Mu Changqing at dawn. A faint ray of morning light streamed through the window into the office of the Ninth Bureau. Mu Changqing sat solemnly at his desk, intently examining Yi Feng's dossier, murmuring, "It is truly perplexing. This individual was previously an unremarkable fellow. How could he amass such vast wealth in such a short time, even ascending to the realm of a master? Surely, Feng harbors many undisclosed secrets. I wonder if he has any connections to foreign powers. It seems I must find an opportunity to meet with him soon. With that thought, Mu Changqing rose and departed the office, hastening towards Longwan Hotel. At the same moment, Feng awakened leisurely. He quietly observed the slumbering Li Xiaona beside him, feeling a powerful emotional surge within. Just as he contemplated his next move, his keen senses detected the approaching presence of a martial arts expert outside the presidential suite. Carefully, he withdrew his arm from beneath Li Xiaona's head, donned a robe, and stepped towards the door. Upon sensing that the individual had halted at the entrance, Feng slowly opened the door and inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Mu Changqing felt a jolt. He was now a peak master, merely a step away from the Grand Master realm. Yet he had not anticipated that Feng would perceive his presence. It appeared his previous assessment of Feng's strength was flawed. Regaining his composure, he replied, "I am Mu Changqing, the current captain of the Longyin team under the 9th Bureau of China. I apologize for the intrusion. May I have a moment to discuss matters with you downstairs?" Before long, Feng reappeared, now dressed neatly, and followed Mu Changqing to a reception room on the lower floor. Once seated, Mu Changqing wasted no time and directly questioned Feng. "We have received information from the Chu family indicating that you once dealt with Han Xiaoqing of the Han family. Is this true?" Feng nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. During my time in Magic City, Han Xiaoqing had the audacity to command his subordinates to harm my sister. Naturally, I could not stand idly by. So I ordered my guards to incapacitate one of his arms. It was merciful of me not to take his life." Hearing this, Mu Changqing inwardly cursed, wondering how the Chu family could mishandle such crucial information. Han Xiaoqing was exceedingly arrogant to dare lay hands on a Master-S family. Not ending his life was merely his good fortune. This matter, Feng, I was previously unaware of. Han Xiaoqing's actions against your family were entirely his own folly. Your response was justified. I came primarily to remind you that martial artists must not easily resort to violence against ordinary civilians. However, if provoked, that is a different matter altogether. Feng nodded in agreement, understanding that if martial artists could act with impunity against the populace, chaos would undoubtedly ensue throughout China. Rest assured, Captain Mu, I will never strike at ordinary citizens without cause. That is not something to worry about. Additionally, could you elaborate on the so-called 9th Bureau? Despite having anticipated Feng's extraordinary capabilities, Mu Changqing was still profoundly astonished to hear him affirm it. Following that, Mu Changqing expressed deep regret at Feng's refusal to join the Longyin team, yet he felt reassured by Feng's evident sense of belonging to China. Feng, in light of this, I shall not press the matter. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to contact me. Moreover, it seems the information provided by the Chu family may be incomplete. They likely harbor ulterior motives against you, so exercise caution. I shall take my leave now." As Mu Changqing departed, Feng's admiration for him grew. He turned and stepped into his room. Upon entering, he found Li Xiaona sitting up on the bed, rubbing her eyes and sweetly asking, "Brother Feng, why are you up so early? When I woke up and didn't see you, I thought you had slipped away after taking advantage of me." Before she could finish her sentence, Feng swiftly approached, enveloping her in his embrace, their lips meeting fervently. After the kiss, Feng, savoring the moment, smiled and said, "Delicious." Li Xiaona's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully pushed against Feng's shoulder, teasing, "Oh, you naughty boy. I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." Chapter 89. Chu Mufeng's plan. At that moment, in the distant Magic City, the Feng family welcomed a mysterious young visitor. This individual was none other than the renowned Chu Mufeng. In the spacious and bright reception room of the Feng family, Feng Hongye beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Ah, Master Chu. Your visit to our humble abode is indeed an unparalleled honor for our Feng family." A glint of cold light flickered in Feng Hongye's eyes, but it vanished swiftly. He spoke slowly. "What young Master Chu says is indeed correct. However, I am of advanced age and my energy is limited. I shall rely on my daughter Mingyue to assist you wholeheartedly. I feel somewhat fatigued and shall take my leave." Before he finished speaking, he turned to depart. Feng Mingyue, witnessing this, offered a slight smile and gently said, "Father's health is not at its best. I hope young Master Chu can be understanding. Should there be any matters requiring the assistance of the Feng family, please do not hesitate to express your needs." Chu Mufeng, upon hearing this, appeared even more arrogant. He disdainfully replied to Feng Mingyue, Aside from your so-called connections, what else can the Feng family accomplish? How about you find a way to create some trouble for Huanyu investment first? With a smug expression, Chu Mufeng continued, First, you must find a way to throw Huanyu investment into disarray. Then, I shall launch a campaign against the companies they have acquired, and when the time is ripe, I will buy them at a low price. Oh, by the way, I assume there are still many people from your Feng family within the Feng group now acquired by Yifeng. Perhaps you could motivate them to take some action and create some negative repercussions. After grasping the preliminary plan of Chu Mufeng, Feng Mingwei flattered him, saying, Young Master Chu's strategy is truly ingenious. This time, we shall surely succeed in swallowing up Huanyu investment. However, I wonder what benefits the Feng family will gain once this is accomplished. Yet, in his heart, Chu Mufeng mused, Do you truly think your Feng family deserves any benefits? If it weren't for the fact that your family still possesses some connections, given your current state of decline, you would hardly be qualified to collaborate with me. Once his figure faded into the distance, Feng Mingyue's previously bright smile vanished without a trace, replaced by a somber expression. She was acutely aware that, in the eyes of Chu Mufeng, the Feng family was utterly insignificant, perhaps even dispensable. Fortunately, she had not genuinely cooperated. Otherwise, not only would she have ended up with empty hands, but she might also have invited disaster upon herself. Feng Mingyue decisively summoned her subordinates, embarking on a frenzied plan to tackle Huanyu investment. Once everything was arranged, she promptly contacted Shen Haoyue, divulging the entire plan in detail. Upon receiving the news, Shen Haoyue too was quick to act, immediately initiating targeted strategic deployments. Simultaneously, she reached out to the Qin family, seeking their cooperation and support. At this moment, Yifeng and his companions had arrived at the Donghu villa. As soon as they entered, Wang Meiwan hurried over, but she completely ignored Yi Lin, who was rushing towards her, and instead seized Li Xiaona's hand, showering her with concern. Yifeng observed this scene with a hint of amusement. Turning to the sidelined Yi Lin to tease, Haha, how does it feel to be neglected by mom? Are you feeling quite upset, little sister? Yi Lin, upon hearing her brother's words, pouted and retorted defiantly, Humph, what's so funny? You're not any better off. You are just as much in the same boat. Yet you still dare to mock me. With that, she huffed and stormed into her room. Noticing his mother and Xiaona engrossed in conversation, Yifeng exchanged a brief greeting with them before making his way to the Donghu Hotel. On the way, he dialed the numbers of Yi Wuhan and Zhang Jiwei, arranging to meet at Qian Ji's place. Before long, Yifeng arrived at Qian Zhongwen's office. Upon seeing Yifeng, Qian Zhongwen warmly poured him a cup of hot tea and smilingly inquired, Ah, Brother Yi, what brings you here today? Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan hurriedly entered Qian Zhongwen's office. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Zhang Jiwei eyed the three of them and inquired with curiosity, Brother Yi, what has happened that has compelled you to summon us so urgently? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qian Zhongwen, Zhang Jiwei, and Yi Wuhan instantly turned serious. It was known that dealing with even one of these families was no easy feat, let alone the fact that these clans and enterprises had chosen to ally against Yifeng. Taking a deep breath, Qian Zhongwen spoke with conviction, Brother Yi, rest assured, if there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. I, Qian Zhongwen, will certainly not shy away from my obligations. Zhang Jiwei quickly echoed, Indeed. While these adversaries are indeed formidable, we shall not easily succumb to their pressure. Seeing the loyalty displayed by the two, Yifeng felt a wave of warmth surge within him, his gratitude evident in his demeanor. Thank you both for your support, but please rest assured, I have devised a strategy to address the current situation. Should you encounter any attacks, please inform me immediately. Both nodded in agreement. Qian Zhongwen then continued, Brother Yi, you must remain vigilant. Those forces will undoubtedly target you first. You need not worry too much about our side. Yi Wuhan readily nodded. Brother Yi, please be assured, I will keep a tight grip on their finances. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen, sensing that the conversation had been thoroughly explored, inquired, Brother Yi, may I ask how long you plan to stay in Jincheng? If time permits, perhaps we could gather for a drink? Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Yi Wuhan's face, and he helplessly remarked, Hey, Yifeng, you've turned into quite the jokester, learning to tease me now. Very well, I will have her bring Nyonyo along this evening. And don't forget to bring your mysterious girlfriend as well. Yifeng smirked, a sly smile gracing his lips. And assured, don't worry, that's a promise. But seriously, Brother Qian, we've known each other for quite a while, yet I don't believe I've ever met your sister-in-law. Qian Zhongwen sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in his tone. My wife took our children to the United States to settle down. I have made too many enemies in the past, and I worry for their safety here. It is far more secure for them to live abroad, away from the constant anxiety of being associated with me. With that, he gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thoughts of his family. Yi Feng, witnessing the sorrow etched on Qian Zhongwen's face, felt a surge of compassion. He gently consoled, Brother Qian, I believe your sister-in-law and children will surely understand your good intentions. Whenever you find the time, do make sure to visit them. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongwen slightly nodded in agreement and then sighed. Ah, yes. I miss them dearly. However, I have been swamped with too many matters lately to find the time. By the way, Brother Yi, you are likely aware that the situation in the United States is quite unstable, right? Gun violence occurs frequently. Although I have arranged for dedicated protection, one can never be too cautious. Thus, I wanted to ask if you still have any of those magical talismans on hand? Yi Feng burst into laughter, teasing. Ah, Brother Qian, it seems you've been waiting for me all along. Quite the coincidence. I just acquired a new batch. As he spoke, he pretended to reach into his jacket pocket, but in reality, he swiftly exchanged for 30 basic defensive talismans through the system's shop and neatly arranged them on the table. Continuing, Yi Feng said, Here are 30 talismans in total. You may distribute them, ensuring that those close to you each have one, just in case. His tone was imbued with warmth and sincerity, reflecting his genuine concern for the safety of his friends. Zhang Jiwei witnessed Qian Zhongwen snatch the talismans and quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, Old Qian, what are you doing? Brother Yi previously stated that we should share these talismans equally. How can you think of keeping them all for yourself? Beside him, Yi Wuhan chimed in, Exactly, Old Qian. I have already broken through to the Grandmaster realm, and if it comes to a scuffle, do you believe you could protect even a single talisman? Upon hearing this, Qian Zhongwen turned to him, furrowing his brow, and replied, Wuhan, I fail to comprehend your words. Since you are already a master, what use do you have for these talismans? Do they serve some other purpose? Zhang Jiwei nodded in agreement, urging, Yes, Old Qian. Hurry up. We each take 10, so act swiftly. Faced with the insistence of the two, Qian Zhongwen appeared somewhat reluctant, but ultimately retrieved 20 talismans from his pocket, distributing 10 to each of them. Yi Feng observed this scene with a chuckle. He then greeted everyone, saying, I shall take my leave now. I will return with Xiao Na in the evening. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 91. Teasing Yi Yuanhai, Yi Feng cautiously approached the greenhouse door and peeked in. Intently observing Yi Yuanhai, he saw his father fully absorbed in watering orchids, his movements skillful and gentle, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Watching his father's fervor, Yi Feng suddenly felt a mischievous impulse to play a trick on him. Without hesitation, he stealthily approached Yi Yuanhai from behind and, taking advantage of his unawareness, struck his shoulder forcefully. The sudden jolt startled the unsuspecting Yi Yuanhai, causing him to tremble, and the watering can slipped from his grasp, heading straight for the pot of orchids. Fortunately, Yi Feng reacted swiftly, rushing forward to securely catch the pot before it could hit the ground. Realizing that his beloved orchids had narrowly escaped disaster, Yi Yuanhai's anger flared, and just as he was about to scold, he recognized Yi Feng and could only laugh in exasperation. You little rascal, you truly startled me. Had my orchids been broken, you would have faced serious consequences. Listening to his son, Yi Yuanhai felt a wave of joy swell within him. A smile crept onto his face as he teased, You little scamp. During our trip to Magic City, your mother and I plan to personally arrange the matters between you and Xiao Na. That girl is indeed quite remarkable. You must treat her well. Should I find out that you dare to bully her, just wait and see how I deal with you. Noticing his father's slight embarrassment, Yi Feng wisely chose not to prolong the teasing and bid farewell before departing. Upon returning to the Donghu villa, Yi Feng found the house empty, and a sense of curiosity arose within him. He scratched his head, muttering to himself, How strange, not a soul in sight? He then picked up his phone and dialed Li Xiaona. Hello, Xiaona. Why is there no one at home? Where did you all go? Li Xiaona couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly replying, What's wrong, brother phone? Are you really afraid to be alone at home? Hee, don't worry. Annie took me out for a beauty treatment, and Yulin went to driving school. But you shouldn't be too concerned. We should be back shortly. After a brief chat, they hung up. Yi Feng set down his phone and walked into his room. He retrieved 3 spirit-gathering pills from the system space and consumed them without hesitation, then sat cross-legged on his bed to begin his cultivation. Meanwhile, Mu Changqing arrived at Zhong Liqin's office. Noticing Zhong Liqin engrossed in his documents, Mu Changqing wisely refrained from interrupting and instead poured himself a cup of hot tea, savoring it leisurely. With a serious demeanor, Mu Changqing addressed Zhong Liqin, Director Zhong. I have dealt with Yi Feng. From my assessment, his strength has likely reached the Grandmaster level. Moreover, the intelligence from the Chu family indicates they are deliberately concealing some crucial information. In reality, Yi Feng did not attack Han Xiaoqing without reason. It was to protect his sister. Zhong Liqin was taken aback. A young man in his 20s possessing such profound martial prowess, becoming a Grandmaster? It was simply astonishing. Zhong Liqin, who considered himself exceptionally gifted, had only recently touched upon this realm after decades of arduous training. He endeavored to regain his composure and inquired, "What stance does Yi Feng hold towards our 9th Bureau? Have you attempted to invite him to join us?" Mu Changqing nodded. "As long as he harbors loyalty to our nation, that would be most favorable. Otherwise, an unparalleled master opposing us would bring endless troubles." Chapter 92. Matchmaking. Yi Feng, unable to contain his excitement, descended the stairs to the living room and addressed Wang Meiwan, "Mom, we will be attending a gathering shortly, so we want to be having dinner at home tonight." Without hesitation, Yi Feng took Li Xiaona's hand and swiftly exited. They hurriedly entered the car and sped towards Donghu Hotel. At that moment, Qian Zhongwen sat in a private room, engaging in playful banter with Yi Wuhan, while Niu sat quietly beside them, happily playing with Lin Wanqiu. As Yi Feng and Li Xiaona entered the room, Niu immediately dashed over, her face radiant with excitement. She leaped into Yi Feng's arms, exclaiming, "Brother Yi Feng, it's been so long since I saw you." Then, turning her gaze to Li Xiaona, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she continued, "Wow, this sister is as beautiful as a fairy. Sister, are you Brother Yi Feng's wife?" Yi Feng smiled as he hugged Niu affectionately, saying, "You little rascal, your words are so sweet. Yes, she is indeed my wife. And henceforth, you must call her sister-in-law." Niu squealed with delight. "Hello, sister-in-law. Brother Yi Feng, I have a little secret to tell you. Niu now has a mommy." He, following her pointed gesture, Yi Feng saw a beautiful woman with a gentle demeanor standing there, smiling at them and nodding slightly. Yi Feng gently set Niu down and walked over to Yi Wuhan, wearing a teasing smile as he whispered, "Brother Wuhan, you were truly fortunate. Be sure to inform your little brother when you decide to host a celebration." At that moment, Qian Zhongwen interjected, adopting a teasing tone, "Wuhan, don't blame me for being meddlesome. A young and lovely girl dedicating herself to caring for Niu. Do you honestly believe she harbors no feelings for you? I suggest you seize the opportunity before she leaves, and you find yourself regretting it." Yi Feng nodded in agreement with Qian Zhongwen's words and encouraged, "I believe Brother Qian speaks wisely. Brother Wuhan, do you truly feel nothing for Lin Wanqiu? It seems you are merely struggling with your own heart." Yi Wuhan listened to their counsel in silence, a whirlpool of complex emotions surging within him. On one hand was the memory of his deceased wife, a bond of deep affection that was hard to forget. On the other was the kind and lovely Lin Wanqiu, who now stood by his side. His heart felt as though it was being pulled in two directions, a painful struggle. Seeing this, Yi Feng and Qian Zhongwen chose not to press further and instead turned to converse with Zhang Jiwei, who had just arrived. Yi Feng curiously asked Zhang Jiwei, "Brother Zhang, why didn't you bring your wife along? Is she caught up with something?" As more content continued to load, Qian Zhongwen hurriedly explained, "Just now, I was persuading Yi Laodi to accept Lin Wanqiu, but matters of the heart require time for contemplation and decision. So, at this moment, he is likely still pondering how to choose wisely." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwei's eyes sparkled with a clever idea, and he chuckled, "How about I lend him a hand?" With that, he swiftly retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and strode towards Niu. Bending down beside her, Zhang Jiwei whispered a few words into her ear. No sooner had he finished speaking than Niu, like a joyous little bird, dashed towards Yi Wuhan. Upon reaching him, she blinked her innocent big eyes, looked up, and asked in a sweet voice, "Daddy, are you unhappy because Niu likes Godmother?" The adorable Niu climbed into Yi Wuhan's broad and warm embrace, her sparkling eyes gazing up at him as she chirped, "Daddy, I really like Godmother. How wonderful it would be if Godmother could be my mommy and we could live together forever. I truly envy those little friends who have both their mommy and daddy by their side." Hearing Niu's heartfelt words, the impenetrable fortress within Yi Wuhan's heart crumbled instantaneously. At this moment, he finally made a decision, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied to Niu, Since this is what you wish for, Daddy has no objections. In the blink of an eye, Nyonyo leapt joyfully, exclaiming, "Yay, that's amazing." She then scurried over to Lin Wanxiu. Observing this, Yi Feng and Qian Zhongwen exchanged knowing glances and gave Zhang Jiwei a thumbs up. Soon after, Qian Zhongwen began organizing the staff to serve the dishes. As the guests settled in, a series of delectable dishes, rich in aroma and flavor, began to grace the table. Qian Zhongwen teased Yi Feng and Yi Wuhan, "Brothers Yi, why don't you introduce us to the lovely ladies by your sides?" Yi Feng graciously took Li Xiaona's hand and announced, "Allow me to introduce, this is my girlfriend, Li Xiaona. I hope you all will take good care of her." After they took their seats, everyone's gaze turned eagerly towards Yi Wuhan. Now having reached a resolution, Yi Wuhan confidently introduced Lin Wanxiu, stating, "This is my girlfriend, Lin Wanxiu. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Brother Qian, Brother Zhang, and Yi Feng. Without your support, I might have lost such a wonderful girl." Lin Wanxiu, holding back tears of joy, had borne tremendous pressure for this moment. Finally realizing her wish, she could only choke out a heartfelt thank you. Chapter 93. As the wine flows, the bonds strengthen upon hearing the introductions. Qian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei simultaneously raised their glasses filled with fine wine and exclaimed, "Welcome, dear sisters. As your elder brothers, we warmly welcome your presence and sincerely wish for your love to flourish and for you to grow old together in harmony." With that, they raised their glasses and drank heartily. At this moment, Li Xiaona and Lin Wanxiu were completely immersed in the fervent enthusiasm and sincere blessings of the crowd, their faces blossoming with sweet and happy smiles. Then, the two elegantly lifted their delicate hands, gently clinked their glasses, and took a small sip of juice, savoring the warmth and joy it contained. The innocent and lively little Nyonyo, like a sprite descended from the heavens, added much laughter and joy to the gathering. She mimicked the adults in toasting, her adorable antics eliciting laughter from everyone, even though she was merely drinking a simple glass of juice. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Qian Zhongwen felt elated and turned to Yi Wuhan with a smile, jesting, "Wuhan, this rare occasion calls for you to drink a few more glasses. Otherwise, how can you repay the kindness of your brothers? If you find yourself too tipsy to walk later, it's no trouble, you can stay here. I've arranged a spacious and comfortable room for you to ensure that your family can sleep soundly." Yi Wuhan, unfazed, glanced tenderly at Lin Wanxiu. Her cheeks flushed like the evening sky, then firmly raised his glass, declaring, "Excellent. Let us indulge in this feast and drink until we are merry." Without hesitation, he downed the contents of his glass. Qian Zhongwen, witnessing this, wore a satisfied smile and turned to Yi Feng, cheerfully saying, "Yi Feng, don't just sit there. Accompany Wuhan and share a few more drinks with him. He's just won the heart of a wonderful woman." Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled and raised his glass to drink with Yi Wuhan. At that moment, little Nyonyo, holding her juice, excitedly called out, "Daddy, I want to toast to you too. From now on, Nyonyo finally has a mommy, and I'm so happy." Yi Wuhan gazed at Nyonyo, nestled in Lin Wanxiu's embrace, his eyes misting as the last shred of hesitation within him vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. He resolutely raised his glass and solemnly proclaimed, "Wanxiu, Nyonyo, let us raise our glasses together. I, Yi Wuhan, vow to never let you down in this lifetime." Yi Feng playfully teased, "Brother Wuhan, shouldn't you hurry and get the marriage certificate? When do you plan to hold the wedding? I've prepared a generous gift for you." Upon hearing Yi Wuhan's vow, the crowd raised their glasses in a toast to him once more. After several rounds of toasting, everyone had indulged in a bit too much drink, and the gathering naturally drew to a close, allowing Yi Wuhan and Lin Wanxiu some cherished moments alone. As more content continued to load, Yi Wuhan, in a hazy state, sensed something additional in his pocket and murmured, "Yi Laodi, what did you just slip into my pocket?" As soon as he entered, Wang Meiwan approached, catching a whiff of Yi Feng's alcohol-laden scent, and couldn't help but scold, "You brat, how much have you drunk? Don't you realize we have to go to Moda tomorrow? Lao Yi, hurry and take your son to the bathroom to wash off this alcohol smell." Wang Meijuan's reprimand jolted Yi Feng awake. He instinctively touched his nose, offering an awkward smile, before declining his father's offer of assistance and staggered into the bathroom alone. Once inside, Yi Feng took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy to dispel the scent of alcohol. He then turned on the shower, letting the warm water cascade over him, relishing the comforting sensation. As he showered, his thoughts drifted to the evening's gathering, recalling the trials and tribulations of Yi Wuhan and Lin Wanxiu, as well as contemplating his future with Li Xiaona. Various thoughts intertwined in his mind, leading him into a trance. Meanwhile, Lin Wanxiu gently patted Nyonyo, whispering tenderly like a caring mother. Before long, Nyonya drifted into slumber. Watching Yi Wuhan peacefully asleep on the bed, Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but smile sweetly. After helping him remove his clothes, she fetched a basin of warm water from the bathroom, wringing out a towel soaked in the hot water to gently wipe down Yi Wuhan's robust body. Lin Wanxiu's movements were tender and meticulous as she carefully attended to Yi Wuhan, as if nurturing a precious piece of porcelain. The steam from the warm water enveloped the air, creating a cozy and romantic atmosphere. Her gaze occasionally fell upon Yi Wuhan's strong physique, stirring a warm current within her heart. She reminisced about his recent acknowledgement and commitment, those sweet and joyous moments seemingly vivid before her. "Wuhan, you finally belong to me." Lin Wanxiu murmured softly, her face illuminated by a blissful smile. She understood that from this day forward, they would traverse each moment of life together, through both storms and sunshine, always in close embrace. Chapter 94. Meeting the parents having washed up thoroughly. Feng donned the pajamas sent by Li Shanna and made his way to the living room. Observing his mother, Wang Meiwan, busy with preparations, he inquired, "Mom, do you think it would be better for us to go directly to Xiaona's house tomorrow, or should I arrange for a hotel beforehand?" Rubbing his sore head, he added with a sheepish grin, "You're right, Mom. I'm just inexperienced. You truly are the backbone of our family." Seated nearby, Yi Yuanhai overheard their exchange and could not help but clear his throat twice, seemingly reminding them of his presence as the head of the family. Wang Meiwan turned to him with a sharp gaze, retorting, "What's wrong, Lao Yi? Do you have a differing opinion on what our son just said?" Yi Yuanhai immediately donned a flattering smile, hastily clarifying, "Meiwan, how could I possibly disagree? I wholeheartedly support our son's view. This family could do without anyone, but we absolutely cannot do without you, our anchor." He then gave Wang Meiwan a thumbs up, expressing admiration and affirmation. Wang Meiwan smiled with satisfaction, nodding and saying, "Well, it seems you are understanding. Xiaofeng, you should head upstairs and get some rest. Do your best so that your mother can hold her chubby grandson soon." Embarrassed by his mother's straightforwardness, Yi Feng turned and dashed into his room. The following morning, the entire family boarded a flight to the bustling metropolis. In preparation for the arrival of their future in-laws, Li Changlin took a day off from work. His home, shared with Yongqin, was abuzz with activity as they prepared to welcome their future relatives. Li Changlin dressed in a crisp shirt paired with dark trousers, exuding an air of dignity and grace, while Yongqin donned a lovely dress and light makeup, appearing both elegant and poised. The living room sparkled, meticulously cleaned by Yongqin, with furniture arranged neatly. A platter of fresh fruits and assorted nuts adorned the coffee table, accompanied by a pot of freshly brewed tea, wafting a delicate aroma. After finishing her tasks, Yongqin said to Li Changlin, "Changlin, I wonder if Xiaofeng's family has arrived yet. Perhaps we should go to the airport to greet them. Waiting here makes me anxious." Li Changlin's words provided Yongqin with some relief, though she still found herself frequently glancing out the window. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message from Li Xiaona. "Mom and Dad, we have arrived in the metropolis and are on our way to Tiana Community. We expect to arrive in about 30 minutes. Upon reading the message, Yongqin exclaimed excitedly, "Changlin, they are almost here." Li Changlin smiled gently, saying, "I can hear you. Please keep your voice down. Look at how excited you are. Just disembarked from the plane." Yi Feng's family loaded the local specialties from Tianjing into the vehicle prepared by Bai Jie and set off towards Tiana Community. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived safely at their destination. Yi Feng parked the car, and the family, gifts in hand, walked directly to Li Xiaona's home. Yongqin, who was peering out the window upstairs, spotted Yi Feng's family arriving and quickly urged Li Changlin to come downstairs to greet them. Li Xiaona, seeing her parents, hurried forward to make introductions. "Mom and Dad, these are Feng Ji's parents, Yi Yuanhai and Wang Meiwan, and his sister Yi Lin." She then turned to Yi Feng's parents and said, "Uncle and Aunt, these are my parents, Li Changlin and Yongqin." Yongqin warmly shook Wang Meijuan's hand, her face beaming with joy as she welcomed them. "Welcome. You've traveled such a distance and brought gifts. How thoughtful of you. Please, come in." As she spoke, she enthusiastically led Yi Feng's family into the house. Once inside, Yongqin invited them to sit and personally poured tea. Li Xiaona assisted, and the two families began to engage in light conversation, the atmosphere gradually becoming more amicable. Sensing the moment was right, Wang Meiwan smiled and gently said, "Dear future mother-in-law, we are here primarily to discuss the matter of our children. Xiaona is truly dear to us, and we genuinely adore her. However, considering she has yet to graduate. We propose to formalize this engagement now and plan the wedding after she completes her studies. This way, we can avoid unnecessary gossip. Seeing Wang Meiwan express her thoughts so candidly, Yang Qin felt it was inappropriate to decline further and accepted the proposal with a heart full of joy, silently planning to return this gesture when the couple eventually married. Li Changlin, noticing the conversation about the children had reached a good point, suggested, "It's about mealtime now. I've reserved a private room at a restaurant nearby. Why don't we eat while we talk? It would also be a celebration for the two children." Chapter 95. The protective mother-in-law hearing her husband's words, Yang Qin smiled and gestured to everyone, leading them toward the restaurant. Since it was not far, both families decided to walk. Before they had gone too far, a woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth sneered, "Humph. What is there to discuss about dowries? In my opinion, it's just because they see that the conditions are good. They don't want a dime in dowry and are instead trying to cling to them. Sooner or later, they'll be discarded like a used tissue." At these words, Yang Qin's expression darkened instantly, but before she could react, Wang Meiwan, unable to contain her anger, rushed forward, delivering a sharp slap to the woman's face. With wide eyes, she pointed a finger almost touching the woman's nose, her voice dripping with fury. "Who do you think you are? Did you grow up drinking gutter oil and eating garbage? Xiaona is dearer to me than my own daughter. If you dare to slander her with even a word, believe me, I will strip your skin off." Turning abruptly, Wang Meiwan glared at Yi Feng and warned fiercely, "You listen well, you little rascal. If you ever dare to wrong Xiaona, don't blame me for being unkind. Transfer 1 billion immediately. No, make it 10 billion. Wang Meiwan shouted in rage. "What do I want? I want to support my daughter-in-law. I initially thought that 20 million in dowry was sufficient, but I never imagined anyone would dare to say she is paying. All right, today I will show you what a truly exorbitant dowry looks like." Yi Feng nodded vigorously in agreement. He understood that previously he had given his mother 20 million, but now she was presenting the entire sum as a dowry for Xiaona, a testament to her fondness for her. He quickly said, "Mom, let me transfer the money directly. Your card has a limit and can't handle such a large amount." 10 billion Huaxia currency was promptly transferred, simultaneously sending the same amount to his mother's account. Then, Wang Meiwan snatched Yi Feng's phone, displaying the transfer amount to the mole-faced woman, declaring with fierce confidence, "Open your eyes and see clearly. My daughter-in-law's dowry is a staggering 10 billion and 20 million. From this day forth, should anyone dare to suggest that she is overly eager, they shall not find me courteous. Just watch how I deal with her." Her voice resonated with authority and indignation, leaving all present in a state of shock. Then, with a smile, she handed her bank card to Yang Qin, exclaiming enthusiastically, "Mother-in-law, let us be on our way." After such a vigorous outburst, I indeed felt a pang of hunger. We must not allow those odious flies to spoil our mood. Indeed, we should never provoke individuals of such power and influence. All eyes turned toward the unfortunate woman with the dark blemish, swiftly distancing themselves from her as if fearing the consequences of association. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Wang Meiwan, with a playful reproach, remarked, "You little imp. What nonsense do you think of all day? Xiaona is to be my future daughter-in-law. After all, she will soon be part of our family, and I shall cherish her as if she were my own daughter. Likewise, you are my precious daughter too. How could a mother favor one over the other?" Sitting nearby, Li Xiaona felt a surge of emotion. To possess such a supportive and caring mother-in-law was truly a blessing. She couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Yi Feng, who was smiling back at her. Their eyes met, and Li Xiaona deliberately puffed out her chest, casting a slightly defiant look at Yi Mu, as if to say, "Humph. Should anyone dare to bully me, I shall summon my aunt for retribution." At this moment, the atmosphere in the gathering was harmonious and congenial, though not all were immersed in it. The two elders, Yi Yuanhai and Li Changlin, seemed indifferent to the commotion. Engrossed in conversation about their mutual love for flowers and fine tea, their dialogue flowing effortlessly and growing ever more animated. Before long, the waitstaff began to present a series of exquisite dishes, markedly distinct from northern cuisine, appearing more delicate and refined. Each dish was not merely a feast for the palate, but resembled meticulously crafted art pieces, pleasing to the eye. Chapter 96. The family banquet. As the table was set with the final dishes, Yang Qin beamed and invited everyone to dig in and savor the culinary delights. She first placed a platter of sumptuous hairy crabs before Wang Meiwan and Yi Yuanhai, enthusiastically stating, "My dear in-laws, you are accustomed to eating river crabs in the north. Today, do try our southern hairy crabs. Though they may appear similar, they possess distinct flavors upon closer tasting. Yi Yuanhai promptly picked up a hairy crab, unhesitatingly cracking its shell and taking generous bites. As he savored the delicacy, he remarked, aside from being slightly larger and with thicker claws, I perceive little difference from river crabs. In-laws, when you find time to visit Jean City, let us charter a boat for a sea outing. Directly catching fresh crabs to enjoy on the spot. That would be the epitome of freshness. Wang Meiwan, upon hearing her husband's words, rolled her eyes in amusement and turned to Yang Qin, saying, Dear-in-law, please do not mind him. He is simply a man who cannot appreciate the finer nuances of exquisite cuisine. This elicited a wave of laughter from the group. Yang Qin, joining in the merriment, replied, But truth be told, there is indeed a significant difference between hairy crabs and river crabs. The meat of the hairy crab is succulent and delicate, while the river crab is firmer with a delightful taste. Moreover, the roe in hairy crabs is richer, offering a more intense flavor. Yi Yuanhai, slightly embarrassed by Yang Qin's explanation, chuckled and said, I am simply a glutton, lacking in culinary appreciation. However, after hearing your insights, I shall savor the flavors of hairy crabs with greater attention. Both families, gathered around the table, raised their chopsticks to relish the sumptuous feast. Yi Yuanhai and Li Chonglin engaged in jovial conversation, enthusiastically toasting each other. Li Xiaona observed the warm and harmonious scene before her, her heart swelling with an overwhelming sense of happiness. For only with the sincere blessings of family can love attain its fullest perfection. At that moment, Yang Qin retrieved the bank card from her pocket and offered it to Wang Meiwan, sincerely stating, In-laws, my husband and I wholeheartedly support the union of Xiana and Xiao Feng. However, this bride price is simply too excessive for us to accept. Wang Meiwan, having anticipated Yang Qin's concern, gently reassured her, Dear-in-law, I understand your apprehension about what others might say. Yet, my preparation of this bride price stems from my genuine affection for this child. You have only one precious daughter, and she is truly remarkable. We shall love her as our own. Observing this, Yi Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xiaona. Immediately, she understood and urged, Mom, please accept it, or others might misconstrue your dissatisfaction with this marriage. Yang Qin, feigning annoyance, replied, You little imp, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Very well, if that is the case, I shall accept it for now, to be saved for my beloved grandchildren. At this, laughter erupted among the group. Yi Lin joined in the light-hearted teasing, playfully saying to her brother and sister-in-law, Brother, Sister Xiaona, you must put in more effort. I am eagerly anticipating holding my little nephew and niece. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet anyone's stare. Meanwhile, in a different location, the Feng family was enveloped in a storm of fury, with Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda vociferously confronting Feng Mingwei. Chu Mufeng, incensed, fumed with rage, his voice booming. Feng Mingyue's contemptuous demeanor flickered briefly before she adopted a pitiful expression, choking back tears as she spoke. Young Master Chu, you are unaware that we Feng family had already arranged everything, and the higher-ups have given their assurances. Who would have thought the Qin family would intrude at this juncture? You are well aware that our Feng family is no longer what it used to be. How could we compete with the formidable Qin family, the foremost family in the metropolis? Chu Mufeng's expression darkened further, and with a disdainful snort, he replied, Your Feng family is nothing but a pack of inept fools. Enough. I will personally negotiate with the Qin family, warning them to mind their own business. If they do not relent, and you fail to manage this matter properly, do not blame me for settling accounts with both you and the Feng family. Lu Fuda, witnessing the exchange, quickly chimed in, What young Master Chu says is absolutely correct. You see things clearly. The Feng family is indeed more trouble than they are worth. Fortunately, the funds from Hong Kong have all arrived. I have painstakingly procured a staggering sum of 1 trillion in cash. Chu Mufeng nodded, expressing his approval, and with a hint of admiration for Lu Fuda, he said, Since the funds are in place, I will immediately deploy personnel to manipulate public opinion, amplifying the negative news surrounding Huanyu Group to suppress its stock price. When the time is ripe, we shall seize the opportunity to enter the market and reap the rewards. He then turned to Feng Mingyue, instructing, You must also be prepared in advance. Fully cooperate with our upcoming maneuvers. With that, he paid no mind to Feng Mingyue's reaction and briskly departed with Lu Fuda, heading straight toward the Qin family. As they vanished from sight, Feng Mingyue promptly relayed this crucial information to Shun Haoyue, advising her to devise a counter-strategy. Mr. Yi, the Chu family can no longer restrain themselves and has begun to take action. The United Han family and the consortium from the harbor city have amassed approximately 500 billion in funds, attempting to suppress our stock price to engulf the entire Universal Group. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's lips curled slightly into a smile as he softly chuckled. These fellows surely underestimate me. Do they really think they can contend with me based on such meager funds? Chapter 97. Yifeng's strategic shift. Shun Haoyue, noticing Yifeng's calm demeanor, felt reassured and inquired, Mr. Yi, it seems you have a plan to counter this? Shun Haoyue was incredulous, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, are you truly considering a strategic shift? Are you not worried that a single misstep could doom the entire Universal Group? Yi Feng, with an air of ease, replied, Exactly, Haoyue, we must think long-term. The Universal Group hasn't been established for long. If it ceases to exist, we can always create another. Do you lack confidence in yourself? Seeing that Shun Haoyue grasped his intention, Yi Feng continued, I will inject further capital into the Universal Group. Your task is to find ways to deplete their resources. We cannot allow them to effortlessly swallow the Universal Group. Additionally, I will send Yi Hongfei to the harbor city to absorb several local groups. You must exert yourself here in the Magic City. After concluding, Yi Feng ended the call and promptly transferred 1 trillion Huaxia dollars each to the Universal Group and Yi Hongfei, instructing Yi Hongfei to set off for the harbor city without delay. Li Shunna, shyly turning her head, ensured that no one was observing before cautiously rising on her tiptoes to plant a swift kiss on Yi Feng's cheek, then darted away like a startled deer. The atmosphere of the room was abruptly shattered by Qin Mai's furious shout as he slammed the table, his eyes wide with anger. At your age? How can you still be so reckless? You lack composure. You are the future heir of the Qin family. Every action must prioritize the family's interests. He fumed. Noticing his father's fury, Qin Tian quickly stood and cautiously interjected, Father, please calm down and allow me to speak. While the Chu family is indeed formidable, we need not fear them. Consider this. If the Chu family succeeds in swallowing the Universal Group, our Qin family's position in the Magic City will also be threatened. Therefore, I believe that aiding Yi Feng against the Chu family is not misguided. After hearing his son's words, Qin Mai's anger subsided slightly. His frustration stemmed not from Qin Tian's support for Yi Feng, but rather from his disappointment that his son had not secured more advantages for their family. Qin Tian, it is rare for you to show such insight. I am gratified. I do not oppose your assistance to Yi Feng, but as the heir of the Qin family, you must prioritize family matters and avoid acting on impulse, Qin Mai imparted earnestly. At that moment, a knock on the door disrupted the serene atmosphere of the room. Upon granting permission, the butler entered respectfully and announced, Master, Chu Mufeng from the Chu family and Lu Fuda from the harbor city have come to visit. Would you like to meet with them? Qin Mai turned to Qin Tian, saying with gravity, Go and meet with them. I entrust this matter to you entirely. It is a good opportunity to assess your suitability for the role of heir. Qin Tian nodded slightly, understanding his father's intention, and then departed. Following the butler's lead, he arrived in the reception room. Upon seeing Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda, Qin Tian immediately donned a polite smile, warmly greeting, Young Master Chu, General Lu. Please have a seat. May I inquire what brings you both here today? Chu Mufeng, unfazed, coldly snorted, a hint of disdain in his expression. Qin Tian, there's no need for such formality. You must be well aware of the purpose of my visit. Why feign pretense? As Qin Tian's expression darkened, Lu Fuda hastily intervened. Young Master Qin, please forgive the Chu family's outburst. They are in a foul mood today. We are here to implore the Qin family not to involve yourselves in our dispute with Yi Feng. Of course, should this matter be resolved, we shall ensure the Qin family receives a satisfactory recompense. Qin Tian regarded them with indifference, pondering internally, has the Chu family truly run out of capable successors? How can this type of individual be an heir? They have already managed to offend me before negotiations have even begun. Just as Qin Tian was about to reprimand them, Zhao Peng's mocking voice echoed from outside. I say, Chu heir, I heard your arrogant voice from afar. Do you think this is your home? Making such a racket. Do you truly believe your Chu family is invincible, that no one dares to offend you? At least Lu Gonggong knows how to speak and offer some benefits. You, on the other hand, are nothing. Then, turning to Qin Tian, Zhao Peng remarked, Cousin, why bother negotiating with these two? Just kick them out. Chapter 98. Family Medical Fund. Qin Tian smirked, watching Zhao Peng approach with a cheerful demeanor, jokingly saying, "Hey, you little rascal, what brings you back to the Magic City? Aren't you afraid of Uncle reprimanding you?" At this moment, both Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda's faces darkened upon Zhao Peng's arrival, especially Lu Fuda, who seethed with anger. Each encounter with Zhao Peng felt like a sharp stab to his pride. Understanding that their presence was no longer necessary, they departed in a huff, ignoring even the customary pleasantries. Once they left, Qin Tian's expression turned serious as he earnestly addressed Zhao Peng. "Zhao Peng, let us get to the heart of your visit." Zhao Peng, with a sly grin, replied, "Cousin, are you interrogating me? I'm here to help you." Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, skepticism etched on his face. "What exactly can you assist me with?" Zhao Peng cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he explained, "Cousin, to be precise, I have come to save the Qin family. You know that the Chu family and Brother Feng's alliance have already begun to clash, and given your nature, you will undoubtedly not stand idly by. However, my father cautioned me before I came that your uncle is overly concerned with profit and will weigh the pros and cons. If the Chu family offers sufficiently tempting incentives, he might very well switch sides. Therefore, you must rush to the Magic City. Any hesitation could see your brother Feng not only dismantle the Qin family, but also endanger your aunt and 2 cousins. That is why I hurried here to inform you." Qin Tian wore an awkward smile, contemplating that if the Chu family indeed offered substantial benefits, his father might well turn against Yi Feng. "Zhao Peng, is it true that Yi Feng possesses such capability to handle the Chu family's alliance, while simultaneously managing the affairs of the Qin family?" Qin Tian couldn't help but probe further. Zhao Peng, with an air of mystery, replied, "Cousin, consider this. Brother Feng's universal group assets in the Magic City exceed $1 trillion, not to mention his enterprises in Tianjin. My father has also learned that the Chu family's eldest son has been transferred from the Northwest Military District to the 9th Bureau, and has reported that Brother Feng has taken action against Han Xiaoqing. Yet, what was the outcome? Brother Feng remains unscathed. What does this imply? Surely, you understand." Qin Tian felt a sense of relief for having made a wise choice earlier, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of envy. Zhao Peng has truly struck gold by befriending Yi Feng. Beside him, Yilin chimed in, "Yes, Mom. We could enjoy a few more days of fun. I can take you around." As more content loaded, Wang Meiwan stepped forward to Yi Feng and asked with a hint of confusion, "Xiao Feng, why did you transfer me 10 today?" Yi Feng quickly reached out to grasp Wang Meijuan's hand, attempting to stop her from taking her phone to make the transfer. He earnestly replied, "Mom, this money is a token of filial piety from your son. Please, you must accept it. You can see which of our relatives are struggling and lend them a hand. If that seems too troublesome, we can simply give each family 10 million. We are living well now, but we must never forget those friends and relatives who once helped us." Turning to Yi Yuanhai, she remarked, "Yuanhai, look at our son. He has grown into a responsible man. I am so proud of him." Yi Yuanhai nodded in agreement with Wang Meijuan's words and smiled. "Indeed. Xiao Feng has always been a considerate and responsible child. I too am proud of him." Upon hearing their conversation, Yilin hurriedly chimed in with her thoughts. "Brother, I believe we should establish a family medical fund. Many families today can be financially devastated by a serious illness." Yi Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with a glimmer of inspiration. He had not anticipated that Yilin would possess such astute insight. "Mom and Dad, I find Lin Lin's suggestion quite reasonable. Therefore, I am willing to contribute 10 billion to create this family medical fund. As for Grandma's and Grandpa's families, I will leave their management to you, Mom and Dad. What do you think?" Wang Meiwan smiled and shook her head, saying, "I think you should let your uncle handle it. I do not wish to be involved in such matters. I am looking forward to holding my grandchildren." Yi Yuanhai quickly echoed, "I will let your uncle take care of it as well. I have my flowers to tend to and no time for these affairs." Wang Meiwan and Yi Yuanhai listened intently to Yi Feng's words, nodding in agreement. They understood that Yi Feng's advocacy for establishing a family medical fund was of great significance, as it could alleviate the family's concerns regarding illness and foster a sense of cohesion and harmony among family members. "Xiaona, do you have time? I would like to take a walk with you," Yi Feng said. About half an hour later, Yi Feng's phone buzzed again. He glanced down to see a message from Li Xiaona. "I've arrived." Thus, Yi Feng quickly exited the villa and soon spotted Li Xiaona waiting at the door. She was smiling, radiating brilliance like stars in the night sky. Yi Feng stepped forward, grasping Li Xiaona's hand without uttering a word. The two walked side by side, their connection palpable as they stepped out of the villa together. They strolled leisurely, with no particular destination in mind, their steps light and carefree. Along the way, they exchanged glances, and their gentle touches conveyed an endless warmth and tenderness. Li Xiaona excitedly pointed to a modest stall by the roadside, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, look over there. There's a small noodle stall. Let us try it." Yi Feng followed her gaze and saw an elderly man, vigorous despite his age, skillfully boiling noodles. The steamy water rose in billowing clouds, obscuring the old man's figure slightly. A few elderly customers sat at small tables nearby. "That sounds wonderful. I haven't had noodles in a while," Yi Feng agreed with delight. Hand in hand, they approached the stall with joyful hearts. The elderly man, noticing the young couple, paused briefly before greeting them warmly. "Young friends, are you here for some noodles?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona turned to Yi Feng with a look of anticipation, seemingly waiting for him to make the decision. "Old man, we'll have 2 bowls of noodles, with a boiled egg in each," Yi Feng replied, a friendly smile gracing his lips. Just as Yi Feng and his companions settled down, a boy in school uniform rushed in like a whirlwind. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he breathlessly exclaimed, "Master, you finally came. Did you come to find me? I'm on vacation now and can learn martial arts from you." "Thank you, Master," Huazi Yuan said respectfully as he stood up. Yi Feng then introduced, "This is my disciple, Huazi Yuan." At that moment, the elderly man served the freshly cooked noodles. Huazi Yuan quickly approached, carefully placing 3 steaming bowls of noodles on the table, enthusiastically declaring, "Master, madam, please try this. Grandpa Li's clear soup noodles are authentic traditional craftsmanship." Li Xiaona, intrigued by his words, couldn't help but ask, "Zi Yuan, it seems you know this old man quite well. How did you meet?" Hearing this, Li Xiaona was taken aback and turned to scrutinize the elderly man closely. Indeed, as Huazi Yuan had mentioned, the old man's left leg appeared somewhat stiff. She then shifted her gaze to Yi Feng. Yi Feng had always held deep respect for the veterans who had made remarkable contributions to the nation. Furrowing his brow, he pondered aloud, "Zi Yuan, if that is the case, does Grandpa Li not have children to care for him? Why does he still toil at this age to earn a living?" Huazi Yuan sighed heavily and replied, "Grandpa Li has no children. He has always been alone. I heard that he sends the allowances from the government to the families of comrades who fell on the battlefield. Once those comrades' children grow up and no longer need his support, he donates his monthly stipends entirely to orphanages." Yi Feng firmly grasped Li Xiaona's hand, his expression serious as he stated, "Those who gather firewood for others cannot be left to freeze in the snow. Xiaona, there are countless veterans like Grandpa Li who selflessly safeguarded our homeland with their lives. Our country is still enduring difficult times, and since we have the capacity, we should contribute to our nation." Li Xiaona's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out, "Brother Feng, I want to donate my betrothal money to these admirable veterans. Is that all right?" With a playful pout, Li Xiaona gently swatted Yi Feng's hand, complaining, "Brother Feng, that's so annoying. I was just feeling sentimental. And you suddenly brought this up." Realizing that Li Xiaona might have misunderstood his intentions, Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile as he looked at her and said, "Xiaona, did you think I wanted you to graduate early so that I could marry you? You are gravely mistaken." Li Xiaona slightly furrowed her brows, tightly pinching Yi Feng's ear, and teasingly asked, "What? Don't you want to marry me?" With a face full of feigned grievance, Yi Feng pleaded, "Oh dear. My lovely wife, Zi Yuan, is watching. Please spare me some dignity." Huazi Yuan, sitting nearby, quickly lowered his head, stammering, "Madam, please continue. I didn't see anything. The noodles are delicious." Li Xiaona listened intently to Yi Feng, frequently nodding in agreement. She had heard of the rampant spread of false charitable events online. After pondering for a moment, she looked up with determination in her gaze and suggested, "Brother Feng, I think this idea is fantastic. However, I still need a few more credits for graduation. How about this? You start preparing to establish the foundation, and I will officially take over once I graduate." Yi Feng's face lit up with a satisfied smile at Li Xiaona's proposal. He nodded and said, "Xiaona, you are right. We can begin preparations for the foundation, and you can officially take over its management once you graduate. This way, we can ensure the smooth operation of the foundation while allowing you to focus on your studies." Subsequently, Yi Feng turned to Huazi Yuan, who had just finished his meal, and gently pushed his bowl of noodles toward him, softly saying, "Zi Yuan, could you share your phone number with me? It would make it much easier for me to contact you when I come to pick you up tomorrow." Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a surge of emotion and reflection within him. He thought to himself, "What a well-behaved and considerate child. It seems I made the right choice in taking him as my apprentice." After exchanging these words, The two of them walked hand in hand back in the direction they had come from, relishing the tranquility of the night and the warmth of each other's company. Upon reaching the entrance of the cloud villa, Yifeng gently embraced Li Xiaona and asked softly, "Xiaona, would you like to come in for a moment?" Yifeng nodded in understanding and embraced Li Xiaona once more, reluctantly bidding her farewell. Finally, Li Xiaona turned and left, leaving behind a beautiful and moving silhouette. The next morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, Yifeng rose early to prepare for sending his parents and younger sister to the airport. Upon entering the living room, he found Yilin gazing at him with a look of grievance. "Brother, are you so eager to send us away?" Yilin pouted. Yifeng smiled helplessly and replied, "All right, Lin, don't be stubborn. Mom and Dad have already booked their tickets. I can't do anything about it." With that, Yifeng escorted the three of them to the airport. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, but as the plane took off, a wave of reluctance washed over Yifeng. Dear listeners, a large-scale wage dispute has erupted at the newly established company, Universal Real Estate. Currently, all construction projects in the Magic City New District have been halted. Relevant departments have intervened and organized emergency discussions between company representatives and labor representatives. We urge all enterprises to strictly adhere to laws and ethical standards to ensure timely and full payment of wages to our hard-working migrant brothers. The Magic City radio station will continue to monitor the situation and bring you the latest updates. These people truly spare no effort. They even resort to such despicable tactics. Yifeng muttered to himself, shaking his head in disdain at the actions of the Chu family alliance. He then turned off the radio, choosing to disregard these troubling matters. The car pulled over to the roadside, and Yifeng stepped into the nearby Huawei flagship store. Chapter 101. A new teacher after completing the payment via his mobile phone. Yifeng proceeded to a nearby shop to obtain 3 mobile phone cards, each recharged with 100,000 in credits. Once everything was set, he drove to the agreed-upon location. Upon arriving at the designated street, Yifeng noticed Wei Ziyuan quietly sitting on the steps nearby, waiting. He exited the car with one of the phones and a SIM card in hand, walking toward Wei Ziyuan. Seeing Yifeng approach, Wei Ziyuan's face lit up with joy, and he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally arrived." Sweat beads trickled down his forehead as he spoke. Yifeng looked at the earnest and honest boy before him, feeling a rush of affection, aware that Wei Ziyuan had likely been waiting for quite some time. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead and handed him a brand new phone along with the SIM card, softly saying, "You've waited so long. You've worked hard. This is a new phone I bought for you. Do you like it?" Wei Ziyuan stared down at the phone in his hands, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable yearning. Yet he resolutely shook his head and declined, saying, "Master, such a precious gift is too much for me to accept. It should be I who honors you, not the other way around." Yifeng's expression darkened as he feigned seriousness, sternly saying, "What? Haven't I taught you that you must obey my commands?" Startled, Wei Ziyuan became flustered and anxiously explained, "Master, please do not be angry. It is not that I do not wish to obey. It is merely that this generous gift is too overwhelming for me to accept." With his eyes slightly red and his gaze growing misty, Wei Ziyuan felt this was the first time he had received care and warmth from someone other than his grandmother. Overcome with emotion, he knelt on the ground and, in a solemn and devout manner, bowed deeply to Yifeng. "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. From this day forth, I will forever remember your great kindness and virtue, never to forget. Once a teacher, always a father." Upon arriving at the villa, Yifeng first instructed Bai Jie to prepare a room for Wei Ziyuan, then personally led him to the bathroom. "Ziyuan, go in and take off your clothes. Then sit obediently on the chair and wait." Hearing this, Wei Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock, stammering, "Master, does practicing martial arts require this? Perhaps you should call for the mistress instead. After all, I am still quite young." Before he could finish, Yifeng raised his hand and gently tapped Wei Ziyuan on the head, somewhat annoyed, and scolded, "You little rascal, what nonsense are you thinking? How could I have such unseemly thoughts? I merely wish to help you cleanse your meridians and temper your bones. Now, hurry and do as I say." Once Wei Ziyuan was adequately prepared, Yifeng unhesitatingly took out a cleansing pill and carefully placed it into Wei Ziyuan's mouth. He then channeled his own spiritual energy, continuously supplying it into Wei Ziyuan's body while guiding the flow of his cultivation method. Be sure to remember the trajectory of this spiritual energy's flow, and then guide the spiritual power within you to circulate along this path for one complete cycle. At the same time, Feng imparted the chaos true classic to Wei Ziyuan without reservation. Seeing that Wei Ziyuan was able to operate the cultivation method independently, Feng finally felt at ease and turned to converse with the system. System, when I consumed the cleansing pill, I was in excruciating pain. Yet why does he seem to feel nothing? Feng felt a sense of frustration. However, he knew deep down that he could not find any argument to counter this. So he chose to ignore the system's condescension. Is there a way to enhance my inferior aptitude? Feng could not help but continue to inquire. Humph. Do you truly doubt this system? As long as you accumulate enough points, anything is possible. The system replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Feng silently vowed to work hard to earn more points. System, now that Wei Ziyuan has become my disciple, if he makes any purchases, will I also receive points? Feng asked eagerly. Host, in consideration of your historically lackadaisical approach, the system has specially activated the Disciple and Friend module for you. Any purchases made by friends will return 50%. If they are spouses, it will return 90%, and for the master-disciple relationship, it will return 70%. Upon hearing this news, Feng leaped up in excitement. He eagerly shouted to the system, I truly adore you. At that moment, Wei Ziyuan had fully absorbed the effects of the cleansing pill and was beginning to awaken slowly. Feng immediately used his divine sense to perceive his current realm. But the result surprised him. He was still merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. It should be noted that when he took the cleansing pill, he had directly ascended to the peak of qi refinement. Host, do not compare yourself to geniuses. Wei Ziyuan's meridian strength and the purity of his spiritual energy far exceed yours. The system reminded him. Chapter 102, The Orphanage. Upon listening to the system's explanation, Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Indeed, although he had the assistance of the system, he was not a genius, and his cultivation aptitude was limited. However, Wei Ziyuan was a true prodigy, endowed with exceptional talent. Gazing at Wei Ziyuan's calm and resolute expression, he felt a twinge of admiration. Ziyuan, how do you feel? Feng inquired with concern. Wei Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed with excitement, Master, I feel fantastic. This legendary cultivation technique you taught me. Feng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Calm down, my boy. First, cleanse the impurities from your body. I shall wait for you downstairs. As Wei Ziyuan caught a whiff of the pungent odor from the black crystalline residue on him, his stomach churned, and he nearly retched. He hurriedly turned on the shower and quickly washed himself off. Before long, Feng saw Wei Ziyuan descending the stairs and waved him over to the sofa, smiling warmly as he said, Ziyuan, you have now entered the early stage of qi refinement. Here are several bottles of elixirs that will benefit your cultivation and enhance your progress. But remember, do not be overly eager for quick results. With that, he handed Wei Ziyuan 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills and 1 bottle of breaking through pills. Wei Ziyuan accepted the elixirs with immense joy, ready to express his gratitude, but Feng raised his hand to stop him. Ziyuan, at this moment, I have a task for you. It is midday now, and before dinner, I want you to spend 1 million Huaxia coins. You may buy anything you desire, but you must spend it all. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng transferred 1 million Huaxia coins to his WeChat. Wei Ziyuan's eyes widened as he fixated on the screen of his phone, seemingly attempting to etch that string of numbers into his memory. 1 million. This astronomical figure left him utterly stunned. Having lived with his grandmother, he had never encountered such a sum. His throat felt parched, rendering him momentarily speechless. He had never imagined he would possess such immense wealth, and in a daze, he instinctively walked outside. Watching Wei Ziyuan's departing figure, Feng wore a smug smile, softly murmuring, being my disciple is not so simple. If you can't even spend money, how can you navigate the world? He couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, at an orphanage in Jin City, Yuan cradled the adorable Nyonyo and, alongside Lin Wanqiu, directed several large trucks as they slowly entered the premises. At that moment, a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, bounced over to the director, excitedly exclaiming, Director Mama, so many trucks have arrived outside. It must be kind uncles and aunts coming to help us. You should go take a look. Ding Hongmei hurriedly reached the entrance and indeed spotted several large trucks parked steadily in the yard. Eagerly, she scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, a familiar and warm face came into view. Ding Hongmei nodded joyfully. Her eyes filled with emotion and satisfaction as she murmured, You children always keep this home in your hearts. I believe those little ones will be overjoyed to see these things. At that moment, Yi Wuhan was busy directing workers to move supplies into the warehouse. Several children, around 15 or 16 years old, appeared particularly excited, eagerly assisting with the loading of items. One small boy approached Yi Wuhan, filled with gratitude, and said, "Brother Yi, thank you so much. Now, Director Mama won't have to worry about this anymore." Upon hearing the boy's words, Yi Wuhan felt a surge of doubt and asked, "Has the orphanage encountered some troublesome issue?" He fell silent and quietly walked over to Lin Wanxiu. Upon seeing him approach, Lin Wanxiu beamed with joy and enthusiastically introduced, "Wuhan, this is Ding Mama, whom I often mention. She is the director of our orphanage." After greeting Ding Hongmei, Yi Wuhan pressed on, "Ding Mama, I heard the children mention that the orphanage is struggling to maintain operations, and that it might face demolition." Ding Hongmei sighed heavily, lamenting, "Over the past year, without the donations from you children who once lived in the orphanage, it might have ceased to exist by now. After all, this is a private orphanage and not a public institution, so we do not receive government financial support. Regarding the demolition, that is a recent development. The Yuanda Group plans to construct a large logistics trade center here, and they promise to provide compensation at market value. However, that amount is insufficient to cover the costs of rebuilding a new orphanage." At that moment, Yi Wuhan felt a wave of unease wash over him. It turned out that this project had been jointly decided by Zhang Zhuwei, Qian Zhongwen, and Yi Feng. He looked apologetically at Lin Wanxiu and Ding Hongmei, saying, "The demolition is indeed necessary, but rest assured, I will do my utmost to resolve the issue with the site." Without hesitation, he dialed Yi Feng's phone number. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was leisurely sipping tea in his villa. Upon hearing the phone ring, he casually picked it up. Chapter 103. Grateful Wei Ji Yuan. Brother Wuhan, what made you think to call me? Has the Chu family made a move against you? Yi Wuhan's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied sheepishly, "Yi, the Chu family hasn't acted yet. I have a personal matter to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng became intrigued. Knowing that Yi Wuhan was a proud individual who seldom sought help from others, he couldn't resist teasing. "Could it be that after you and your sister-in-law got your marriage certificate, you found your salary insufficient? Why not just give yourself a raise? After all, you call the shots at the Huanyu company in Jin City." Yi Wuhan understood that Yi Feng was merely jesting and was not offended. He smiled slightly and continued, "Actually, this matter does relate somewhat to my sister-in-law, but it is not about salary." He then proceeded to explain the orphanage's impending demolition to Yi Feng in detail. After listening, Yi Feng fell into contemplation. A moment later, he spoke solemnly to Yi Wuhan, "Brother Wuhan, I believe the orphanage must be demolished. This is not solely our family's issue. However, I have an idea that you might consider. Brother Qian and Brother Zhang have numerous real estate projects near Donghu Resort. You might approach them about purchasing one of the sales offices to serve as the new location for the orphanage. As for the funds to acquire the sales office, let the company cover it. This way, the orphanage will fall under the company's umbrella, and in the future, the company will be responsible for its operational expenses, while Aunt Ding will continue as the director." Yi Wuhan's eyes brightened. This not only resolved the orphanage's new location, but also alleviated future operational concerns. "Brother Yi, my sister-in-law and I genuinely thank you." After hanging up, Yi Wuhan eagerly shared the good news with Lin Wanxiu and Ding Hongmei. Upon hearing it, both were extraordinarily excited. Nearly speechless, Wei's grandmother watched her grandson's exuberance with a kind smile, pulling a clean handkerchief from her pocket to gently wipe the sweat from Wei Ji Yuan's forehead. Lightly chiding, "You always spend money so recklessly. Just keep the money I give you for yourself. There's no need to buy me things." However, Wei Ji Yuan happily explained, "Grandma, this isn't money you gave me. This is from my master. Inside, there are new clothes and shoes I bought for you, already placed on the bed." Upon hearing this, Wei's grandmother's expression turned serious as she quickly interjected, "Your master teaches you skills because he thinks highly of you. How could you possibly ask him for money in return? How does Grandma usually guide you? Quickly tell Grandma where these things were purchased. We need to return them at once." As Grandma unexpectedly scolded him, Wei Yuan felt deeply wronged. He mumbled defensively, "Grandma, you misunderstand me. I truly did not ask Master for money. This was a special task assigned to me by Master. He not only bought me a phone, but also provided me with a full 1 million Huaxia coins, instructing me to spend it all before dinner tonight. However, I have only managed to spend a little over 1,500 so far and cannot think of any other place to spend it. Besides, these items do not have receipts, so they cannot be returned. Grandma Wei slowly turned around and, with faltering steps, entered the room. She approached a rusty iron box, gently opened the lid, and found it filled with various denominations of banknotes. After counting them carefully several times, she cautiously took out 600 Huaxia coins. Then, Grandma Wei grasped Wei Ziyuan's hand tightly and said with determination, "Child, you must take me to your master immediately. I will personally return this money to him." Wei Ziyuan silently nodded, his heart heavy with guilt and self-reproach. Meanwhile, Feng had already instructed Bai Jie to prepare a sumptuous dinner, eagerly awaiting Wei Ziyuan's return. Upon hearing the sound of the door unlocking, he could hardly contain his curiosity and asked, "Ziyuan, how has the task I entrusted to you progressed?" With a face full of guilt, Grandma Wei trembled slightly as she spoke. "Master Ziyuan, it is entirely my fault for not guiding my grandson properly. You have diligently imparted your skills to him, yet he has dared to use your funds, which is truly disgraceful. I have come to apologize to you today. Please forgive me." Before she finished speaking, Grandma Wei pulled the 600 Huaxia coins from her pocket and thrust them into Yi Feng's hands, urging Wei Ziyuan to return the remaining money promptly. Seeing this, Yi Feng quickly replied, "Grandma Wei, I believe you are mistaken. This was a task I assigned to Ziyuan to test him." Chapter 104, Journey to Baiwa Sect. After hearing this, Yi Feng was taken aback, but mostly moved by the sentiment. He privately lamented how fortunate he was to have such a grateful disciple. "Grandma Wei, did you hear that? Ziyuan is such a filial child, full of gratitude, which is truly rare. Therefore, please keep this money. As the saying goes, a master and disciple share a bond akin to that of father and son. Spending a little money on him is nothing significant. If you insist on refusing, I may have to reconsider continuing his education." Grandma Wei hurriedly declined. "Master Ziyuan, I shall not stay for the meal. I must head out to my stall. Please take care of Ziyuan." With that, she hastily departed. Watching Grandma Wei's retreating figure, Yi Feng sighed softly and then called Wei Ziyuan to the dining table, saying earnestly, "Ziyuan, although you did not complete the task today, given your sincere filial heart, I shall not punish you. Come, let us eat." With a decision made, Yi Feng promptly dialed Hua Linger's number. "Saintus, have you been busy lately?" Hua Linger, feeling a bit helpless, candidly replied, "Elder, feel free to speak. There is no need for such formality." Yi Feng's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly laughed and explained, "It's nothing major. I was just thinking of taking my disciple to Baiwa Sect for a visit. I wonder if you are available? On the 6th. Let Xiaoqing come directly to find me tomorrow." After hanging up, he felt relaxed and at ease. Early the next morning, before the sun had risen, Xie Xiaoqing eagerly arrived at the Cloud Villa. Upon seeing her, Yi Feng warmly invited Wei Ziyuan to set off together. As they reached the car outside the villa, Yi Feng curiously asked, "Xiaoqing, is Baiwa Sect far from Modu? Are you planning to drive there?" "It's about a 5-hour drive," she replied. Yi Feng felt a bit disheartened and pressed, "Xiaoqing, is the sect short on funds? Why not take a plane? If funds are tight, feel free to let me know." Xie Xiaoqing blushed slightly and explained, "It's not that. I simply couldn't book a flight. If speed is a concern, Baiwa Sect has a teleportation array set up, but it requires high-grade spirit stones to activate." Yi Feng scoffed. "After all that, it comes down to a lack of money and resources. In the future, if you need anything, just ask me. It's no trouble." With that, he exchanged 20,000 high-grade spirit stones in a storage bag from the system mall and handed them to Xie Xiaoqing. Upon arriving at the brothel, Xie Xiaoqing led them to the tranquil courtyard where Zhao Peng and Hua Linger had once met. She tiptoed to the corner and placed a high-grade spirit stone into the hollow of the stone slab, softly advising, "Elder, you may experience a slight dizziness shortly. Please bear with it." With that, the three stepped onto the teleportation array. As the spirit stones instantly turned to ashes and dispersed, a brilliant light flashed, and they found themselves inside Baiwa Sect. At that moment, Sect Master Huali, along with 3 elders, was already waiting by the teleportation array. The previous day, Huali had received news from Hua Linger that Yi Feng would visit the sect today. Therefore, upon receiving reports of teleportation activity, she hastened to welcome him. "Welcome, esteemed elder, to Baiwa Sect." Before long, they arrived at the grand and magnificent main hall. Once everyone was seated, Yi Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "Sect Master, are there truly no experts in our sect beyond the Golden Core stage?" Huali sighed lightly and explained helplessly, "Since the spiritual energy on this continent has been increasingly depleted, once someone breaks through to the Golden Core stage, their cultivation becomes stagnant. To continue their practice and advance, one must venture to the mysterious Kunlun Peak and use the teleportation array there to reach the legendary spirit realm. In this world, reaching the early golden core stage is already considered the pinnacle. A hint of sadness and concern for the future flickered in her eyes. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the spiritual energy of the current world was so thin that it had nearly reached a point where cultivation was impossible. Only hidden places like Baiwa sect could barely sense the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Chapter 105. Striving for the golden core after careful consideration, Yifeng resolved, Sect Master, I would like my disciple to stay in the sect for some time to cultivate. I kindly request a respected elder to spare some time to guide him. To be candid, I lack experience in educating disciples. Furthermore, I wonder if our sect possesses any secret realms that could accelerate his cultivation progress. Of course, I will prepare a generous amount of resources as compensation. I assure you, the sect will not be at a loss. Hearing this, Yifeng felt an overwhelming joy and quickly replied, If the Grand Elder personally teaches Yuan, that would be absolutely wonderful. Rest assured, I will not let you toil for nothing. With that, he promptly took out 3 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, 1 breaking through pill, and 50 high-grade spirit stones, presenting them to the Grand Elder. Upon seeing such generous rewards, the elders were all tempted. The second elder, Hua Rong, and the third elder, Hua Mengyu, were equally eager. Chiming in, Elder, we would also be very willing to teach Yuan. Yifeng felt a surge of delight, thinking this was an excellent opportunity to earn points. Without hesitation, he readily agreed and generously handed them 3 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, 1 breaking through pill, and 50 high-grade spirit stones. Standing nearby, Huazi was equally moved and almost wished to personally step in to teach Huazi Yuan. However, due to her reservations about her status as the sect leader, she ultimately hesitated to compete with the 3 elders for this opportunity. Nevertheless, the envy that flickered in her eyes was unmistakably captured by Yifeng. Turning to Huazi, Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently inquired, Esteemed leader, does your esteemed sect possess any vacant pavilions or residences? I am interested in acquiring a place for Ji Yuan to reside and cultivate here. Yifeng had initially planned to seize this opportunity to accrue more points, and thus, he could not accept any gifts from others. He quickly waved his hand to decline, saying, Leader, that would be most inappropriate. How could I dare to take advantage without cause? Moreover, these resources are not particularly substantial to me. You need not refuse. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly produced 100 premium spirit stones and presented them to Huazi. Without hesitation, Huazi accepted the gift and led Yifeng towards the Flower Appreciation Pavilion. Yifeng gazed at the exquisite 3-story pavilion, his heart brimming with joy. Huazi elaborated, Elder, this Flower Appreciation Pavilion is equipped with a spirit-gathering array that can accumulate spiritual energy, and there are 3 clever maidservants at your service. Is there anything you feel is lacking? If so, I will promptly arrange it. The title costs 200,000 premium spirit stones. Please convey this to the members of the sect, Yifeng stated. Huazi and the 3 elders looked at Yifeng in astonishment, inwardly speculating whether Yifeng had suffered a blow to his intellect, as he was willing to exchange 200,000 premium spirit stones for a mere title. However, in an instant, they realized that this esteemed elder was cleverly seeking a reason to donate resources in light of the sect's scarcity. The 3 understood and together bowed deeply to Yifeng, expressing their gratitude. Yifeng was somewhat perplexed by their actions. He had merely intended to accumulate some points, yet they were so deeply moved. Was it not sufficient? It seemed the sect was indeed facing considerable difficulties. Leader, esteemed elders, is it that the spirit stones are insufficient? If so, I can increase the amount, he offered. The 4 quickly replied, Ye Pavilion Master, it is enough. Truly, it is sufficient. No need to increase any further. This is already a considerable amount. Hearing their words, Yifeng felt a twinge of regret, realizing he would have to find other ways to accrue points. He then exchanged 200,000 premium spirit stones, handing them to Huazi as he said, Leader, does our 100-flower sect have a suitable place for a breakthrough? I wish to attempt a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. After a moment's contemplation, Huazi responded, Pavilion Master Yi. Deep within our sect lies a legacy defensive formation where the sect's strong practitioners make breakthroughs. I shall take you there. Huazi guided Yifeng to the depths of the 100-flower sect, pointing to a massive formation not far away, saying, Pavilion Master Yi, it is right here. This formation can isolate external disturbances, allowing you to focus on your breakthrough. We shall take our leave now. Yifeng nodded slightly in understanding. Once the others departed, he immediately conversed with the system. System, how many points are required to enhance my qualifications to premium level? Host, this requires at least 1 billion points. Yifeng's gaze swept over the data panel before him. Upon seeing his massive total of over 2 billion points, he did not hesitate for a moment and decisively expended a full 1 billion points to elevate his qualifications. In an instant, he felt a tremendous transformation occurring within his body. Without delay, he swallowed the prepared breakthrough pill. Positioned before the formation, Yifeng sat cross-legged with steady composure, closing his eyes and concentrating on operating the chaotic true scripture. As the technique commenced, the previously scattered spiritual energy within him seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, gradually converging into an overwhelmingly powerful torrent, continuously gathering and compressing in a single direction. However, at that moment, Yifeng sensed a depletion of spiritual energy within him. Thus, he swiftly consumed 3 gathering pills. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual power erupted like a tide, filling his entire being. With this newfound vigor, Yifeng pressed forward, launching a vigorous assault toward the golden core realm. After experiencing multiple compressions, it was unclear how long had passed, but at last, a golden core, resembling a pigeon's egg and radiating dazzling brilliance, took form in his dantian. Yet before Yifeng could revel in his success, a dense, ominous cloud descended without warning. Chapter 106. Heavenly Tribulation. This cloud was extraordinarily thick, seemingly harboring boundless destructive power, rapidly expanding and enveloping the surrounding realm. Yifeng's expression changed abruptly as he felt a potent sense of crisis wash over him. He immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within, attempting to resist the sudden onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. However, the aura of the heavenly tribulation was overwhelmingly formidable, akin to an unstoppable torrent. Yifeng's body began to tremble. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, resembling a ferocious beast with its gaping maw aimed directly at the ground. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the once impenetrable defensive formation crumbled in an instant, scattering into countless fragments. Yet, the terrifying heavenly thunder did not relent. It plummeted with astonishing speed, striking Yifeng's body with unerring precision. Despite having been weakened by layers of the defensive formation, the energy contained within the heavenly thunder remained immensely powerful. Delivering a crushing blow to Yifeng, he felt an excruciating pain, as though his very bones might shatter. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the sky where the heavenly tribulation continued to amass power, feeling an inner frustration. He realized that his breakthrough had been far too hasty, leaving him completely unprepared to face the tribulation. However, time was of the essence, leaving no room for excessive contemplation. Just then, 3 more ferocious bolts of heavenly thunder descended like razor-sharp swords, striking directly at Yifeng. The overwhelming impact rendered him incapable of resistance, and he was sent crashing to the ground, suffering unprecedented injuries. Lying on the ground, Yifeng was consumed by anxiety, acutely aware that if he could not swiftly recover from his injuries, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the forthcoming, even more intense, tribulation assaults. Thus, he called out, "System, is there any elixir that can rapidly heal my wounds?" Moments later, a cold voice resonated in his mind. "Host, the Great Recovery Pill is extremely effective for your current condition. Each bottle is priced at 200,000 points and contains 10 pills." Without hesitation, Yifeng decided to exchange for a bottle. At this moment, nothing was more crucial than preserving his life. He swiftly accessed the system interface, completed the transaction, and swallowed 1 Great Recovery Pill. As the pill descended his throat, a warm current spread throughout his body, and the previously agonizing wounds began to heal gradually, his strength slowly returning. With the aid of the elixir, Yifeng barely managed to endure 2 of the terrifying heavenly tribulations. He understood, while that relying solely on elixirs to withstand the 3 subsequent, even more powerful heavenly tribulations was nearly impossible. At this moment, his only hope lay with the mysterious and formidable system. "System, please inform me of any method that can assist me in overcoming this heavenly tribulation," Yifeng implored anxiously. "Host, there are indeed many methods. The simplest is to expend all of your current points, and this system will personally intervene to annihilate the heavenly tribulation for you. Of course, you may also choose to purchase defensive spiritual treasures, talismans, or other artifacts to enhance your strength." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that within the system space, there still remained the intermediate attack and defense talismans previously awarded to him. Those were treasures capable of withstanding the assaults of formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Without hesitation, Feng swiftly retrieved 2 talismans from the system space and immediately infused them with a pure essence of spiritual energy. Subsequently, with a forceful flick, he hurled the dazzling intermediate attack talisman towards the impending heavenly tribulation. In an instant, an unparalleled surge of power shot forth like a brilliant meteor, soaring towards the heavens. This formidable force was irresistible, effortlessly shattering the terrifying heavenly tribulation that had gathered above. The sky, once shrouded in darkness, regained its clarity in the blink of an eye. Feng gazed blankly at the dissipating tribulation, murmuring to himself, "Is this the end?" "Host, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Feng replied in a daze, "Let's start with the bad news. Due to the dispersal of the heavenly tribulation, you will not receive the gifts from the heavens and earth. And what is the good news? You have successfully preserved your life." Feng, left speechless, responded, "Is that all? Shouldn't you mention that consuming points could grant me gifts from the heavens and earth?" "Congratulations, host, you are correct. Spending 100 million points can yield a standard gift, while 500 million points can provide the highest grade gift of the golden core stage." Without hesitation, Feng opted for the highest grade gift, realizing through this tribulation that nothing was more precious than life itself. After all, what good were points if he were to perish one day? Suddenly, a soft and warm light descended like a gossamer veil, enveloping him completely. This exquisite sensation elicited an involuntary sigh of pleasure from Feng. Under the enchanting radiance, his body underwent a profound transformation, experiencing unprecedented enhancement and fortification in muscles, bones, meridians, and even in the most mysterious depths of his soul. As time quietly passed, after a full day, Feng gradually opened his eyes and awakened. He immediately felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, and after careful examination, he was thrilled to discover that he had reached the pinnacle of the early golden core stage. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence, believing that no adversary in this world could rival him. Even a concerted attack by multiple foes would likely prove ineffective. Feng casually retrieved a brand new garment from the system space, quickly changing into it and discarding the tattered rags that even a beggar would scorn. After tidying himself up, he set off towards the direction of the 100 Flowers sect. Not long into his journey, Feng suddenly halted, patting his forehead. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? Now that I have entered the golden core stage, I should be able to wield a flying sword and soar through the skies." Resolving this, he decisively exchanged for a sword control technique manual and a mid-grade spiritual weapon flying sword from the system shop. After a brief study, Feng gracefully leaped onto the flying sword, commanding it to transform into a streak of light as he sped towards the 100 Flowers sect. Chapter 107. The arrival of the 5 Poisons Elder. Feng had initially planned to glide in on his flying sword, making a grand entrance at the 100 Flowers sect. However, what lay before him was a scene of utter chaos within the sect. He hurriedly made his way to the main hall. Upon entering, he called out, "Sect Master Hua, what on earth has happened? Why is the sect in such disarray?" Huazi, upon seeing Feng, was momentarily taken aback, her voice trembling slightly. "Lord Yi, you've actually broken through in your cultivation?" Feng understood that Mu Qingyu was a powerhouse at the golden core stage, and the 5 Poisons Elder who had injured her was certainly no ordinary foe. As this thought crossed his mind, he retrieved a vial of detoxification pills from the system space and tossed it to Huazi, instructing, "Quickly take this to the Grand Elder. It should have some effect. If that 5 poison scoundrel dares to come knocking, do not worry. I will take care of him personally." Huazi, not daring to delay, quickly caught the pills, thanked Feng, and rushed off to administer them to Mu Qingyu. Feng smiled, nodding in approval of Wei Ziyuan's efforts, but reminded him not to become complacent. In the path of cultivation, only by maintaining humility and striving for improvement can one achieve success. Wei Ziyuan repeatedly agreed, and then began to share his insights and confusions regarding his recent training. Feng listened patiently, offering guidance at opportune moments. And the mentor and disciple enjoyed a spirited exchange. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. A disciple rushed in, breathless, reporting to Lord Yi, "It's bad. The 5 Poisons Elder has come to attack." Feng's expression turned cold as he rose, confirming, "So he has indeed arrived. Come, let us see." With that, he stepped outside, followed closely by Wei Yuan. Upon reaching the sect's square, they found numerous disciples poised for battle, while ahead stood an elderly man cloaked in black robes. Radiating a formidable aura, the Five Poisons Elder. Elder Hua Mengdai quickly approached Yi Feng, saying, "Lord Yi, please subdue this scoundrel." Yi Feng's brow furrowed as he replied, "Leave this to me. You lead the disciples away to avoid any collateral damage." With that, he drew his flying sword, advancing towards the Five Poisons Elder. Upon seeing Yi Feng's approach, the elder smirked coldly and swiftly employed his peculiar movement technique to easily evade Yi Feng's attack. Yi Feng's heart sank. Realizing the opponent was formidable, he concentrated his energy and commanded the flying sword to strike again. The Five Poisons Elder unleashed a torrent of green poison gas, clashing with Yi Feng's sword, producing a hissing sound. The atmosphere was tense, both sides refusing to yield. At that moment, Yi Feng silently activated his technique, unleashing the chaotic sword technique. Incanting swiftly, a brilliant light erupted from him, and the flying sword transformed into a shooting star aimed at the Five Poisons Elder. Seeing this, the elder did not dare to underestimate it, quickly summoning all his strength for defense. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of Yi Feng's strike, being sent flying several meters. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Five Poisons Elder steadied himself, surprise flickering in his eyes, but he soon regained his composure. Wiping the blood from his lips, he sneered, "I didn't expect you to possess such abilities. But today, the Hundred-Flower sect is doomed." With that, he waved his hands, releasing even more poison gas from within him, which quickly enveloped the area. Yi Feng held his breath, activating his protective energy to fend off the corrosive miasma. He understood the Five Poisons Elder's danger and knew he had to find a way to defeat him quickly, or the consequences would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng decided to take a risk and unleash his ultimate technique. He formed a seal, chanting an incantation, his body shimmering with extraordinary light as a powerful force gathered within him. He then pointed his sword at the sky and roared, "Chaotic sword technique, shatter the enemy." The flying sword transformed into a colossal beam of sword light, charging towards the Five Poisons Elder with the might to obliterate the heavens. The elder, sensing this terrifying power, turned grave. He exerted all his energy to repel the sword light, but the beam pierced through his poison barrier with ease, heading straight for him. The Five Poisons Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the sword light breach his chest. He attempted to speak, but no sound emerged, and ultimately, he collapsed helplessly to the ground. With the fall of the Five Poisons Elder, the looming crisis over the Hundred-Flower sect was finally lifted. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into joyous smiles. Yi Feng sheathed his flying sword and gazed at the crowd in the distance, proclaiming in a clear voice, "Everyone, do not approach. There are still remnants of toxic gas in this area." Wei Yuan scratched his head, grinning as he exclaimed, "Master, that move you just performed was truly remarkable. When can I learn it?" Yi Feng patted his shoulder and laughed. "You're quite eager, aren't you? Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall teach you the chaotic sword technique." Wei Yuan nodded excitedly, declaring, "I understand. I will dedicate myself to my cultivation and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible." Chapter 108. Return to Magic City after pondering for a moment. Wei Yuan stated, "Master, today should be the 28th day." Once the call was connected, Yi Feng anxiously awaited the other party to answer. Finally, Li Xiaona's voice came through. "Feng Ge, where have you been? Do you know that your phone has been out of service these days? I was so worried, fearing something had happened to you." Li Xiaona spoke with a quivering voice. "Do you have any idea how difficult these days have been for me? I really miss you." The following morning, Yi Feng rose early and called for Wei Yuan, preparing to bid farewell to Huazi. Just as he stepped out of the door, he spotted Huazi supporting a middle-aged, beautiful woman approaching. The woman had an exquisite appearance and an elegant demeanor, exuding an extraordinary aura with every gesture. Huazi quickly stepped forward to introduce, "Yi Pavilion Master, this is my master, the esteemed Elder Mu Qingyu of our Hundred-Flowers sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's heart jolted, and he hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Mu Qingyu smiled in return, her eyes filled with gratitude as she softly said, "Yi Pavilion Master, I am deeply indebted to you for your assistance. Not only did you save my life, but you also rescued the entire Hundred-Flower sect. Such great kindness cannot be repaid. If you ever need my help, I shall do my utmost." Seeing her gratitude, Yi Feng did not hesitate to retrieve a bottle from his system space containing the last 2 great recovery pills, presenting them to Mu Qingyu with sincerity. Here are 2 pills, please accept them. They will aid in your swift recovery. He then turned to Huazi, saying, Sect Master, I have some personal matters to attend to and hope you can assist me in activating the teleportation array. As they arrived at the building's entrance, Yi Feng harnessed his formidable spiritual sense, directing his gaze toward the location of Huanyu Investment. He noticed Shen Haoyue busy in the CEO's office, attending to various tasks, while Wang Chao was conspicuously absent. After nodding to the security guard at the entrance, Yi Feng stepped into the elevator leading to the top floor. Upon the elevator doors opening, Yi Feng stepped out. The moment Shen Haoyue spotted him, she set her work aside and complained with mild annoyance. Ah, my esteemed boss Yi. You've been missing for almost an entire month. This is quite irresponsible of you. Aren't you worried about our company being acquired? Shen Haoyue, aware of his plans, elaborated on the current state of the company. The pressure from the Chu family alliance on our group's subsidiaries has intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Following your previous instructions, we have successfully allowed them to acquire nearly 1/3 of our assets. Moreover, I discreetly acquired 7 of the shares from both the Chu and Han families. Yi Feng nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. It was evident that the opposing side had expended considerable resources, and now it was time for him to act. Haoyue, strategically disseminate some unfavorable rumors about us to entice them to invest fully in the acquisition. Meanwhile, I will instruct Yi Hongfei to initiate the absorption of the several groups in Port City. By the way, why haven't I seen Wang Chao? Where has that rascal gone? Yi Feng suddenly recalled and inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng realized his oversight and chuckled apologetically. Oh dear, I truly forgot about that. Very well, since that's the case, I will trouble you to continue managing the company. Also, arrange for someone to help me establish a charitable foundation, initially investing 10 billion. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Yi Feng turned and departed. Chapter 109. Assessing Li Xiaona's qualifications. As soon as Yi Feng stepped out of the Qingji building, his phone rang urgently. Upon checking the screen, it was a call from Xiaopeng. Feng Ge, I finally got through to you. Where have you been living it up? You didn't invite me along. I've been in Magic City for a month, spending my days either in bars or flirting with girls, feeling like I'm wasting my youth. Hearing Xiaopeng's mildly resentful tone, Yi Feng couldn't help but tease. Haha, isn't this the life you've always dreamed of? Just fun and flirting with girls. Xiaopeng laughed in response, self-deprecatingly acknowledging, hey, you're right. But Feng Ge, are you free now? How about we go out for some fun? Xiaopeng quickly grasped the implication, flashing an understanding smile. Got it. You just take your time with your wife. Whenever you're free, remember to call me. After ending the call, Yi Feng made his way swiftly to Fengming Pavilion. Upon his arrival, Zhou Muyo had already been waiting and, seeing Yi Feng, promptly approached with respect. Mr. Yi, you've finally arrived. The private room is ready. I'll take you upstairs immediately. Once inside the private room, Yi Feng signaled Zhou Muyo to order a few of Li Xiaona's favorite dishes and then sent her the room number. Before long, Li Xiaona rushed in, her expression anxious. Upon seeing Yi Feng, she dashed into his embrace like a little bird, softly murmuring, Feng Ge, where have you been? I missed you so much. I was really worried you would leave me. Yi Feng tenderly caressed her silky hair, gently reassuring her, silly girl, don't think such things. How could I ever leave you? This trip was indeed a bit special, but I promise I won't let you lose track of me again. Now sit down quickly. My stomach has been growling. Li Xiaona giggled, sitting beside Yi Feng, playfully chiding, you're such a charmer. The dishes soon arrived, and Yi Feng persistently served her, insisting, eat more, you're looking thin. Li Xiaona happily ate her meal. Yi Feng gazed tenderly at Li Xiaona's radiant smile, softly reminding her, Xiaona, the new semester is about to begin, so you must work hard to complete your remaining credits. As for the charitable foundation, I've already assigned Haoyue to handle it. I'm sure it will be settled soon. Yi Feng leaned closer to Li Xiaona, a playful smile curling his lips as he proposed. If you want me to accompany you to the class reunion, then you must first give me a sweet kiss. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona did not hesitate. She tiptoed and quickly planted a light kiss on Yi Feng's cheek, gleefully declaring, Feng Ge, see? I've kissed you. So you absolutely cannot go back on your word. Yi Feng chuckled, nodding and gently pinching her cheek. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises. As Li Xiaona bombarded him with questions, Yi Feng exhibited no intention of concealing anything. A mysterious smile played on his lips as he waved his right hand gently. In an instant, the water cup that had been quietly resting on the table soared toward his palm as if enchanted. The astonishing scene left Li Xiaona utterly speechless, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before her. Feng, is this magic? She stammered, her voice tinged with incredulity, as though witnessing the most unbelievable spectacle in the world. Her voice trembled, as if shaken by a powerful enchantment, casting doubt on her own eyes, questioning whether she was witnessing an illusion. This is no mere trick. Yifeng smiled and said, Xiaona, I have something to reveal to you. In truth, I am a cultivator. Li Xiaona's mouth fell open in astonishment. A cultivator? Aren't they only found in novels? Yifeng nodded. Indeed, but cultivators exist in reality. My recent journey took me to the Baihua sect in Hunan province. Li Xiaona still found it hard to believe. Can you fly? Will you teach me? Yifeng chuckled. Of course, but cultivation is not an easy path. It requires both talent and long-term dedication. Li Xiaona exclaimed with enthusiasm. No matter how difficult it is, I am determined to learn. I want to become a cultivator too. Yifeng gazed at Li Xiaona, whose face radiated excitement and anticipation, and silently issued a command to the system. System, please check if Li Xiaona possesses the qualifications for cultivation. Soon, the system provided feedback. Name, Li Xiaona. Qualification: low-grade comprehension, low-grade fortune, upper grade. After carefully reviewing Li Xiaona's qualifications, Yifeng took a deep breath, turned to her, and softly said, Xiaona, I have just checked your qualifications. To put it bluntly, your abilities barely touch the threshold of cultivation. If you truly decide to embark on this path, you may need to exert more effort and face greater hardships than others. However, your fortune is rather good, which might somewhat compensate for your deficiencies in qualifications. Chapter 110, Li Xiaona's Class Reunion. Li Xiaona stared intently at Yifeng, her eyes shimmering with determination, and sincerely said, Brother Feng, I am not afraid of hardship. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation because I wish to accompany you for a longer time. So, when do you plan to start teaching me? Li Xiaona blinked playfully. Brother Feng, we made a promise. You must not go back on your word, otherwise, I shall ignore you. Yifeng suddenly pulled Li Xiaona tightly into his embrace, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he teased, Little girl, how dare you threaten me? It seems I must discipline you properly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he carried her straight to the room. After an exhilarating and passionate encounter, Li Xiaona lay like a gentle kitten on Yifeng's broad and sturdy chest, softly murmuring, Brother Feng, being with you makes me truly happy. As long as you are by my side, I am the happiest person in the world. Yifeng wrapped his arms around her delicate form and leaned in close to her ear, whispering, Do not worry, I will forever be by your side. Now, go wash up, your class reunion is about to begin. Li Xiaona pouted playfully, I want Brother Feng to carry me. A princess carry. Yifeng obliged, carrying her into the bathroom and carefully placing her on the sink. He turned on the faucet, adjusted the water temperature, and gently helped her wash her hair. Li Xiaona closed her eyes, enjoying the sensation of water cascading over her scalp. After rinsing her hair, Yifeng softly dried it with a towel, then picked her up again and exited the bathroom. Wow, Brother Feng, you look so handsome. Li Xiaona gazed at him with adoring eyes. Yifeng chuckled, All right. Hurry and change your clothes, or we will be late. Li Xiaona nodded and dashed off to change. As Yifeng watched her retreating figure, his heart brimmed with happiness. After both had dressed elegantly, they drove towards the venue of the reunion, Xingshan Garden. Upon arriving, they parked the car steadily in front of the entrance and entered the spacious, well-lit hall together. Upon stepping inside, Yifeng was captivated by the decor that blended futuristic and elegant elements, a smile breaking on his face as he exclaimed, Xiaona, it seems your old classmates are quite prosperous. Choosing such an extravagant venue for the gathering is indeed generous. As they pushed the door open, they found a crowd already assembled. At that moment, a beautiful girl with neat short hair spotted Li Xiaona and immediately approached her, greeting her with enthusiasm. Xiaona, you finally made it. It's been so long since we last met. This charming gentleman must be your boyfriend? Yes, absolutely handsome. Turning to Yifeng, she playfully asked, Handsome guy, I'm Zheng Xia, a good friend of Xiaona's. Would you mind if I had another girlfriend? Li Xiaona rolled her eyes dramatically, exasperatedly retorting, Xia, this is my boyfriend, Yifeng. You better not get any funny ideas, or I won't be so polite. Zheng Xia feigned a look of regret, dramatically acting heartbroken as she replied, Oh dear, Xiaona, you shouldn't be like this. Back in high school, I always shared my good things with you. Now that you have a boyfriend, you want to share him with me? She turned to Yifeng, asking, Could you lend me your girlfriend for a moment? Without waiting for an answer, she took Li Xiaona by the arm and led her toward the crowd. Yi Feng watched helplessly as they walked away and sat down on a nearby sofa, feeling quite bored, while he observed the other attendees. He soon noticed two piercing gazes fixated on Li Xiaona. One belonged to Mu Tong, who he had encountered before, glaring at Li Xiaona with resentment. The other was a man clad in designer clothing, whose demeanor was rather unsavory. Yi Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. He thought to himself that these two should refrain from any mischief, or they would surely receive a lesson they would not forget. As more people arrived, the class monitor, Chai Hongyue, stood up and spoke. Classmates, it seems we are nearly all here. Please find a seat quickly. Her voice was melodious, like a gentle spring breeze brushing against everyone's ears. The attendees responded promptly, seeking out familiar faces to sit with. At that moment, Li Xiaona rushed back, tightly grasping Yi Feng's hand, and together they found a suitable seat. Before long, a series of exquisite and delicious dishes were presented on the table, their aromas tantalizing and mouth-watering. Suddenly, a man with a lecherous expression, Wang Fugue, stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Hello, classmates. It's been a while. I'm particularly happy today, so I proudly announce that I will cover all expenses tonight. Waiter, bring the drinks." As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Yi Feng. Those seated beside Wang Fugue immediately chimed in, flattering him with praise. "Wang Xiao, you truly are the heir of Tianyu Construction. Such generosity. Indeed, Wang Xiao, your presence commands the room. Wang Xiao's charm is simply irresistible. Anyone fortunate enough to be with you is undoubtedly a winner in life." Zhang Xia, sitting next to Li Xiaona, smiled at Yi Feng and said, "Yi, the handsome guy. Wang Fugue is the heir of Tianyu Construction. He pursued Xiaona for quite some time back then. Given his demeanor today, it's clear he still has feelings for her, so you'd better be cautious." "I'm not too bad either. Consider me." Chapter 111. The arrogant Wang Fugue Tianyu Construction? Yi Feng frowned, pondering for a while, but his mind remained blank. Clearly, this company did not leave a profound impression on him. It hardly qualifies as a grand and illustrious enterprise. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Xia, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said nonchalantly, "Thank you for your reminder, but a character like that truly fails to capture my interest." Li Xiaona chimed in. "Indeed, that Wang Fugue is utterly insufferable. He used to pester me incessantly, and he is nothing more than a boorish brute, relying on a bit of family wealth. He flits about, courting women. Such a man is beneath my notice." Zhang Xia nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Sooner or later, this fellow will meet his downfall amidst a horde of women. Oh, handsome Yi, why not consider me? Just think, if Xiaona and I could serve you together, it would be quite exhilarating." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He stole a glance at Li Xiaona beside him, inwardly reflecting on how bold and unrestrained this friend of hers truly was to utter such audacious words. Yet, upon further contemplation, there seemed to be a certain charm in it. However, Li Xiaona shot Yi Feng a fierce glare and then turned to Zhang Xia, saying, "Hey, stop joking around with Feng Ge. If he takes you seriously, you'll be in quite the predicament." Zhang Xia shrugged nonchalantly. "If he takes it seriously, so be it. In the future, you can be the one in charge, and I'll play the supporting role, right, sister?" At that moment, Wang Fugue was basking in the flattery of those around him, with several single women exchanging flirtatious glances and playful banter. He shifted his gaze toward where Li Xiaona was, noticing her engaged in conversation without a care in the world, and his expression darkened instantly. He then raised his glass and strode directly towards the trio. "Xiaona, long time no see. You still look as lovely as ever, always making my heart race. I wonder who this gentleman beside you is." Li Xiaona cast him a disdainful glance and coldly replied, "Wang Fugue, don't call me Xiaona. We're not familiar. This is my beloved husband. Are you satisfied now? Please, just leave us alone." Wang Fugue scrutinized Yi Feng from head to toe, silently thinking, "Humph, he is merely a slightly more handsome fellow, a bit taller. Although he wears designer clothes, he can't possibly be as wealthy as I am." He then inquired, "So, brother, where do you work? It's tough finding a job these days. If you're unemployed, you can follow me. I can toss you a few coins." Li Xiaona, understanding the unspoken cue, playfully echoed Yi Feng's words, "Exactly. Don't worry, Feng Ge. From now on, I'll work hard to provide for our family, ensuring you're well-fed and healthy." At that moment, Zhang Xia, unable to contain her excitement, interjected playfully, "Oh, our handsome Yi can rest assured. If Xiaona can't support you alone, I'm here too. We can take care of you together. Hee hee. Being able to see such a charming face every day is simply a delight. Hearing the remarks from the two ladies, Wang Fugui's expression darkened further, as if it could drip water. He glared, pointing an accusing finger at Yifeng, and shouted in exasperation, "Do you have no shame? You shamelessly expect Xiaona to support you? You are embarrassing all men." Before he could finish, Wang Fugui abruptly pulled a card from his pocket and tossed it at Yifeng, threatening fiercely, "There's 500,000 in there. If you know what's good for you, take the money and disappear from Xiaona's sight forever. Or else, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, he continued to glare at Yifeng, his eyes flashing with anger and disdain. Yifeng held the bank card in his hand, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. He waved the card teasingly beside Li Xiaona's cheek, half smiling. "Dear wife, did you see that? I'm only worth a mere 500,000. What an insult." His expression radiated disdain. Then, with two fingers, he flicked the bank card toward Wang Fugui's feet. The card arced gracefully through the air before landing squarely on the ground. 500,000 is already quite generous. That amount should keep you frolicking in the city for a while. If you have any sense, disappear from beside Xiaona. Otherwise, you'll regret it. And let me tell you, this starry garden is owned by our boss, Wu Mingzi. He is a subordinate of the illustrious Qin Er Yi. Don't test my patience. Even if I were to break your legs, you wouldn't have any recourse. At this, Yifeng felt a twinge of surprise. So this place had some connection to Qin Lang? Wang Fugui turned out to be quite amusing, daring to use Qin Lang to intimidate him. Yet, Yifeng understood well that Qin Lang would never stoop to such a low level. Wang Fugui, observing Yifeng's astonished expression, smugly remarked, "What's wrong? Scared now? While I'm still calm, you better scram. Xiaona is not someone you can match." The onlookers, upon hearing Wang Fugui's connection to Qin Er Yi, began to flatter him even more, their smiles growing increasingly sycophantic. "Oh, Wang Xiao, you're truly impressive. To befriend a powerful family like the Qins. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Indeed, who in the city doesn't know their name? Wang Xiao, you're remarkable. Wang Xiao, don't just focus on Li Xiaona. Take a look at others too. She can be both a cute little girl and a cool, aloof lady." A heavily made-up woman cooed, casting flirtatious glances at Wang Fugui. Chapter 112. The dominant Zhao Peng watching the girl flaunting herself and Wang Fugui's repugnant demeanor, Yifeng felt a wave of irritation surge within him. Just as he was about to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. In walked a tall, handsome man. Seeing him, Mutong immediately beamed with joy, rushing forward to link her arm with his, playfully scolding, "Ping Xiao, you finally made it. My rival brought her little boy toy today. You must help me vent my frustration." She pointed in Yifeng's direction. Zhao Peng followed her gaze and froze for a moment, quickly withdrawing his arm from Mutong's soft embrace and hastening forward. "Feng Gu, what a surprise to see you here. I invited you out before, but you said you were busy. Turns out you were here with your wife at a class reunion." Wang Fugui mistakenly assumed Zhao Peng was another freeloader, and his expression soured instantly as he cursed. "Where did this little brat come from? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Today, I'm going to teach you all a lesson." Zhao Peng glanced at Wang Fugui and then at Yifeng, suspiciously asking, "Feng Gu, is this guy your friend? 500,000 to leave your wife. What?" Zhao Peng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yifeng. Wang Fugui, seeing Zhao Peng's reaction, took it as a sign of his interest and boasted, "How about it? Scared now? If you know what's good for you, take the money and scram." Yifeng let out a cold laugh, about to speak when Zhao Peng interjected, "Ha! This is hilarious. You think 500,000 would convince my brother to leave my wife? Let me tell you, even if you offer 500 billion, it's not happening." Wang Fugui's face turned green with rage, pointing angrily at Zhao Peng. "You little brat. Don't be ungrateful." Without any warning, Zhao Peng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across the face of his opponent, roaring with fury. "You little brat. Quite the audacious one, aren't you? No one has ever dared to point a finger at my nose and insult me like this. Do you truly believe you possess some sort of prowess? How presumptuous." Wang Fugui covered his cheeks with both hands, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Zhao Peng, struggling to comprehend the humiliation he was experiencing. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to bully others, never anticipating that he would be subjected to such a disgraceful affront. His complexion flushed a deep crimson, resembling that of a liver, his bloodshot eyes narrowing as he squeezed out a venomous response between clenched teeth. "Fine. You've got guts. just so you know. My elder brother Wu Mingze is a subordinate of Lord Qin. If you have the courage, don't run away. I'll call my brother here. And you'll regret this. Wang Fuguwei, seething with rage, turned on his heel and stormed off to summon Wu Mingze for support. Zhao Peng, with a disdainful expression, scoffed. Humph, who does Wu Mingze think he is? Even if he brings Lord Qin, I am not the least bit afraid. At that moment, he turned to a beautiful lady nearby and inquired with a curious smile. Pardon me, may I ask who you are? Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's interest was piqued, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he thought to himself. Ah, Feng certainly knows how to play the game, even managing to charm the sister-in-law as friend. Yi Feng, noticing Zhao Peng's lecherous grin, wasted no time in slapping him across the face, chiding, What nonsense are you thinking, you little rascal? And how did you come to know that, Mutong? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng replied, There is no deep-seated grudge. It all began when I met Xiao Na, who angered your sister-in-law and was subsequently taught a harsh lesson. This woman is not one to be trifled with, so do exercise caution. Zhao Peng listened intently, nodding solemnly, placing great trust in Yi Feng's words. It seemed that after a few days of playing with Mutong, he would have to cut ties with her. At this juncture, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with great force, as everyone gasped in astonishment. Wang Fuguwei strutted in, accompanied by a man in his 30s, and followed closely by over a dozen imposing bouncers clad in uniforms. Furious, Wang Fuguwei pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Peng, shouting, Bro, that little punk is the one who hit me. He s with that guy over there. Instantly, the once boisterous room fell silent, and fear gripped the crowd, who promptly stepped aside to avoid the impending chaos. At that moment, the class monitor, Chai Hongyue, stepped forward, addressing Wang Fuguwei with righteous indignation. Wang Fuguwei, we were classmates. Why must you escalate matters to such an embarrassing level? Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Fuguwei interrupted. Shut your mouth. This is not your place to speak. Wu Mingze then chimed in. You, brat, you hit my brother? Zhao Peng smirked. And what of it? Wu Mingze's eyes turned icy. You're quite arrogant. No one here dares to speak to me that way. Zhao Peng regarded him with utter disdain. Aren't you just a dog for Lord Qin? What is so impressive about that? Furious at this insult, Wu Mingze bellowed. You dare to insult Lord Qin. Brothers, seize him and teach him a lesson. A dozen bouncers lunged at Zhao Peng. With a swift kick, he sent the first one flying, and the fight erupted. Chapter 113. Trouble breeds trouble. Yi Feng, witnessing Zhao Peng's reckless advance, felt a surge of alarm and promptly rose to his feet. He knew that Zhao Peng was not a martial artist, and facing such a multitude would be daunting. However, just then, Yi Feng dashed forward with lightning speed, each step seeming to transcend space itself. His legs moved like a whirlwind, and within less than a minute, the once menacing bouncers lay defeated on the ground. Wang Fuguwei and Wu Mingze stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. These were professional bouncers hired at a high price by the Xingqian courtyard, including a provincial martial arts champion. How could such a formidable group be vanquished so swiftly by Yi Feng? Zhao Peng, reveling in their astonishment, approached them with a smug expression, delivering a resounding slap to each of them and taunting. Weren't you both so arrogant just moments ago? Go ahead, continue. With a look of utter contempt, he spat at their feet and boasted, Hurry up, call Lord Qin. I want to see whether he will deal with you or with me when he arrives. After throwing out a final threat, Wu Mingze stormed out, with Wang Fuguwei hastily following in pursuit. Outside the private room, Wu Mingze glared at Wang Fuguwei, his voice seething with anger. Do you even realize who those two are? Enraged, Wu Mingze moved forward, delivering a series of blows to Wang Fuguwei while cursing. You fool. Have you ever seen a pretty boy with such skills? I never imagined I had such a useless idiot under my command. He then grabbed his phone and dialed Qin Lang's number. Lord Qin, this is Wu Mingze, a member of the Modus Supercar Club. On the other end, Qin Lang recognized the name. He had personally established the Modus Supercar Club and had recruited Wu Mingze for his impressive driving skills. What is the matter? Is someone looking to join the club? No, Lord Qin, I need to report an incident. Today, I encountered two extremely arrogant individuals at Xingqian Courtyard. They not only assaulted me, but also disrespected you. Wu Mingze exaggeratedly recounted the events that had unfolded. After a moment of silence, Qin Lang pondered, in Modu, there are actually people daring enough to disrespect me? They must be tired of living. Before long, Qin Lang's voice came through again. Understood. Keep an eye on those two. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Wu Mingze immediately instructed his men to keep watch over Yi Feng and Zhao Peng. He felt a wave of satisfaction, finally believing he had the opportunity to let Qin Lang deal with those audacious fools. Shortly thereafter, Qin Lang, accompanied by his men, arrived at Xingqian courtyard in a flurry. Upon seeing Qin Lang, Wu Mingze eagerly approached, his demeanor obsequious as he said, "Ah, Lord Qin, you've finally arrived. Those two rascals are in the private room upstairs. I'll take you there right away." As he turned to lead the way, Wang Fuguei, stationed outside the private room, rushed forward to report, "Lord Qin, Mingze, those two audacious punks are right in this room. They're incredibly arrogant, even daring to refer to you as Lord Qin." Upon hearing this, Wu Mingze wasted no time. Kicking Wang Fuguei aside with a scowl, "Shut your mouth. Stop rambling and get out of my way." He then donned a flattering smile and addressed Qin Lang. "Please, follow me." As Qin Lang entered the private room, his cold gaze swept over everyone present. Under his piercing stare, no one dared to meet his eyes. All heads bowed in submission. However, when his gaze fell upon Yi Feng and Zhao Peng, he suddenly paused, then quickened his pace, striding directly towards them. Before Qin Lang could utter a word, Wu Mingze impatiently interjected, pointing at Yi Feng and Zhao Peng while loudly exclaiming, "Master Qin, it is these two rascals who not only laid hands on me, but have shown utter disrespect towards you." Yi Feng and Zhao Peng exchanged bewildered glances, internally astonished that Wu Mingze had indeed summoned Qin Lang. As the saying goes, those who seek trouble shall find it. It seemed that Wu Mingze was in for a rough time today. Without a second thought, Qin Lang delivered a resounding slap, sending Wu Mingze crashing to the ground. Wu Mingze lay there in a disheveled state, gazing vacantly at Qin Lang, his mind swirling in confusion. He could not comprehend why. After calling Qin Lang to deal with those two, he himself was the one receiving a beating. Seeing this, Zhao Peng stepped forward, mockingly addressing Qin Lang, "Cousin, your judgment appears to be quite lacking. Do you truly intend to support someone of such low character?" Zhao Peng then recounted the events leading up to this moment in great detail. Meanwhile, Wu Mingze, still sprawled on the ground, appeared ashen, utterly despondent. He could hardly fathom that the two individuals before him were actually cousins and friends of Master Qin. With a gaze filled with resentment and malice, he fixated on Wang Fuguei, who lay nearby in a similar state of disarray. Upon hearing the account, Qin Lang's gaze towards Wu Mingze grew increasingly frigid. He turned to his bodyguards and commanded, "Remove these disgraceful individuals and break one of their legs." Wu Mingze gasped in horror, scrambling to cling to Qin Lang's leg as he pleaded pitifully, "Master Qin, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance." At that moment, Qin Lang cast his eyes towards Yi Feng, seemingly awaiting his decision. Yi Feng glanced at Li Xiaona, noticing a flicker of compassion on her face, and he made up his mind. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Qin Lang, "Cousin Qin, in that case, let us refrain from breaking their legs for now. Allow them to kneel and slap themselves 100 times instead. It shall serve as a lesson." Qin Lang nodded slightly in agreement with Yi Feng's suggestion. Though his expression remained as stern as ever, he coldly commanded the two, "Did you hear that? Get on with it." With a smile, Qin Lang turned to Yi Feng and said, "Dear brother Yi, since you are here today to accompany your sister-in-law to the reunion, I will not intrude any further. Whenever you find the time, do remember to come chat with me. As for tonight's meal, let it be on my account." With that, Qin Lang turned and departed. As soon as Qin Lang had distanced himself, Zhao Peng immediately faced the others and called out, "Hey everyone, since tonight's dinner is courtesy of Master Qin, let us not hold back. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest." With Zhao Peng's words, the previously subdued atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of noise. At that moment, Yi Feng and his companions became the center of attention, with those around them rushing over, showering them with flattery. Zheng Xia whispered to Li Xiaona, "Xiaona, what background does our husband have? Even Master Qin must give him face?" Li Xiaona replied, somewhat speechless, "Xia, do you truly have designs on Brother Feng? He is the owner of Huanyu Group." Zheng Xia's mouth fell open in disbelief. Although Huanyu Group had been embroiled in negative news recently, it was still a titan in the industry. Upon hearing about Yi Feng's identity, those around them widened their eyes in astonishment and envy. "So, he is the owner of Huanyu Group. Truly remarkable for one so young. I have heard of Yi Feng's name, but I never imagined I would meet him in person today. Xiaona, you are incredibly fortunate to have such a formidable boyfriend." Li Xiaona's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she inwardly sighed, having anticipated such a reaction from her classmates once they discovered Yi Feng's true identity. However, Upon entering her home, her mood noticeably soured. She was acutely aware that the excessive warmth her classmates displayed today stemmed not from genuine affection, but rather from Feng's status. This harsh reality left her feeling quite helpless. Li Xiana sat on the sofa as Feng handed her a glass of water, inquiring with concern, "What is the matter?" "Xiana, are you still feeling unwell?" Li Xiana shook her head and grasped Feng's hand, saying, "Brother Feng, I am fine, just a bit troubled." Feng gently stroked her hair, comforting her, "Do not overthink it. Their interest lies in my status, not in you as a person. What matters more to me is you." Li Xiana looked up at Feng, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her eyes. "Brother Feng, thank you. I understand. But it still pains me." Feng enveloped Li Xiana in his arms, reassuring her, "Xiana, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Let us focus on living our own lives. In the future, surround yourself with true friends and distance yourself from the hypocrites." Li Xiana nestled against Feng, nodding in agreement. "Yes, I understand, Brother Feng." She resolved to cherish genuine friendships and not to be troubled by superficial matters any longer. Feng softly patted her back, offering solace, "Xiana, people do change, but that does not include me. Did you not ask me to teach you how to cultivate? Shall we begin now?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiana's spirits lifted, and she quickly responded, "Brother Feng, I learned slowly, so please do not criticize me." After they entered the bedroom, Feng directly instructed, "Xiana, please remove your clothes." Without further explanation, he retrieved a cleansing pill from the system space and placed it in her mouth, saying, "Xiana, it may hurt a bit. Bear with it." Before long, excruciating pain caused Li Xiana to scream. Beads of sweat cascading down her body as dark, viscous impurities began to exit her system. Approximately half an hour later, after the impurities had mostly been expelled, Feng led Li Xiana into the bathroom for a thorough rinse. Li Xiana pinched her nose as she watched the black crystals fall from her body. The odor was indescribable. After the rinse, Feng wrapped her in a towel and carried her to bed. "Xiana, how are you feeling?" Feng inquired with genuine concern. Li Xiana managed a weak smile, replying, "Brother Feng, I feel fine. I just feel much lighter." Feng nodded, "That is good. Rest for a bit. Once you regain some strength, we shall continue our cultivation." Li Xiana obediently closed her eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. As she lay there in slumber, Feng's heart brimmed with affection. He silently vowed to protect her and ensure her everlasting happiness. Chapter 115. The counterattack begins. Feng exited the room and settled onto the sofa in the villa's grand hall to rest. Bai Jia approached upon hearing the sound, respectfully announcing, "Mr. Yi, you have received an invitation from the United States." She then handed him the invitation. Feng nodded in understanding, opening the envelope to peruse its contents. It was an invitation from Global Bank for all holders of the Supreme Black Card to attend a members' conference in New City in a week. "Bai Jia, how much do you know about this Global Bank members' conference?" Feng inquired, looking up at Bai Jia. Bai Jia responded with a nod. And Feng decided not to press further, thinking that if time permitted, he would visit New City. "Xiana, have you rested well? Would you like me to have Bai Jia prepare some food for you?" Li Xiana stretched languidly, her voice soft. "Brother Feng, I am not hungry. Please teach me how to cultivate. I have been looking forward to it for so long." Feng nodded, instructing her to sit cross-legged on the bed. He transmitted the Chaos True Classic to her, using his spiritual sense, then placed his hands on her jade back, allowing a stream of spiritual energy to flow into her body, following the pathway of the technique. "Xiaona, remember this route and absorb the spiritual energy." Subsequently, Feng produced a spirit-gathering pill and placed it into her mouth. With a serious expression, Li Xiaona began to operate the cultivation method as instructed by Feng, absorbing the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the pill. Half an hour later, as the pill was completely consumed, Li Xiaona excitedly looked at Feng and said, "Brother Feng, I can feel that surge of spiritual energy. According to the method, I should have reached the initial stage of qi refinement." Feng, unable to restrain himself any longer, was captivated by Li Xiaona's enchanting figure and lunged towards her. After a night filled with passion, as dawn broke, Feng's phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. Groggy, he answered the call, and a deep, serious voice greeted him from the other end. "Li Hongfei. Hongfei, has something happened in the harbor city? The 55 equity has completely taken control of these companies. Are you planning to cut off the funding chain from Harbor City that is being used to oppose our Universal Group? More content loading, please wait. 100 billion in funds, or we will face legal action. If 100 billion is withdrawn, all their previous efforts will turn to dust, rendering everything futile. Standing nearby, Chu Mufeng observed the distressed Lu Fuda with an impassive expression and calmly remarked, "General Lu, given the current situation, we have successfully acquired nearly 45 of Universal Group's shares. With the stock price so suppressed, even if you were to liquidate all your holdings, it would not suffice to cover the 100 billion shortfall. In my opinion, it would be wiser for you to transfer all the shares of Fuda Group to that major shareholder to offset this gap. This way, not only will your personal wealth remain intact, but it may even experience considerable growth." Lu Fuda, upon hearing Chu Mufeng's words, felt a tumult of emotions but ultimately steeled himself, gritting his teeth in determination to take a gamble. He promptly dialed his secretary, conveying his decision with resolute conviction, insisting that she relay this message to the major shareholder. Chu Mufeng smiled and nodded, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. However, unbeknownst to them, all of this was under Yi Feng's control. Meanwhile, Li Hongfei stood by the window, gazing down upon the vibrant cityscape. Holding a glass of red wine, he gently swirled the liquid within. "You think you can contend with the master with such meager resources? The game has only just begun," he muttered to himself with a slight smirk. Realizing that the situation in Harbor City had stabilized, Yi Feng unhesitatingly dialed Shen Haoyue's number. Before long, a melodious voice, as crisp as a lark ascending from the valley, answered, "Mr. Yi, why are you calling me so early today? Is there something important you need to discuss?" Shen Haoyue's tone carried a hint of curiosity, yet it also conveyed respect and trust towards Yi Feng. His voice was firm and resolute, as if he had already anticipated this moment. Evidently, this series of plans had been meticulously crafted, waiting for the Chu family alliance to step into the trap step by step. Chapter 116, Grandparent-Grandchild Bond After Dressing. Yi Feng stealthily entered the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Once he was ready, he quietly opened the door and silently left the villa. Upon exiting, he headed straight for his long-unused Bugatti Divo. Settling into the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt, the engine roared to life, and the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Along the way, Yi Feng contacted Wei Ziyuan to obtain the specific address. Once he received the location, he raced through the streets and soon arrived at his destination. It was an old shanty town in the heart of the Magic City, aged and weathered. The exterior walls of the houses were marred by time, their former glory long faded. Most window panes were shattered, barely held together with tape. The roads were uneven and pockmarked, overgrown with weeds, as if narrating the passage of time. Yi Feng found a suitable parking spot nearby and parked his car steadily. He then walked towards Wei Ziyuan's home. At that moment, Wei Ziyuan, anxiously waiting at the door, spotted Yi Feng's figure from a distance, and a look of joy instantly spread across his face. He hurried forward to greet him. "Master, what brings you to my home? It's a bit humble, please don't mind it." With that, he invited Yi Feng inside. The house was modest yet impeccably tidy. Upon entering, the first thing one noticed was a simple wooden bed, neatly made with the quilt folded squarely. Beside it was a small table adorned with a lamp and some books. Though the furniture was basic, it exuded a sense of tranquility. In one corner stood a worn wardrobe, but the clothes inside were hung neatly. The walls bore no excessive decorations, save for a portrait of a great figure, adding a touch of solemnity to the room. The floor, though merely concrete, was spotless, reflecting Wei Granny's diligence. "Ziyuan, where is Granny Wei?" Yi Feng inquired, furrowing his brow with suspicion. Wei Ziyuan fell silent, merely sighing softly, the corners of his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Granny has been working tirelessly so I can continue my studies. She leaves early and returns late, working as a sanitation worker during the day and selling spicy hot pot at night. Master, I really wish I could grow up quickly to help relieve some of her burdens." Yi Feng sensed the sorrow and helplessness within Wei Ziyuan's heart. He stepped forward, gently patting Wei Ziyuan's shoulder, and earnestly reassured him, "Child, do not rush. Time will pass swiftly. You are Granny Wei's hope. You must work hard to enhance your abilities, and your studies should never be neglected. Now, I am entrusting you with an important task. I will give you a sum of money, and starting today, you are responsible for taking good care of Granny." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng transferred 100 million Huaxia coins to Wei Ziyuan. Staring at the notification of the deposit on his phone, Wei Ziyuan was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, confirming it several times before tremblingly saying to Yi Feng, "Master, this is too much. I've never seen so much money." Yi Feng chuckled and teased, "Haha, well now you have. Remember, You are my disciple. Yi Feng, how could you lack funds? In the future, when faced with issues, do not hesitate. Just throw money at it. If it doesn't work, I will help you solve it. Wei Yuan, with his voice trembling, replied, Thank you, master. I will take good care of Granny. Before he could finish his sentence, he dropped to his knees. Yi Feng, quick to react, pulled him up and sternly admonished, How many times have I told you? A man stands tall. How can one kneel so easily? Get up. Also, Yuan, I have always wanted to ask you, have you and Granny Wei been relying on each other all this time? Why have you never mentioned your parents? Yi Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, utterly unprepared for such a revelation, unsure of how to comfort the poor child before him. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Granny Wei, hunched over and moving slowly. Upon seeing Yi Feng, she quickly donned a bright smile and exclaimed, Oh, so it's Yuan's master. Please come in. Yuan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and pour a cup of tea for your master. Yi Feng quickly supported Granny Wei, concern etched on his face as he inquired, Granny Wei, your health is not well. Why are you working so hard instead of resting at home? Grandma Wei smiled and said, It's nothing. I'm just someone who cannot sit idle. Besides, Yuan is growing up and has many needs that require money. While I'm still able to work, I want to save more for him. Yi Feng sighed and replied, Grandma Wei, you shouldn't work so hard anymore. Yuan is my disciple, and I just gave him some money that should suffice for your living expenses. Grandma Wei looked at Yi Feng with gratitude and said, I can't thank you enough. Master Yuan, however, I have grown accustomed to this way of life. I worry about what will happen to Yuan if I were to leave one day. Now that you are here, I feel more at ease. Yuan, with bloodshot eyes and a choked voice, said, Grandma, you will surely live a long life. You must witness me marry and have children, so please don't speak such ominous words. Chapter 117, News from Chengwen. As soon as he sat in the car, Yi Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Zhao Peng, he answered, Brother Feng, you finally have time today. I've discovered several interesting places recently. Zhao Peng's excited voice came through. Yi Feng quickly interrupted him, speaking earnestly, Zhao Peng, I plan to launch a counterattack against the Chu and Han families in the coming days. Is your Zhao family interested in joining? Upon hearing Yi Feng discuss serious matters, Zhao Peng's tone became serious as well. He lowered his voice and said, Brother Feng, I will report this to my father and brother immediately. I believe they won't miss such a fantastic opportunity. After arriving at the villa, Yi Feng noticed that Li Xiaona had yet to rise. So he headed straight to the study, brewed a pot of tea, and began checking his messages. In the luxurious villa located in the East Lake Villa district of Jin City, Wang Fuyong sat on the spacious, bright sofa, his brow furrowed, as if burdened by endless worries. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so lost and troubled? Have you encountered some trouble? By the way, where has my mother gone? Upon hearing it was about Li Fengxia, Li Lin immediately perked up, pulling over a chair to sit down, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Uncle, please tell me what happened. Wang Fuyong sighed heavily and said helplessly, Your aunt is truly outrageous. She comes to me with a pile of strange receipts demanding reimbursement. Initially, she would just go to the hospital for medicine and then resell it, bringing me the receipts for money. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, she inadvertently sought out someone to forge documents and produced a pile of counterfeit receipts. Once I learned the truth, I could no longer reimburse her. And now she comes to my house daily to cause a scene. Li Lin stood up in anger. Uncle, this matter cannot be left unresolved and is deceiving us. We must take action to ensure she does not succeed. Wang Fuyong nodded, agreeing. Yes, I think we should consult a professional. I've had enough of Li Fengxia. Li Lin chimed in, exactly. Cousin Jiandong earns so much every year, yet she is still so greedy. My brother should teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, as Yi Feng leisurely sipped his tea, a message on his phone suddenly caught his attention. It was from their group chat, sent by Chengwen's younger brother. Hello everyone, I am Chengwen's mother. Chengwen is in trouble, and the situation is urgent. Please, we need your help. Upon reading this message, Yi Feng's heart tightened. He knew Chengwen's character well. This usually strong and independent man, who preferred to shoulder burdens alone, would have his mother send out a plea for help only if the situation were dire. Shortly after, a detailed address popped up in the group chat, accompanied by Chengwen's mother's continuous expressions of gratitude. Time was of the essence, and Yi Feng dared not delay. He swiftly departed from the villa, unhesitatingly employing his unique sword technique. Chanting incantations, a gleaming flying sword emerged and steadied itself beneath him. Yi Feng leaped onto the sword and soared like lightning towards the direction of Lu province, racing against time. Chapter 118. The angry Yifeng disregarded the expenditure of his spiritual energy and arrived at Cheng Wen's village in less than an hour. He retracted his flying sword and, after some inquiries, arrived at Cheng Wen's doorstep, gently knocking on the door. A moment later, a middle-aged woman opened the door. Her face etched with the marks of time, her skin rough and darkened, revealing the hardships of years spent laboring in the fields. Deep wrinkles adorned her forehead and around her eyes, as if carved by the burdens of life. Her hair was unkempt, likely due to a lack of time for grooming. She wore simple, faded clothing, stained with dirt and grass, and her hands were calloused, strong from years of agricultural toil. Yifeng approached, speaking softly, "Aunt, I am Cheng Wen's brother. My name is Yifeng." Cheng Wen's mother grasped Yifeng's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. The recent events had brought her to the brink of despair, and she had come seeking help on her son's behalf, never expecting anyone would actually arrive. "Child, please come in. I'll get you a glass of water," she said, turning to head into the kitchen. Yifeng sat on the sofa, feeling a heavy heart as he surveyed the surroundings. He and Cheng Wen had shared 4 years of university together, their bond akin to that of brothers. Now, faced with the sudden turmoil in his friend's family, he felt utterly perplexed. Moments later, Cheng Wen's mother returned with a steaming cup of water, handing it to Yifeng. He quickly accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt. Cheng Wen and I are the best of friends. You must tell me what has happened." As Cheng Wen's mother began to speak, her voice trembled, and her eyes glistened with tears. After a brief pause, she continued, "Not long ago, a local thug named by Zhang Yi came to our door. Without a word, he threw down 10,000 yuan and demanded that Xiaowen give up his job. Naturally, our family refused, but the next day, your uncle was inexplicably beaten at the construction site, and Xiaowen, on his way to the site, was also attacked, knocked unconscious, and ultimately found in a girl's bed. Subsequently, Xiaowen was taken away by the authorities on charges of rape, and his job was revoked due to this unfounded accusation." Yifeng quickly reassured her, "Aunt, please rest assured. These petty characters pose no threat to me. Since Cheng Wen entrusted you to seek our help, he must know we possess the strength to handle this matter." With a heart full of rage, Yifeng turned and left. At that moment, his only thought was to see Cheng Wen as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he employed his sword technique once more, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the local police station in the town. Upon arrival, Yifeng used his spiritual sense to scan the area, quickly locating Cheng Wen's figure. To his outrage, he found Cheng Wen being ruthlessly beaten by several burly men. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng's eyes turned crimson with fury, anger surging within him. What kind of rules were these? If he could not protect his own brother, what significance did his cultivation hold? With this thought, Yifeng could no longer suppress the turmoil within him. A fierce aura radiated from his entire being as he charged towards the local security office. Like a cannonball, he surged forward, scattering those who attempted to impede his progress with his overwhelming strength. In the blink of an eye, he reached Cheng Wen's side and effortlessly tore open the formidable steel door with a single hand. Filled with remorse, Yifeng addressed Cheng Wen. "I'm late, brother." Cheng Wen stared at him in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stammered. You actually killed someone. Run. Don't worry about me." At that moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the headquarters of the 9th Bureau in the heart of Kyoto. A panicked staff member rushed to Zhang Liqin, reporting urgently, "Director, we just received an emergency report from Lu Province. A suspected martial artist, Yifeng, has attacked the local security office and brutally killed 3 criminals. The local police have contacted the SWAT team and are preparing to take action to eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liqin sprang to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, immediately informed Lu Province to halt their operation. Did they not realize the catastrophic consequences of such a foolish decision? He is a grandmaster. How many exceptional elites will we lose because of this? Without hesitation, he dialed Mu Changqing's number. "Changqing, you must end your leave immediately and rush to Lu Province. You must stop the enraged Yifeng at all costs. Do not let him unleash a massacre." Chapter 119. Mu Changqing arrives, however. The armed police forces surrounding the security office were already prepared, ready to shoot Yifeng the moment he showed himself. Yifeng exuded an aura of spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier around himself as he stepped out. Bullets from sniper rifles struck the barrier without causing even the slightest ripple. Looking at the armed personnel poised for action, Yifeng spoke slowly. "Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? You have 3 minutes to withdraw, or do not blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, the highest-ranking officer on site received instructions from above and hurriedly arranged for all personnel to retreat. The representatives from the 9th Bureau in Lu Province also arrived. Relieved to find that the situation had not escalated, they approached Yi Feng, saying, "Master Yi, please do not act impulsively. Captain Mu is on his way. If you have any grievances, please, for the sake of Huaxia, calm down." Yi Feng regarded them with cold indifference, his imposing aura undiminished. "I have been quite restrained. Do not force my hand," he replied in a low voice. The 9th Bureau personnel exchanged glances, sensing Yi Feng's formidable presence and feeling a twinge of trepidation. Just then, a vehicle sped into view, halting before them. The door opened, and Mu Changqing stepped out, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he looked at Yi Feng. "Master Yi, I apologize for my tardiness," he said. Yi Feng's fury subsided slightly upon seeing Mu Changqing. "Captain Mu, I once believed that Huaxia was thriving, but I never anticipated that my brother would suffer such unjust treatment. Had I not arrived in time, he would have been brutally beaten to death. I need an explanation." He released the pressure of his golden core realm, aware that only strength could afford him an equal voice. Mu Changqing, feeling the overwhelming force, trembled as he stuttered, "Master Yi, have you broken through?" At that moment, Mu Changqing was drenched in sweat, unable to comprehend that in just a month, Yi Feng had ascended to become one of Huaxia's most formidable figures. "Rest assured, Master Yi, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. If your brother has indeed been wronged, all involved will face severe punishment for endangering national security." As Mu Changqing watched Yi Feng's retreating figure, the weight on his heart finally lifted. Thank goodness a more intense conflict was averted. The consequences would have been unimaginable. He wasted no time and quickly dialed Zhong Lichun's number. "Director Zhong, the situation is under control. Aside from the initial 3 criminals, there have been no additional casualties," he reported urgently. Zhong Lichun felt a slight relaxation but remained furrowed in thought. After all, facing a grandmaster so close to Huaxia, if he were to unleash a massacre, they could not afford to sit idly by. Yet, taking action could lead to immense losses on both sides. "Changqing, promptly investigate the origins of this matter. I refuse to believe that a powerful grandmaster would recklessly assault a local security office without cause. Report back to me as soon as you have results." Zhong Lichun commanded, his tone resolute. Mu Changqing nodded gravely. "Rest assured, Director Zhong. I will do my utmost to uncover the truth. However, there is another important matter to report. Yi Feng has successfully broken through to the Grandmaster realm and entered the Golden Core stage." Zhong Lichun's heart jolted. Golden Core stage. It was exceedingly rare for someone so young to attain such a realm. "We must clarify this matter swiftly. We cannot allow such a talent to feel disheartened." He understood Yi Feng's significance, knowing that winning him over would be a tremendous asset for Huaxia. Mu Changqing nodded solemnly, aware of the gravity of the situation. After hanging up, Zhong Lichun leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. While this incident appeared resolved, it concealed underlying dangers. He decided to meet Yi Feng in person, both to express his apologies and to gauge his stance. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, undeterred, led Cheng Wen directly into a nearby luxury car dealership. Upon entering, he wasted no time and headed straight for a brand-new Mercedes-Benz. The vehicle's robust lines and commanding presence perfectly matched Yi Feng's taste. Without hesitation, he signed the contract and settled the payment, departing amidst the admiring and flattering gazes of the staff. As they sat in the car, Cheng Wen remained in shock, muttering, "Brother, are you truly a deity? How could bullets not pierce you?" Yi Feng, understanding Cheng Wen's astonishment, patted his shoulder and jested, "Haha, little Wen, you've finally come to your senses. In truth, I am a reincarnated deity, here to rescue you." Cheng Wen, however, took Yi Feng's jest seriously, gazing at him with earnestness as he said, "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in grave danger." Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, no need for such formality between us. We are good friends. By the way, when I visited your home today, I saw your mother alone. Where is your father?" At the mention of his father, Cheng Wen's expression darkened. He replied softly, "My dad was injured at the construction site because of me. He is still in the hospital." Yi Feng gently patted his shoulder, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Do not worry. Your father will be fine, and those who harmed him will face the full weight of the law. Let us hurry to the hospital and check on him." With that, the two raced towards the hospital like a gust of wind. Before they reached the ward, Yi Feng heard the anxious voices of nurses demanding payment and Cheng Wen's mother's desperate pleas. Chapter 120. Interrogating by Zhang Yi. The nurse nodded, leading Yi Feng swiftly to the payment desk. Throughout the journey, Yi Feng remained silent, yet his eyes reflected determination and resolve. Upon reaching the desk, he quickly filled out the necessary forms, completed all relevant procedures, and without hesitation, paid for Cheng Wen's father's medical expenses. Cheng Wen's mother exclaimed with excitement. Though you are Xiaowen's brother, you are also a benefactor to our family. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Please, auntie, do not mention it. Yi Feng replied. Cheng Wen is my good brother. It is only natural for me to assist him. Supporting Cheng Wen's mother to a seat, he added. The most important matter now is uncle's health. As long as he recovers swiftly, that is all that truly matters. Wiping away tears from her eyes, Cheng Wen's mother nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right. It is indeed a blessing for Xiao Wen to have a friend like you. At that moment, the doctor entered the room. After examining Cheng Wen's father, he addressed Yi Feng and Cheng Wen's mother, saying, the patient's condition has stabilized. Now he simply needs to rest well. Upon hearing this news, both Yi Feng and Cheng Wen's mother sighed in relief. Yi Feng reassured her, Auntie, you can now rest easy. Uncle will surely recover soon. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will be there without fail. After chatting for a while longer, Yi Feng bid farewell, as he needed to first resolve his accommodation situation. Opening his phone's navigation, he quickly located a nearby hotel and drove there. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yi Feng approached the front desk, where a young and beautiful receptionist greeted him with a smile. He requested a standard room and, after receiving his room key, ascended to his floor. Entering the room, Yi Feng immediately lay down on the bed and took out his phone to call Li Xiana. Before long, Li Xiana's sweet voice came through the line, Hello, Feng Ge. Where have you run off to this time? You always take advantage and then vanish without a trace. If there's a next time, I might just ignore you. Humph. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Feng scratched his head and quickly explained, Oh, Xiaona, I am truly sorry. I had an urgent matter to attend to. Cheng Wen encountered trouble, and I rushed to Lu province to assist. Now that everything is handled, I reached out to you at the first opportunity. Please, do not be upset. Upon learning of Cheng Wen's predicament, Li Xiaona's tone shifted immediately, filled with concern. Feng Ge, I am so sorry. I wrongly accused you. How is Cheng Wen doing now? After ending the call, Yi Feng reopened the group chat and noted that Yang Dong and Wang Chao were also en route to Lu province, likely to arrive late at night. He sent them a message. Boss, third brother, I have arrived. Everything is nearly settled. Once you land, find a place to rest for the night. We can meet at the hospital early tomorrow. Meanwhile, within the Public Security Bureau of Kaiyang Town in Lu province, the situation had completely fallen under the control of the 9th Bureau. In the interrogation room, Bai Zhangyi, just apprehended, was seething with rage, roaring, You bunch of scoundrels. Do you know who I am? How dare you arrest me? Just wait. Once I am out, I will make you all pay. At his words, a flicker of panic crossed Bai Zhangyi's face, but he quickly regained his composure, feigning innocence. I know nothing of these two. I do not recognize them at all. You cannot frame me. However, Mu Changqing, seated at the interrogation table, merely cast him a cold glance and stated in a deep voice, Xiao Zhang. Apply a slight punishment to let him understand the consequences of his reckless words. Let us see how long he can maintain his bravado. Bai Zhangyi, battered and bruised, looked at the two interrogating him with terror. At that moment, he realized that these two were entirely different from the police officers he had previously encountered. I will tell you everything. Please, just stop hitting me. Fear enveloped Bai Zhangyi, compelling him to confess all the truths. It turned out that just days prior, during a banquet, Director Wang, responsible for development, inadvertently revealed that his daughter had failed the civil servant examination, while the top scorer was the son of a migrant worker. Hearing this, Bai Zhangyi, eager to curry favor with Director Wang for more project resources, harbored malicious thoughts and decided to intimidate Cheng Wen's family. However, he did not anticipate that Cheng Wen would dismiss their threats entirely. This was soon followed by a series of events, including Cheng Dehai being beaten into hospitalization and Cheng Wen being falsely accused of rape. Mu Changqing stood up, his gaze icy as he looked at Bai Zhangyi. He turned and exited the interrogation room, silently vowing to restore Cheng Wen's honor. Chapter 121. Meeting Zhong Li Chun. Director Zhong, I have a clear understanding of the situation. Indeed, Yu Feng's friend has been wronged. Mu Changqing relayed Bai Zhangyi's testimony to Zhong Li Chun without omission. Zhong Li Chun's expression grew darker with each word. his inner fury raging. He could hardly fathom that in this vast nation, someone could so audaciously slander an innocent person. Chongqing, investigate all related personnel thoroughly. I will come by tomorrow morning. Please arrange for me to meet Feng. After hanging up, Mu Chongqing immediately sent Feng a message to inform him of Zhong Liqin's visit the next day. The following morning, Feng received a call from Mu Chongqing, inviting him to the Public Security Bureau. A slight smile graced Feng's lips as he thought to himself how efficient the head of the Ninth Bureau was. Half an hour later, Mu Chongqing welcomed Feng into the visitor's room at the bureau. Opening the door, he found Zhong Liqin standing by the window, his back to him, exuding a tall and imposing presence. Upon hearing the noise, Zhong Liqin slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle, seemingly capable of seeing through all facades. Feng approached, extending his hand. I have long admired Director Zheng's esteemed name. Seeing you today, it is indeed as I expected. Zhong Liqin grasped Feng's hand firmly. Mr. Yi, no need for formalities. Regarding Chengwen's matter, I wish to personally express my apologies. Feng quickly waved his hand, earnestly saying, Director Zhong, this matter has nothing to do with your Ninth Bureau. You truly need not apologize. My only wish is to see those responsible severely punished, restoring Chengwen's honor and justice. Feng felt a deep sense of appreciation and satisfaction for Zhong Liqin's words. He understood that if the other party only sought to provide an explanation, there was no need for him to come in person. Thus, he candidly expressed his thoughts. I truly appreciate your efforts, Director Zhong. However, I believe your visit today must involve more than just this. Zhong Liqin responded candidly, not shying away from the truth. Mr. Yi, I have heard from Chongqing that you have already entered the Golden Core stage. Is that true? Faced with Zhong Liqin's direct inquiry, Feng did not respond verbally. Instead, his aura suddenly shifted, emanating an overwhelming pressure characteristic of the Golden Core realm. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhong Liqin's eyes. He had not anticipated Feng would display his strength so openly. As he felt the immense pressure emanating from Feng, he silently marveled. Indeed, a powerhouse of the Golden Core stage. Mr. Yi, you truly are a remarkable young talent. Achieving such feats at your age, you are indeed a genius. Zhong Liqin praised sincerely. Zhong Liqin quickly nodded. Of course, Mr. Yi, please rest assured. May I inquire if you have any interest in joining the Ninth Bureau as the Chief Inspector? Upon hearing this, Feng's interest was piqued. If he did not need to be hands-on, joining could indeed be beneficial, especially with the prospect of earning significant points. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes at this thought. Zhong Liqin was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. What did Feng mean? Refusing a government position offered to him and instead wanting to purchase it? As the dignified head of the Ninth Bureau, did he truly need to rely on selling positions for profit? However, the allure of the spirit stones and elixirs mentioned by Feng was simply irresistible, promising to significantly augment the overall strength of the Ninth Bureau. At this moment, he found himself engulfed in profound inner turmoil. Ultimately, after a painful deliberation, Zhong Liqin slowly extended a finger. Observing this, Feng promptly exchanged 100 million points for a top-tier spirit stone, as well as 100 bottles each of the Gathering Spirit Pill and the Breaking Through Pill. He placed these items into a storage bag, hastily handing it to Zhong Liqin, fearing that he might reconsider. Director Zhong, here is a top-tier spirit stone, along with 100 bottles each of Gathering Spirit Pills and Breaking Through Pills. Please accept them. We had previously agreed that the supervisory position now belongs to me. Time is of the essence. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Feng departed like a gust of wind. Zhong Liqin stared wide-eyed at the heavy storage bag in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. He had merely intended for Feng to offer a token gesture of 100 mid-grade spirit stones, never anticipating such generosity, offering a top-tier spirit stone and an abundance of precious elixirs. Just then, Mu Chongqing entered the room, observing Zhong Liqin's astonished expression. Filled with curiosity, he approached and inquired, Director Zhong, is there a problem with your conversation with Feng? That seems unlikely. I distinctly saw him leaving in high spirits. Mu Chongqing, unconcerned, remarked, you sold it to Feng, right? Given his strength, he is more than capable of being the director. You've just provided a significant boost to our Ninth Bureau. Rest assured, no one will dare to question you. Chapter 122. Chengwen's thought. Zhong Liqin gripped the storage bag tightly, as if it bore an immense burden. Taking a deep breath, he slowly handed it over to Mu Chongqing across from him, his voice almost hoarse as he said, you should examine these items first. Without hesitation, Mu Changqing took the storage bag and released a faint trace of spiritual energy to meticulously inspect its contents. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Goodness! Director Zhang, you have emptied our entire reserves. But that can't be right. Even if we exhausted all our resources, we could never possess so many top-tier spirit stones." Zhang Liqin silently turned away, gazing out the window at the hurried passers-by, muttering in a low voice. "Do you think if number one learned that I sold this supervisory position for 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, he would order my execution? Number one might even demand that you sell your director's seat as well. Report this matter to number one directly." With that, he strode out without looking back, leaving Mu Changqing in a state of shock. "Director, wait for me." In number one's office, Zhong Lichun knocked before entering, finding number one engrossed in paperwork. "Chief, I have arrived." Number one lifted his head, his gaze piercing. "Did something happen that prompted you to seek me out unexpectedly today?" Zhang Lichun took a deep breath and reported candidly, "Chief, I have invited a powerful individual at the Golden Core stage to serve as the supervisor of the Ninth Bureau, but he insisted on purchasing the position. And this is his offer." He placed the storage bag and Yi Feng's information on the desk. After meticulously reviewing Yi Feng's information and the contents of the storage bag, number one fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Well done, Zhang Liqin." His tone took both Zhang Liqin and Mu Changqing by surprise. However, number one continued, "This 10,000 top-tier spirit stones must be fully invested in the construction and development of the Ninth Bureau. Furthermore, we must ensure that Feng remains firmly aligned with our cause. The current world is far from stable." Zhang Liqin exhaled in relief, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. "Yes, Chief. I assure you I will fulfill this task." After leaving the security office, Feng hurriedly made his way to the hospital, having just learned that Yang Dong and Wang Chao had arrived there. He quickly parked his car and meticulously selected a fruit basket from a shop at the hospital entrance before heading straight for the ward. As he approached the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Dong and Wang Chao. Feng, puzzled, asked, "Boss, third brother, why aren't you visiting Uncle Cheng in the ward?" Following Wang Chao's pointing gesture, he was taken aback. The area outside the ward was crowded with visitors, the line extending to the end of the corridor, with a steady stream of people making their way there. By afternoon, the sun began to dip in the west, and Chengwen's family finally returned home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Chengwen eagerly exited the vehicle and rushed inside. "Boss, third brother, fourth brother, you're all here. Come in quickly." Chengwen's face was alight with joy, his excitement palpable as he warmly invited everyone to enter for a detailed discussion. As the three entered Chengwen's home, Yang Dong inquired with genuine concern, "Second brother, how are you feeling now? And how is Uncle S recovery progressing?" At that moment, Chengwen's mother approached with 4 steaming cups of tea, smiling as she said, "I cannot express enough gratitude to all of you. For Xiaowen to have made such good brothers like you is truly a blessing from a previous life. Please, take your time to chat. I will go attend to his father." With that, she turned and entered the bedroom, leaving the 4 to continue their conversation. Feng looked seriously at Chengwen and solemnly asked, "Second brother, what are your plans for the future? Do you still intend to remain in Lu Province? If you are considering a change of environment, why not bring Uncle and Anne along with me to Modu?" At that moment, Yang Dong chimed in, "Yes, second brother. If Uncle and Aunt find it hard to adapt to life in the south, they could come with me to the northeast instead." Feng gently patted Chengwen's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Second brother, we will naturally respect your personal choice. However, should you decide to pursue a career in public service, remember to refrain from touching any ill-gotten wealth. To prevent any future mistakes regarding financial matters, I wish to offer you 20 million Huaxia coins as support." Seeing this, Wang Chao also joined in, urging, "Come on, second brother. You should accept it. You have no idea how affluent fourth brother is. This amount is merely a drop in the bucket for him." Feng continued, "Indeed, second brother. While this position offers some stability, the salary is not particularly high. Don't you want Uncle and Aunt to enjoy a better life without such hard labor?" Wang Chao even half-jokingly added, "Second brother, if you don't accept it, how will I have any face to ask him for a favor in the future?" With that, everyone burst into laughter. Nevertheless, Chengwen remained resolute, shaking his head firmly, indicating he would not accept the money. Chapter 123. A fortuitous misunderstanding. Seeing this, Feng, feeling helpless, adopted a serious expression and said solemnly to Chengwen, "Second brother, have you truly forgotten that I am your brother? Why have you become so indecisive? Since I have chosen to give you this money, you should accept it with peace of mind." In my eyes, you are far more precious than any amount of money. Yang Dong echoed, exactly. You should just accept it. Otherwise, you can either bring uncle and aunt with us or make your choice. It's up to you. Ultimately, after much heartfelt persuasion from everyone, Chengwen reluctantly accepted the money. Have you heard? Xiaowen from the Dai family has been exonerated. I think I've heard something similar. It appears that the higher-ups have thoroughly investigated the truth and confirmed that Xiaowen was wronged. Furthermore, it is said that even the town leaders came to explain the situation personally. Although she knew she was wronged, being taken away from her bed was still a harsh reality. It was said that Yaya from the Lao Jia family had not stepped outside for several days, constantly crying and despairing. Who could blame her? A young woman lying in the same bed as a young man. How could that be explained? That scoundrel by Zhang Yi was utterly despicable, an utter disgrace. Xiaowen was somewhat fortunate, having the town leaders to clarify the situation on his behalf. But the Lao Jia family was in a dire predicament. Yaya's reputation was tarnished, making her future prospects for marriage bleak. Hearing the whispers of those around him, Yifeng felt a stir in his heart and resolved to visit the Lao Jia family personally. He first stopped by a nearby eatery to order some dishes and inquired with the owner about the specific address of the Lao Jia family before heading over. Before long, Yifeng arrived at a house with its doors firmly shut. Using his spiritual perception, he scanned the surroundings and noticed a middle-aged man in the yard, grim-faced and smoking. Inside, a middle-aged woman and a young girl were incessantly wiping away tears. However, when Jia Yongguei realized that the person before him was from the Chung family, his expression darkened to a new extreme, and he barked angrily, "Enough of your nonsense. Get out of my house. The Jia family needs nothing from you." Before he could finish, he forcefully slammed the door shut, as if to shut out the entire world. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Yifeng felt utterly helpless. With no alternative course of action, he had initially intended to offer financial assistance to the Lao Jia family, but now he had to abandon that thought. It seemed this matter would require further discussion with Chang when upon his return to hear his thoughts on the situation. With that decision made, Yifeng turned to leave. Lost in contemplation. Once the meal was served, everyone began to eat and converse. Yifeng recounted his encounter with the Lao Jia family at the market. Cheng Dehai pondered for a moment before replying. This situation is indeed complicated. A young woman facing such disgrace. How can she carry on? In the countryside, gossip can be more damaging than a knife. However, Yaya is a victim of misfortune, and we cannot turn a blind eye. Cheng Mu also expressed her agreement, stating, "Indeed, we cannot allow Yaya to suffer unjustly." At that moment, Wang Chao, filled with curiosity, asked, "Erge, what exactly happened that day? Do share with us." Seeing this, Yifeng's expression grew serious as he pressed on. "You two are from the same village and should be quite familiar with one another. I noticed Uncle Jia's furious demeanor. He clearly seeks justice from you. Regardless of the truth, the fact remains that you were indeed in the same bed." Yang Dong chimed in, "Yes, ergo. It seems you must have feelings for her. Otherwise, why would you go to her?" He suggested, "Why not just marry Yaya?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Mu's eyes lit up, and she quickly added, "Indeed, I believe Yang Dong has a point. Yaya is a good girl, dutiful and respectful to her elders. Perhaps we should propose to her family first thing tomorrow morning." Cheng Dehai, with his impatient nature, insisted, "Why wait until tomorrow? We should go right now. What if Yaya decides to do something drastic?" Cheng Wen, however, looked troubled. "Isn't this a bit hasty? I'm not prepared. And I don't even know if Yaya would agree." At this moment, Yifeng interjected, "Ergo, I believe this could be a solution to the problem. Yaya's reputation has suffered. If you marry her, not only could you provide her with a rightful status, but it would also ease the relationship between our families. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. The final decision rests with you." Seeing Cheng Wen's hesitant demeanor, Cheng Dehai's frustration boiled over. "Xiaowen, tell me, do you like Yaya or not?" Cheng Wen's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, mumbling like a timid mosquito, "Father, I will do as you say." Cheng Dehai burst into laughter, placing his chopsticks down on the table, and declared grandly, "All right, let us head to the Lao Jia family." The group carefully helped Cheng Dehai into the car, then drove directly to a nearby shop. Upon entering, they began selecting an array of exquisite gifts, eager to empty the store. After making their purchases, they set off towards the Lao Jia residence, laden with bags. Before long, they arrived at the Jia family home. Cheng Dehai knocked gently on the door and called out loudly, "Brother Yongguei, it's me, Dehai. Open the door. I have something important to discuss with you." Inside, Jia Yongguei heard the commotion and slowly opened the door. Upon seeing Cheng Dahai and his family, his anger flared, and he snapped, well, Dahai, how dare you show your face here? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't expect me to be polite. What is there to discuss? Your son was caught in bed with my daughter, and now the whole neighborhood knows. The Jia family's reputation is in tatters. Jia Yongui glared fiercely, pointing an accusatory finger at Cheng Dahai. Cheng Dahai quickly replied with a smile, Brother Yongui, let us calm down. This situation is indeed complex, but it has happened, and we will not let Yeye suffer. I have come today to propose marriage. What do you say? Propose marriage? You wish? Jia Yongui interrupted. Let me be clear. Cheng Dahai, I will never agree to this marriage unless your son comes to formally court my daughter with all due ceremony. With Cheng Dahai's intention laid bare, Jia Yonggui's fury dissipated somewhat. He knew that the Cheng family was not to blame. The real culprit was that scoundrel Bai Zhangyi. Yet, seeing his beloved daughter in such despair tore at his heart. Dahai, please, come and sit. Don't just stand there, Jia Yongui gestured. Cheng Dahai complied and asked with concern, Brother Yongui, how is Yeye doing now? I know she is a kind and sensible girl. Rest assured, once she becomes part of the Cheng family, I will treat her as my own daughter. At that moment, Feng stepped forward and proposed, Uncle Jia. As the saying goes, the one who ties the knot should be the one to untie it. I believe it would be best for Chengwen to go in and have a heartfelt conversation with Yeye. With all of us here, nothing untoward should happen. Seeing the consensus among the group, Jia Yongui pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, allowing Chengwen to enter and speak with Yeye. Chengwen gently knocked twice on the door before slowly pushing it open and stepping into Yeye's room. She was sitting alone on the edge of the bed, slightly curled up, her back turned to him as she quietly wept. The mirror above the dressing table reflected her once exquisite face, now marred by undeniable weariness. Witnessing this scene, Chengwen felt a sharp pang in his heart. He and Yeye had grown up together, childhood friends who had shared many joyful moments. However, after Yeye graduated high school and chose to work rather than pursue further studies, their paths had diverged, leaving them with little opportunity to meet. Yeye, I'm here. Chengwen spoke softly. Upon hearing his voice, Jia Xinyue trembled slightly and quickly turned to face him. As soon as she recognized Chengwen, tears streamed down her cheeks. Chengwen, I'm so relieved to see you safe. I was so scared that I might have harmed you. I never intended for any of this to happen. And I didn't report it because you've done nothing wrong. You are innocent. However, they threatened me, saying that if I dared to reveal the truth, they would kill my parents and my brother, Yeye explained tearfully. Chengwen gently patted her head and said softly, Don't cry. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, right? The past is behind us. There's no need to worry anymore. Jia Xinyue, holding back her tears, whispered, Brother Chengwen, I'm truly sorry. If anything happens to you, I will never forgive myself. Chengwen reassured her, All right, everything is in the past now. Let's go outside. Uncle Jia is very worried about you in your current state. Upon seeing the two emerge from the room, Jia Yongui hurried forward, anxious. Yeye, you're finally out. You have no idea how worried I've been. Wife, quickly prepare something for Yeye to eat. Jia's mother wasted no time and immediately went to the kitchen to cook a steaming bowl of noodles for her daughter. Meanwhile, Feng exchanged glances with Chengwen, a smirk on his face as if to say, Hey, brother, you're quite impressive for calming the young lady down so swiftly. Cheng Dahai, smiling, addressed Jia Yongui, Brother Yongui, why don't you share the news we discussed with Yeye? Jia Yongui looked at his daughter, Jia Xinyue, and said earnestly, Yeye, Uncle Dahai has come to propose. Chengwen wishes to marry you, and I have already given my consent. Given the recent events, our family must celebrate this marriage grandly. We cannot let others look down upon us. My Jia family's daughter cannot be belittled on her wedding day. Chapter 125, The sequence of events upon entering the room. A young man glared, pointing at Chengwen while shouting, You dare come to my home, you little brat? Do you really think the Jia family is easy to bully? Before he could finish, he charged at Chengwen furiously. Jia Yongui, sensing the situation escalating, shouted Daong. What are you thinking? I am still alive, and this house is still under my authority. Jia Xinyue, panicked, stepped forward, her face filled with anxiety as she explained, Brother, you misunderstand completely. Nothing happened between me and Brother Chengwen that day. Jia Daong stood frozen, skepticism written all over his face as he asked, This scoundrel did not bully you? Then why were you locked in your room, silent, even contemplating self-harm? Jia Xinyue hurriedly clarified, They threatened me, saying if I revealed the truth, they would harm you and our parents. Then I heard Brother Chengwen was taken away, and I feared my actions would endanger him. At this moment, Jia Yongwei turned to Cheng Dahai, embarrassment evident on his face as he stammered, "Dahai, you see, this matter." Cheng Dahai, understanding Jia Yongwei's concerns and regrets, quickly waved his hand and comforted him. "Brother Yongwei, please do not think like that. In my view, this matter should be handled with grandeur and dignity. After all, we know the truth, but others do not. If we hastily conclude the wedding, it will not only bring shame to you, but also cause Ye to suffer in the future. So let us follow my arrangements this time." In an instant, firecrackers exploded thunderously, echoing in the sky. Curious onlookers gathered at the Jia family's entrance, chattering among themselves. "Young man, what is happening between the old Jia family and the old Cheng family? Why the sudden firecrackers?" Wang Chao, beaming with pride, replied, "Today, my uncle Cheng has come to propose for my good friend Chengwen. This engagement is now set. How could we not celebrate with firecrackers? Is what you say true? Did Dahai truly come to propose?" An elderly man asked, half in disbelief. Just as Yang Dong was about to step out to call Wang Chao, he noticed him entering. Yang Dong quickly remarked, "Old Three, I never expected you to handle this so splendidly." Wang Chao, pleased, boasted, "Hee, flattery is appreciated. I am well versed in social intricacies, always reliable in my dealings." As Yang Dong observed Wang Chao's self-satisfied demeanor, he teased, "Look at you, all puffed up. Enough of the delay, hurry inside. Everyone is waiting for you." Wang Chao entered, greeted by cheerful faces, with Chengwen and Jia Xinyue also smiling brightly. He patted Chengwen on the shoulder, jesting, "Buddy, congratulations. Soon, you will be the groom." Chengwen smiled shyly, deeply grateful for his friend's efforts on his behalf. Jia Yongwei invited everyone to sit down and prepare for the meal. Around the dinner table, laughter and conversation flowed freely, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Dong turned to Cheng Er, a hint of envy on his face, and said, "Old Two, you are truly fortunate. Your future bride is gentle and kind. She is indeed a rare gem. Do not let her down. Cherish her well." He then handed Cheng Er a gleaming car key, saying, "Consider this your wedding gift." Seeing this, Wang Chao chimed in, "Hey, Old Four, when it's my turn to marry, you can't be stingy. I expect a luxury car too. Also, have you thought about raising my salary? After all, Old Two is getting married next month, and I'm planning on giving him a substantial gift." Laughter erupted around the table. Yi Feng, unaware of Wang Chao's exact salary, asked, "Old Three, how much do you earn? If you think it's too little, I can have Hong Fei double it." Wang Chao exaggeratedly replied, "Old Four, you can't deny it. My current salary is 500,000 a year. Haha, I'm set for $1 million a year now." Yi Feng laughed, teasing, "Look at your aspirations. We are brothers. Let us make it 1 million a month. I'll notify Hong Fei right away." He promptly sent a message to Yi Hongfei. Yang Dong and Chengwen exchanged surprised glances at Yi Feng's declaration of a monthly income of 1 million. Wang Chao, reveling in their astonishment, proclaimed, "In my opinion, the three of us should cling to Old 4's coattails. There's no need to struggle anymore." Chapter 126. Has the Universe Group been acquired? Yang Dong and Chengwen exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Let us give him a beating. Let us see how he continues to boast." Yi Feng watched the three of them playfully bantering, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Such pure, unaffected brotherhood was truly precious. He sincerely hoped that decades later, they would still be able to frolic and jest without a care in the world, just as they did today. After exchanging greetings, Yi Feng sought a quiet, secluded spot, summoned his flying sword, and soared towards the magical city's district. At this moment, Li Xiaona, residing in a cloud-top villa in the magical city for several days, was leisurely soaking in a bubble bath when she received a call from Zhang Xiya. "Hello, Xiaona, have you seen the news? Something big has happened with the Universe Group." Zhang Xiya's voice crackled with urgency through the receiver. Seeing that Li Xiaona was unaware, Zhang Xiya grew increasingly anxious and urged, "Where are you? We should discuss this face-to-face." Filled with curiosity about the unfolding events, Li Xiaona readily provided the address of the cloud-top villa. As seconds turned into minutes, approximately half an hour later, Zhang Xiya hurriedly arrived at the villa. Li Xiaona ushered her into the room, eagerly inquiring, "Xiya, what on earth has happened that necessitates your personal presence?" Hearing this news, Li Xiaona was momentarily taken aback. She had never heard Yi Feng mention any matters regarding the company, nor had she paid much attention to developments in that sphere. "Xiya, do you think Feng Gu is feeling very distressed right now? I must immediately travel to Lu province to find him." Zheng Xia, with a face full of doubt. Pressed further, isn't Yi Feng in Modu? Why would he rush to Lu province at such a critical juncture? Li Xiaona, looking anxious, replied, his brother is in trouble, and he hurried over there. I must quickly book a flight to Lu province. Listening to Li Xiaona's concerned words, Yi Feng understood that his meticulously devised plan was evidently progressing very smoothly. At the same time, he was deeply touched by Xiaona's care for him and gently reassured her, Xiaona, you needn't worry. The affairs of Huanyu are actually part of my deliberate strategy. It is merely one component of my overarching plan. As for that betrothal gift, feel free to accept it, for how else can I marry you in the future? Surely, you do wish to marry me, don't you? With this, Yi Feng feigned a stern expression, pretending to be upset. Of course, I am more than willing to marry you. Li Xiaona playfully punched Yi Feng's chest, her face radiating happiness. Yi Feng tenderly caressed Li Xiaona's hair and said softly, Xiaona, thank you for your trust. However, I hope you can keep this secret from me and refrain from telling anyone else for the time being. Rest assured, Feng, I understand the gravity of the situation. Li Xiaona nodded, her gaze resolute as she looked at Yi Feng. Zheng Xia, observing the affectionate embrace between the two, couldn't help but clear her throat awkwardly and remarked, you two are practically flaunting your affection. How about we make it a trio? No sooner had she spoken than Li Xiaona's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, feeling shy and flustered. She quickly extricated herself from Yi Feng's warm embrace. Yi Feng, with a slight smile, inquired, Xia, what brings you here today? After Zheng Xia departed, Li Xiaona, concerned, asked, Feng, is the company truly all right? If there are any difficulties, you must tell me. If it comes to it, I can support you. Yi Feng abruptly pulled Li Xiaona into his embrace, feigning sternness. How dare you question my words? It seems I must discipline you properly. Amidst Li Xiaona's playful gasps, the two entered the room together. This evening, she seemed particularly immersed in the moment. Perhaps her enhanced physical condition from training allowed Yi Feng to experience an unprecedented joy. Li Xiaona responded happily, then lifted her head, her gaze unwavering as she said, Feng, no matter what happens in the future, I will always stand by your side, supporting every decision you make. Yi Feng, moved, held Li Xiaona tightly, his heart brimming with warmth. Chapter 127. Lu Fuda's frustration as dawn broke. Sunlight poured through the morning mist onto the earth. Lu Fuda, filled with fervor and excitement, hurried toward Chu Mufeng's luxurious villa. Upon entering, he immediately focused on Chu Mufeng, who was enjoying breakfast, and exclaimed with barely contained excitement, Young Master Chu. After much effort, we've successfully acquired 60 of Huanyu Group's shares. This is truly gratifying. What should we plan next? With a slight smirk, Chu Mufeng's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he quietly regarded Lu Fuda and slowly responded, Director Lu, sometimes being overly greedy is not a virtue. You must realize, you've only contributed 20 of the funds for this collaboration. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuda was taken aback. Did the Chu family intend to abandon their ally? He stared wide-eyed at Chu Mufeng, thinking he had risked everything. Would he end up with nothing? Young master, don't forget, I still hold 12 of Huanyu Group's shares. If I were to turn against you, all your efforts would be in vain. Lu Fuda threatened through gritted teeth. At that moment, Han Shaoqing, who had just walked in, witnessed the scene and quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Director Lu, let us calm down. We're all in the same boat here, and we have a deep-seated grudge against that Yi Feng. We must not let minor issues jeopardize our cooperation. Lu Fuda was acutely aware that he could never ally with Yi Feng, but faced with the current situation, he reluctantly conceded, Young Master Chu, I admit I was too impulsive just now. I ask for your understanding. I will follow your lead on how to proceed. After saying this, he shot a fierce glare at Chu Mufeng, seemingly trying to convey his dissatisfaction and resentment through his eyes. Chu Mufeng smiled faintly and patted Lu Fuda on the shoulder, saying, There's no need to be upset. Director Lu, our goals are aligned. As long as we work together, we can certainly defeat Yi Feng. As for the presidency of Huanyu Group, we can discuss that later. Lu Fuda suppressed his anger and nodded, recognizing that now was not the time to confront Chu Mufeng, as they still shared a common enemy. What shall we do next? Lu Fuda inquired. Chu Mufeng glanced at Han Shaoqing, signaling him to speak. Han Shaoqing cleared his throat and said, Now that we possess 60 of Huanyu Group's shares, we can convene a shareholders' meeting to remove Shen Haoyue from her position and nominate a suitable candidate for president. Who would be suitable for the presidency? Lu Fuda asked tentatively. Chu Mufeng and Han Xiaoqing exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke the same name. Lin Yun. Lin Yun? Lu Fuda looked puzzled, unfamiliar with the name. Indeed. Lin Yun is my friend, and his capabilities are undoubtedly sufficient for the presidential role, Chu Mufeng explained. But how much does he know about Huazi Group? Can he manage such a large company? Lu Fuda still seemed apprehensive. You needn't worry. Lin Yun has worked in renowned foreign enterprises and possesses ample management experience. Moreover, with our support behind him, he will undoubtedly lead Huazi Group to greatness, Han Xiaoqing assured him. After pondering this, Lu Fuda conceded, all right, let us proceed as you suggest. However, I hope Lin Yun can take over quickly. I do not wish to see Shan Haoyue's arrogance any longer. Rest assured, Director Lu. Everything will unfold according to plan, Chu Mufeng replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Yifeng lay like a languid cat, tightly embracing Li Xiaona, lost in a sweet slumber. Suddenly, a loud noise of the door being flung open reverberated through the room, akin to a thunderclap shattering the night, instantly jolting Yifeng awake. He quickly opened his eyes and looked toward the doorway, where Yilin stood, her face alight with excitement and mischief, her mouth agape, as if about to shout. However, upon surveying the room and realizing the situation, her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness. Like a startled rabbit, she swiftly turned and dashed out, repeating, I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Yifeng gazed in bewilderment at this scene, then turned to Li Xiaona beside him, only to find her expression serene and unperturbed. Curiosity piqued, he asked, Xiaona, why aren't you the least bit embarrassed? In response, Li Xiaona leaned in to bestow a passionate kiss, gently caressing Yifeng's cheek as she softly murmured, Darling, don't you think this is perfectly normal? We are truly in love. Yifeng was deeply moved by Li Xiaona's candidness and sincerity, his heart overflowing with affection and tenderness. He gently pinched Li Xiaona's nose and chuckled, saying, I never imagined that my dear Xiaona would be so understanding. It truly makes me love you more and more. Come, let us wash up together and inquire why that girl suddenly arrived. Once they were ready, the two of them walked hand in hand out of the bedroom. As they entered the living room, they saw Yilin curled up on the sofa like a startled ostrich, her head bowed as if she dared not face them. Yifeng and Li Xiaona sat down beside her, and Yifeng gently patted Yilin's shoulder, asking, Lin, what brings you here unexpectedly from Jincheng? Yilin lifted her head, her gaze evasive. Brother, I just got my driver's license. And, well, school is starting soon. Chapter 128, The Shareholders Meeting. Seeing his sister's awkward demeanor, a smile crept onto Yifeng's lips as he teased. Oh dear, little girl, aren't you usually so lively and cheerful? Why are you stumbling over your words today? Look at you, a young lady now. Don't just barge into your brother's room like when you were little. As he spoke, he playfully winked at Yilin. Her brother's words made Yilin even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and murmured like a buzzing mosquito, Brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't know Sister Xiaona was here. I promise I won't intrude again. Li Xiaona, unable to contain her amusement, burst into laughter. She gently stroked Yilin's hair and softly asked, Lin, I heard you've successfully obtained your driver's license. Why don't you ask Feng to accompany you to check out some cars? Do you have a particular one in mind? At the mention of cars, Yilin's shyness vanished, replaced by excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, that is amazing. Brother, Sister Xiaona, I actually picked one out long ago, hee. I want a Porsche 911. Let us head out right now. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated with enthusiasm, as if she could already envision herself racing down the highway in her dream car. Without hesitation, Yifeng took the two of them straight to the luxury car dealership. As they entered, Lin Yi, with keen eyes, spotted Yifeng and immediately set her tasks aside to rush over. Mr. Yi, are you here specifically to check on my business? Shall I introduce you to some vehicles today, or do you already have a target in mind? She asked with a bright smile. Do you have the Porsche 911 in stock? Preferably the top-tier version. Also, has Wang Yong caused you any trouble since? We happen to have one in stock. Would you like to take a look at it? Lin Yi inquired. Yifeng waved his hand, indicating no need to bother, and calmly replied, No need for that, Miss Lin. Just bring me the purchase contract. I will wait here. About half an hour later, once all the paperwork was completed, Yilin joyfully drove away in her coveted Porsche 911, her spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Yifeng received a message from Shen Haoyue, informing him that Chu Mufeng would convene a shareholders meeting that afternoon. With nothing else to do, he decided to attend. Thus, Yi Feng drove Li Xiaona straight to the conference room of Huazi Investment Company. Upon arrival, he found everyone already present. Chu Mufeng, Han Xiaoqing, and Lu Fuda were staring at Yi Feng with an air of arrogance. Yi Feng paid them no mind and walked directly to the main seat. Taking a seat, Li Xiaona and Shun Haoyue respectfully stood behind him. At this moment, Chu Mufeng, brimming with confidence, declared, Yi Feng, we now control 60 of Huazi Group's shares. Today is the day you pack your bags and leave. Do you regret ever crossing me? A smirk appeared at the corners of Yi Feng's mouth as he replied disdainfully, I still hold 40 of the shares, valued at 400 billion Huaxia coins. So, do you want them or not? If you do, I might consider selling them all to you. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances, silently calculating, regardless of Huazi Group's numerous subsidiaries and affiliated enterprises. The funds on Huazi Investments books approached 1 trillion Huaxia coins. Chu Mufeng and Han Xiaoqing were well aware of the implications and hurriedly contacted their respective families, reporting the current situation in detail. After a tense and intense discussion lasting half an hour, the families reached an agreement. The Chu and Han families would each contribute 200 billion Huaxia coins to jointly acquire the 40 shares held by Yi Feng. At that moment, Lu Fuda, sidelined and filled with resentment, glared at Chu Mufeng and Han Xiaoqing, but found himself powerless in this situation, silently burying his grievances deep within. Once the funds were successfully transferred, Yi Feng smiled at the two who were reveling in their triumph, calmly stating, Congratulations. You have successfully acquired a staggering 88 of Huazi Group's shares. I just wonder if the available funds for the Chu and Han families have reached their limits. Just then, Lin Yun leisurely stepped out from the crowd and expressed heartfelt gratitude to Chu Mufeng and Han Xiaoqing, saying, I deeply appreciate your trust, gentlemen. I will do my utmost to elevate Huazi Group to become the premier enterprise in Huaxia. His eyes radiated determination and confidence. Observing the unfolding events, Yi Feng internally reveled in delight while maintaining a calm exterior. As he passed by Lu Fuda, a smirk playing on his lips, he mockingly remarked, Lu Fuda, being used as a pawn and then discarded like trash must feel quite unpleasant, right? But it's all good. Learn from this experience and remember to discern who around you is an ally and who is an adversary. Chapter 129. The marvelous use of system space. Yi Feng's lips curled disdainfully as he regarded the self-satisfied man before him, mercilessly taunting. You must be familiar with the name Yi Hongfei, right? He is one of my most capable aides. Now, the company's allied with the Fuda Group and yours have likely been integrated into a brand new conglomerate, Haven TV? Aha, Lu Fuda. I bet you never imagined today would unfold like this. Lu Fuda's eyes widened in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yi Feng, his lips quivering for a long time without uttering a word. Suddenly, he became short of breath and fainted on the spot. Yi Feng then turned his attention to Chu Mufeng and Han Xiaoqing, speaking in a calm tone, Gentlemen, as major shareholders of Huazi Group, you are no strangers to loan contracts. In the past, I lent Huazi Investment 20 trillion Huaxia coins in my personal capacity, and the contract explicitly states that I have the right to demand repayment at any time. Therefore, it is now your turn to consider how to repay this debt. Upon hearing this, the faces of Chu Mufeng and Han Xiaoqing turned as pale as a sheet, their eyes fixed on Yi Feng as they pondered. Could it be that Yi Feng is bluffing? If they were truly required to repay such a massive debt, the Chu and Han families would undoubtedly plunge into an abyss of despair. Chu Mufeng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Yi Feng, you are digging a pit to harm us. But don't forget, my Chu family has a formidable background. Han Xiaoqing concurred. Indeed, Yi Feng, your actions are merely aimed at destroying both the Chu and Han families. But remember, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Yi Feng scoffed. Either you repay the money, or you resort to force. The choice is yours. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I have just been appointed as the Chief Inspector of the 9th Bureau. With that, Yi Feng turned and left, leaving Chu Mufeng and Han Xiaoqing in a state of despair. After departing from Qingji Building, Yi Feng spoke to Shen Haoyue, saying, Haoyue, while pursuing the outstanding debts, do not forget to acquire shares from the Chu and Han families. This time, even if they manage to survive, they will be gravely weakened. Li Xiaona pondered for a moment before sweetly asking, Brother Feng, I would really love for you to accompany me to Disneyland. Would that be possible? Absolutely. Let us set off at once. Yi Feng responded without hesitation, pressing the accelerator as the car sped towards Disneyland like an arrow released from a bow. During this delightful journey, Li Xiaona joyfully hummed a tune, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy and eager anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the long-awaited Disneyland. After swiftly purchasing their tickets, the two joyfully entered the park hand in hand. The atmosphere was filled with jubilant crowds and a myriad of thrilling attractions. Li Xiaona, filled with childlike excitement, eagerly pulled Yi Feng from ride to ride, reveling in the splendid moments. They rode roller coasters, merry-go-rounds, and enjoyed a dazzling parade performance, each moment brimming with laughter and happiness. As evening approached, with the sun setting in the west, Yi Feng and Li Xiaona sat by the lakeside, admiring the beautiful hues of the setting sun. "Thank you, Brother Feng. I truly had a wonderful day," Li Xiaona said softly, resting her head on Yi Feng's shoulder. He gently stroked her hair, replying, "As long as you are happy, anything I do is worthwhile." At that moment, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the night. They exchanged smiles, each other's eyes filled with happiness. "Xiaona, in a couple of days, I must travel to Eagle Country. How about it? Would you like to join me?" Upon hearing this, a hint of reluctance appeared on Li Xiaona's face. "Brother Feng, why do you have to leave again? And this time to such a distant place? Won't it be dangerous? I have to start school in a few days and cannot accompany you." She sighed softly. Seeing her reaction, Yi Feng gently pinched her little nose and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Xiaona. I'm going to attend a member conference at Universal Bank. Nothing will happen. Since you cannot join me, it seems I must embark on this journey alone." Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Feng's mind. Ever since the system space was upgraded, it seemed he now possessed the ability to bring someone in. He promptly inquired within, "System, can I grant Li Xiaona special permissions to freely enter and exit the system space?" "Host, that is certainly feasible, but it will require the expenditure of 20,000 points to grant her such special access. Host, if you wish to set a fixed location, it will cost 10 points. Upon entering the room, Li Xiaona looked at Yi Feng with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. After playfully chiding him, she began to unfasten her clothing. Yi Feng embraced Li Xiaona and softly whispered in her ear, "Xiaona, I want to take you somewhere." He then led her into the system space and granted her special permissions. Li Xiaona gazed in astonishment at this mysterious space, and Yi Feng smiled as he explained, "This is our secret base. You can come here anytime." He then kissed her forehead and established a fixed location within the room. Chapter 130. Dreamland. Li Xiaona's eyes widened in awe as she stared at this enchanting space, her heart brimming with astonishment and joy. When she truly grasped the special privileges Yi Feng had bestowed upon her, she could hardly contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Brother Feng, this is simply magical. No matter where you are, we can meet here. It is truly wonderful. However, it seems a bit empty here, devoid of anything." At that moment, a mysterious smile graced Yi Feng's lips. He gently waved his fingers, and to their amazement, a quaint and ancient manor appeared as if descending from the heavens before them. Li Xiaona was left speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at Yi Feng as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. Yi Feng smiled and asked, "Xiaona, is there anything else you would like me to add? I will prepare everything in one go so that when you visit next time, it will be ready for you." Li Xiaona gazed at Yi Feng, who seemed almost divine, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence, murmuring, "Brother Feng, this is simply too incredible. What kind of magic is this? Could you teach me as well?" Faced with Li Xiaona's question, Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He knew very well that this was not magic, but rather something acquired through the system store. However, explaining the truth to Li Xiaona was no simple task, so he decided to withhold the reality for now. Li Xiaona's eyes sparkled with admiration as she said, "Brother Feng, you are truly amazing. I am very interested in this. Could you please teach me?" Yi Feng hesitated and replied, "These things are not easy to learn. They require ample patience and talent. However, if you genuinely wish to learn, I can offer you some guidance." Li Xiaona exclaimed with excitement, "Really? That's wonderful. I will definitely study hard." Yi Feng nodded, thinking to himself that he would find a suitable opportunity to reveal the truth later, and quickly changed the subject. "Xiaona, would you like to go inside and take a look? This is our cozy little nest, and you can even give it a name you like." Yi Feng gently pushed open the heavy door of the manor and slowly turned to Li Xiaona, smiling warmly as he said, "Charming Miss Li, please allow me to warmly welcome you to Dreamland. Now, let us go explore our little love nest." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaona felt as joyful as a little deer, sprinting towards Yi Feng. In the blink of an eye, she leaped onto his broad and sturdy back, playfully pouting, "Dear Mr. Yi, are you not going to carefully show your beloved Miss Li around?" As they stepped into the manor, it felt as though they had entered a dreamlike realm. The spacious courtyard was lush with green grass, adorned with vibrant flowers, and meticulously trimmed bushes arranged harmoniously. A winding gravel path led to an elegant fountain, its water sparkling in the sunlight. The manor's back garden was a tranquil paradise, shaded by trees and filled with the sweet sounds of birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Teeming with life, a small pavilion sat by the lake, where a gentle breeze rippled the water, imparting an endless sense of serenity. In this manner, time seemed to stand still. Everything appeared so peaceful and beautiful, captivating them and making it hard to leave. Yifeng and Li Xiaona held hands, lying quietly on the grass, savoring this tranquility and warmth. They felt the warmth of each other's hands as if time itself had come to a halt. Li Xiaona turned her head slightly, gazing blankly into the distance, murmuring, "Brother Feng, I am truly afraid that everything here is just like this dreamland. Nearly a beautiful dream I have woven. When I awaken, I will find myself still the girl who can only admire you from afar." Hearing this, Yifeng's heart tightened. He sat up, gently grasping Li Xiaona's hand, his gaze steady and fervent as he softly said, "Xiaona, I too fear that this is merely a dream. When I wake, I may find you absent, left alone in a shabby rented room, engulfed in endless solitude. But I know this cannot be a dream, for you are so real. Let us cherish the happiness we have right now." Li Xiaona was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes as she tightly embraced Yifeng and kissed him passionately. This kiss was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet as fervent as a flame. Before long, their faces flushed, their gazes filled with love and desire. Li Xiaona softly murmured, "Brother Feng, please love me wholeheartedly. I am yours." Her voice resembled a tender whisper, imbued with boundless affection and longing. On the verdant grass of this dreamlike garden, two souls deeply in love bared their innermost feelings without reservation. Their love was akin to a splendid firework, bursting forth in the tranquil sky, beautiful and dazzling. At that moment, the conference hall of the Chu family in Kyoto was teeming with people, fully occupied, as key figures from both the Chu and Han families were present. However, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense and oppressive, with every face resembling a still pond, silence prevailing. Suddenly, the previously closed door was forcefully pushed open without warning, creating a loud bang that startled everyone present, directing their gaze toward the entrance. A tall, young man stepped in with a stern expression, his eyes revealing a sense of determination and resolve. It was none other than the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Muyan. Upon seeing his eldest son, Chu Shaodian felt a glimmer of hope surge within him. He quickly stood up to greet him, anxiously inquiring, "Muyan, has the news been confirmed?" Chapter 131. Journey to New City. Chu Muyan nodded slightly, affirming the news, then clenched his teeth and spoke with difficulty. "Father, Yifeng has indeed been appointed as the chief inspector of the 9th Bureau. Furthermore, contrary to previous rumors, he is not merely at the master level. In fact, he has already stepped into the Golden Core realm." Upon hearing his son's words, Chu Shaodian appeared as though all his strength had been drained, slumping back into his chair, his face filled with despair and helplessness. This news was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Chu family. They could never have anticipated that the once overlooked Yifeng would possess such astonishing strength. Now, faced with the formidable Yifeng and the backing of the 9th Bureau, what path could the Chu family pursue? Han Fuli's expression darkened like a storm cloud as he said, "Chu family head, is there truly no alternative? Must we repay the entire 20 trillion? All our funds have been invested in acquiring the Huanyu group." With a deep sigh, Han Fuli rose and quietly left the Chu family. He understood well that continuing the discussion was futile. Meanwhile, in a hospital in the Magic City, Lu Fuda had also learned of the series of events following his fainting spell. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction seeing the Chu and Han families fall into the trap meticulously laid by Yifeng. Yet, concurrently, his resentment towards Yifeng deepened. Once a super-rich individual with a fortune of 200 billion, he had now sunk into a state of destitution, burdened with debts exceeding 400 billion. Lu Fuda clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not accept the harsh reality of his fall from grace and resolved to take revenge on Yifeng. Urgently, he summoned his personal bodyguard, commanding him to expedite his discharge from the hospital. Then, he hurried to the airport, catching the next flight directly to Hong Kong Island. Simultaneously, Yifeng embarked on his journey to New City. Seated comfortably on the plane, he closed his eyes, preparing to rest. However, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. "Yifeng, what a coincidence. Are you off to New City for a vacation? Why didn't you bring Xiana along?" Feng abruptly opened his eyes and turned to the speaker, discovering it was Zhang Xia. He felt a twinge of surprise and asked, Xia, with school starting soon, why are you heading to New City? Feng was astounded. He had never anticipated that the usually quirky and playful Zhang Xia could be so exceptional as to gain admission to such a prestigious institution. He sincerely praised, Xia, you're remarkable. That's a world-renowned university. It's truly admirable. Of course, not only do I excel academically, but I'm also beautiful and caring. How about considering me? Zhang Xia winked playfully. Feng smiled faintly and replied softly, I am Xiaona's boyfriend. Don't you fear that might cause conflicts between you two in the future? Seeing Feng silent, Zhang Xia grew curious and asked, Feng, is this trip to New City for business or leisure? To be honest, I know this city like the back of my hand. If you need a guide, I would be more than happy to show you around. Zhang Xia was aware of the annual member conference held by the Global Bank, an event only accessible to the super rich at the pinnacle of the wealth pyramid. Upon hearing about it, her excitement surged. I certainly know, it's in Manhattan. I can take you there, but you must agree to one condition. You have to let me accompany you to the conference. Don't worry. Every member can bring 1 to 3 companions. Zhang Xia exclaimed with joy, that sounds great. Let us finalize it then. Before long, the plane landed smoothly at New City International Airport. As they stepped out, Zhang Xia gestured for Feng to wait. Moments later, an exceedingly luxurious car approached and stopped before him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Xia's enchanting smile. Feng, please get in, she said gracefully. Once in the car, Zhang Xia enthusiastically introduced the sights and culinary delights of New City, and Feng listened intently. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Global Hotel. As Feng and Zhang Xia walked into the lobby, they instantly became the center of attention. During the Global Bank member conference, the hotel had ceased public operations, allowing only invited members to check in. The 2 young individuals from the East stood out remarkably. Noticing this, a hotel staff member swiftly approached and politely said, I'm terribly sorry, sir and madam, but the Global Hotel is currently not accommodating external guests. Please proceed to other hotels for check-in. Chapter 132. Chiba Tomokazu. Feng inwardly lamented his predicament. Despite graduating from the Magic City University, his linguistic skills were quite average, barely surpassing level 4. Just as he pondered how to respond, he suddenly remembered he could exchange for the necessary skills through the system mall. Without hesitation, he redeemed his points for proficiency in world languages. With this remarkable ability at his disposal, Feng felt a surge of confidence. Calmly, he retrieved the precious invitation letter from his pocket and presented it to the staff member, articulating fluently in English, we are not ordinary tourists. We have come specifically to attend the Global Bank member conference. His tone was assertive, and his gaze exuded an undeniable authority. The staff member examined the invitation letter closely, and a look of panic crossed his face as he quickly bowed in apology. I sincerely apologize, esteemed Supreme Black Card member. Please forgive my ignorance. It's just that your youth is so astonishing that it's hard to believe you hold such a prestigious status. The hotel has already prepared a room for you, and all your expenses here will be fully covered by us. This way, please allow me to escort you to your resting place. The staff thoughtfully selected a romantic and cozy couple suite, handing the room card to Feng and Zhang Xia before discreetly leaving. Gazing at the uniquely crafted decor within the room, Feng's face turned crimson, and he awkwardly suggested to Zhang Xia, how about I ask the staff to arrange another room? Zhang Xia, observing Feng's discomfort, smiled mischievously and teased, Feng, such a rare opportunity. Don't you wish to experience something new? Besides, Xiaonao isn't here. In the face of Zhang Xia's alluring demeanor, it would be a lie to claim that Feng felt no stirring of emotions. Yet, his rational mind incessantly warned him to tread carefully. Just as he resolved to turn and leave, Zhang Xia's melodious laughter rang out. Feng, you are quite the interesting fellow. But I digress. I have my own accommodations here, so I must take my leave. But do remember to contact me when the members' meeting begins. Watching Zhang Xia depart, Feng sighed with relief. Having spent considerable time with the enchanting temptress, he feared that one day he might find himself ensnared by her charms. It seemed prudent to maintain a respectful distance moving forward. After sending a message to Li Xiaona, confirming his safe arrival in New City, Feng contemplated heading downstairs for a bite to eat. Upon entering the restaurant, he immediately spotted a robust figure engaged in a heated argument with a man from a nearby basin. The language barrier necessitated the use of a translator, rendering the scene both absurd and amusing. Feng chose an empty table, relishing the spectacle before him. particularly when he witnessed the small, flushed man from the basin. He couldn't suppress a chuckle. The irate man turned to Yi Feng, shouting, "Baka! You, Chinese pig, dare to mock me, Chiba Tamaharu." Upon hearing this offensive insult, Yi Feng's initially calm expression darkened, and the blood coursing through his veins surged with indignation. In a swift motion, he approached Chiba Tamaharu and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap that sent him sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground. As Chiba Tamaharu struggled to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a few teeth fell out. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Yi Feng, filled with rage and venomous intent. "You insolent brat! How dare you strike me? I am the president of the Chiba Business Association. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize at once. Or I assure you, I will not spare you or your family." At that moment, hotel security rushed to the scene, not wishing to escalate the matter further. Yi Feng restrained himself from retaliating again. After reviewing the surveillance footage, the security personnel approached Yi Feng with a stoic expression, stating, "Mr. Yi, according to the footage, you initiated the altercation with Mr. Chiba. Therefore, if both parties cannot reach an amicable resolution, we regret to inform you that we must ask both of you to leave." Yi Feng furrowed his brows, staring coldly at the security personnel. Before he could respond, the imposing figure from the Bear Nation interjected, "I can testify. It was this basin fellow who first insulted our Chinese friend, prompting his reaction. If you recklessly deny this Chinese brother's right to participate in the meeting, I will resolutely withdraw from this conference as a representative of all Bear Nation businessmen." As the atmosphere thickened with tension, a senior executive from the global hotel could no longer remain a passive observer. He stepped forward, attempting to diffuse the situation with a jovial demeanor. "Oh dear. It's just a minor misunderstanding. Let us not take it to heart. Please, do head downstairs and avoid disturbing the other members." With the vice president of Global Bank, Alec Bird, personally intervening, the security staff dared not speak further and quietly withdrew. Chiba Tamaharu shot Yi Feng and the Bear Nation representative a venomous glare. Filled with resentment and frustration, realizing that staying would yield no advantage, he staggered away with the help of his companions. Chapter 133. The Bear Tycoon. At the mention of drinking, Petrov perked up immediately. He was a man who relished alcohol. He eagerly instructed his secretary to fetch 2 bottles of vodka, exclaiming, "Yi Feng, do try our Bear Nation vodka. This is the true spirit of man. Unlike the bland sake from the Basin Nation, which is hardly distinguishable from water." Yi Feng accepted the glass with a smile and took a hearty swig, only to cough and flush red as the potent drink caught him off guard. Petrov laughed heartily, patting Yi Feng on the shoulder. "Take it slow. This drink is strong." Yi Feng inhaled deeply and raised his glass again, this time savoring the robust flavor of the vodka as it spread across his palate. "Indeed, it packs a punch," he exclaimed. The two shared drinks and conversation, finding common ground as they indulged in the spirits. Unbeknownst to them, 2 bottles of vodka dwindled away. Suddenly, Petrov stood up, declaring loudly, "Yi Feng, I have made a decision. From now on, you are my friend." Yi Feng responded with equal enthusiasm, "Excellent. You are my friend as well." After taking another sip of their drinks, Petrov's expression turned serious as he warned, "Yi Feng, you must be cautious of that fellow named Chiba Tamaharu. His background is formidable, and the Basin Nation is known for its cunning and deceitfulness. Be vigilant and ensure your safety. Any signs of trouble, inform me immediately." Yi Feng took this advice to heart, assuring Petrov that should Chiba Tamaharu dare to act foolishly, he would ensure the man regretted it profoundly. Subsequently, Yi Feng inquired, "Petrov, what topics will be discussed in tomorrow's members' meeting? As this is my first time attending, I am rather unfamiliar with the proceedings." Petrov, appearing relaxed and at ease, reassured him, "My dear brother, do not overcomplicate the members' meeting. Those who can attend are the elite from various nations. Global Bank merely provides a platform for open dialogue and exchange. Of course, numerous cross-border collaborations are often facilitated here." Understanding dawned on Yi Feng as he nodded, gaining insight into the structure of the meeting. He raised his glass to Petrov, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your explanation, my friend. Here's to you." After they both drained their glasses, Yi Feng continued, "Do you have any particular topics or projects that interest you?" Petrov smiled slightly, lowering his voice. "My dear brother, to be honest, I have a keen interest in the renewable energy sector. I've heard there may be opportunities for collaboration on solar and wind energy at this conference. What about you? Are there any projects that catch your fancy?" Yi Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. My friend, to be frank, I am here primarily to observe, to gain experience and knowledge. If I encounter a project with promising prospects and tremendous potential, I would consider investing appropriately. Upon hearing this, Petrov's eyes lit up with surprise, and he eagerly probed, My friend, are you interested in hard currencies like oil and natural gas? I must confess, my friend, that under my purview, the Bear Oil and Gas Group has discovered a grandiose oil field in the Far East, rich in hydrocarbon resources. However, transporting these energies westward would undoubtedly incur exorbitant costs. Yet, if they could be directed towards China, it would surely delight both parties. Your suggestion is indeed tantalizing. When the conference officially commences tomorrow, we shall delve deeper into this matter. Today, having partaken of considerable libations, I find myself somewhat inebriated and must take my leave. With that, Feng rose and departed. Upon returning to his room, Feng sat at the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He realized that he had not made the acquaintance of any officials in China. After much reflection, he resolutely dialed the number of Zhong Liqin. The phone was soon answered by Zhong Liqin's deep and measured voice. Hello, who is this? Feng inhaled deeply, striving to infuse his tone with nonchalance. Director Zhong. Good evening. I trust all is well with you? Are you busy with work? Zhong Liqin, surprised to receive a call from Feng, instinctively glanced at the wall clock. Confirming the time, he inquired with curiosity. Inspector Yi, is it evening on your end? It is presently 8:10 in the morning here in China. Did you call with something of importance? Inspector Yi, this matter is indeed complex. In China, resources such as oil and natural gas are exclusively state-controlled, and private enterprises are barred from engaging in their management. Upon hearing this, Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Before he could respond, Zhong Liqin continued, However, considering the domestic demand for these resources is fervent, I propose a temporary solution. You might as well proceed to sign a contract with Petrov, and the state will adjust the purchase price by 25% according to the contract. What are your thoughts on this? After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng deemed Zhong Liqin's suggestion plausible. Recognizing that this approach could circumvent a multitude of unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Once the call ended, Zhong Liqin shook his head in resignation. Muttering to himself with a wry smile, Feng certainly knows how to stir up trouble. It seems I must personally report this matter to the supreme authority. He sighed inwardly and began preparing the necessary arrangements. After undergoing a series of stringent and intricate security checks, Zhong Liqin finally arrived at the office door of the supreme authority, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He strode into the room with resolute steps and stood at attention before the figure of authority. Upon noticing Zhong Liqin's upright stature, the authority smiled gently and teased. Ah, Xiao Zhong, you've been quite diligent in visiting me lately. Pray tell, what brings you here this time? Seeing the authority in good spirits brought Zhong Liqin some solace, and he promptly relayed the details of Feng's situation. Upon concluding the report, the authority chuckled. I find myself increasingly intrigued by this Feng. I initially intended to discuss oil and gas cooperation during President Bear's visit next month. Yet it seems he has preempted me. Xiao Zhong, I approve of this matter. You may proceed. With the authority's consent, the weight lifted from Zhong Liqin's heart, and he exhaled with relief before bowing and hastily exiting. Once a figure of immense prestige, the former chairman of the Fuda Group now found himself reviled and abandoned. All thanks to Feng. Lu Fuda's loathing for Feng had reached a fever pitch, bordering on madness. Clenching his teeth, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the number of Ding Wengang, the leader of the underground forces in the harbor city, without hesitation. On the other end, Ding Wengang's voice emerged, deep and gravelly. Hello, who is this? Lu Fuda took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Boss Ding, it's me, Lu Fuda. I seek your assistance in eliminating someone, and I am willing to offer 10 billion as compensation. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Ding Wengang could not suppress a laugh. Oh? So it's you, Chairman Lu. I've heard you've been facing some troubles, but it seems you're not as dire as rumored. 10 billion right off the bat, quite the bold offer. But pray tell, who is the unfortunate soul you wish to be rid of? With clenched jaws and an expression of fury, Lu Fuda spat out through gritted teeth. Feng, the owner of the Yuan Group in the Magic City. His eyes burned with hatred and wrath, as if he wished to consume his adversary whole. After a moment of silence, Ding Wengang replied slowly, Chairman Lu, I must apologize. While eliminating someone in the harbor city would be a mere trifle, it is still part of China, and I am unable to assist. You may want to seek help elsewhere." Hearing this, Lu Fuda was beside himself with anxiety and pleaded, "Boss Ding, is there truly no way? How about this? Can you take care of Yi Hongfei instead? I'll pay any price to achieve my goal." After another prolonged silence, Ding Wengang finally spoke. "Chairman Lu, eliminating Yi Hongfei is not entirely out of the question, but let me be clear. I require full payment up front before I take action. If that suits you, let us meet tonight at the Shanghu Bar to discuss the details." As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Lu Fuda, clad in a dark suit, hurried towards the Shanghu Bar. Upon pushing open the heavy door, he was met with a wave of warmth, suffused with the mingled scents of alcohol and tobacco. Upon entering, a young man with dyed blonde hair approached him with a mysterious smile, guiding Lu Fuda to the second floor and into a secluded room. "Boss Ding, I've arrived." Lu Fuda's voice trembled slightly, betraying his inner tension and unease. Ding Wengang, seated on the sofa, smiled faintly and gestured for Lu Fuda to take a seat. "Chairman Lu, I can assist you in resolving your issue, but first, you must settle the full payment." Lu Fuda's expression shifted, and after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth. "Very well." With that, he retrieved a pre-prepared check from his pocket and cautiously presented it to Ding Wengang. Ding Wengang examined the check, scrutinizing the figures, and a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. "Chairman Lu, you are indeed generous. Rest assured, having accepted your payment, you need not worry any further." He then clapped his hands lightly. Before long, the door swung open, and a burly man entered the room. This man was none other than Yi Hongfei, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, exuding an aura that was both chilling and formidable. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Yi Hongfei, Lu Fuda leaped to his feet, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Boss Ding indeed keeps his promises. This 10 billion is well spent. Yi Hongfei, you never imagined this day would come for you, did you? You can only blame your poor associations." In response to Lu Fuda's taunts, Yi Hongfei regarded him with a sardonic expression, as if watching a clown perform in a circus. With a slight smile, he softly remarked, "Lu Fuda, on what basis do you believe Boss Ding would choose to assist you, a mere jester, rather than collaborate with me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fuda's expression darkened, and he turned abruptly to Ding Wengang, his face stricken with terror. "Boss Ding, what do you mean by this?" Ding Wengang slowly rose from the sofa and spoke in a composed manner. "General Lu, I have already conveyed to you that from this moment forth, you need not worry about anything any longer. Have you not grasped the essence of my words?" Upon finishing, Ding Wengang cast his gaze towards the bewildered Lu Fuda. Chapter 135. The meeting commences. Lu Fuda, suddenly alarmed, attempted to explain himself, but Ding Wengang raised his hand to interrupt. "No need for further words, General Lu. Those who are attuned to the times are the true gentlemen. You would do well to accept your fate," Ding Wengang remarked coldly. At that moment, Yi Hongfei approached Lu Fuda, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Lu Fuda, do you think that with your current wealth, you can threaten my life? You're mistaken. The moment you chose to oppose Mr. Yi, your fate was sealed," Yi Hongfei stated icily. In terror, Lu Fuda retreated until his back met the wall. With no escape in sight, "Boss Ding, I beg you. I truly have money left. If you could show mercy and spare me this one time, I would willingly offer all my possessions." Lu Fuda pleaded, tears streaming down his face, desperately imploring the man who held his life in his hands. However, Yi Hongfei had long since lost interest in Lu Fuda's pitiful state. After casting a cold glance at him, he turned to Ding Wengang and said, "Boss Ding, I leave the matter in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yi Hongfei turned and walked away without a glance back. As Yi Hongfei receded into the distance, Ding Wengang faced Lu Fuda, expressionless, and uttered, "General Lu, the time has come. It is time to send you on your way." Despair washed over Lu Fuda as he gazed at Ding Wengang, fully aware that escape from his dire predicament seemed impossible. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Ding Wengang had chosen to side with Yi Hongfei against him. "Boss Ding, considering our past camaraderie, could you enlighten me on your reasons? Why do you choose to assist Yi Hongfei in dealing with me?" Lu Fuda implored, his eyes wide in search of answers. A fleeting expression of nostalgia crossed Ding Wengang's face, only to be replaced by profound fear. Shortly thereafter, the once mighty tycoon Lu Fuda, known throughout the harbor city, met his end, consumed by endless regret and despair. Meanwhile, within the new city Global Hotel, Feng had just donned a well-fitted suit and sent a message to Zhang Xiya. They had arranged to meet in the hotel lobby before attending the members' meeting together. As they entered the venue, they found many distinguished figures from across the globe gathered. At that moment, Petrov spotted Feng and eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Brother, last night's revelry was a rare delight. Once the meeting concludes, you must indulge me in a few more drinks. This lovely lady must be your sister-in-law. You are truly fortunate." Petrov lamented. "So Miss Zheng is not your girlfriend yet? Brother, you must act swiftly, for passing up such a wonderful woman would surely lead to regret." Feng, realizing that any explanation would be futile, refrained from responding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he and Zheng Xia found a seat. At that moment, the host took the stage to announce the commencement of the meeting. With a resonant voice, the host welcomed the esteemed guests. "Dear guests, welcome to this grand gathering of the world's elite. Let us gather here today to discuss future trends and share our success stories. Here, there are no barriers, only collaboration and mutual benefit. Let us join hands to create a brighter tomorrow." The audience of tycoons listened intently, their eyes reflecting their aspirations for the future. Clad in exquisite attire, they engaged in lively exchanges, as if they were the rulers of the world upon this stage. At this moment, an elderly gentleman donned in a finely tailored suit, exuding both warmth and gravity, ascended to the center of the stage. He cleared his throat gently and, with a deep, resonant voice, addressed the attendees. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Thank you for attending this grand assembly. I am Nick Child, head of Global Bank. The individuals present today are among the finest from every corner of the globe. It is no exaggeration to say that our collective wealth accounts for over 80% of the world's total resources. Therefore, to ensure the longevity of our esteemed status and power, we must enhance our connections and collaborate sincerely." In the ensuing time, attendees could discuss potential collaborations or explore various projects from the Child family. The wealthy participants, captivated by the alluring collaboration opportunities, eagerly congregated in small groups to discuss these remarkable ventures. Their discussions encompassed numerous cutting-edge fields, such as artificial intelligence, biomedicine, and quantum computing, as well as innovative financial concepts, including green finance, digital currency, and venture capital. It is evident that each project contained the potential to profoundly impact the world. At this moment, the venue transformed into a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, filled with a palpable sense of tension and excitement. The tycoons, akin to seasoned generals, sat calmly at the opulent round tables, fully engrossed in the detailed explanation of the latest hydrogen energy technology and unprecedented innovation poised to revolutionize the global energy landscape. The conversation swiftly shifted to another equally compelling blockchain investment project, aimed at constructing a safer, more reliable, and transparent financial transaction platform. Undoubtedly, these intricate collaborations were far more than mere commercial unions. They represented a courageous exploration and bold attempt for a brighter future. Through these projects, it becomes evident that the elite tycoons possess a visionary perspective and a pioneering spirit, heralding a forthcoming era of profound and positive transformation in global economic models and societal mechanisms. Within this new age brimming with infinite possibilities, each critical decision they make is destined to leave a lasting impact on the daily lives of everyone. Chapter 136, Achieving Collaboration. Zheng Xia, adorned in a resplendent gown, gracefully navigated through the bustling crowd, her smile illuminating her face as she attentively absorbed the profound insights shared by the esteemed individuals from various sectors regarding their visions for the future. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. In contrast, Feng appeared somewhat disinterested. To him, possessing sufficient points meant he could effortlessly exchange for any item he desired through the system. Feng silently observed the attendees, and soon, familiar figures came into view. He noticed Qian Benji, basking in the glow of flattery from numerous wealthy individuals. Despite the overall criticism of the citizens of the Foot Basin for their lack of refinement, their advanced technologies were undeniably impressive. Next, Feng's gaze fell upon the business titans from Hangqing and Shunsheng, who were fervently discussing collaboration matters with other affluent individuals. Just then, Petrov approached Feng, a look of frustration on his face, exclaiming, "How infuriating! The audacity of these individuals to unite and coldly deny my participation in their new energy project is astounding. Hey, my friend, how about we discuss matters concerning oil and gas resources instead?" Feng gently patted Petrov's shoulder, offering a comforting word. "Do not be disheartened. Opportunities will arise." He inquired, "By the way, how much oil and gas resources can you provide me? What are the prices like?" He understood that the new energy project is the trend of the future, with fierce competition, especially as Russia faces deliberate suppression from Western nations. At that moment, Zheng Xia noticed Yi Feng and Petrov engaged in conversation and approached them with a slight smile gracing her lips. "Yi Feng, what are you two discussing?" she asked, her large, expressive eyes filled with curiosity. Upon hearing their conversation, Zheng Xia furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Yi Feng, to my knowledge, private enterprises are explicitly prohibited from engaging in the oil and gas industry in our homeland. Do you possess some special means?" Yi Feng's lips curled into a confident smile as he reassured her, "Fear not, I have my ways in this regard." Petrov, overhearing Yi Feng's words, felt a surge of excitement and confidently replied, "My friend, since you have connections, I assure you that I shall not treat you poorly. How about this? I will supply you with oil and gas resources valued at a staggering 200 billion Chinese yuan, and the price will be a full 30% lower than the market rate. What do you think?" Yi Feng felt a surge of joy, surpassing his expectations, and readily agreed. "It's settled then. However, I have one condition." "What condition?" Petrov eagerly asked. Yi Feng smiled and stated, "I need you to guarantee the quality of the oil and gas resources, with no room for issues." Petrov thumped his chest and assured him, "Rest assured, my friend. Our oil and gas resources are top-notch, and their quality is absolutely guaranteed." The two promptly signed the contract, and without hesitation, Yi Feng transferred the entire sum of 200 billion Chinese yuan into Petrov's account. Upon witnessing such a substantial amount deposited, Petrov's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "My friend, I assumed you would only transfer a small portion as a deposit. I never anticipated that you would transfer the entire amount at once. You could have simply paid me quarterly after receiving the oil and gas." At this moment, Yi Feng turned to Zheng Xia and inquired, "Xia, do you intend to stay here, or would you like to join us for a drink?" The three made their way to a bar downstairs and settled into a quiet corner. The waiter promptly presented the drink menu, with Petrov ordering a bottle of vodka, Yi Feng opting for a bottle of Matai, and Zheng Xia selecting a glass of juice. "Cheers to our collaboration." Petrov raised his glass joyfully. They clinked glasses and drank heartily, then began to engage in light-hearted conversation on various topics, creating a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. Yi Feng chuckled softly and lowered his voice, stating, "I am here to assist the Chinese government with procurement. The specifics are quite complicated, so I cannot divulge them." Zheng Xia nodded, understanding that some matters must remain confidential. Her admiration for Yi Feng's capabilities grew. Just then, Yi Feng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, stood up, and apologized. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." He moved aside to answer. Zheng Xia and Petrov exchanged knowing smiles, continuing to enjoy their leisurely time. After searching for a secluded spot, Yi Feng finally found one and promptly connected the call with Li Xiaona, asking softly, "Xiaona, have you been missing me?" On the other end, a playful voice responded with a hint of reproach, "Brother Feng, why haven't you come to the Dream Garden to see me? I'm quite upset. And it's not the kind of anger that can be easily soothed." "Ah, Xiaona, please don't misunderstand. You know that it's nighttime here in China, while it's broad daylight over in Eagle Sauce. I'm currently attending the Global Bank's member conference. Oh, and by the way, I ran into Xia on the plane. Since I am unfamiliar with New City, I asked her to accompany me to the conference. I hope you don't take it to heart." Li Xiaona, understanding and reasonable, held no grudge against him, knowing his character well. "Brother Feng, you can rest assured, I won't be irrationally jealous. Focus on your matters, and when you're finished, send me a message and we can meet at the Dream Garden." "All right, Xiaona, I'll get back to work now." After hanging up, Yi Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Petrov, witnessing the exchange, smiled in understanding and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right then, enjoy your time here. If you ever have the chance, come visit me in Russia. I shall take my leave now." With that, he stood up, bidding farewell to Yi Feng and Zheng Xia as he departed. Zheng Xia nodded, and the two exited the bar together. "Yi Feng, do you have any specific plans ahead?" she asked with curiosity. Yi Feng pondered while walking and replied, "I think I'll visit the Statue of Liberty tomorrow, then head to Times Square. I've heard it's quite lively there." "Sounds great. I'll accompany you tomorrow." Zheng Xia smiled in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng appeared in the Dream Garden. Li Xiaona spotted him from a distance, her joy uncontainable, and she dashed towards him, diving into his warm embrace. However, before Yi Feng could speak, a hint of doubt crossed her beautiful face as she playfully questioned, "Brother Feng, why do you smell strongly of alcohol and a hint of perfume? Be honest, did you sneak off to meet other beautiful women while I wasn't around?" Faced with Li Xiaona's half-serious, half-joking inquiry, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle, gazing tenderly at her and patiently explaining, "Xiaona, what wild thoughts are you entertaining? After the conference, I was having drinks and chatting with a newly acquainted friend from Russia, and of course, Xia was present as well. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." A blush crept onto Li Xiaona's cheeks as she softly apologized. "Brother Feng, I'm truly sorry. I misunderstood you again. I hope you're not upset with me." Yifeng gently reached out, stroking her hair, and reassured her, "Don't say that, Xiaona. How could I be angry with you? I understand that this comes from your concern for me. By the way, would you be interested in visiting New City?" At this suggestion, Li Xiaona's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "Brother Feng, can I travel directly to New City from the Dream Garden?" Just as they exited the Global Hotel, Chiba Satoshi received word of their whereabouts and coldly instructed his subordinates, "Make arrangements to eliminate this Chinese man." Meanwhile, Yifeng and Li Xiaona strolled through Times Square, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling crowds. The sun illuminated the square, reflecting vibrant colors off the glass facades. Hand in hand, they admired the surrounding splendor while engaging in lively conversation. Yifeng pointed to a distant screen, introducing Li Xiaona to the latest technological advancements and fashion trends. She listened with a smile, her eyes filled with dreams of the future. They passed by chic stores, pausing to appreciate the exquisite items displayed in the windows. Li Xiaona was captivated by a Barbie doll, while Yifeng patiently assisted her in selecting an appropriate gift. In Chapter 138, titled Assassination, Yifeng noticed the longing expression on Li Xiaona's face as she gazed at the doll. He approached her gently and said, "Xiaona, if you truly desire it, I can gift it to you." Hastily, Yifeng retrieved the eagle sauce coins he had previously exchanged at the global bank from his system space, counting out 5,000 and handing them to Li Xiaona. "I apologize, Xiaona. I forgot that you only had Huazi currency. Please take this money for now, and if you find anything else you like, do not hesitate to tell me, and I will cover the cost." With a smile, Yifeng nodded and took Li Xiaona's hand as they walked towards the store's exit. The clown's performance was captivating, drawing cheers from the surrounding audience. Li Xiaona watched with rapt attention, occasionally bursting into joyous laughter. Suddenly, a ball thrown by the clown flew into the crowd, heading straight for a child. Yifeng reacted swiftly, catching the ball with precision. The clown approached him to express gratitude, secretly handing him a note. Upon unfolding the note, Yifeng read, "Welcome to this sinful city. Your life will come to an end here." Startled, he raised his head, fixing a piercing gaze on the oddly dressed clown, who wore a sly smile. At that moment, the clown's lips curled into a sinister grin, and he brandished a pitch-black handgun, aiming it unhesitatingly at Yifeng before pulling the trigger. In a split second, Yifeng harnessed the surging spiritual energy within him, which rapidly coalesced around his body. In an instant, a shimmering barrier of spiritual energy materialized, resembling an indomitable shield before him. Accompanied by the sharp crack of gunfire, several lethal bullets were fired, yet upon striking the spiritual barrier, they fell harmlessly to the ground like leaves against an invisible wall. This scene intensified the fear and chaos among the startled crowd, who screamed and fled in all directions, desperate to escape the peril. Only Li Xiaona, undeterred, rushed towards Yifeng, her heart racing until she confirmed his safety. Meanwhile, the clown stood in shock and disbelief, grappling with the impossibility of the situation before him. He could not fathom why bullets capable of piercing steel failed to harm this enigmatic man from the east. As confusion clouded his mind, his eyes met Yifeng's icy stare, sending a chilling wave up his spine, as if he were plunging into an abyss. The clown desperately attempted to flee, but his trembling legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, rendering him immobile. Yifeng approached him expressionlessly, his cold voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. "Who sent you?" Just then, a piercing siren blared. Yifeng understood the importance of avoiding unnecessary trouble, so he swiftly took Li Xiaona by the hand and blended into the panicked crowd. However, as he departed, he discreetly released a faint pulse of spiritual energy that accurately penetrated the clown's body, instantly ending his life. Yifeng led Li Xiaona into a secluded alley. "Brother Feng, do you think the police will follow us?" Li Xiaona asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Rest assured, we have shaken them off," Yifeng reassured her. "That's good." She sighed with relief. Suddenly, Yifeng heard footsteps approaching. He turned cautiously to see 3 to 5 black men walking towards them. "It seems our luck has run dry today," Yifeng murmured. "What should we do, Brother Feng?" Li Xiaona clutched his arm nervously. the apparent leader of the group. Wearing a grim expression, brandished a glinting knife from his pocket and menacingly declared, "Damn yellow-skinned people, hand over everything valuable you've got, or I'll make you taste blood." At that moment, Yifeng realized that these men were not sent by Qian Benji. Their disheveled appearance suggested they were local addicts. Having inadvertently wandered into this dark alley, the greedy thugs sought to extort them. Before he could finish speaking, the men lunged forward like hungry wolves, attempting to overpower Yifeng with their numbers. However, Yifeng remained unperturbed. Recognizing their aggression and brutality, he retaliated without hesitation, delivering powerful blows that swiftly incapacitated them. In Chapter 139, an unexpected encounter with a bow, the hulking figures of the defeated men lay on the cold ground, wailing in agony. They stared in disbelief, filled with confusion and fear as the yellow-skinned man they routinely bullied dared to fight back. To their astonishment, this seemingly frail individual exhibited remarkable skill, defeating them effortlessly. For these men, who lived at society's lowest rungs, the law of the jungle was their only creed. Faced with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, they hastily chose to beg for mercy. "Please, spare us. We promise we won't bother you again. Forgive us this time." Yet, Yifeng paid no heed to their pleas, dismissing them as mere trash. With a subtle flick of his finger, he infused the thugs with a stream of pure spiritual energy before resolutely taking Li Xiaona's hand and exiting the dim alley. Hand in hand, they strolled along the street, as if the surrounding chaos and clamor did not concern them. Yifeng remained vigilant, fully extending his senses to monitor his surroundings. He was acutely aware that Qian Benji might dispatch additional assassins nearby. While he was not afraid of these enemies, Li Xiaona's limited abilities rendered her vulnerable to gunfire. As they walked past a shop, an unexpected figure caught Yifeng's eye. It was a Bao, a subordinate of Qian Zhongwen. Yifeng tightly grasped Li Xiaona's hand and approached, smiling as he said, "A Bao, what a surprise to see you here in New City. I never expected to run into you." Yifeng's curiosity piqued as he asked, "A Bao, what brings you to New City? Is Brother Qian with you?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. A Bao gently shook his head, explaining, "The boss did not come himself. He sent me to deliver some items to